Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, A Dream Across Lifetimes, Redone. One thing first, in case you are a new reader. I am currently doing a redo of all chapters of Volume 1. Again. This will go on until Chapter 17, so you can wait until those are all done to read, or you can try and read the ones already redone. This is in order to fix some minor mistakes and makes things more readable. You will see that there is a lack of commentaries, and that is because of web novel programming. It deletes all comments if I edit even if a single word. Sigh. In any case, enjoy. It isn't done, there are many things left to add, such as images and bots. So I ask you all to be patient with me since I am one guy. If you see any errors or have any suggestions, make sure to comment in the chapter comments so they don't get deleted later. P.S. If you notice any typo, make sure to mark it so that I can fix it. I did the rework in quite a hurry, so some things just got bad. I assure you that the grammar isn't that bad. It's already hard to write and edit on my own, it would take too much of my time going over everything again to look for small mistakes. So if you see one, don't be shy. Deep underwater, in a magnificent underwater city, on the last floor of the tallest building, an old man watched the city from above. Image. His hair was fully white and his beard was around a palm long, however, his skin looked healthy and there weren't that many wrinkles on his face. But his eyes looked tired as he gazed at the city. There was even a look of disgust. His room was impeccable, filled with old trophies and medals, the woodwork on his furniture was the highest class available, the tapestry on the walls of the finest quality. This old man was without a doubt at the top of the world. Yet his expression was dull. Was he not satisfied with everything he accomplished? Buzz. At that very moment, an old-style radio started to make some sounds. Hello everyone of Rapture. The City of Dreams. A good morning for you all. I am your speaker of the day, Lus Ruiz. Richard is a little ill today, so I am going to replace him for today. I hope everyone sends our loved Richard a good recovery. Now. Going back to the news. Today is an incredible day. Today is the anniversary of the founding of Rapture. 140 years. How time flies. But this isn't the only person having a birthday today. Does the name Antonin Gilios ring a bell? Last chance. A few seconds passed under a soothing song. Of course, you know who he is. First generation to be born in Rapture, leading researcher in plasmid, technological and medical development. Retired CEO of Fontaine's Futuristics, and ruler of Rapture for many decades. Who doesn't know him? Who doesn't love him? His influence spreads in all fields of research. Hell, even your oven where you cook your delicious spreebless was his idea. Today he reaches an incredible 130 years. A superhuman, both in mind and in body, may he live many more years, leading Rapture towards even brighter futures. Now for the news. The election for the next ruler of Rapture after the unexpected retirement of Antonin has reached a boiling point. Turn down the radio. And the lights. Said the old man, /beep, /. The wall suddenly opened up, revealing a small metal ball. It opened up into a slim metallic robot, it went towards the radio and pressed the turn-off button before going back into its hole and disappearing. The light soon started to dim. The old man was now left in the dark, only the outline of his figure could be seen due to the light of the city bellow. 130 years have passed. Yet, nothing changed, the same boring life, the same end result. It might surprise you, but this is actually my second life. In my first life, I was nothing but a normal college student, studying and studying and studying. This boring circle repeated until I couldn't tolerate it anymore, but I persisted nonetheless as I lived without rebelling for all of my life since I was happy with what I had, a good family, friends, food, and a nice big home. But all of it changed when my parents and sister died in an accident, leaving me alone in the world. I changed after that, trying to dedicate my life to prove myself to the world. A stupid thought to have. I never achieved anything meaningful even until my death several years later. Dying from overwork. But then, I woke up in the body of a 4-year-old, my body. Or should I say, I awakened my locked memories. At the start, I thought nothing had changed, and I started to despair at the thought of repeating the same boring and meaningless life. But then I saw it. Lightning leaving my father's hands. Image. My worldview shattered, and at that moment I started to have hope for the future. I later learned I was in Rapture, the underwater city of dreams. Just like the games I played many years ago. My enthusiasm disappeared as fast as it came, as I remembered the destruction and madness the future holds. So I studied and studied. All in order to get access to the highest of powers, plasmids, and gene tonics. And like that, I learned of my powers. I could memorize almost everything I read once. If once wasn't enough, then twice, thrice. Never had anything surpassed 4 times. I also had increased comprehension, allowing me to understand everything really fast. For many years I wondered why. Was this a boon from reincarnating? Or was this body just that gifted? A mutation caused by my parents' work environment. I rose to the top very quickly with these, gaining a position in Fontaine Futuristics when I was just 16 years old. Image. Unfortunately, my parents died way too soon to see this event take place, due to the effects of early versions of plasmids. But the war never came, the conflict never happened. Fontaine died of a terminal illness before he could start the Civil War, and Andrew Ryan somehow sobered up and fixed many of the political and social problems in Rapture, further extending the city's golden age. Image. So I was left free, in a place without conflicts, where the highest talents this world has ever seen gathered together. It took me 5 years to become the head of the research branch I worked at, and another 4 to become part of the decision-making of the organization. I met many brilliant minds like J.S. Steinman, Julie Langford, Yi Suchong, Dr. Bridget Tenenbaum and more. Together we developed many ways to treat and cure atom dependency. Image. N1. I was born in 1940 just when Rapture was at its beginning stages. With both of my parents being geneticists, the path I would take was obvious. This raised some questions within me as to the timeline, but soon I realized this might be a parallel reality from the original series, one where Adam was found and researched many years earlier than the original, and also a place where the Civil War never happened, leading to Rapture never being destroyed. A timeline where everything was set in the course towards an unbelievable future where. The old man opened his diary and started to read its entries. In 1959 I found a way to properly treat atom dependency. Greater than 1961, I finished the abandoned teleportation plasmid, becoming the head of my research branch. Greater than 1963, I found a better way, together with other researchers, to harvest atom. Previously made by putting the slug inside a little girl in a symbiotic relationship. N2. In 1964, I started research on a special kind of plasmid, focused solely on improving the mind. I called it Genius. The propaganda for it was well received later on. It became incredibly popular and sold in droves. Greater than 1965, I took my first plasmid, greatly enhancing my mental power, further boosting my research capabilities, and gaining a position on the decision-making of the organization. Greater than 1966, I developed and patented several new and interesting plasmids over the years, such as subocean bubble, that allowed its users to move underwater inside a bubble made of air. The basic model was capable of resisting pressures up to 400 meters. Greater than 1968, I finally found a safe and ethical way to produce atom in large quantities without using children. Using a certain species of succulent plants, found on the surface. Greater than 1970, I started the construction of my own private lab in order to dive deep into more secret research, finishing it 1 year later. Greater than 1997, I finally found a way to properly control the direction of the mutation granted by atom without using the dangerous plasmids. Naming it ambrosia. A liquid capable of turning one into a god. This was only a joke on my part since this discovery was never made public. There was a small note below the entry. It read. Although I wasn't that far from it, one of my regrets was taking too long to make it. Greater than 2010, I found a problem with the Ambrosia project. I could gain power and lifespan, but its effects would never reach what they could have been due to my old age. Only extending my life by about 30 to 40 years. I didn't care. More life means more time to research and eventually reach my dream. The dream of one day traveling to other worlds and having a proper adventure. Greater than 2011, during my 71st birthday, I drank the ambrosia, gaining immense power and control over the plasmids, some of which I might never fully comprehend even until my death. Greater than 2012, I found another problem, and that is energy. I lack the energy in order to utilize my abilities at full power. So I once again delved into my research of Eve. N3. Greater than 2020, I discovered the mutagen factor after analyzing the luminescent biomass, the thing that mutated the sea slugs and allowed them to produce atom. This factor allowed me to pretty much allow anything to produce atom as long as I properly set up the creature in question genetically. But once again, this discovery was kept in the dark, for now, only to be released 5 years later when I had done proper research on it. Greater than 2030, time was running thin. Now in my 90s, I figured it was time to start my dream for good. So I started to delve into the research of dimensional travel and tears. Only to fail miserably due to never being able to find the Lutece field. My guess is that this phenomenon does not exist in this parallel universe. Greater than 2054, amidst my normal research, I found out a strange phenomenon in my room. A box that I had never seen before appeared right in my room. After preliminary analysis, I deemed it as a product that came from a parallel dimension. A theory that was soon confirmed when tears started to appear around Rapture, causing chaos due to the population traveling across dimensions. In order to stop this madness, I, together with many others, developed a machine capable of stabilizing space, negating the possibility of tears forming inside Rapture for good. Greater than 2055, after the event known as the Dimensional Crises, Rapture technological development skyrocketed, due to the many stolen tech and devices from other parallel realities. This also included me, and my ventures to Columbia, the floating city. That for some reason didn't exist in my original world. There was one interesting detail in all of that, and that is the fact I never found a copy of myself in any parallel reality I went. I never found the reason why. Greater than 2063, after over 120 years since I came to this world. I felt as if I had lost my way. The only thing I did ever since I was a child was research and research, nothing different from my previous life, and now, all of my friends and family I made in this world are either dead or dying. You could say I gained immense power, but this power came too late in this life. By the time I was strong and almighty, I had already forgotten the thrill of having lightning leap out of my hands. Greater than 2064, I lost my motivation to live. Greater than 2065, in order to recover my self-esteem I traveled the world, something I did very few times when I was younger. From the Americas to Asia, I went everywhere, seeing a world very similar to my own, making me remember and long for my long-lost friends and family. I traveled across parallel dimensions, seeing things and creations I thought absurd previously. I added those discoveries to my research and shared some with other researchers to boost whatever project they were working on. I started to indulge in video games, manga, and books. Just like when I was small. Minus 2069, I had ridden myself from my despair and boredom. I was happy and satisfied, but at the same time disappointed. I reached the very top of this world, yet I felt empty. My research in tiers never really went anywhere. I could only open a random tier and see where it leads, but every time it will be a variation of what I already have. Never once did I truly find something new. Never once did I achieve my dream of going into another completely different world. Minus 2070. Is this the end? End of the journal and only biography of Antonin Gilios. I thought about everything I did since I came to this world. It wasn't a meaningless life, much on the contrary, I helped many, and saw even more things. The magical abilities were everything I always wanted. But for some reason, I always wanted more. Something else. Perhaps my soul is just flawed, cursed to never find satisfaction. My romantic life was as non-existent as you would have expected. But I did have some experiences, I saved many people in my adventures, and ever since I used ambrosia, my aging became much slower, and my appearance reverted a few years. It's just normal that some girl got attracted to me, and as I was bored, decided to go for it. Although I can't say I ever got far. I am not that good at romance at the end of the day. And I couldn't really maintain a long-lasting relationship due to the fact that all of the girls I met and liked were from parallel realities. I was never a fan of one-night stands. Perhaps it was due to when I was a teen in my previous life, hearing about my friends' love life, and their tales of cheating and other shenanigans. What am I really thinking? Romance and shit. The years passed and I didn't even realize I got old, look at me, thinking like an old man. Humph. The old man took a very old photo of his parents with him from the desk. Remembering the old times, he took out his jacket and prepared for what would most likely be his final performance. If I am leaving this world, let me do it with a bang. He said in a firm tone. He pointed his hand to the side and a wooden door appeared, opening it took the old man to the top of a small green hill, flowers and sheep were everywhere. In the end, I never managed to come here with you too. He said as he looked at an old yet perfect wooden house on the side. This was the place where my parents met each other, and the place where I buried their ashes many years after their deaths. There used to be a village here, but it was already wiped out by time. That small house was the only thing I preserved. This shall be my final gift for you too. If it wasn't for you two I wouldn't be here. He raised his right hand. Slash tremble, slash. Slash crack, slash. The mountains around me started to tremble. The sheep ran around like headless chickens. As the trembling got progressively stronger, the mountains started to break apart into multiple giant rocks. They levitated and were remodeled as if they were clay. Slowly piling up into a large structure. 1 mountain. 3 mountains. Eventually, the surrounding mountains all disappeared, creating a barren, flat ground with a misshaped object in the middle. Step 1 dawn. Cough. The old man spat some blood on the ground. Is this too much? I am truly old. Even an enhanced body such as mine would eventually meet its end if not properly cared. It's just a shame that I was born in the first generation if I was to be born right now. The old man shook his head. It wasn't time to dwell in the past. The deformed mass of rocks, several hundred meters tall, started to take a more humanoid shape under his control. It became a beautiful sculpture of two people, one man and one girl, dancing. Step 2 done. Snap, slash. The old man snapped his fingers. Flash, slash. With a sudden green light, flowers and plants started to grow all around the place, transforming the once barren ground into a beautiful paradise. Rivers changed course, and the mountains far away were rearranged, creating a valley that could only be described as a paradise. The old man doing all of this now looked malnourished and weak. But his eyes were still firm. For the final touches, many smaller details were added to this sculpture, including some carvings and the hardening of the stone and soil all around in order to make the statue last even longer. When everything was done, the old man, now looking like a bag of bones, fell in the ground filled with flowers. Good. Bye. Thank you for giving me this life. And just like that, he died with a smile on his face. A man known as a legend, a monster, a genius, a devil to some, a god to others. Leaving behind a legend, a myth of his immense power and knowledge, to be passed down across millennia. On the northern outskirts of an immense city with a large tower in the middle, a couple of humans, a man and a woman, walked down the streets of their village quickly. Shwa, slash. It was raining heavily, turning the ground into mud. This rain was a sign indicating the rainy season had come, and that it was the start of a new year. They continued to walk until the men started talking. A new year, huh? It seems this time the crops will be plentiful. It was about time. Things had been hard already with those goblins and wild beasts attacking us. Thankfully the Cronus Familia recently cleaned the area, else we would have been in some trouble, said the men. I heard they killed a Lugaru group, right? Asked the woman backslash. The man nodded, but he seemed worried. Let's just hope no more monsters appear in these parts, he replied. You know, it's already time, right? She said as she touched her belly. We tried many times before. We can only pray to the gods for a child at this point in time, he said dejectedly. Even though we tried again a little while ago, I am not confident. They've been trying to have a child for over a year already, but to no success. Snap, slash. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly hit the girl. Ah! Screamed the girl as she fell to the ground. Are you all right, honey? Said the man as he ran to help her. She surprisingly only had some minor burns, but she was unconscious. Did we do something to anger the gods? I can think about this later. I need to bring my wife home, said the nervous man. He picked her and started running with all of his power. 8 minutes later, he placed her cautiously on the bed. And after making sure everything was fine, he bolted out of the house in order to gather the herbalist and priest in the area. As for the house itself, it was a big house, having 3 floors, an attic and a basement, an immense garden with several types of herbs and plants in it. Beyond the garden were several other smaller buildings, most likely a warehouse and a workshop. It had that rustic feel. That's because the technological development of the world isn't that high. It was hard to say due to the storm, but the house was located in an open field of grass. You could say it was valley due to the mountain circling the village at all sides in the distant horizon. This wasn't the only village in this plain, as many others were located there due to the fertile ground and fresh air. But that isn't important right now. 10 minutes later, he came back with several people, a priest in blue clothes, a middle-aged man with a bag filled with herbs, and some other people, probably friends and family. All right, let me, George, and Chaim take care of her. Marcus, you can stay here and wait for us, said the priest to the husband. Marcus nodded and led his family and friends towards the living room. 1 hour later the 3 people came back. Tell me, Gerdo, is my Rubia all right? Said a taller but older middle-aged man. He had the same hairstyle as Rubia. At his side was a woman with the same green eyes as Rubia. Those two were clearly her parents. His grip was strong, hurting the doctor a little. She is perfectly fine, Sappho's. Just some light burns. In fact, I have some great news to share, said the man wearing the blue priest robe. She is actually pregnant, said Chaim, the girl with the healing magic. Gasp, thud, Marcus fell on the floor. Notes. N. Atom is a chemical substance that has the ability to rewrite genetic material, allowing the user to alter their bodies, their genetic makeup, and their natural abilities without any direct limits whatsoever aside from their imagination. From the wiki. This often causes a series of side effects due to how Atom does this. N. Atom was made by a mutated sea slug. It was found that having it live inside little girls in a symbiotic relationship could create up to 30 times the usual amount. N. Eve is a substance that powers the use of plasmids. In its liquid form, it glows bright blue and can be seen in the dark. From the wiki. What do you all think of this reworked chapter? I recommend the new readers to wait a little since I will redo the other chapters as well. Disclaimer for new readers. You must have noticed that I don't use the standard writing style of 4 speech, 4 thoughts and blank for narration. That's because by the time I started this I didn't know much about the traditional, so I ended up keeping my style as to not mess with my pace by having to redo all of these chapters. It's not really that hard to get used to, but I also understand that as a reader, you are not forced to keep up with some author's strange writing style just because he says so. Sorry my friends. Also, if you see any sort of grammar mistake, make sure to mark it with some sort of comment so I can fix it soon. Chapter 2, A Third Chance, Redone. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. 9 months later / It was a sunny day like any other. But today was a special day, the first day of the year, and the day his son would be born. Marcus, the future dad, could be seen pacing around the place anxiously. He looked completely different from him 9 months ago. Marcus' body was much bigger, showing his big muscles, and he now had a thick beard on his face, much to the displeasure of his wife. Wah! Little cries could be heard coming from upstairs. Marcus ran towards the room and he saw it, his wife holding a perfectly fine baby. There was another woman on her side, making sure everything was all right. He wanted to cry but had to keep a strong front. He needed to protect his family from the terrible monsters. His parents weren't the adventurers they once were, being much weaker due to old age. But he was weak. Even if he wanted to, it was too late to start training now. He looked at his son, with small bits of dark hair, small hands, and silver eyes. He was excited to see how he would develop. He gave the baby back to his wife and went to fetch some things. Leaving the priest, herbalist and the doctor, Chaim, to take care of the baby. The husband came back after 5 minutes with a large bucket filled with hot water and some supplies. The wife was now sleeping while the doctor was nursing the baby. With the supplies on hand now, they could continue with some minor chores. This time, the husband looked at his son and couldn't help but cry a little. The other 2 males in the room just smiled but didn't make fun of him, while the doctor smiled a little as well. The husband cleaned his face and went downstairs to talk with his family and some friends. 3 days later, The wife was nursing her son on the bed, while discussing something with her husband. How about Diani Silver? Melio Silver? Fulman Esps? She said. Why do you want to put silver on every name? Not that it's bad but, said Marcus in a worried tone. The husband was afraid his wife was going to name the child something awkward. The baby looked at the 2 in wonder. Ah. I can't decide. Marcus. Choose one for me. She demanded. Weren't you the one who said the mother should choose the name? I just can't decide. Look how cute he is. He needs a good name to represent his beauty. Isn't that right? She started to play with the baby. Baby sounds / Sigh. Let's leave that for later. Today we are receiving guests, we can ask them for help. Marcus got up from his chair and went downstairs to greet the guests. 10 minutes later, the men, Marcus, came back with a multitude of women. He led them to the room and once again went downstairs to wait for more guests. Rubia. Are you there? Asked one of the women softly. Bribri. Please come inside and help me. Kriak, / They opened the door, entering the room. Help me, she said while holding the baby. She didn't know what to do. From here on, it was just a long session of tutoring from the experienced mothers. 1 hour later, the husbands of all of the women could be seen playing some kind of board game. Is this normal? Asked Marcus. Be prepared for the next few years. You aren't going to have a good sleep ever again, said a more buff man. Yeah. Even though my little girl is calmer than most babies, I still had many sleepless nights, said a man with thin glasses. Sigh. I was ready for this. But I also don't want to lose my precious sleep. At that very moment, the women's finally decided to leave the room. Finally, thought Marcus. They went to the door and were prepared to leave after saying their goodbyes. You all even left some supplies. I don't know what to say, said Marcus. It's okay. You also helped each of us when we had our own. Be sure to ask for help when needed, okay? Said one of the husbands, a more normal-looking man. With their final greetings, everyone left. 5 wives with 5 husbands. After everyone left, Marcus went back to the room where his wife was. Tomorrow your parents are coming, right? Asked Marcus. Don't forget that your parents will be visiting too, dear. In fact, did you buy the? Yes. But what about the house? I can't clean and do my job. Much less cook and take care of the plants. I think we should ask our parents for help with this. Since you never liked the idea of a maid. They always destroy homes. Said Rubia with conviction. Sigh. Those novels you read don't depict reality. How many times do I need to talk about it? Humph. I will go make dinner and clean the house since I postponed some of my commissions, but I can't do this for much longer. I need to be back at the forge at least till after tomorrow. He got up and opened the door. Dear. Said Rubia. Yes. Please put some water on the plants. I love you too. He said dejectedly as he left the room. I love you too, idiot. 1 year later. In a house on top of a hill. There was an old man cutting some wood. Swing, thump, The wood stump was easily cut in half by his axe. Sappho's. Just how long are you going to keep your sorry ass out there? Come back here. Said an elderly woman from inside the house. The man mumbled something before putting his axe on the side and entering the house. Inside he saw his beautiful, or should we say, once beautiful wife. What is it you need? Asked the old man. Go fetch little Silver. It's almost time for dinner. She replied. The old man looked at the clock and saw 16:40. It wasn't time for dinner, not even close. Old woman. At this rate, you are going to turn him into a ball. For the last time. Loud screams, Somewhere inside the house. Sigh. They are at it again. For an even more worthless reason. But this is fine, I like this carefreeness. The one who thought this was none other than the baby in the office room down the corridor. He was currently reading a book on the geography of Orario. To think I would be reborn. Once again. Much less in this place. The world where gods live among the mortals. Yesterday, I was playing with a doll on the ground when I suddenly had that moment of enlightenment. Who am I? Followed by a string of memories. Although not all of them have returned, I know a lot about my first life and my second one. At the start, I thought I had been reborn in a medieval-style world, however. The moment I came into my grandparents' home and read some of the books, I came to realize where I was almost immediately. Even though I couldn't read most of the words, it was enough when I read Orario. But it still feels like a dream. As if until yesterday I was a college student, and all of these memories are nothing but a movie I watched. But I know this isn't the case. It is as if I was suddenly grabbed from my peaceful life and stuffed in the body of a baby. The baby shook his little head. No. Who am I trying to deceive? My parents died and I spent many years working just to die of overwork. That was my first life. I did the same in my second life. And now. It's my third time. Everything just feels like a dream, thumb. He closed the book and went towards the kitchen. I can't read while they argue. My family is quite interesting. All of my grandparents are actually adventurers, third-class adventurers, meaning they were all level 2. Only my parents aren't adventurers and this was a choice made by themselves. Adventuring is a bloody and dangerous job that has a high death rate. What does level mean? By fusing words from the book I read plus my memories it goes like this. There are literal gods among men. They give the mortals their blessings, called fauna. This allows the people to grow and collect excelia by many means, growing their power and stats. The most common of them is to hunt monsters. N1. What are stats? They are fauna being displayed as numeric values and words so that normal men can understand it. N2. As for my level and abilities, only a god can provide me with those. And to do that, I need a baptism, but that would mean joining a familia. My grandparents are part of a familia, although retired. My parents on the other hand aren't. Although I heard that my grandparents have been putting pressure on them so they join one of the agricultural familias here in the countryside. At least for now, since there is no reason to not be. However, it isn't impossible to raise one's stats without killing monsters. Training and studying can heavily influence the end values and progression of your stats. But I am only a 1-year-old child. He opened the door towards the kitchen and said in a cute and childish voice. Hungy. Silence. You win, old bag. Said Sappho's. Oh dear, come here, sit. The soup will be ready soon. She said softly. He walked and tried to sit on the chair but it was too tall. Grab. Here we go little man. Said Grandpa as he lifted me up. My grandparents might keep bickering with each other but they seem to truly love each other. An hour later after he had already finished eating, Marcus arrived at the house. Father, Mother. Is everything fine? Marcus asked. How couldn't it be, brat? Didn't you say you had things to do? Why are you here? Questioned Grandma. I finished my commission earlier than expected, so I came here to fetch him up. You can leave him a few more days here. It isn't a problem taking care of a little boy, replied Sappho's. Marcus' face got fully black. Look at this old man. He doesn't even have the audacity to admit he likes him. This isn't for me to decide, it's Rubia's. And you know how she is. But I think I can convince her for a few more days. Look at you. You only want to free yourself from him, said Grandma as she accused Marcus. Indeed. Alia is right. You don't care about him. Slash bang, slash. The door was closed right on his face. Marcus didn't say anything and just left, feeling dejected. A small kid could be seen sitting on the ground as he read a book. I heard everything. Even though I am in another room on the second floor. Somehow, my senses seem to be well beyond those of a baby my age. In fact, can a baby's brain even support this level of complex thoughts? Could it be something similar to what happened to me in my previous life? In fact, are those perks going to be carried over to this world as well? Or did I just luck out and gained a talented body? I need to do some experimentation. I do seem capable of remembering everything I read. But those books were not that complicated, to begin with. I need to fully master this world's language first. He picked the next book. It was a thin book with several images associated with words and how to spell them. URG. Why does my grandfather have something like this? It's from when my dad was a child. I only hope it isn't outdated, / 4 years later, / clang, / clang, / Phew. This is enough for now. The child grabbed his wooden sword and carefully stored it in the wall weapon stand. Yup, a sword. It's not sharp, rather blunt actually. But it's very sturdy. It was his gift for making 5 years of age. After he begged his grandparents nonstop for several weeks. All done, said the child. After leaving the warehouse where he trained every day. His next stop was the shower, followed by a studying session. Why all the training? For one reason only. Orario. The dungeon. The place where all of the strong and talented eventually meet. Where a big chunk of the gods resides. After all, there are many gods who live outside of it, depending on their divinity. Some became large merchants, others became kings, some even became village elders. There are many gods from bigger ones like Zeus, to minor ones. The baby looked at the small calluses on his hand. Sigh. This is all for the future. This training serves to increase my chances of gaining good development abilities every time I level up when I receive my baptism by a god. This training could also end up gifting me a skill. Skills are very important since I don't know if I even have one. I need to try my best to gain at least one. Else I will never achieve the top, being destined to remain a regular elite adventurer. People stay decades training and risking their lives, only to become level 3, few become level 4, while the super elite reach 5. As for 6, that's reserved for the very top of Orario, while there is only one person I know of who is 7. However, I wouldn't be surprised if there were more. In the past, there used to be levels 8 and 9, but they all died fighting that monster. The child fully opened his eyes in surprise. No. Wait. Where am I in the timeline? He ran towards his room and opened some books. Flip. There isn't any news of the fight between the Hera and Zeus Familia against the one-eyed black dragon. Of course, this village is quite a few days away from Orario, but as long as I know when the fight happens, I would know at least an estimate of where I am in the timeline. Not like I know much, to begin with. I have already steeled myself that my actions are going to change it, but knowing some things is always useful. At least, I am confident that I am going to become someone meaningfully enough to change the entire course of this world. The kid left the house and went towards a nearby river to take a bath. He stopped and looked at the small house on the hill behind him. Recently I have been living here more than in my own home. My mother is unhappy with this, but that was my father's problem to deal with. Putting his thoughts aside, the boy took his bath and left. He went back towards his books. Back in the library. A small kid could be seen with a thick book in front of him. Today I am reading books about herbs and plants. The final category of books from my grandfather's collection. After several years, it's only natural that I would finish it. He flipped the first page. Time to dig in. A few hours later. Crash. Suddenly the sound of something breaking downstairs reverberated around the house. Did Grandma drop another plate? Sigh, bang, . This time it was the sound of something crashing against wood. Oi. This isn't some normal accident. Is something happening down there? The boy opened the door slowly. The house was completely dark. Normally, his grandma would light up the illumination crystals around this time. Something is very wrong. She never missed her timing, ever. Slash crack, slash. It was the sound of wood being stepped on. Someone was climbing the stairs. Slowly. He quickly hid inside a wardrobe and waited. He used his enhanced senses to keep track of the sound. Slash step, step, slash. Those aren't grandma's nor grandfather's steps. I can recognize them by the sound of their shoes. They each have one pair of shoes to use inside the house. If grandfather uses the wrong set of shoes, grandma would kick him out, and I never saw grandma use the wrong pair even once. He picked a sharp object up inside the wardrobe and prepared to strike. Slash crunch, slash. It's time. Jumping out of the closet, using the doors as a way to stun the target, the boy swung his blade. The moment the sharp piece of wood was about to hit him, he grabbed the kid's hand. For a moment the boy felt as if the world had stopped. This person either had insane reflexes, or he knew the boy was here from the beginning. The boy sweated as he thought. To have such reflexes he can't be a human, at least not a normal one. Someone from a familia. But why? His hand went towards my head. So he took this chance to bite it. But he caused no damage whatsoever to the big man. Fuck. It can't end like this, slash spit, slash. He tried spitting at man's face, but he easily dodged it. My final move. His legs moved at an incredible speed as aimed towards his balls. It's a 50-50 chance since he could actually be a she. Slash thud, slash. But he once again blocked it. I tried my best. I only hope he doesn't kill me immediately. If only I had my plasmids. But against all of my expectations. He hugged the boy and said, "It's okay now, Silver. Your grandpa is here." Grandpa. But to think he would be so fierce. Haha. You definitely took this from Alia. She was just like you back in the day. He said in a hearty tone. Sniff. What happened? Silver's body unconsciously started to tremble and cry a bit. Due to the immense psychological pressure he was under previously. N3. She is just down there, dealing with the broken cutlery, said the old man in a stiff tone. I am not that dumb, Grandpa. The old man looked at his grandson with an awkward smile. Sigh. It's nothing anyway. Go to sleep. Dinner is going to be ready soon. Silver did as he was told since he didn't have even the smallest of a chance to pass through his grandfather. I have some books to finish reading anyway. Slash 1 hour later slash. Silver walked towards the stairs to eat dinner in the kitchen. He saw broken pieces of wood and furniture all around. Although most had been cleaned, he could still see broken areas in the house. He could even smell blood. But it's unknown if that's from the meat or from somewhere else. Both Sappho and Alia seemed fine, but the house was in shambles. He couldn't resist anymore and asked. Grandma, what happened? Grandma. It's nothing, sweetie, just some problems from decades ago. Now, finish your curry, she said as she placed a large bowl of curry on the table. The atmosphere was a little gloomy. So Silver ate the food and went towards his room to sleep. A few seconds after he left, Grandma's eyes became fierce as her anger was released, pressurizing the surroundings. To think they would follow us all the way here. They almost. Bastards. Said Alia as she grabbed the table. Slash kriak, slash. I need to calm her down a little. He smiled and said. You had to see little Silver. He looked like a beast. He is your grandson, no doubts about that. She smiled when she heard that. Blood sure is thick, huh? Marcus got your mumbled brain while the grandson got my ferociousness. As she said that, she removed her collar. Her body started to change, 2 cat ears appeared on her head, her nails got slightly sharper and a tail appeared behind her. She was actually a demi-human. So much better now, she said as she stretched. Look at that gray fur. Time sure has left its marks, said Sappho's. You are one to talk. You can't even lift your sword anymore. What? Of course, I can. PSFF. Before we continue talking, how about the young men over there come here? Notes. N. Fauna is the grace given by gods and goddesses to their familia members. Adventurers and supporters can gather excelia to raise their status and grow stronger. Wiki. N. Status is the fauna set as various parameters. The status is made up of basic abilities, development abilities, magic, skills, and the overall level. N. He is a child, not a pussy. Even if he has most of his memories, he is still heavily under the urges of his body. It's not as much as you would imagine. It's not like he will become horny when he sees a beautiful woman like some authors like to describe teens. It's just some more unconscious things. Like trembling in front of a massive monster. It's the human body instinct to do so. If you are wondering why I gave him a strong family, there is actually a reason for that. Disclaimer for new readers. You must have noticed that I don't use the standard writing style of 4 speech, 4 thoughts and blank for narration. That's because by the time I started this I didn't know much about the traditional, so I ended up keeping my style as to not mess with my pace by having to redo all of these chapters. It's not really that hard to get used to, but I also understand that as a reader, you are not forced to keep up with some author's strange writing style just because he says so. Sorry, my friends. Also, if you see any sort of grammar mistake, make sure to mark it with some sort of comment so I can fix it soon. Chapter 3, Orcs, Redone. Come out, young men. We don't have all day. Said Sappho's. Exclamation point. Knowing that his cover had been blown, Silver entered the kitchen. He noticed the cat ears on his grandma's head and couldn't help but to be confused for a while before looking back at the ground like a child would. N1. It's bad to spy on others, Silver. Said Grandma in a sweet tone. Now she speaks sweetly, huh? The only time she ever spoke with me like that was when we first met, when I proposed to her, the day we married. And when Marcus was born. Sappho's was in deep thought. Yes. Said Silver while looking towards the ground. Act naturally. Alia saw that and for a moment she couldn't hold herself. Arg. I can't do this. She rushed to Silver and picked him up. She hugged him strongly. You are suffocating him, Leah. Said Grandfather. After a few more seconds of hugging, she let him go and said. You are a curious boy, aren't you? Just like when Marcus was little. But it's time for you to sleep, okay? She said as she touched Silver's little nose. Okay. Said Silver as he turned around and went up the stairs. This time he truly went all the way to his room. What was he supposed to do? Stay and receive a beating from 2 high-level adventurers. He is so similar to you that it's scary. Said Sappho's with a surprised expression. She on the other hand had a downcast expression with her 2 cat ears down. That's what I am afraid of. That he will eventually commit the same mistakes as me. She replied. What do we do now? They know where we are. Asked Sappho's. It's been over 20 years already. We can't leave and leave our family behind, else they bring them harm. She said. I can call some friends back in the city, this should give us some time. We can also talk with those other 2. Said Sappho's. Not those people. Said Alia in a tired tone. Come on, we had this conversation dozens of times already. Otherwise, we wouldn't have allowed Marcus to marry Ruby. They are also aware of our situation, you know them better than even me. Unfortunately. Fine. Said Alia. But there is something we need to do first. He said. We need to find a way to deal with them. Else by the time we are older and weaker, they are certainly going to come after us again. What do you propose? We can't protect them forever. As long as they exist they will be a threat to our family. Marcus and Rubia are well past the age to start learning these things. So let's train little Silver. No. He is just a child, Sappho's. Yes he is, but that won't be the case forever. I am not saying we should train him with the expectation of him becoming an adventurer, but give him the bare minimum to protect himself and his parents. The other 2 are certainly going to agree with me on this. Although, knowing his personality, he will definitely desire to turn into one. You say you don't want to train him into an adventurer, but you know better than me that's inevitable. She said, as if she had read his mind. Sappho smiled awkwardly. He has the talent, the determination, and the resources to become strong, Leah. Don't tell me you didn't realize from watching him over the years. The demon cat of the past would have accepted. He said with a sly smile. I abandoned that name decades ago. Fading sword. She said as she looked towards a long sword hanging above the fireplace. I feel old now. He said as he remembered his younger times. /ha/x. A day later, somewhere far away, close to a big city, there was a village. But this wasn't a wealthy village, many of the houses were broken or almost falling into pieces, yet, people lived here. Somewhere in the outskirts of this place, there is an abandoned inn. Below it was a massive underground complex, spanning several thousand square meters. In one of the rooms, an office to be precise. A man clad in darkness waited. Swish. The wind cut through the window as the door was opened. Report. Said the hidden man. Step. A man wearing a dark robe suddenly came from the shadows. We found them. Just north of Orario, in a medium-sized village. He said. Are they in the territory of the Cronus Familia? Yes, sir. But we lost contact with our agents, they seem to have been killed in action. Their bodies were not found. So they didn't lose their touch yet. No matter, I can wait. In 15. Number 10 years, they won't even be able to fight an elite level 3, much less a level 4. Did you find anything more? They should be around 50. Not yet, sir. I deployed some agents, but they were all repelled by the patrols of the Cronus Familia. It's okay. They aren't going anywhere. Be sure to leave some agents in there, we never know when a chance to recover the item will emerge. Sir. I would also like to point out that several of the patrols around the village suddenly changed overnight. I imagine that they. The man extended his hand forward and motioned him to stop. He seemed upset. First, it was only those two. Now the others also want to interfere. Continue monitoring them, if you find the target, see if you can take it, otherwise don't act. Don't forget your training, you will soon reach level 5, leave the monitoring to the 3rd tiers. Yes, sir. You may go now. He nodded and his body melted into the shadows as he disappeared. The room returned to silence. Sigh. What will a man do to seek one's dreams? He picked up a pendant with an image of a large group of people. They seemed happy and decently armored, showing this was probably a well-off familia. If you had only left, then I could have let you both go to live a peaceful life, but you refused my advice and betrayed me regardless. For what? Curiosity. You two were never righteous people, to begin with. Now I can't let you go, even if I have to use your family. He used his hands to remove the pendant from his neck. For a moment, the light reflected from the pendant shined on his face, revealing his ears. It was a pair of elf ears. Let's see who can wait the longest. He placed the pendant inside a small ornate box and opened the door of his office, going to somewhere unknown. Back at the village. From that day onwards, Silver started to receive lessons in all areas from his grandparents, even the ones from his mother's side, Lincoln and Misty. There was one thing important to note just after he started training, and that was the news of the battle against the one-eyed black dragon. Meaning 15 years from now, Bell will go to Arario and start his adventure. And that he will be born a year from now. Silver was now sitting in front of a small notebook. It was filled with a lot of information. It was everything he remembered about this world. In my first life, I didn't have the memory boost, so as time went on my second life, I start to forget a lot of things. By writing them all on diaries, I retained a lot of memories bits, however, some still escaped. I wonder how accurate this is. He flipped the page, it was a long timeline. If I assume Belle is going to be born this year or the next one. This makes me 20 years old by the time the plot starts. That is if it even happens like the novel. This also signifies the start of Arario's dark age and the rise of Evelis. 8 years from now there will be the Great Feud, and 1 year later should be the massacre of the 27th floor. This era will only end when Ryu attacks the Rudra Familia and the rest of Evelis' forces, killing everyone in the process as part of her revenge. End 2. Thankfully I wasn't there, so I didn't care. But this reaffirmed my mind that Arario wasn't a place to have fun, it is a bloody place filled with hidden machinations that go over 1,000 years. Since gods have a lot of time to plan, they are immortal after all. In order to survive such a place, Silver trained in everything in order to get stronger. Swordsmanship, spearmanship, geography, language, blacksmithing. He absorbed everything really fast. His grandparents rarely praised him, saying his progress had been satisfactory. However, Silver decided to stop holding back. So he let himself loose. But, he failed to consider that they could have been purposely undermining his efforts to make him more humble. Other things happened during those years. Over the years of training, more and more memories started to come back to him, making him slowly recover some of the experiences from his past life, but as he said before, it didn't really feel like him. It felt like a movie. So his personality returned to a more juvenile one rather than an old man. It could have been the years living and being treated like a child. There was one problem though. Magic. His grandmother from his mother's side is a magician, but even after training, Silver couldn't even cast the most basic firebolt. Falling into an immense mine down. N3. Of course, this magic required over a dozen verses to cast, and it was severely weaker than its counterparts that use fauna. Silver recalled his grandma's teachings. Small flashback, There are two types of magic, one based on your species and ability, called congenital magic. And one acquired from the gods and goddesses fauna, called acquired magic. Said Misty. Most magic as we know it today was developed by elves in ancient times. However, it has been long abandoned and it's only practiced by those who truly wish to delve into magic research. So in essence, magic without fauna is impractical for combat, requiring dozens of lines to be said before casting, and still being weaker than the ones that use fauna. Don't misunderstand, magic that has fauna in it still takes several lines of chanting to be cast, but the power gained with each line of chanting is progressive bigger and harder to control. However, this is still much stabler and stronger than classic elven magic. I understand, said Silver. With the exception of no chant magic. Like Firebolt from Bell. He just points his hand forward and says, Firebolt. Although, I know that no chant magic is relatively weaker than chant magic. However, that isn't always the case, it depends on the type of magic we are talking about here. This type of thing was never properly explained in the show. Or it was, and I just forgot. Silver placed his hands on his chin. From what I understood, people have between 1 and 3 slots for learning magic with fauna. But they can cast many more as long as they pass through rigorous training and rituals in more traditional magic. This type of magic is much weaker than those that have fauna in it. So even after chanting 12 lines to cast a simple firebolt with traditional magic, you could do the same with 3 lines if you had that specific magic as a slot. I am open to questions and suggestions from the lore lords. /bonk/. Are you paying attention, Silver? Said Misty as she retracted her cane. Yes. Said Silver as he massaged his head. /end of flashback/. My grandmother said my talent for magic was great, I could easily learn the spells and cast them in a single go. But every time I use it, my body goes haywire, causing me to suffer from mind down. So using magic for me is a no-go until I find a way to cure this ailment. Great. This will have to wait until I go to Orario. Or a miracle. But my training in combat arts was a completely different story. I easily mastered all sorts of combat techniques they imparted onto me, the only thing holding me back was my own physical body, being smaller and weaker severely impacts the strength of my moves, to the point I might not even be able to do them. Finally, we came into secondary jobs. Each of my grandparents was proficient in something due to their long years of retirement. I learned blacksmithing, potion craft, item making, and tailoring. What? My grandfather greatly disagrees with your current opinion. Of course, I also read many books, gaining vast amounts of knowledge in the process. I was particularly attracted to blacksmithing in general since I knew that items were incredibly important to adventures. So much so that every single adventure has one. It's even more important for high-class adventures. Level 5+. But my focus was nevertheless in combat. And today, 7 years later, is the day of my first combat test. In front of Silver was a goblin, yes. A normal, weak-ass goblin. He was in the middle of a dirt arena with wooden fences on the sides. Everyone else was watching from the sidelines. There was a large metal crate on the other side of the arena. Okay, for a 12-year-old child, this may be too much. But a surface goblin. There are 2 types of monsters. Surface monsters and dungeons monsters. All monsters have a core inside of them called magic stones. When the stone is removed, the monster's body turns into smoke. The same happens if the stone in their bodies is damaged and broken. Dropping the magic stone on the ground and a drop item if you are lucky. As an example, if you kill a monster by slashing its neck, it isn't going to immediately turn into smoke, the stone needs to be removed first. Which may turn to be a daunting task when the monster is poisonous or something of the like. It's possible to eat their meat if they drop it, or if you take a bite out of a monster, perhaps some actions might make a part of a monster remain, like removing their fangs and tusks, but I don't know much about that. However, sometimes, causing high amounts of damage to a monster's body may turn him into smoke immediately, even if his stone wasn't damaged. The explanation for this involves magical power, but that is rather long. Monsters on the surface are weaker than their respective species on the dungeon due to the fact they need to use the magical power in their stones to multiply, while the ones in the dungeon don't care about reproducing, since the dungeon does that job for them. Of course, they still do it, but it's a fact that monsters on the dungeon have much more chances to grow stronger. There are many variations of monsters, but that's for later. Now, let's see Silver kill this goblin. Silver's parents watched him from the side. His mom was very tense. Come on, it's just a goblin. Stop shaking, Ruby. It's just a goblin. Said Lington, her father. How can I? My son is going to. She seemed to be hyperventilating. Her mother gave her a small potion, she drank it and passed out. Everyone. Okay, let's leave this for later before the child loses focus. Said Sappho's. Remember to not underestimate your opponent, he said out loud. The moment I open this cage, the goblin will attack you, so be ready. The goblin was just like the goblin in fantasy. The only difference was it wasn't hideous. It even looked scared. Clunk. The metal cage was opened, so Silver grabbed his sword extra hard. Goblins are stronger than the average adult. Monsters are usually stronger than adventurers of the same level. But they can easily be surpassed by techniques and training. The only exception being those elite monsters. More on that later. Slash swash, slash. Before the goblin had the chance to move and process the situation, Silver threw a stone directly into his eye. Slash splurge, slash. Slash kyyyy, slash. It penetrated right into his fragile eye, making the goblin panic and succumb to its instincts. He ran towards Silver, jumping before slashing his claws down. He obviously wasn't going to stay put, so he prepared his sword and slashed right into its arm. The difference in reach and timing was shown easily here. Slash thud, slash. The goblin fell on the ground bleeding, but he didn't have the chance to attack before Silver sliced his head off. Everyone minus his mother. Sigh. I knew this would happen, a goblin wasn't enough to test him. Said Misty from far away. He fought really well, but we can't just go and say that to him. Any ideas? Asked Sappho's. Leave it to me. Said Lington. He went towards Silver and said. Good work, but watch your movements. You could have finished it off in one move, but you used 3. The rock, the slash, and the finisher. This wasted precious energy that could have been used in other situations. He started to speak about the importance of preserving energy. But from Silver's view and the others, this was a very good first test. He had several other tests in the following months, from bigger groups of goblins to even kobolds. Eventually, they led Silver to a small village of goblins where he fought against several goblins at once, including one slightly stronger goblins. On his first goblin village, he did everything stealthily, but after getting used to them, he started to take the faster approach. There was no such thing as goblin shamans or the like. This type of monster is rare to find on the surface. But the number of goblins was limited on the surface, so they had to switch to other monster types. Large birds, large boars, large lizards, anything that could be considered a monster was killed by Silver, and he took all of their materials. Of course, they kept their distance from more powerful monsters. It's not that they were scared, but that Silver doesn't have any way to fight one. His body is still that of a normal human until he receives Fauna. He can only defeat monsters through technique and traps, not by powerful flying slashes or more superhuman feats. Although he was deeply interested in them. But if he truly wants to fight one, then he needs a powerful weapon to compensate for the lack of strength. It needs to be capable of piercing through the monster's skin on its own, since Silver is not strong enough to do it himself. Really, he is not. Go pick a sharp kitchen knife and pierce a metal sheet. See if you can do it. Technique and strength can only lead you up to a point. Eventually, no matter how strong you are or how precise your technique is, it isn't going to pierce the metal sheet. But he needed to challenge himself in order to grow and get even better skills. So he spent the final years of his training improving his handcraft skills. In order to create something capable of carrying him at least until he finds the right goddesses/god willing to accept him. So when he turned 16, he thought he was finally ready to take on a stronger monster. Silver looked calm, but he was excited. After talking with my family, they decided it was time for me to take on a harder challenge and accompanied me in my hunt. To hunt an orc. Don't let your conception of an orc fool you. These pig-headed monsters are greater than your standard fantasy orcs. Their average size is 3 meters tall, being usually fat. They are hulking masses of flesh with immense physical strength. It's normally a monster that can match a level 1 adventurer with C in his stats. N4. So taking one down as a 16-year-old teenager without fauna is a little bit of a stretch. But with these new weapons, I should be able to do it. Remember, this is a surface orc, it's weaker than the ones in the dungeon. That's why jumping a level is so incredible in Danmachi, much less 2 or more. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. It's possible but rather situational. Having an insane skill is necessary. Perhaps if you stack stats until they reach S rank multiple times, you will have a chance to do such a thing. But monsters start to catch up as you level up. Normal fighting techniques become less and less meaningful in a fight. Otherwise the Zeus and Hera family wouldn't have failed against the Black Dragon when they had a level 9 and 8 on their team. Or it could just be that the Black Dragon was such an insane monster. The forest was gloomy and silent with some mist around the place. From here on out is the territory of the orc. We will accompany you from a certain distance, so remember to scream in case something happens. Said Alia. Okay. Are there any other monsters in the area? Asked Silver. Good of you for asking, but no. The orc killed everything that is considered a threat. Said Alia as she seriously gazed at Silver. I see. So I will be going. Said Silver as he finished checking his backpack. There was no need to wish him good luck since he couldn't be more prepared. Everything there was to be asked and researched had already been done on the way. Step. After walking several dozen steps, Silver looked back and realized everyone had disappeared. He took his spear and shield and started to slowly look for the orc. Breath in and out, keep yourself calm. Silver looked at his gear. I made these, alone. Well, the magic in it was made by a joint effort of me and my grandma. Since I can't really use magic, I need a mage in order to apply magic to some objects. At least using what I currently know, there is no way for me to enchant something on my own. I should try to see if it's possible to apply magic to an object using outside sources. This isn't the attributes normal blacksmiths can apply, but something temporary like an enchantment. Blacksmith's attributes are something more complex and deep. For the shield, it's a basic impact dispersion magic, allowing me to tank stronger blows without getting hurt. For the spear, it's a simple sharpness buff. In comparison, some of the top equipment in Orario are given the attribute Durandal, making them almost indestructible. I particularly don't remember them breaking on normal circumstances. Silver continued to look around, eventually finding what he was looking for. It wasn't difficult to find it. The orc caused immense destruction everywhere. He just followed the trail. The orc was sleeping in a clearing, one that was probably made by himself. He could see a large tree trunk that it probably uses as a club. This is it. I should probably arm some traps around the place before engaging in it. Securing an escape route is also necessary. So the first thing is investigate. Many plans passed through Silver's mind as he started to move silently around the place. After investigating this place he thought, this is strange. The nest is clearly new, so there aren't that many tracks in it, however, there are signs of heavy hunting due to the small pile of bones on the side. Considering the age of this nest, this is too much food for a single orc. And orcs are lazy by nature, they will only move to hunt if they are hungry. So how is there such a large pile? Silver went around the place and investigated some more, only to find a few traces of footsteps going out of the nest. However, he was quite distant so he couldn't confirm their size in relation to the other orc. There is several possibilities, but the most likely one is there are two orcs. If this is the male, then the female left. I need to plan my next moves with this possibility in mind. But why didn't those old guys tell me about this? It took him half an hour to plant traps all around the place. Done, whispered Silver. Normally I would lure it into a poison trap, but I was prohibited from using it. The poisons I made were strong enough to kill even large monsters like the orc really fast, due to me playing around since I was small with the knowledge I acquired from this life. Years of reading books and experimenting with small things had some results. Although from the perspective of my grandma, it's nothing but playing around. But this ends up making every fight really easy, so I was tasked with defeating it without using poison, only normal mechanical traps. This removes all sorts of debuffs such as sleep powder, drugs to cause confusion, and etc. Although, I still brought the poison in case I needed it. It's right there on that tree together with some other stuff. In case things go south, I can use it to take it down. I can always try it again with another orc, however, I can only do it if I am alive. My escape route is right behind that tree as well. I can pass by a narrow passage between some trees that should be enough for me to escape from the orcs in case I need it. Time for action. Slash fwush, slash. He grabbed a rock and threw it at its balls. Slash crack, slash. Slash crunch, slash. Slash roar, slash. The orc let out a painful roar, getting up in the process. He looked around the place for his assailant before picking up on the scent of blood. He picked his wooden club and made its way towards the source of the smell. Limping. Slash sniff slash. The orc smelled the place, but it didn't detect Silver. It didn't smell him because of a special lotion he applied on his body that removes the odor. Quite sticky, but he prefers being uncomfortable to being in pain. Ki-I, screamed an animal. Goo, said the orc as he turned around and followed the smell of blood. And he found it. It was a hurt boar, right there, on his home's door. What a blessing. It lifted its massive trunk and slash squish, slash. Slash cathing, slash. The boar was turned into mush but the impact activated a trap, making several ropes bound to his legs and even neck. This wasn't a problem for the orc, it could easily get out of the ropes. The problem was the next trap, a sharp wooden spear that hit his face. Slash roar, slash. The beast screamed once more, this time with his eyeball destroyed. But it wasn't enough to kill it, even its eyeball was resistant enough to stop the spear from making all the way to its brain. Slash swush, slash. Silver took this chance while it was distracted to pierce its chest with his spear, right on the spot where the magic stone is located. Slash gug. Gurg, slash. Slash biwong, slash. It made some strange sounds before falling on the ground and exploding into dark smoke, leaving behind a large piece of green hide and a broken magic crystal. How lucky. A hide, said Silver as he smiled. But slash roar, slash. Slash swush, slash. He let his guard down for a moment. It was right at the small frame of time that another orc jumped from the bushes and swung its massive fists in his direction. Was the orc too smart or was he too unlucky? Notes. N. Yes, this does make his father a half-catman. Although his human features are more distinct. What I want to say is, even though he looks exactly like a human, if he was to have a god inspect his status, he would be labeled as a human-cat-person hybrid. A half-human. The protagonist is a full human since when a half-species mates with a human or an Amazoness the only result is either another half or the other. N. Ryu is an elf assassin whose family was obliterated in an ambush by Evolus. N. Magic uses mind to cast, and overuse can cause an individual to faint, a condition known as mind down. Wiki. N. Remember that grades start in I. 0 inch 99, I 100, 199, H 200, 299, G. Becoming progressive harder as you increase your levels. Disclaimer for new readers. You must have noticed that I don't use the standard writing style of 4 speech, 4 thoughts and blank for narration. That's because by the time I started this I didn't know much about the traditional, so I ended up keeping my style as to not mess with my pace by having to redo all of these chapters. It's not really that hard to get used to, but I also understand that as a reader, you are not forced to keep up with some author's strange writing style just because he says so. Sorry my friends. Also, if you see any sort of grammar mistake, make sure to mark it with some sort of comment so I can fix it soon. Chapter 4, The Power Within, redone. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. Silver only had time to place his round shield in front of his chest before being blown away into a tree. Slash bang, slash. Slash crack, slash. The shield had a large dent due to the impact, and his spear flew out of his hand, piercing another tree a few meters away. Arg. Huff. Huff. Calm down. Breathe in and out. Analyze the situation, slash RUORRRR, slash. Silver gazed at the orc. The second orc wasn't bigger, but it was certainly more muscular. Is this the female orc? Shit. Orc colonies exist only deeper down the mountain since all minor orc nests have been wiped out by the Cronus familia. How the fuck did it pass my grandparents? And how did it ambush me? Orcs were supposed to attack on sight. Don't tell me I was so unlucky that it appeared at the last moment. It started to run in his direction. Don't panic. Breath in and out. The orc is much less agile than you. The orc continued to run like a madman. It reached Silver and lifted its feet. Now. Screamed Silver as he moved to the side and threw scalding dust in its eyes, /GUOAR, /. The orc wailed in pain, giving enough time for Silver to run towards his spear. He picked it up and pulled it. But. Arg. It stuck in the wood. Just a little bit more. But the orc wasn't going to wait, it soon managed to get a little bit of its sight back. Spotting its target, it ran once again after it. Plan Z. Mission failed, we get it next time. The moment the orc arrived at Silver, he once again repeated the past and rolled to the side. Slash fwush, slash. The sound of the orc's fist cutting the air sounded next to his ears. Slash bang, slash. It hit the tree end. Now. He said as he ran towards his backpack. As Silver ran, he saw the broken half of his spear flying around the place and puncturing the ground in front of him. The orc also turned around and started to run after him. He never stopped running, but the orc was a little faster. At this rate, he would get to his backpack, but would he be able to take out his stuff and use it? Silver arrived at the backpack and opened it fast, taking out the topmost object. Slash bang, slash. With a flash of light, the orc was blinded, giving him enough time to turn away and run towards his escape path. Silver jumped into his escape path and continued to run. I need to buy time, the problem is the terrain. I can barely even see 5 meters ahead. Even with this escape path, I need to act as if the orc could catch up to me at any moment. It's rather difficult to move fast in these trees. But I think it's possible to just make a run towards my grandparents. But. Should I? I recovered from the previous situation, should I really just accept defeat to one orc? As he ran, the female orc recovered from the blindness and looked around for its prey. But it couldn't find it, so it started to smell around the place before finally locking into a tree. The orc walked towards the tree, and used its head to look around it. Kirk. Said the orc. It didn't find its prey, but it was close. And it slowly made its way towards another tree in the distance. Slash sniff, slash. The orc sniffed around the place. Kiki. It had found its prey. It placed its hand on the tree and looked behind it. And just like last time, a bag of dust was thrown right at its eyes. But it was prepared this time, as part of the dust was blocked by its hands. But Silver was ready as he took this chance to pierce its chest with his backup sword. Slash pierce slash. Harf. Harf. Fuck. The orc blocked the sword with its right hand. Slash bam, slash. It lifted its left uninjured hand and slapped at him. Slash fwush, slash. But Silver barely evaded it and the slap demolished a tree on the side. Slash splurge, slash. Roar. Silver took out several small knives and threw them with great proficiency towards the orc's face. However, the orc managed to block the most fatal shots. And in an awkward position, Silver was kicked away several meters. Slash thud, slash. He couldn't evade the move, it was too fast for his weak body to keep up. Arg. I definitely broke something, my internal armor can at most block 1 or 2 strikes. Where is my fucking shield? I completely forgot about it. It should have flown somewhere. Just my luck. The orc finally removed the sword from its hand and threw it backward. It fell on the tall grass where he couldn't see it. Where are those old farts? They are as unreliable as always. Said Silver in pain. I came all the way here and yet they didn't come. Okay, I didn't shout but. My damn pride. I thought I could still take this on unprepared. I made a rowdy trap and look at me. The orc walked towards him. What do I have left, slash step, slash. My weapons are broken and my bag is now a few meters away from me. I should have hit the orc with poison from the fucking start, slash step, slash. Erg. Why is my body so fucking tired? If you could at least move, slash step, slash. The closest trap is 4 meters away, my plan was to use it after hitting the orc with the knives but the fucker blocked everything. And my body doesn't have the strength to move towards it, slash step, slash. Can I cast magic? No, by the time I finish one the orc will have killed me, slash step, slash. Am I done, slash step, slash. Fuck. Slash step, slash. The orc was now right in front of him. Instead of stepping on him it went with its uninjured hand and grabbed him. URG. I am not dying like this, there must be a way. Where are those old fucks? The orc opened its mouth. I am not dying like this. Slash crackle, slash. Silver's left hand started to emit cold gases before they transformed into full-size ice spikes that left his hand at high speeds and pierced the orc's chest. Freezing it. Goo. The orc fell forward right on top of Silver, knocking him out in the process. Slash poof, slash. The orc became a large cloud of dark smoke, leaving behind a small broken crystal on his chest. Silver survived by a hair. Slash 10 seconds later, someone appeared from a bush slash. Misty, can you give him a potion? Asked Yulia as she gazed at her grandson on the ground. Sigh. Said Sappho's. He looked at the mess on the ground and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Slash tremble, slash. Soon enough, 3 others left the bushes. I told you this might have been too much. Said Lincoln as he looked around. The kid is already very impressive for being able to fight normal monsters like this, but to defeat an orc alone is already quite the feat. Only those demi-human races would be able to do it. He said. Misty went to Silver's fallen body and fed him a potion. He broke a few ribs but is overall okay. She said. He is unconscious because he used too much mind. She said. This internal armor cushioned most of the impact and made it so he didn't suffer higher damage. But that magic. So he is on mind down. Why does he always fight until he collapses? Said Sappho's. Why is he so stubborn? Asked Sappho's as he facepalmed. He could have just run away, or shouted, or if he wanted to fight, he could have used the poisons. So why did he fight with his bare hands? He asked. He didn't fight with his bare hands, he used some things. Said Alia on the side. You're the last person I want to hear this from. He is almost as reckless as you. Replied Sappho's. This damned bloodline. Humph. Said Alia as she turned around to gaze at her surroundings. In any case, it's better if we carry him out of this place, it's rather cold, and he needs some rest, if he catches a cold then his mother might collapse. Said Lincoln. Also, who is going to take the blame for this? He asked. They all turned silent before they looked at Sappho's. Why me? You are the one who is always pushing the boy around, so it makes sense it was you. Said Alia. You were also the one who insisted on using this place. Said Misty. But I. You know how hard it was to knock that orc down and release it at the right moment. Said Lincoln. I just wanted him to understand that he should never have his guard down. Sappho's didn't say anything anymore. We can discuss more of what happened on the way, and we can hear what the boy has to say later if he wishes. Said Misty as the fog became a little bit less murky. They all nodded and turned around, picking up Silver on the ground and the drop items. He woke up later at night. Thanks to the potion, his superficial wounds closed up. but there are still some bones broken. I'm alive. Phew. But how? Think. I was about to be eaten when I threw an ice bolt at the enemy. An ice bolt. He lifted his left hand and tried to feel for something, anything. Copying what he felt at that moment, his hand started to turn white as cold gas started to condense around it. It fully became white as if it was frozen solid, but he could move it as he wished. He didn't feel cold nor pain in this process. After a few seconds, the effects disappeared on their own. This is. I think I got it. But isn't this similar to plasmids? Why can I use a plasmid? Let me think. My powerful memorization and understanding came with me to this world. But I have yet to prove if that's really the case or just a happy coincidence. Even if I say that both of my bodies just coincidentally had powerful minds, that wouldn't explain the plasmids. And anyway, wasn't I supposed to be unable to use magic? There are some possibilities. The soul and the skills. If we say it came from the soul, then we need to consider just how plasmids, a biological power, something connected to genes, made its way across spacetime, into another body. Unless the soul has something to do with the physical body, not existing alone, I can't really imagine what it could be. In my past life, I tried to research the soul but to no avail. My closest discovery was a failed plasmid called Whispers of the Forgotten, or Whispers of the Dead, that allowed me to have a deceased body answer any question I wanted as long as it had its head and chest intact. But that is more biological than spiritual. As I said, it was a failed attempt. As for the skills part, I don't know how, but there is a chance my yearning for power granted me a skill that allowed me to use plasmids. A power I used for over 100 years in a previous life. But what powers the skill? Mind. My body can't use it, it always goes haywire when I try. Unless I was born with this power, so this can't be considered magic but more of an exclusive ability that is powered by mind. Yes. There is a chance this skill came with my birth, or that it manifested but remained sealed while I grew up. If that's the case, then this skill does not need fauna to operate. But it needs an energy source nevertheless. The only thing I can think of is the mind used in casting spells. But it's obvious why this is strange. So I have a theory for this, it's either a skill that changed my body, or my body was changed in order to fit it. It's one way or another. Depending on the order, this skill's origin might change drastically. If it came with my birth or if it came from my training and longing. It has to be one of the two. But enough of this. Let's see what I can do. He imagined the teleportation plasmid, the one that allowed him to teleport to places he had already been before. His hand glowed and started to get translucent before it suddenly stopped. What happened? And I fell unconscious. 1 hour later. Silver woke up with an intense headache. What? Oh. I remember now. Even in Rapture, this plasmid took a lot of energy to use. Perhaps I should start with the most basics. Telekinesis. He pointed his right hand towards a book and it trembled a bit before moving slightly. This was repeated several times until the book almost fell on the floor. And he was once again left with a headache. Yet. Haha. It works. Silver happily smiled, knowing his future had just changed. He couldn't be happier. Silver just didn't care about the pain on his body and just continued to laugh. Grandma Misty entered the room and saw him laughing. She had a weird expression on her face. Did you break your head or something, boy? It's just that. I did it. Her stiff face revealed a smile. She went close to me and kissed my head before saying, You gave us a scare, young man. Don't try to use magic like that again, okay? Although it was that old bag of bones' fault for not paying attention and allowing another orc to mess with your trial. Question mark. I think she is misunderstanding something here. Good for me, I don't want them to find out about this magic for now. Until I properly figure this out, only then I can seek their help. I don't know very well what's happening but I'm sure it's not Grandpa's fault. But I, at the very least, want some vacation from training. That's obvious. You broke several bones, your mother almost fell stiff on the ground. Ha. She is just like Ling when he was younger. His grandpa Lington, her husband. Take a rest now, I am going to bring some food for you since you must be starving. She said that as she walked to the door, before stopping and saying. And after that, you are going to take a shower, you smell. She opened the door and left. There's nothing I can do about that. Wait. I can use that. As soon as she left, and his headache got better, he decided to try it. /. His left hand got green as small wind currents started to blow from it. Wind bath. Pointing his hand towards his body and controlling the strange power, made the wind pass through all of his body, cleaning and carefully removing any dirt in it. and making his head hurt a little. All of the dejects were concentrated into a ball flying in the air. Silver swung his hand to the side, and all of it was thrown into the window towards the back garden. Wuck. It worked. Do I really have all of the plasmids with me? What about ambrosia? Is it with me too? That would mean I can use all plasmids with full freedom. I need to do some experimentation. Silver laid there in bed, testing and training his plasmids, stopping only when his head hurt or when it was time to eat and sleep. And the occasional bathroom. A week later, he was ready for action. All thanks to the potions from his grandma. Potions might not be miraculous enough to bring you from the brink of death, with some exceptions, but they have excellent long-term effects. At least the ones grandma makes. If she knew healing magic, then I would have been back to action much quicker. That's why people with healing magic are so valuable. In this world, where people have a limit to how much magic they can learn, never being able to go beyond it, unless they have a special magic. Someone who can heal you on the fly is of utmost priority. There are some exceptions to this rule, like Lafia's elf ring that allows her to use all of the elf's magic. That's a lot. This number can be increased by using a grimoire, but never beyond 3. Of course, a magic never stays the same, it can change and evolve through training, but large changes are difficult to come by. That's why healing magic is so useful. Imagine someone who has 3 magics, one that can mass buff your team, one that can mass debuff one team, and one that can heal everyone. On an expedition with hundreds of people, this single person is akin to an entire team at the end of the day. This is only an example, of course. I wonder how this power would be classified. Would it be magic, or a skill? Perhaps I have a skill and the plasmid's powers are its magic. I can think about that later. Let's try my power now that I have full privacy. As I said earlier, I just felt it would be too much of a shock and I might have to explain some things. I will think about the concept of sharing later. In front of Silver was a large rock, his target that Silver is going to beat for the next few years probably. Let's start with the most basic ones. His hand turned slightly dark blue, with the veins glowing a fluorescent blue. Small blue crystals started to grow out of it, creating lighting bolts between them. He pointed his hand forward and a lighting bolt left it. /POO/. But it hit the ground. It was only powerful enough to hit the grass on his feet. This was expected. During the week I tested many variations, and they were all weaker than normal and more imprecise. Practice greatly reduced the imprecision, but the cost of mind is still significantly greater. Perhaps more training might solve this issue. Next one is Devil Kiss. His hand started to burn, the skin started to boil and the bones appeared. A fireball just big enough to fit into his hand started to form. Silver threw it forward just like a baseball. /pop/. With a rather disappointing sound, it exploded on the rock just like a firecracker, burning it slightly. Silver's hand returned to normal as if everything was an illusion. He tested the other similar elemental abilities like Poseidon's Trident and Wind Slice, but they all achieved the same result, nothing. But I am only a normal human without fauna, and this magical ability does not have a cast time like most magics. So it's normal to be weak. As long as I can make Houdini's door, I don't think there will be someone more valuable than me in Orario. One thing is to heal others, but what if you could just flee whenever and wherever you wanted? Both are good, but the second one is much more practical. But there is the dungeon itself. Would such abilities work inside there? Questions and more questions. Questions that my grandparents can't help me with. Soon it will be time for me to leave. As soon as I master these I will go to Orario. Enough fooling around. There are 11-year-old adventurers stronger than me at this point. Even younger ones if you look well enough. Different species have different aging processes. But the norm here is that a 14 to 15-year-old is already an adult. Although most adults would probably still call them children. N1. I am going to bring my training up a few notches. At most I will be in Orario in 2 years. 2 years before the start of the series. If things proceed to go on as in the series, that should be a decent amount of time to settle myself. /bong bang/. A loud bell sound came from behind Silver. This was his mother's way of calling him when Silver went to train in the mountains. Time to go. The seasons came and went and snow came, then it went away bringing back the heat. A boy was seen traveling in the gentle breeze of autumn. He didn't have anything on him apart from a long sword on his waist. He walked on the side road, not going too fast nor too slow. If you looked closely, you could see mist gathering on his feet. He had a carefree expression as if walking alone on the road wasn't troubling in the least. This mountain path is supposed to be faster but... He looked to the precipice on his right and to the dilapidated road. How is anyone supposed to pass through here? When was the last time this was properly maintained? It's no wonder Orario has so many broken ruins. The big familias probably don't care at all about the overall infrastructure outside of the city. Or perhaps their plate is so full that they can't bring themselves to care. /Fluash/X. From above him, several men in different armor slid from the mountain wall. A bandit attack. Aren't they afraid of falling towards their deaths? I could be mistaken, let me check. Give us all of your valuables. Screamed one of the bandits. Yup, bandits. I shouldn't waste too much time here. Silver pointed his left hand at the ground where they were supposed to stop sliding and waited. The moment they got to the bottom he snapped his fingers and the ground turned into ice. What? Instant cast magic. Screamed one of the bandits. One of them panicked and started to roll down the mountain, the other two just continued to slide towards their deaths. Their leader, however, quickly jumped from the slope in order to avoid slipping to her death. She jumped perfectly, trying to get back on the road. That's one way of doing it, said Silver. His right hand became translucent with a green aura around it as he used telekinesis on the flying bandit, stopping her right in the air. Wait. Let's reconsider this. She pleaded. She knew she was fucked, so she had to negotiate for her life. How? Asked Silver. All of the money those guys collected over the years. And how much is that? 1 million valis. This is disregarding all of the equipment as well. That is quite a value. Yes. Just let me down and I want to go home. Who did I provoke this time? But I am not interested in money. Bye. Silver swiped my hand to the side, throwing her in the abyss. She committed and participated in many crimes, no doubt. No need to feel guilty. No, wait. Aya. She should have been at least a level 2 considering the strength of that jump. But she was clearly one of the worst ones. To be level 2 and be here can only mean she is the trash of society. A level 2 could make money easily on the upper floors of the dungeon. She is most likely afraid of doing so. As he said that, several weapons and items started to float towards him. A combination of Franklin's demise that removes all of the user equipment, and telekinesis to bring the items back to him. Silver started to go over the loot. Nothing great, several 10,000 valis, some daggers, swords, light armors, and a decent claymore. This should all be about 50,000 valis. Good enough, I guess. N2. Considering that a group of 5 decent level 1 adventures can make 23 to 26,000 valis per day, this is pretty decent money. Well, back to the chest. His right hand turned into something akin to a shadow as it devoured the items, sending them towards a special storage space. Storage magic exists, although it's super rare. Rarer than healing magic. He deposited the items. Before entering his inventory, a small map fell from inside one of the sword's hilts, hitting the ground. Oh, said Silver in surprise as he read the map. It was a map with a value in it, 100k valis. It seems that the bandits were looking for some hidden treasure but decided to rob someone on the way. How unfortunate. Trying to lie to me. Ha. Silver turned around and continued on his way. No stopping until Arario. Several hours later, Wow. It's even more impressive from here. I can't even see the top. I thought it only had 50 floors. It was the Babel Tower, the trademark of Arario, a massive tower that reaches the clouds. Perhaps it only has 50 floors and the rest is just stone leading towards the skies. If I can see it, then I must be close. Full speed ahead. He started to run faster and faster, his eagerness was as clear as the blue sky. Notes. N. I don't know much about it, but I will assume that people become adults earlier in Danmachi than in the normal world, since their 14 to 15-year-olds look much older than they should, but this can be associated with anime and manga overall style. N. One can buy materials for one meal at 50 valis, and a more expensive meal at a bar for 300 valis. Bell's first dagger cost 3,600 valis, his first armor cost 5,000 valis, and a lowest rank potion costs 500 valis. Small notes. For those who forgot, ambrosia was this supreme gene tonic created by himself in his past life that immensely augmented his body, granting him an enhanced body strong enough to become a god. But he used it too late and its effects were greatly reduced, so he only lived until his 130s. The tonic pretty much gave him free reign to the uses of plasmids, so if there was one whose main purpose was to create a fireball, he could change it to make it a fire spear, or a firewall. But some of the changes could bring instability or just be harder to use. He also couldn't use two powers at the same time because of the extreme changes. He could, however, study them and combine them into a single power. Lafia's Elf Ring explanation. Elf Ring is a summon burst that allows Lafia to use any magic used by an elf so long as she knows the chant and effects of said magic. It uses mind for the summon burst and for the magic used. If the elf whose magic she's using has the development ability Mage, the color of her own magic circle will change to match theirs while she's using their magic. Wiki. If this isn't OP, then I don't know what is. I don't know exactly, but the size of Babel has never been confirmed. The tower has 50 floors, but the depiction in the anime easily tells much more. And since we never saw its peak in the novel images, I will go with the iteration the MC thought about. If you are confused about some explanation, in particular, magic, please feel free to ask questions. Disclaimer for new readers. You must have noticed that I don't use the standard writing style of 4 speech, 4 thoughts and blank for narration. That's because by the time I started this I didn't know much about the traditional, so I ended up keeping my style as to not mess with my pace by having to redo all of these chapters. It's not really that hard to get used to, but I also understand that as a reader, you are not forced to keep up with some author's strange writing style just because he says so. Sorry, my friends. Also, if you see any sort of grammar mistake, make sure to mark it with some sort of comment so I can fix it soon. Chapter 5, Orario, redone. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. / a few more hours of running, / Silver finally arrived at the bottom of the mountain path. He was now very close to the walls. Phew. That took longer than expected. Silver snapped his fingers and a blue wave started to wash his body, throwing all of the fatigue away. Much better. Of course, I would never use magic around others, since I eventually kept it a secret even from his family. With the exception of Misty, my grandmother. But she didn't have a clue about what it was, saying it was probably a unique skill / magic. She also told me to keep it a secret from everyone except those I fully trust. The gods were never brought into the conversation since it's common knowledge that they can access their familia's information easily. At least I managed to test its power against normal magic, and considering it had decent results against a reliably powerful mage, I think this unique power of mine is truly good. She also designed a training schedule for me, one of the reasons I progressed so fast. And thanks to that, I had only needed to train for about 2 years until I was satisfied. It wasn't exactly 2 years, the protag is currently 17 if you are curious. More on that later. Now before Silver was Orario's massive gates and massive entry lines. Everyone wanted to get access to the city, and there were also many leaving the city on a daily basis. But entry is not as easy as you imagine. The city has many enemies, including the Ares Familia who constantly attack the city, failing every time. So they need to check the identity of everyone who enters the city. And for Silver, that was easy since his parents became members of an agricultural familia that was allied with the city. This happened a few years ago. So his identity was quite easy to prove. But the lines, said Silver as he gazed at the long lines. This is going to take a while. Half an hour later, An elf girl with dark circles approached Silver. She was wearing a black vest and pants with a white-colored long-sleeve shirt with a cloak. It was a variation of the standard guild employee's uniform. One made for winter since it was getting a little chilly. What is the guild? That's a long story, but let's make it short. The guild is an organization that manages familias within Orario and provides services to adventurers. They are the government in a sense. They rule Orario. The entire economy of the city is based around them, and all of the gods respect and approve of it. To find the reason we would have to go back nearly 1,000 years, but it's unimportant for now. The main goal of the guild is to manage the monster threat created in the dungeon. Aside from this, the guild buys magic stones, dropped loot, adventurer-created maps of the dungeon, and some other things. It also provides weapons and armor to new adventurers who are just starting out. The guild is in fact, an organization created by the first god to descend, Arenas. Excuse me. Are you a merchant, a new citizen, a registered adventurer, or none of the above? She said tiredly. I should be classified as a new citizen, I imagine. Replied Silver. Then please go towards that line over there. She said as she pointed towards Silver's left. Thank you, miss. Said Silver as he did a small bow and left. She didn't even look at him and went towards the next one in the line. Silver could help her with her fatigue, but that would reveal his magic, so he did a human specialty. Not care. Silver arrived in his now much smaller line and waited. It didn't take long for another girl to approach him. This time it was a very short girl with brown hair. By the looks of it, she was a Palom. N1. She was wearing the same guild clothing, showing she was a member of the guild. Hello, miss. Silver said to her. Oh. That's quite rare. Normally someone would comment on my height first before anything else. She said with a small smile. Paloms have an average height of about 110 centimeters. Perfect for Lulicons. Miss, you are pretty tall for a Palom though. She was around 125 centimeters. And who told you I was a Palom? She said with anger in her eyes. You aren't. Then accept my apologies. Better not create trouble just when I got here. She opened her mouth to say something, but seeing his sincere face she stopped and said awkwardly. "Ha. You are among the few who did not get embarrassed when I did this little show," she said with an awkward smile. "So it will be pretty simple. Identity and name." Silver complied and gave her some papers from his backpack he took out from the storage space prior to reaching the gates. "You are from Jayam village? In the north?" she asked. "No, I am from Gert village, slightly northeast, close to the Cielo forest." "Pretty terrible way to test me, lady." "All right. Everything seems fine, the bulb didn't light up. Just some questions before I can let you go." "Sure. Your age?" 17, turning 18 at the new year. 1st of January. "You look older than I expected," she said as she analyzed Silver's face again. He was indeed very handsome, with his dark hair and silver eyes. "Image? I am just mature," replied Silver with a beautiful smile. The girl was stunned for a second before she coughed and continued. "Parents' names? Marcus Eska and Rubia Eska. Are you from a familia?" "No." "Then please go to the closest guild branch if you are considering becoming an adventurer." "Do you have combat experience?" "Yes, I do." "What kind of?" she asked. "I used to hunt monsters near my village with my family, from goblins to orcs." She nodded as she checked the truth device. It didn't react at all. "I once hunted a silverback near my village." Silence. The truth device did not trigger. The girl was about to continue with her questions when. "Ha ha ha. You kid. Hunted a silverback. A monster rivaling a decent level 2 adventurer," said a more robust man behind Silver. "Yeah," said Silver. "Thankfully I didn't say I hunted a wyvern. These people are so petty. You asked and I answered." Ha ha ha. Look at him trying to impress the girl. "Hey. There is no need for this, you know," she whispered to me. "Even though he defeated a silverback, it should have been with his family's help. This rude bastard over here is a level 1 adventurer though. I wouldn't feel good by causing trouble to this boy." Sigh. "Just write whatever you wish on that damn paper." Ha ha ha. He doesn't even have the balls to admit it. Look, everyone. This guy. Don't he has anything better to do? He and his friends started laughing at Silver. Silver ignored them. "No need to cause unnecessary trouble, even more, when I just arrived. Go home, you country bumpkin. You still smell your mother's tits." Ha ha ha. Laughed the scoundrels. Hashtag. "Now, it's personal. Is there any problem with me initiating a fight in the waiting lines?" asked Silver towards the girl. Sigh. "Depending on the scale and reason you will pay a fine. But I don't recommend it," said the girl. "It will be fast, just keep writing what I told you," he said while he went to the guy. "Oh. Look at him. At least you have the balls to come at me, brat. But I must say, I am a certified level 1 adventurer. So piss off." Silver just kept walking towards him. Puffed. He spit on the ground. He just shrugged his shoulders at his friends and walked to me. "Let's keep this short, consider it a welcome to Orario," he said as he cracked his knuckles. "Yeah. Thank you for welcoming me, trash. What did you say?" "I was planning to leave you with only minor bruises, but I think a broken nose will fit perfectly in a delicate face." He rushed towards Silver at a surprising speed. Wow. He went from 0 to 40 km/h just like that. Falna is truly incredible. The moment he went close to Silver, he kicked a rock in front of his feet, hitting the adventurer's balls. Slash crunch, slash. All of the men around him closed their legs at the sight. "Oh!" he screamed. As he bent his back, Silver picked him by his hair and gave him a good knee to the face. Slash crunch, slash. The man fell on the floor, his face bleeding. "I think a broken nose looks much more fitting on you though." He went back to the Palom girl and asked. "Next question." As if nothing had happened. "You bastard. You think you can?" His friends went ballistic. "What is happening here?" said a guard as he approached. He looked at the guild girl and at the people on the ground, then finally at me. He created an image in his head about this man trying to show off to the girl by punching some low-level adventures. Even though he looked cool right now, as a guard, he had to punish him. "Those guys were causing trouble, but it has already been resolved," said the small girl in embarrassment, slash crack, slash. Like glass, the situation the guard imagined shattered. Okay. Said the guard in shock. Is she protecting him? Did he successfully charm her? I see. I will take them to detention then, excuse me. said the guard as he tried to flee from his embarrassment. Unfortunately, the guard did not have enough authority to ask further, so he could only continue to proceed with his job while looking at me in amazement. He and some other guards picked the adventurer up and dragged them against their will to a small entrance to the side of the wall. So, are there any more questions? Yes. Yes. Let's continue. She looked slightly out of the norm now. You said you killed a silverback, do you have any proof? Isn't the truth device on your wrist enough? In any case, here. He showed her the white vest he was wearing below his cloak. In order to make one of these, you need at least 2 silverback pelts, but the chance of one dropping is already very small, even on the surface, meaning he killed several of them. He could have bought one, but getting one was the hard part. Of course, he could have been lucky and killed a single one and that one dropping a bigger pelt, but that's unlikely. Here are the magic stones. In case that wasn't enough. Now, magic stones are something else, since it's considered illegal to trade them. Although this law is quite lax outside of Orario. Thank you. She said. Silver nodded. I don't really care if she believes me or not, but it would be bad for his reputation if I was branded a liar the moment I got here. She analyzed it with a small glass bubble before giving the stone back to me. They're real. The adventurers were open-mouthed. Although some had already come to this conclusion the moment they realized the truth device didn't sound. Are your parents adventurers? Yes. I see. She started to imagine the situation, 2 strong parents giving their son a little help in exterminating a strong monster. Level 1 farmer, from the Demeter familia. They joined not too long ago. This is another agricultural familia. Puffed. Say that from the beginning. She seemed slightly pissed, it was quite cute considering she didn't even reach his chest. I was 184 centimeters currently. And I will probably grow a little more. Are there any more questions? No. You are free to go. She said as she gave me a certificate. It was a blank piece of paper with a golden stamp on it. Thank you, and sorry for the trouble. I did a slight nod and made my way to the entrance. The girl was still a little stunned as she thought, until... Wait. I didn't ask whose familia he is planning to go to. My chance. Guild staff is always looking for promising adventurers to become advisors of, since training a famous adventurer will significantly boost their salary. Papers, please. Said the guard. Silver gave him his papers, you could even see that the paint was still drying off. Okay, pass. Remember to go to the guild if you are planning to become an adventurer. You can also buy maps and information there. Thank you. With a nod, I took my first step into Orario. The northern entrance was bustling with activity, many stores were filled with traveling supplies. They all had the emblem of the Loki familia on their doors. Orario has 4 major entrances in the 4 cardinal directions, and 2 minor entrances reserved for adventurers and merchants to import and export products. Of course, those entrances are only for those already registered in Orario. New people and organizations need to pass through the major gates. This doesn't mean they have a free pass in and out of the city. Such luxury is reserved for the big and trustworthy familia, like the Loki familia. These entrances are only there to decrease the lines in the 4 major gates. There are 4 roads that directly connect the 4 main gates to the middle of Orario, Babel, and 4 more in order to improve locomotion around the city, dividing it into 8 identical sections. Or districts if you wish. Different familias live in each of these sections, but they each have a ruler. The city's current strongest familius is both the Loki and Freya familius. For example, the Hephaestus familia occupies a rather big area of a district with all of the workshops under their name. They even have shops from floors 4 to 8 in the Babel Tower. Although I don't know if they are exclusive just to their workshops. And the Ishtar familia occupies an entire district. The Red Light District. You could say they have the biggest area owned in Orario. The major roads are normally filled with stores and inns, but the start of the northern road wasn't. Very close to the northern gate was Loki familia's headquarters. So many of the establishments around it were made to support it. Potion shops, herb shops, etc. And this place is also considered its private grounds, so all inns are of high quality. Meaning they are expensive. But merchants will pay nevertheless if it means keeping their prestige. And they will receive protection from the familia, the second strongest in Orario. So it's a worthwhile deal. I wonder when I will meet a member of their familia. Said Silver as he went down the wide road. His destination was obviously the guild. He needed a map and a recommendation for an inn. If possible, he would even buy a house. I also need to get some currency. I acquired many magic stones during my years outside, my grandparents were the same. They also had a lot of money from when they were adventurers. Even if it's only a fraction of what they once had, it's still more than enough to buy a decent house. If I sell all of the stones I should have around 3.6 million valis. This is enough to buy a house and some good equipment. Even for level 3 standards. However, I doubt I would be able to get one from the get-go. During his walk, he saw elves, humans, dwarves, cow people, cat people, multiple types of demi-humans. He probably even saw some gods. But they only release a weak divine aura most of the time. So, unfortunately, due to the crowd, he didn't recognize one. In a city with more than 1 million citizens, it is difficult to keep track of singular people. There must be hundreds of gods with several members in the familia each. But even so, that's only several thousand people. Even bigger familia like Hephaestus only have around several thousand members. Since it was getting late, Silver had to stop at a side inn, and the guild doesn't open its doors to low-level adventures and below at this time. It isn't favoritism, it's a lack of personnel. So they prioritize adventurers who are returning from the dungeon late at night. The stronger ones. The guild is very strict in its recruiting, otherwise, there wouldn't be a shortage of personnel. The inn wasn't anything special, just what you would imagine. The first floor was kinda like a restaurant. The rooms were on the second floor. He paid 200 valis for a night's meal and a bath. Plus the amount he spent on a room, this was quite a fair deal overall. Next day Silver woke up to the sound of people working and running around the place. The bed was quite mediocre, but he guessed this is normal since this is an average inn. Maintaining a balance between price and comfort was never easy. After putting on his clothes and the magic stones in the bag, Silver went downstairs. He couldn't just pull it out from his storage space. For obvious reasons. And he can't sell all of the stones at once since it would be slightly suspicious, but he can slowly sell the stones over time. He went down the stairs to the first floor in order to eat breakfast. It was some strange meat with white bread, some vegetables, and what he imagined to be milk as a drink. Slurp. Yeah, it's milk. He said. It was pretty decent, not gonna lie. But incomparable to what he could eat at home. Perhaps if the cook pays more attention when cooking this would become pretty good. But, cooking for several clients at once isn't easy. Creak. After getting up and brushing his teeth in the bathroom sink, Silver left the inn. N2. This inn has a good position, being in between the North Road and the guild. It's also close to the dungeon, around an hour of walking. If he were to pay for a long-term stay he would be able to get a room for 150 to 190 valis a day. It must be a pain to be a member of the Loki Familia, having to walk all the way from the top of the Northern Road until Babel every time they want to raid a dungeon. It's 1 to 2 hours of walking while carrying armor and supplies, and you can't use horses inside the city unless you have a special permit. He asked a nearby civilian the way to the guild and continued on his way. "You fucker!" screamed someone on the other side of the road. Silver turned around to see what was happening. It was a human pointing at a handsome elf in undergarments. On his side was a beautiful cat girl, also in undergarments. "I don't like where this is going. Is this how you repay me, fine? After I save your life 3 times in the dungeon, bring you to my house to treat your wounds, and go to the dungeon to make money to pay for the treatment, you repay me by sleeping with my wife?" The elf didn't look that perturbed. In fact, he looked as if he expected this situation. "It's not our fault, Roby, it was just the moment and some alcohol." The moment. Alcohol. You entered his house to heal or to party. And you. How could you do this? The human seemed distressed as he looked towards his wife. "This is Frederick." The cat girl seemed a little embarrassed, not too much though. "I will say it then. Frederick, me, and Lee have been in a relationship for the past year. It's all because you are a useless piece of shit that can't level up. You stayed at level 1 for almost 5 years now. I am already level 3 on my way to level 4. Lawyer is level 2, almost 3 herself. You can't do anything in the dungeons anymore, much less give what she deserves with that meager pay. You are holding her back with your meager talent. You didn't even hold a proper marriage because you didn't have the money. Now. Get the fuck out of my house. You. He seemed to be about to burst. But instead of attacking he just passed out on the floor from anger. "Heh. Truly trash," he said. The Catwoman showed a look of disgust to the human before following the elf towards the house. "Such a slut," said a guy on the side. "What a gold digger." Silver was surprised. This would be a top-tier drama. Damn. Poor guy, he should have just left the elf behind, although I am between him finding out his wife was a bitch earlier than suffering for another guy later. Said a man on his side. "Damn straight," Silver said out loud as he gazed at the guy on the side. He had golden eyes and shoulder-length light brown hair. He was wearing a piece of medium armor covering the chest, shoulder, and some parts of his legs and arms. He had a spear on his back. He also had furry ears. He was a beastman. What a bad way to start the day, being reminded that you can't even trust your friends for some stuff, no. He said. It was also the guy's fault for choosing such a terrible wife and friend. I replied. That's right, but that isn't something we can control sometimes. People change over time, be it for the better or for the worse. He said. So the safe option is to just not have a girlfriend? I asked. If only I could say yes. Unfortunately, I already have someone I love, and I damn fucking pray that a situation like this never happens to me. Amen, brother. What is amen? He asked, confused. It's a word from my homeland for agreement, said Silver. Oh. Then amen it is. I see you are a new adventurer, right? He asked. Yes, I am just going to the guild. He looked up and down at me but noticed I didn't have any equipment. But he didn't scoff at Silver at all. If you have the money, make sure to buy a piece of chest armor. It saved the lives of many newbies in the past. A spear is also good at the start. But the most important thing is to try and build a party. If you have money left, be sure to buy a potion. They can be quite pricey to newcomers, but they can and will most likely save your life one day. If you can, then you can try to prepare yourself for the future by raising stats related to your future profession. Like dexterity and agility for a spearman. He said honestly. He probably thinks I am a country bumpkin. I actually am one, but. Thank you for the tip, said Silver as he extended his hand to him. It's nothing. Name's Cruise Bustle. Hope I see you around often. I am Silver, Melios Silver. Is that because of your eyes? Well, silver is indeed a rare eye color to have. Until next time, Silver. Silver gave him a nod and they parted ways. At the same time, the man named Frederick had just recovered his consciousness. He promised to improve himself and marched towards the dungeon. Unfortunately, the elf had everything planned and he was in for a bad time. As for Silver, he continued on his way to the guild, finally reaching it after another hour of walking in multiple streets. It's a pretty fancy place, he said as he looked at the rustic yet stylish building. Notes. N. Just like humans but short, not dwarfs, they are considered demi-humans and are just like humans in the sense they are considered the weakest race. But they can see very well, being able to even see in the dark. N. Yes, Orario has a perfectly functional sewer system, although not everyone has access to warm water. It is rather expensive to set up plumbing. Disclaimer for new readers. You must have noticed that I don't use the standard writing style of 4 speech, 4 thoughts and blank for narration. That's because by the time I started this I didn't know much about the traditional, so I ended up keeping my style as to not mess with my pace by having to redo all of these chapters. It's not really that hard to get used to, but I also understand that as a reader, you are not forced to keep up with some author's strange writing style just because he says so. Sorry, my friends. Also, if you see any sort of grammar mistake, make sure to mark it with some sort of comment so I can fix it soon. Chapter 6, Beginning, Redone. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. Silver gazed at the guild and thought. Being realistic, not everyone would have the patience to go to the guild every day after risking their lives in the dungeon. That's why there are multiple branches of it all around the city, and why there is an exchange booth right above the dungeon. It's just that I don't know any other branch apart from the main building. He made his way inside. Saying it was beautiful was an understatement. The ground was made purely out of an unknown glossy stone. The walls had a mix of stonework with wood of high quality. Right in front of him were multiple booths where people were talking and discussing with the members of the guild. To his right was a large notice board, probably where quests are posted, and to his left are the exchange booths. The ceiling was beautifully decorated with paintings of people Silver can't really recognize. Probably heroes and gods that had already passed on. The booths had wooden walls decorated with many carvings in order to hide the identity of the guild employee behind it. They had a small hole in them in order to allow the exchange. Bigger exchanges must be made in special booths since the crystals can get bigger than a chicken on deeper grounds. It was necessary to hide the employee identity since adventurers can get pretty pissed off when they didn't get the amount of money they expected from a day of adventuring. How is it just this much? Screamed someone on the side. Just like now. In one of the exchange places, one of the adventurers, clearly out of his mind, banging his hand at the small shelf, but the shelf resisted somehow. It's clearly reinforced with some high-level stuff. Adventurer, you offered 9 kobolds, 15 killer ants magic stones, 5 frog shooters and 6 goblins. The total of the exchange is about 390 valis per kobold, 400 valis per killer ant, 530 valis per frog shooter and 330 per goblin. For a total of 3,510 plus 6,000 plus 2,650 plus 1980 is equal to 14,140 valis. Said the person behind the counter. They're low-level monsters. Pretty decent. What is he complaining about? A team of 5 decent level 1 adventurers can only do around 2 times that in a day. No. This can't be. After an entire day of hunting with a team. Damn, either his luck is terrible or his team is trash. N1. Silver ignored the men since it was his turn on the line. Good morning. How can I help you? Said the red-haired wolf girl. Her red hair reached all the way to her waist, she had a pair of wolf ears in her head, her eyes were golden, but she had that stoic disposition. Good morning. I am new in Orario, so I was told to come here and acquire some information and papers. I also need to sell some surface magic stones. A new citizen. Are you planning on becoming an adventurer? That's the plan after I properly settle in. For now, I'm focused on gaining information about the dynamics of the city. Someone with a good mind. That's rare in adventurers. Please don't take this as an offense. It's nothing, really. She turned around and went to a desk a few meters behind her and bowed down to pick some papers. Her long red tail swayed around the place, hypnotizing the guys that looked at her swaying hips. What an ass. Focus. Silver recovered his sanity and started to read some of the pamphlets on the counter. Most were just advertisements, nothing interesting, but there were some recruiting notices. While he read the pamphlets, the girl came back with some papers. Here, sign this here, and by paying 10,000 valis you can gain the temporary citizen permit, allowing you to access the minor gates. In order to gain permanent residency in the city, you need to gain the approval of at least 2 guild members or live in the city for an entire year with a clear background. Okay. He did as she asked and paid the money. She picked the papers and checked to see if everything was all right. You have quite a good calligraphy, quite rare among normal citizens. She seemed a bit suspicious. My grandmother was a mage and she was very strict. He told her a bit about his life in the village. Everything checks out. For the stones, you can bring them to the counter, just remember that the prices are considerably lower due to the reduced amount of magic in them. Are you fine with that? It's not me who makes the exchange value, so I have to go with it. Good. I am sick of having to deal with nonsensical people. I will pick the Familia book for you to read and search for a proper Familia. Just remember to not take too long reading it since there are others who want it. He gave her a nod and went to the exchange counter. Hello, how can I help you? Said a sweet feminine voice from the other side. Hello. I have some magic stones I acquired on the surface and I would like to exchange them for valis. I also have some monster drops. Please just deposit them on the shelf hole, please. He opened his backpack and picked a green pouch. It was filled with over 100 goblin magic stones. Next, he took 3 pouches, one for the kobolds, one for the small forest lizards, and the final one for rocky moles. N2. Finally, he finished the goblin, so he took a small bag with the stones from another monster. See you, customer. Can you slow down a little? Said the girls from behind the counter, panicking a little. Of course. After a few seconds, she replied. Okay, please continue. May I ask how you acquired so many magic stones? I did so over the years. I used to have more but they naturally degraded. I used to hunt for any sort of monster in the forest and mountain with my grandfather. Notes. So you have prior monster hunting experience? Yes. I hunted goblins, kobolds, orcs, jungle lizards, stone fishes. As he said that, he deposited the stones he acquired over the years into the hole. Most of them since there was still a small quantity on his inventory. After several minutes of slowly depositing the stones, he stopped. Is it over, mister? Said the girl on the other side, tired. Yes. Thank the gods. The small monsters are over, I mean. I still hunted some bigger ones. He picked the crystals from the silverbacks, wyverns. Those didn't really fit in a pouch, so he stacked them up in a big sack. N3. He placed the final magic stone on the counter. That was the last of it. Just wait a minute, customer. She said with a tired voice. Some of the adventurers and guild personnel looked in his direction with pity, not at Silver, but at the girl making the calculations. Okay. The final amount will be. I still have the drop items. Said Silver as he picked the pouch where the small fangs, nails, and such items were. This isn't all that I have since his backpack only has that much space, he will eventually sell everything. Slash thump, slash. He heard something hitting the wood from the other side. Are you okay, miss? Asked Silver said to her. Yes, customer. Thank you for your care. Her voice was now considerably rougher. The final amount will be. Silver waited for her to speak. No more items. She asked. That was all. Finally. The amount is roughly 1 million valis. Go to the notes for more information on why. Okay. Seems about right. In the dungeon, finding a monster is normal. But on the surface, it would be rather difficult to find one. Plus the magic stones are worth less. This is also due to my own consumption. In order to fuel my understanding of magic and other crafts, many magic crystals were sacrificed in experiments. Some were even used in order to improve living conditions in the village. Otherwise, I would have many more. The guild holds a monopoly in the magic crystal industry inside Orario, but not in the rest of the world. So it's pretty normal to sell the stones collected on the surface to merchants, although there is the thing of being paid in other forms of coins. Which I obviously didn't bring, since I would have to convert them and blah blah. It's much better to just leave them with my family since they will make better use of it. This brings my total wealth to 1.2 million, after I sell the extra equipment on my inventory plus the rest of the items I should easily surpass 2 million. And they say making money is hard. Of course, when you have a family of second-class adventurers to help you, it would be pretty easy to make several million valis. How would you like to receive the money? She asked. Give me a tenth in small coins for day-to-day use and the rest in big coins. She gave him one small sack containing 9 coins worth 100k each, and one big sack with dozens of coins. Thank you. It's nothing. Next time, please go to the bigger booth if you have a high amount of items to sell. Also, please don't come back, she said in a sweet tone. Silver stayed there, stunned, but he soon smiled. See you soon, he said as he turned around, not waiting for her reply. He went back to the red-haired werewolf and picked up the book. From there, he sat in one of the padded chairs and started to read. It was a thick book with several thousand pages, each one with several gods and goddesses, explaining their main roles and strength. The book even covered gods outside of Orario. There are many types of familia, from exploration types that focus on dungeon delving to manufacturing familias that develop and create items. He wanted an exploration type familia, so that he could continually fight in the dungeon. But it's not like manufacturing familia don't have their own raid groups. They need materials after all. Silver needs a goddess he could trust and show his skills to. But gods can be deceiving sometimes. Hestia is a perfect choice, but she should only descend 2 years in the future. Too much time wasted waiting. Loki is the second best option, but they are an elite family. It's almost impossible for a no-name like him to enter their familia when they aren't recruiting. Unless I show my worth. Their next recruiting is next year. I would have to wait for 1 to 2 months. Some of their policies aren't really to my liking either. They are also a bit too big. But without Fauna I can't level up, in fact, I can't even have a skill. A lot of effort would be thrown down the drain. N4. More on this when I start to explain levels. If only I could level up by myself. He stayed there reading through the pages for the next 2 hours before closing the book in wonder. Silver was simply stumped by the vast number of gods and their rich history. So many gods. From all sorts of religions. I know that they were based on real gods in the original series, but this is the real world. Is it just a super coincidence, or could there be a bigger factor behind it? He got up and went to the line one more time. But he was suddenly called by a pink-haired girl on the side. Hey you there. The handsome boy with the killer book. She looked young, about 18 years old. She had a slightly mischievous look on her face. She was wearing the guild's standard clothing. Did you call me, miss? Yep. Rose told me you had the brick with you. Right here. He dropped it on her hands, but she surprisingly picked it up without even flinching. Be careful who you make fun of here in Orario. Arg. I hate this book. Hey. Before you go, do you have any more questions? In fact, I do. Can normal non-adventurers enter the dungeon? Yes and no. I mean, it used to be like that hundreds of years ago, but the death rate was so big that they implemented a rule to control who could enter. Although the death rate is still high, it's certainly lower than it could be. But after the war, the number of low-level adventures plummeted and we are now allowing normal people to enter if they have a pass. Although we always encourage people to enter a familia first. What do you need in order to enter? How can I gain a permanent pass? After registering your familia you will gain an adventurer card that can be used to enter the dungeon. You can gain a pass by proving to be able to have the strength necessary to survive the upper floors. It isn't perfect though, as many still manage to infiltrate it. Upper floors range from the 1-12th floor. Security is quite lax though, after all, if people want to kill themselves, why should we stop them? The security is there more to act tough than anything. What do you do with them? Not much, most just die inside. But we punish the others by throwing them in jail as usual. After all, if you want to enter and believe you have enough strength, just come here and apply for a permit. But most are bandits with a criminal record, so they snuck in the dungeon knowing they can't enter it through normal means. Even if they come back, they need to sell their stuff, but we don't accept items from people without an adventurer identity. There is no need for you to worry though since you already have the pass. It's just there on your papers, but I still recommend you to enter a familia. I see, thank you for your time. Send Rose my regards then. Silver gave her a slight bow and left the guild as he waved. The pink-haired girl looked at him leaving and then dropped her head a little. I lost. Behind her, the werewolf girl with red hair came from behind the corner. I told you he wasn't trying to impress me. You owe me dinner. No. She said in a dramatic tone. Outside of the guild, Silver made his way towards a close-by inn, recommended to him by one of the pamphlets. Someone is following me. But why? The money? Give me a break. He entered an alley and hid using chameleon to turn invisible. Three guys entered the alley and started to look around. Are you sure he entered this alley and not the next one? This is a dead end, said the one wearing a light brown cloak. He entered here, I'm sure. He probably jumped over that low wall over there. There was a wall about 3 meters tall at the end of the alley. Wasn't he supposed to be a newbie? How can he climb that so quickly? Said a small but burly man. His most striking feature was his massive head. No doubt, he is a dwarf. Not all dwarfs have big heads. This surprised Silver a little. A dwarf? Being a bandit. Now that's rare. Not that they can't, but most have different values as to humans. So they normally don't resort to petty thievery. Let's go. We can't lose the fat sheep. And so they went after the sheep. Fucking idiots, said Silver as he transformed back to his usual self. He got out of the alley and continued his way to the inn, and after half an hour there he was. Tropical mangoes / Is this the inn? Did I make the wrong turn and ended up at a fruit store? He opened the door and found himself in a nicely decorated room. Good carpet, nice woodwork, the atmosphere is calm and relaxing. Very good so far. Welcome to Tropical Mangoes. How can I help you? Said a feminine voice from behind Silver. He looked behind to find nothing, but he soon looked to the ground and saw a very small child. A Palom kid. Silver said out loud. I am not a kid. I am 11 years old. She screamed in a childish tone. Cute. Can you give me a room then? Asked Silver. Of course. She said with confidence. How much for a one night with a meal? She made some calculations with her fingers and said proudly. 200 valis and you gain a free bath if you order for an entire week. Then make it a month and add dinner as well. Huh. She touched her head and started to make some fast hand gestures. 1,000, 3,000, no, it's 350 valis a day, a full meal for breakfast and dinner, plus the bath. I imagine you brought the pamphlet right. That's where the free bath comes from. A man came from behind the little girl and gave her a small pat. It was without a doubt her dad. So it's an extra 150 valis for 2 meals every day. He took out the paper while the child looked stunned. I forgot about that. Silver took the coins and placed them on the counter. Is there anything you are allergic to? Like bloops flowers or lizard eyes? Those were normal condiments made from plants and herbs. It's not really lizard eyes, they just look like it. As far as I know, no. Breakfast time has already ended, but I can make one for you if you wish. Your room is the last one to the left after getting up the stairs. He said as he gave Silver a key with the number 1 to 400, meaning it was the 4th room on the 1st floor. The little girl looked at me from behind the counter, curious. She seemed upset. Sigh, kids. I will give you a challenge. If you can answer me, I will admit you are the best. Go on then, haha. I've never lost. Her dad just looked at him with interest and a little bit of a warning. Chill, dude. What came first? The chicken or the egg? The egg. Wait, but who put the egg then? The chicken. But then. The father knew of this trick question and just smiled at the little girl. Silver gave him a nod and got up the stairs. Clang slash. Silver closed the door behind him and sat on the bed. But soon enough he said. I am finally here. One step from starting my adventure. I can't wait. Let's see how this dungeon truly is. He left his backpack inside his inventory space, took out one of the spare swords inside, and made his way to the dungeon. After 35 minutes of walking slightly fast, he was in the big plaza where the dungeon was located. He turned his neck and looked upwards. So tall, they must have used magic of a very high level to set such a thing. Wasn't the gods the ones who actually built this? As far as I know, when the gods descended they destroyed the original Babel Tower and rebuilt it. Around Silver there were dozens of people of different races, wearing heavy and light armor, mages, assassins, everything you can think of. They were preparing and discussing the dungeon. It looks like an MMO. He went to one of the entrances and saw multiple guards standing in front of it. Silver gave one of them his papers and they let him in, but after he was a few meters ahead one of them said. Another lost cause, he didn't even bring basic armor. Only a basic sword. Shouldn't we stop him? Said the other guard. Not our problem, the papers say he is capable, so he is. Now shut it, the next person is coming. Silver, on the other hand, heard everything even though he was several meters away. His enhanced senses were working wonders. I agree with them in a sense, but it's not like I will parade myself and attract attention. But perhaps I am attracting more attention by not bringing anything. Alright, next time I will come with the basic gear. Inside the tower was a large area with a large hole in its middle. There were 4 entrances that led towards multiple spiral staircases. At the very bottom was the first floor. First, let's see how strong these monsters are compared to their counterparts on the surface. Notes, rather important. N. A good example is right in the first episode of the anime. Belle literally kills multiple kobolds alone in a short period of time. Probably making more than this dude and his team alone. The values are never really properly set though. N. Kobold and goblin magical stones are tiny. Smaller than a thumb's nail. It only gets bigger from there. The size increase is rather small, but it gets significant after several dozen floors. N. Silverback is a high level 1 monster, probably only a level 2 would be able to defeat it, while the Wyvern is a fully fledged level 2 monster. N. Skills are inherent abilities that can be discovered by those that have received a Falna. Wiki. Meaning that for the common people, a skill will only manifest when they receive a blessing. That's one of the reasons why the MC is confused about his power since it works like a skill but theoretically, it can't be a skill. So he calls it magic. Gods can't die under normal circumstances, they just go back to heaven. They are banished for the lack of a better word. They only truly die if they are killed inside of the dungeon. The latter absorbing the god. I never found anything related to the lifespan of a magic stone, so I will just assume they degrade over time. I looked up, and skills are things that can be discovered by those who have inherited Falna in some way. So I will be extending this to familiar bonds as well. Since I believe a child with 2 level 5 parents would have some sort of special trait. Even if it only awaked when the child receives a blessing. So only in the extreme cases. This wouldn't make someone independent from the gods though. They would have to go to one in order to receive a blessing. This is only to explain how some people can have skill effects working even though they never received a blessing. I am trying to follow the exchange in the anime and manga but that's quite hard. The best I have is when Belle deposited 3 magic stones of what I imagine to be goblins and received 1200 valis. The MC hunted over 1,000 goblins in his training years 12 and 17, and if we assume the price for a surface goblin price is a third OT the value, 110 valis, then he would have made around 110k in goblin stones, if we start to count all of the other species he hunted plus their drops. That would be several million valis. But he consumed a great amount of those crystals in experiments and other smaller things over the years. That's only the ones he sold. He still has more. The extra 200k came from his family. Remember that the number of monsters on the surface is much smaller than in the dungeon. A group of level 1 adventurers would probably kill 1,000 goblins in 3 months. If we say they purposely focus on goblins for some reason, they might be able to kill 40 goblins a day. If not more, 100 goblins a day is not that big of a stretch for higher rank adventures. Goblins are after all, the weakest and less valuable monster in the dungeon. There is even a development ability that involves killing massive quantities of monsters within a short period of time. This might not be the best way to quantify what he made, but money isn't really that important for now, so let's roll with this value. If you read so far it means you are an attentive fan, so please tell me in the comments if you like this form of delivering information, or if you would like me to implement these into the story somehow, either as dialogue or thinking. Chapter 7, Is it wrong to pick up girls in the dungeon? Redone. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. Silver slowly went down the stairs that lead towards the first floor of the dungeon. Everywhere he looked, he could see several small groups of adventurers on the stairs. Finally, everyone arrived at a dark blue cave. There was a wide hallway right in front of them. This was the beginning road. It isn't as dark as I imagined, said Silver. On the first floors, only kobolds, goblins, and similarly weak creatures spawn, so there isn't much to worry about. Silver kept walking, but no matter where he went, there was always a group of people hunting somewhere. If I can't find a private space, then I can't take out my true gear. Should I just come equipped next time? /key/. A single goblin with a stone knife jumped from the shadows, trying to ambush Silver. /splurge/. /poof/. Without even looking, he stabbed the air and pierced the goblin head. Their movements are pretty similar, but their skin is much thicker and their muscles are tougher. These goblins are also much furrier than the ones on the surface, their arms are more elongated and muscular. They also have 3 horns on their forehead. They are like 2 different creatures. Silver just left the goblin corpse behind. It's either going to be found by a lucky adventurer, or a monster might eat it, becoming stronger by absorbing the magic stone. But when he thought about that, he decided to just pick it up. Regardless, if none of the 2 happen, then the dungeon was going to reabsorb it. The first floor wasn't that big, I would say it is several dozen stadiums big, said Silver. It didn't take long for him to find the entrance to the next floor. He finally found a big hole with some stairs leading down. One of the entrances to the next floor. There were multiple people resting on the stairs. Apart from the hidden rooms, the stairs are the only safe places on the upper floors. N1. Second floor, here I am. It was exactly the same as the first floor, the blue cave wall with the glowing moss at the top. Now instead of 1 or 2 monsters spawning, there were around 2 to 3. Slash swash, slash. The last kobold of this small group lifted its claws and swiped them in Silver's direction. He evaded to the side while using his feet to make it fall on the ground before pierced its head with his sword. This is getting boring, he said as he shook his sword to clean the excess blood on it. He shook his head. I can't think like this, monsters aren't the only danger in a dungeon. There is also the chance of monsters coming from lower floors and mutated creatures appearing. I can't forget the strengthened species. That is when a monster keeps eating other monsters' magic stones, raising its stats, and transforming. He looked at his sword. It was slightly chipped in some places. My sword is also getting quite damaged. I need to find a hidden place to bring out my stuff. Slash kooky. Kooky, slash. From his upper right, a group of 5 kobolds spawned from the walls. That's why the dungeon is so hardcore, monsters can spawn from the walls right above you. Well, what do we have here? The kobolds rushed at him without even thinking. I thought as much, said Silver with a small smile. Slash snap, slash. One of the kobolds clawed at his sword, but due to the bad angle, his claws snapped. Slash cut, slash. With a single swing, Silver decapitated 2 of them. Slash fwush, slash. The other 3 kobolds attacked one after the other. Oh. Such a combined attack is very rare on the upper floors, so I guess it must be bad luck on my part, slash swash slash. He kicked one of the kobold's legs, making him fall on top of his companion. Slash pierce, slash. Once again with a single thrust, he penetrated the heads of the 2 kobolds who were on top of each other. The last one missed due to his dead companion's body, so he took the chance to strike. Slash swash, slash. He slashed the kobold sideways, cutting him in half. Slash puff, slash. Slash clink slash. I can't get enough of the sound the magic stones make when they fall on the ground. The damage was just enough to make the monster's body dissipate. But this is all trash, I can't even bother to pick it up. I should get a supporter. But then again, why not? Supporters are people charged with protecting the loot and equipment of a party. They normally don't participate in combat, but it can happen. They normally work by picking dropped loot left behind. They are mostly seen with disdain, for various reasons, but I disagree with such thinking. Your loot, equipment, and supplies are all being carried by a single person. If that person dies, all he was carrying may be destroyed or damaged. Imagine if he fell backward and all of the potions broke at once. They also act as supports, memorizing the way back or studying maps and monster weaknesses to help the others in battle. I can agree that some supporters are better than others, but I won't look down on them. Slash step slash. He was walking on the 3rd floor, looking at the glowy moss and beetles when he realized there wasn't anyone around anymore. He searched for an alley, something you normally wouldn't do, and opened his inventory. A large shadow came out from his hand, engulfing the ground in front of him. After he retracted it, a large full-plate armor was on the ground. The armor was fully crimson red and it didn't have that many details, but it was obvious it was the work of a decent smith. Its most obvious detail was the white scarf around its neck. I still don't know what this is made of, he said as he looked at the white scarf. This was a gift from my grandparents, Sappho's and Yulia. They said it was a high-class item that will help me greatly even when I become an adventurer. I studied it many times, but the only thing I know is that it's made out of silk-like threads. Perhaps it's made from the silk of some kind of spider monster. It would make sense if I can't break it. My weapon of choice was a berserk-style super-large claymore, and strapped on my belt was my Mk3 magic sword. A prototype for my own magical weapons. N2. Although I didn't take it out, I still have a shield, a rather large knife, several potions, and other special materials inside the space. That's all, most of it. In fact, everything else apart from some potions and the scarf was made by me. My grandparents were adamant about not giving me anything else. Although I know they want me to be independent. At least give me some information and not just the basics. Sheesh. It was enough for me though. For the armor, a full plate isn't recommended for beginners because of its weight, as stamina management is essential in the dungeon. At the start, most of the adventurers will try to avoid blows instead of receiving them. The few who use such armor are shield bearers that normally tank for their allies. That's because, for lower class adventurers, normal armors tend to be worse than the monster claws and weapons. Only higher class blacksmiths can make weapons and armor good enough to clash with the strong monsters. Even then, they still need to constantly fix the adventure equipment for every expedition, else it may break. Large swords also tend to be a problem on upper floors due to their narrow corridors. Well, they aren't super narrow, around 4 to 7 meters wide, however, some areas can be truly narrow. It won't be a problem for me though. Even if it does, I have backup weapons ready. I'll just go with the sword because I like it. Either way, Silver strapped one potion to his belt just in case and continued on his adventure. Silver saw a kobold rushing at him alone from the end of the hallway. A good opportunity to test my craft. I still didn't have the chance to test how strong a normal mob is, since I just killed them all in a single strike. Woof! Screamed the kobold as he clawed at Silver. Slash clang, slash. He used his giant sword to block it. The impact was quite significant. I would say this kobold is at least 2 to 3 times stronger than the ones on the surface. No wonder Gramps trained me so damn much. Slash swash, slash. Slash poof, slash. The poor kobold was cut in half by his sword attack. He couldn't even block it. N3. HM. He is indeed considerably stronger. If this is the norm, then a wyvern might be too great of a threat to me right now. But if I have time to prepare them, I might have a chance in a direct confrontation. He placed his hand on his chin as he thought. Let's go to the 7th floor. I want to see a killer ant. Or is it too much for today? There aren't any killer ants on the surface because they were all wiped out several hundred years ago. It was all because of how much of a pest they were. I guess a colony of thousands of ants the size of a full-grown man isn't really good for crops. So eventually, everyone worked together and wiped them all out. Slash small change of perspective slash. Slash clang, slash. Slash clang, slash. Somewhere on the upper floors, a group of adventurers was fighting against another group of adventurers. Just accept your death. No one will come to save you. All of the others just left. Said a guy with blue piercings strapped to his face. Arg, slash crack, slash. One of the members of the defending side received a sword strike right in the chest, being thrown several meters backward. Whirs! Screamed a girl. Slash clang, slash. Their captain, a tall elf girl, parried an attack while she looked at her fallen comrade. With this, we got 2, just 3 more. Said the men with blue piercings. You can't get away from this park. Once you get to the surface. Said the captain as she rested her body on her half-broken sword. Nothing will happen because no one will find out. Now, would you kindly die? Gilios Lastro. A blue rope materialized in his hand, and as if alive, made its way to the other 3 at high speeds. It was too fast for them to evade. Slash clap, slash. With a clapping sound, the rope bound the 3 survivors together. Looks like we are finished here. Any last words, my old friend? He said with a macabre smile as he moved his weapon around. Slash spit, slash. The elf spit right at his face. But the men didn't react much, as if expecting this development. Is this all? All right then. Hey Park. Don't you think we should have some fun before leaving? Said one of the goons. Haha. If you are so horny, just wait until we get to the surface. It's not safe to play in the dungeon. You never know when the monster will decide to strike, much less when your pants are down. Such vulgarity. Said a man going down the corridor. Who? Said Park. A knight clad in red armor appeared from the dark corridor. He had a massive sword on his back and a white scarf around his neck. Keh. Look at this guy. Playing hero. Said one of the goons. Please. Escape. Don't let yourself be caught because of us. Said the elf as she tried to get up. She didn't want to bring other people into her trouble, even though she also didn't want her friend to die. That's too late now. Said Park as he kicked the ground and ran in the red knight's direction. The knight didn't do anything even when Park reached close to him. Slash slash slash. No. The elf girl screamed while Park pierced his sword right through the armor, but there wasn't even a little bit of resistance. Question mark. What's happening? Park was confused. Slash splurge, slash. The sound of meat being crushed and bones breaking sounded from behind him. He looked back to see the same red knight with his bloodied sword on the ground. And his friend's dead body, cut in half. Silence. The Red Knight pointed his hands forward and said. Fall into confusion. In rage. Silver said as he simulated chanting. Red smoke formed above his hand and it turned into a ball. After fully forming, it flew towards Park, exploding into a red cloud. That was the last thing Park remembers because immediately afterward, he ran towards his closest target and slashed. Unfortunately, that was his companion. Within a second 2 members out of the 7 assassins were killed with Park already running after the next one. One of them tried to open his mouth to convene orders but no sound escaped from his lips. What's happening? However, his confusion was destined to never be answered. Slash slash, slash. Another one fell to Park's enraged sword. Shit. Park's gone nuts, but he is the strongest among us. He looked at the Red Knight, only to see him looking at them. Who did we mess with this time? A high-level adventurer going on a hunt. This isn't normal magic. Park is level 2. To affect him he needs to be at least a high level 2. Slash slash, slash. Unfortunately, his mind isn't powerful enough to think long lines in a second, like most villains in a fight. Slash splurge, slash. While he thought, Park let loose on his companions, killing another one in the process. Leaving only him and another assassin combat ready. Slash end of small POV slash. While he despaired, our protagonist thought. 30 seconds have passed, but he is still under the enrage effects. This is very good. I wanted to try more plasmids on humans, but I should end this. Mind shock. The captain's mind suddenly went blank and he fell on the floor. Slash splurg, slash. After killing the last assassin, Park jumped at his previous captain and slashed his throat. His bloodshot eyes were now aimed at Silver. Return to cinders. Corpse bomb. Whispered Silver as he raised his left hand, but just as soon as he said that he grew embarrassed at his own lines. Slash snap, slash. From the outside, he just snapped his fingers, but inside the armor, his right hand turned black and necrotic, with some parts of it glowing red as if it was going to explode. Slash boom, slash. The corpse below Park exploded, killing him in the process. The 3 conscious survivors, who happened to be a Palom, a Catgirl, and an elf respectively, stared at this mysterious and scary Red Knight. The Palom girls even trembled a little. Slash elf POV slash. The elf girl stared as the scary Red Knight approached her. Is everyone alright? Asked the armored men. Yes. No. Please. Go check on Wurs. She replied. Don't worry, I already cast a healing spell on him. Said the knight. He healing spell. She tried to remember the fight. He started by disappearing from his position, we can assume he is just that fast. Then he cast a curse on Park, making him lose control. For 1 second he lifted his hands and their captain just lost consciousness. Lastly, he pointed towards his corpse and it exploded. That's already over 3 magics. Now he even healed Wurs with magic. He went to Robert's body and said. Robert is the other companion mentioned by Park. His heart was pierced, but his brain is still fine. Let's see. Pinkish light emanated from his hands as something akin to a small person made out of light entered Robert's body. This. What is that? The elf girl had her mouth open as she looked at the sight. Slash 13 seconds later, slash. He isn't waking up. Said the knight. Slash thud, slash. The knight just punched right into his chest while lighting formed in his hands. The elf girl didn't even have the time to retort. Slash gasp, slash. Miraculously, Rupert opened his eyes and took a deep breath. What happened? He asked. But no one answered him. Is there anyone else in need of healing? Asked the knight as he got up and looked around. No. Replied the elf girl. That's good. Be careful on the way back. He said as he started to walk away from them. Wait. Said the girl as she did her best to get up despite her injuries. She wasn't being bound by the rope since it dissipated when Park died. Is there anything else? Asked the knight. How can we repay you? There is no need for that. I already got what I came here to do. Just make sure to reach the surface safely, that will be enough. His body started to be enveloped in dark smoke. When it all dispersed he had disappeared. Wait. At least your name. Silence. That was cool. Said the cat girl for the first time. Yuum. Said the Palom girl as she nodded in agreement. What do I do with you two? Said the elf girl. A red knight. I don't remember there being a first-class adventurer like this. A new one. Well, it's not like I know everyone. End of POV. What a good experience, said Silver as he reappeared in a cave near the battle. I managed to test several plasmids at once and their effects on people. I never managed to do that before due to the interference of the familia protecting the villages. So there were never any bandits around for me to experiment on. The ones I used were invisibility and decoy, enrage, sound muffle, mind shock and corpse bomb. In this order. Invisibility is different from chameleon. The latter is much more cost-effective, but it only works when I am still. Decoy is just a copy of me that will repeat the same action I did prior to creating it. That's why it stayed still. Enrage is all about making someone lose control, but there are limits to that. Higher-level adventurers can easily resist it with their stats alone, much less if they have items and skills. Or if they have strong emotions. I could have a father lose control, but he could hesitate to attack his family. Sound muffle couldn't be more obvious, it removes the sound within a certain area or person. Mind shock can immediately make someone lose consciousness if they aren't paying attention. It causes no physical harm, but it can royally fuck a mage. Corpse bomb launches a superfast needle that can do one of two things, miss or hit. If it hits and the target dies within the time limit, I can control when it will explode. But that also has a time limit. After the limit, the body will just explode on its own due to the accumulation of gas inside it. I also healed that man's body followed by a small current of electricity in his heart to see if he would be resuscitated. The last thing I used wasn't exactly a plasmid, but a combination of invisibility and partial activation of another one, creating that smoke around me. And that's all I used so far. Phew. All of this made me quite tired. Should I drink a potion and continue or call it a day? He sat on the stairs to the 6th floor and thought to himself. At this point in time, I don't know if I should still refer to this power as a plasmid. In 2 years of trial and tests, never once did I feel one of the common side effects from plasmids overuse. Instead, I just feel tired or suffer from mind down. Also, they are relatively more flexible than they should have been. Originally, plasmids only had 1/2 abilities, like being either able to create a fireball or a fire trap. After I took the ambrosia, this limitation was removed and I could use them as I wanted. But there were still some limits I couldn't surpass, like using 2 plasmids at the same time. I would have to research something new if I wanted to fuse 2 plasmids effects at the same time. Yet, this limit is not present here. The only thing limiting my progress is my proficiency in this power, and the amount of mind I can use. I used quite the amount of mind today. I think this is enough for now. No need to be hasty. He walked towards a hidden alley and checked his surroundings. Let me see if this works. Inside of the armor, his hand became purple as multiple carvings appeared in it, similar to those found in wooden doors. The ground started to shift, and a large door appeared. So far so good. The cost wasn't really that big. But from now on is the real deal. He grabbed the doorknob and pulled. URG. An immense amount of mind was immediately drained from him, almost making him fall, but he barely persevered. On the other side of the door was none other than my room in the inn. He stepped over it with difficulty and crashed in the bed after doing so. Kriawalk. The door slowly closed, creaking a bit. It then disappeared as if it was never there. Snore. Silver soon fell asleep. 1 hour later on the surface. There was a very tall girl crying continuously while hugging 2 other girls. This was the goddesses of the Leto familia, Leto. In her arms were none other than the elf and the catgirl Melios previously saved. She had green hair and she wore a white apron with brown clothes underneath. She had that motherly look. I thought, sniff. That you guys had, sniff, / Bua. Calm down, Leto-sama, said the elf in embarrassment. But we are all fine and that is all that matters, replied the catgirl, / Okay. Let's go home and eat something sweet. We can talk about this matter there. I want a shower now, said the Palom girl. TSK. That damned man. I will bring this up in the next Donatus. N4. But during all of this conversation, the elf girl couldn't help but to look back at the dungeon with a pensive look. Heh. Did someone get smitten? Said the catgirl. The elf girl's ears got a little red before she resumed her poker face. I only want to repay him. I don't like owing someone like this. Is that so? Could it be that Ylfi the elf has fallen in love with the hero who came at the last second to save her and her friend's lives only to disappear like smoke? Like in the fairy tales she heard from her mother. Stop it, Gvir, she said with an even redder face. I will admit he was kinda cool, but what guarantees he is handsome behind that helmet? Said Gvir. That's not important. Wait. Kikikiki. I knew it. Yilfi is in low VE. Yilfi is in low V. GUH. Ver started to jump around the elf girl and play around when she received an elbow strike in the stomach. The goddess's ear perked up when she heard the cat girl. Era. Yilfi, how about you explain that to me in finer detail? Said Leto. I was already planning on doing that at home. What do you like about him? Asked the Palom girl. His voice and presence. Hey. One of the male adventurers had a grim expression. And so the happy and joyful family continued on their way to their humble abode. Notes. N. Unless a monster decides to pass through them. Like when the Loki Familia made a huge group of minotaurs run away in fear towards the upper floors. N. Magic weapons are quite the thing. This isn't a magic sword similar to the ones created by the Kratzos, this is more like an enchanted sword. N. There is some weird thing about monsters and the smoke mechanic. Most of the time, the monster will just turn into smoke if they receive enough damage, but I don't have a precise measurement as to how much damage they need to receive before they go poof. N. The Donatus is like a meeting between all of the gods in Orario that happens every 3 months. They discuss a lot of things there. The exact list of possible things is too big to even write it. Chapter 8, Scary Place, redone. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. Aw. AH. My back. Silver woke up sometime later with a bit of a cramp in his back. What did he expect sleeping in heavy armor? He carefully took off the armor and stashed it in the inventory space. At the same time, he took off an old-style pocket watch. He made this during his many years in the forge. Clocks aren't a novelty, but one like this surely is. So I slept for an hour. It's almost time for dinner. He took off clothes, gave himself a clean using wind bath's variation, bubble bath, and put on new clothes and his white scarf. It's rather cold after all. It's much faster than a standard bath, but it's very uncomfortable. It also wastes mind, something he preferred to keep for emergencies. This is not the village anymore. He descended the stairs and saw the innkeeper attending to some clients and his daughter playing on the counter. There was also another woman talking to clients that he could only imagine to be his wife. He noticed Silver and showed a surprised face. Silver gave him a nod and approached him. When did you go up? Didn't even notice you coming in. Asked the innkeeper. It's quite full today, it's normal to not notice, I just went up and took a quick nap. I need to be more aware of my surroundings next time. You are right. So, what will it be for today? You can order a fish with cold beer, or fish with fruits. Today is fish day. Asked Silver. That's the business strategy of this inn. So. I am not that hungry right now, so I was thinking of going around town. I don't know if I will return in time to eat dinner here. Well, it's your money. Dinner ends at 8, and I close the doors at 10. Sometimes I will be around until 11, I guess you can still enter then too. Sure, I will most likely return earlier though. Silver was cut in the middle by a childish voice. It's you. Said a childish voice from the side. Silver noticed the little girl. Oh. If you approached me, it means you know the answer to the problem. Of course. It's the chicken. What is it? Don't tell me I got it wrong. You see, who came before the chickens? What? Said the girl. Who were their distant parents? Chickens. Not exactly, there was once a creature, many years ago, that looked like a chicken but wasn't a chicken. This creature was domesticated by the races here in the mortal world, and after many generations, the first chicken was born. So that begs the question, who came first? The chicken or the egg? Now the child was really confused. The answer is most likely the egg, since the chicken we knew today had to first hatch from an egg, right? Said the mother of the girl, coming back with another customer request. That's right. It's just a stupid question. I am still the best. What's 13 by 13? What? It's. She started to count on her fingers again, fully focused on her daunting quest. As for Silver, he just waved at the innkeepers and left the store. His destination was none other than the hostess of fertility. Why would he go there? For one, he wanted to see some classical characters, and on the other, they say that the food there is incredible. It's even on the same road as this inn. So it was pretty easy to find. The hostess of fertility is a wooden building 3 stories tall, but the extra rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors aren't for clients, they are instead for its workers. Almost every worker in the pub is level 4 and above, making this place stronger than most familias out there. And as the cherry on top, every single worker is a beautiful single girl. But good luck approaching any of them. As all of them had some sort of troubling past, making them wary of pretty much anyone. There was a large wooden statue in the front of the building, but Silver don't recognize which goddesses it represents. Perhaps Freya, but he can't be certain. Yup, this store is owned by Freya, but there isn't much to fear on that note since Freya isn't here. She spends most of her time on Babel doing whatever she wants. Silver opened the front doors and slash flush, slash stab, slash. A large kitchen knife flew and hit the wall on his right. He looked forward and saw a group of adventurers being kicked around by the girls in the pub. Poor bastards. Did they drink too much? He took a step to the side and allowed their bodies to fly out of the inn. How could I have forgotten? Because this is a gathering place for high-level adventures, trouble is very common here. One of the girls noticed Silver and ran to him, not before pulling the knife out of the wall. "Welcome to the hostess of fertility, Naya," said the cat girl with dark hair. "Hello." She was a very beautiful girl, no wonder many of the guys keep looking at her. Silver quickly focused and replied. "I guess I came at a bad time," he said as he looked to the side to see the broken tables. "Naya. That's just a coincidence, please come this way," she said as she grabbed his arm and with immense strength pulled Silver towards a table. The other adventurers were jealous. Forget those idiots. She led him to one of the seats at the counter, she then gave a slight bow and went to serve other customers. Silver looked in front to see a large collection of different wines. He didn't recognize any of them. Dionysus light wine. Akratopotes blue wine. I recognized the gods but not the wines, slash bang, slash. A large cup filled with an orange liquid was slapped right in front of him out of nowhere. The one who did it was a smiling middle-aged woman, she was big, not fat but nor slim. It was none other than Nia Grand, a dwarf over 180 tall, and level 6 adventurer. This is the first time someone looks at me like that since I opened this pub. I know I am beautiful but I am not taking any boyfriends your age. Wait. What? How do I respond to that, slash bang, slash. She placed a bowl of beef with some noodles in front of Silver. It looked really good. This is an apology for the previous event. Enjoy it, as it shall be the last time this happens. I don't even know where to begin but. Thank you. An honest boy. Quite rare. Brats your age keep trying to impress the girls all the time. I even feel a little bad to say this was supposed to be the food for those bastards I just kicked out. Nah. You can't blame them, everyone dreams of the perfect partner, said Silver as he cut a piece of the meat. Slash munch slash. He put the piece of meat in his mouth, then with a surprised voice said. This is good. Who made this? Give that person a bonus. I already pay her a lot, brat. Do you want me to go bankrupt? She looked around to see that the number of customers was increasing and said. If you want anything else, just call me. Okay. She left. She is indeed very rough, not even caring about my opinion. Silver continued to eat the food. The beef was good and the orange juice was sweet. I think I can go for another bite. So, what will it be? Said a girl from behind him. Silver body stiffened for a moment, however, his many years of training made him recover his bearings almost instantly. He turned his head calmly. No reaction. How boring. Said the girl with silver hair. If the previous one was blunt then this one is flirtatious. Her smile as she placed her finger close to her chin seemed to attract others' attention. If you stare at me like that I'll get the wrong idea, she said with her cheeks slightly red. But Silver remained calm. Even though the sight in front of him was rather alluring. Can I get a big bowl ramen with grape juice? Yes. She went away dejectedly, only for the cat girl with dark hair to laugh at her. What was that? I can't even begin to comprehend what passes through the head of some people. Sometime later a group of adventurers entered the pub. Silence. The group consisted of a werewolf with gray hair, 2 Amazonas, 2 elves, 1 elf with long green hair, and the other with lengthy golden yellowish hair. And finally, a human with shining golden hair. Apart from the werewolf, everyone else is a girl. Who doesn't know who these people are? They are some of the most famous adventurers in Orario. Everyone in there apart from the elves is level 5, with one of the elves being level 6 and the other level 3. A very scary group. They are going to become even scarier when literally everyone becomes level 6 with the exception of the elf with golden yellow hair. It's more orange than yellow though. Everyone watched the group for a second before going back to what they were doing. The reason for that is simple. What the fuck are you guys looking at? Screamed the werewolf at a high voice. But no one responded. Bunch of pussies, he said as he went to an empty table and sat there. Calm down, Bet, said one of the Amazonas. Amazonas are a race of humans where every single member of it is female. They normally have much higher physical strength than humans and they are also, always tanned. Tisk, said Bet, annoyed. They all sat down calmly before making their requests and waiting. Silver gazed at their group, in particular, at the silent beauty with golden hair. She is truly beautiful. The golden-haired human was the heroine of the Danmachi series, Ace Wallenstein. Daughter of the hero who blinded the black dragon, making it the one-eyed black dragon 1,000 years ago. Yes, 1,000 years ago. How? I don't know, I never watched the series that far, I died earlier. So I don't know if they even explained that. She was also the daughter of a spirit, even though that shouldn't have been possible. In essence, she is clad in mysteries. While Silver thought about how novel this feeling of meeting childhood characters was, he didn't notice the person that was watching his back. It was none other than Ace. Her eyes were fixated in his direction, to be more exact, his scarf. This particular scarf gave her a strange feeling, but she couldn't connect head nor tails about where she saw it. Eventually, she just thought it was her imagination and that she might be a little dizzy after a day of training. What is it, Ace? Asked the yellow-haired elf. She shook her head and said. It's nothing, Lafia. Although they were curious, they still stopped asking. But there was one elf that kept looking at Silver's back for a few more seconds. Several minutes of waiting later, his food came. It was a big bowl of ramen filled with many sorts of vegetables and meat. It was served by none other than Mia, who was seemingly annoyed. What is it? He asked her. It's nothing, kid, now, focus on the food. Be sure to clean the plate. Else we are going to have to talk. She said with a smile on her face as she cleaned a few cups. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. He replied it in an ironic way, /bonk/. Ouch. I couldn't even evade her punch. There isn't even a need to compare the difference between a level 6 and a level 0. One day I will be there. Enjoy your victory for now. Puffed, haha. I might have given you a chance if this was 30 years ago. Go back to eating now. He couldn't complain about that, the food was delicious after all. He finished it in 6 minutes. Can I get a refill? Oh. You think you can take on another? Asked Mia. Well, I am quite hungry. She asked for his order and made some notes on a piece of paper. Your food will arrive in a few minutes. Just make sure to finish it all. Mamma Mia was a woman who valued money, but she cared most for her food and that people finish what they started. Today we had quite the fight against those monsters, huh? Said one of the Amazones of the Loki familia. We would have been fine if Bet did not rush to the middle of those hornets. Said the other Amazones, /bang/. What did you say? Bet yelled, while slamming the table. Stop it, Bet. Before you break the table. Like last time. Said the green-haired elf. TCH. /gulp/. He drank a big mouthful of his beer. Fucking hell. Fuck those hornets. The werewolf continued to voice out profanities while drinking, he was clearly letting out his emotions. I feel sorry for him sometimes. He isn't an asshole just because. When he was 12 years old, a monster attacked his village, killing his family and his childhood friend with who he had a relationship with. He went to Orario to train, and for the next few years, he did as such. High level and with a new girlfriend, his life was promising. So he went back to his village to kill the monster and avenge his family. He killed the monster, but when he got back to Orario, he found out pretty much everyone in his familia had died in an expedition, leaving only some people behind. I think it was the Vidar familia. After they departed from Orario, he stayed behind and continued training without a purpose until Loki came and recruited him. Now he has a crush on Ace, but his feelings are rather confusing. Perhaps that's why he is such a jerk. To make people avoid him. Well, it happens. It was not a failure. On the contrary, we succeeded in getting the items for the commission. Said the green-haired elf. Riveria is right. Let's celebrate. Said one of the twin Amazones. I just hoped Mr. Gareth and Mr. Finn were here with us. Said Lafia. /gulp/. Weren't they doing some shit for the lowly goddess? Bet's cheeks were slightly red now. Bet. You shouldn't talk about Loki-sama like that. Said Lafia as she looked behind Bet. Huh. Let that bick. Silence. Everyone looked at Bet in silence. Even Silver. What happened? Bet looked behind him to see a red-haired small girl. Well, she wasn't small. Around 165 cm. She looked rather tomboyish since she was wearing tight tank tops and small shorts. Why did you stop? Continue for me, please. She said. Her eyes, which were normally closed most of the time, opened slightly to look at Bet. /gulp/. Bet swallowed dry. Sobering up almost instantly. Nothing to say. Finn. Gareth. Get him. A small man and a dwarf entered the store. They looked at Bet with pity. Sorry for this, Bet, but what she declares I shall obey, said Gareth as he grabbed a piece of rope. You asked for it, Bet. Close your eyes and wait, said Finn as he smiled. 2 minutes later, Bet was tied up into the ceiling looking like a sausage. Everyone started to laugh at him. Fuck you all. I will. Spank. Loki picked up a wooden spoon and slapped Bet's ass. Be a good dog and stay there. Arg. Now that we had this out of the way, let's drink. Miachi. Get me one of those expensive wines. Tisk. Mamma Mia didn't seem to be that pleased with the order, but she still went and picked the bottle. She passed right in front of me. You don't seem pleased. Again. You like asking questions, don't you? She said as she looked at him with a serious tone. I didn't ask anything. Being funny now. It's just that those guys always cause trouble. They drink and I have to kick them out. Really? Those girls don't seem to be. I looked behind me to see one of the twins placing one of her feet on the table and roaring. She was already drunk from the beers the waiters brought. Forget what I said. Is there anything else? I need to deliver this wine for that alcoholic goddess. Just give me a light drink later, please. I also have my own small thing to commemorate. Sure, she said as she turned around. Silver finished his drink and relaxed a little, ignoring the screams behind him. The drink was quite all right, only a small cup, although it was difficult to rank it when compared to those in his memories. But I guess a drink made directly by one of the gods might surpass anything I ever had. I wasn't a fan of drinking, but I still do it from time to time. I enjoy good food just as I enjoy some good alcohol. Simple. But I prefer juice most of the time. Around an hour later, Silver decided to leave. It was quite fun seeing these people all around him, but he had to go since it was getting late. Excuse me, miss, he said to one of the waiters. It was the elf. Her beauty was truly phenomenal, no wonder she was said to be a fairy. Yes, she said with a stoic expression. Can I have the bill? Of course. Let me go get it for you. She went to the counter and talked with Mommy Mia. The latter went to the desk and pulled out a note, and she handed it to the elf. Here it is. I started to read the values. 400 valis for this. 340 for the spaghetti. 3,000 for the drink. Damn. You got me this time. Mommy Mia looked at Silver with an I got you expression. Damn. Sir. Rio the elf looked at me suspiciously. I will pay. Sheesh, don't look at me like that. He took out 5 coins worth 1,000 and got the change. You better wait. I will get revenge on you. Mamma Mia laughed at Silver's words. Ha. I will be waiting, boy. He got up and went outside. On the way, he passed by the Loki Familia table. Ace stopped what she was doing and looked at his back. Once again the sight reminded her of something. Loki and Riveria also looked at his back but soon stopped. All right. This time you will tell us what all of this is about, said the Amazoness with short hair. What is this all about, Tiona? Asked Finn. Ace and Riveria kept looking at that boy's back. But they refused to talk about it, said Tiona in a slight drunk tone. It's nothing like that. I just felt something familiar with that man, nothing else, said Riveria. Ace just nodded. I also felt something strange about him, but I can't place his finger on what. Why don't we go find out? Said Loki. Loki-sama, please leave other people alone, rebutted Riveria. You are so boring. They continued to laugh, talk and drink for the next several hours. What are you all doing? It's already past 10 and the inn is closing. Pay up and leave, said Mia loudly. Everyone came to their senses and paid up, running away afterward. The Loki Familia group left soon after. As for Silver, he was currently crashed down on bed suffering from the intense headache caused by Mind Down. But why is that? That's because for the past few hours, someone kept practicing magic. He drank several potions, but the headache never went away. Today's training session was about the other application of his powers. Plasmid powers are normally generated inside of someone's body before being released into the outside. But this time, instead of releasing the power outside, he channeled it inside. Something he was always slightly fearful of doing. Silver was trying to recreate gene tonics by using his abilities in a different way. Gene tonics are like permanent/situational body upgrades. Like a tonic that can cut off fat from your body and make your hair grow back. See notes. Just like he can alter the composition of his hands in order to use a multitude of abilities, why can't he do the same for the rest of his body? Previously, gene tonics were separated from plasmids, but he doesn't have the means to create one. But since his current abilities are powered by mind, perhaps he can use it to change his body. Applying a specific effect to a part of his body other than his hands and seeing what happens. But controlling the power in this way is much harder than it seems. It's a completely different feeling. And since he spent most of his 2 years practicing the normal way of using this power, he is still rather bad at using it in this way. But it's never too late to start, right? Who knows what may come out of it? At the same time, in the Loki Familia mansion I think I know what I felt strange about him, said Loki as she laid down on the couch. What is it? Asked Finn, who was in the room checking a few papers. It's more of a rumor among the gods, really. I will have to confirm it later, she said with a mischievous smile. She is going to cause trouble again. For some reason, Finn's thumb began to ache. Note. Sigh. Do as you wish, just don't cause trouble. What do you take me for? Finn just looked at her with a blank expression before continuing to read the papers. This greatly pissed the red-haired goddess. Notes. I think I should make this clear by now. How does the MC personality actually work? Imagine as if you were an 18-19-year-old boy, then you suddenly wake up in the body of someone else and start to receive memories from a life you never actually lived. This is how the MC feels right now. From his perspective, what happened to his first parents and his life in Rapture was nothing but a dream. Although he has already made up his mind to believe the contrary. At the start, he had the personality of a young adult, but as the years passed, he assimilated the memories and he is now much more mature than his age. Finn's instinct is so strong that Loki said it surpassed some gods. His theory is that it's a hidden skill. Just like a 5-dimensional Troya. There is no explanation for the skill, but it works somehow. The gods can't read the skill since it does not appear in the hieroglyphs. More on that later when I explain about the leveling system. Gods are rather weak in the mortal plane, they need food and most of their abilities are sealed. With the exception of some abilities. Like Hephaestus' smithing abilities and the goddesses of love charm. But if you piss off a god he may decide to erase you from existence. Whether he will be able to or not depends on the other gods around to stop him, but it's better to not test your luck. I think there was once a situation where a god was measured by foulness stats and he was said to be level 999. Meaning his power can't be calculated, simple. Gene tonics are special serums made from processed atom that introduce modified stem cells into the body, allowing for genetic modification and mutation, giving the user what some might call superpowers. They are like passives. Tonics have 3 classifications. Combat tonics improve the MC's offensive and defensive capabilities. Engineering tonics improves the MC's hacking ability and interaction with machines. Physical tonics improve the MC's physical and physiological properties. Of course, since this is a real-life situation, the statistical values of tonics are as good as trash. Like Armored Shell 2 that reduces bludgeoning damage by 25%. How do I even implement that? If he takes a punch from Goblin that deals 100 damage, he is going to negate 25 points. But what if a dragon punches him and deals 10,000 damage? Is he still going to resist 25%? So we will only consider their practical use, like turning or skin harder or something of the like. The types will also not be limited to those 3. In the first place, the engineering types are useless in this world since technology is based around magic. Chapter 9, 2 weeks in Horario, redone. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. Bing bong bell, / Multiple bells tolled at the same time indicating it was morning in Horario. You are G. Groaned Silver as he woke up. I hate these, they are so loud. This is one of the reasons why there is a law limiting the number of churches in an area. Growl, / His stomach churned with strange sounds. Did I eat too much yesterday? I need to resolve this as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will have to spend some long hours in the bathroom. My head still hurts a little from yesterday, so I guess I will train in the ruins first and go to the dungeon at night. Downstairs the innkeeper was serving food to the clients, the little girl was probably sleeping at this time while his wife was in the kitchen. He noticed Silver approaching him. Oh, it's you. I almost didn't recognize you. Are you in for some food or a bath? Just give me a hot bath, said Silver. The innkeeper seemed to have noticed he wasn't feeling that well. All right. Go to the 2nd floor in 5 minutes and I will have the hot bath prepared for you. Silver nodded. Although there is plumbing in the city, it's just for the sewers, only big familias can install plumbing for showers, much less hot showers. This heats the water using a heating device. They first place a large water tub in your room, after that they place the heating device. Then you enjoy a few minutes of heat. The innkeeper went into the workers-only area and came back several seconds later. While we wait for the bath, do you want something to eat? He asked. No. I am fine for now. He looked at Silver in understanding. I am not hungover, okay, ///. Ah. Much better now. He massaged his head while he thought. Okay, I visited some classical areas, met some interesting people, but it's time to stop fooling around. Yesterday I tested some situational plasmids, like invisibility and sound muffle. Today, I will test the offensive means I have, and tomorrow I will try the defensive ones. Lastly, I will go for the miscellaneous during the next few days. But first I need to resolve this little problem. I couldn't do this yesterday in front of many people. His belly started to glow green, and his veins became yellow. Nothing happened for the first few seconds, but small amounts of gas started to leave his mouth. Half a minute later this bizarre scene stopped and Silver returned to normal. However, Silver seemed to be holding something in and burp. Phew. A thunderous burp was released from his mouth. The difference is like heaven and earth. Free from the weight in his stomach, he could now run as much as he wanted. What he did here was to use his ability to partly control a part of his body, turning his belly into a digesting machine. I feel as if I have energy for days. /sniff/. URG. The smell. Let's clean this up. All of the gas in the room started to condense in one area before being flung outside. At the same time outside the window, a bird lost control and fell on the ground unconscious. I also need to brush my teeth. /crack/. /crack/. After cleaning his body and brushing his teeth, Silver went to stretch a little. His body was very sore due to the long way from the village to Orario, plus all of the minor events that happened after. The ruins are relatively big. So where should I go? 1 hour later, in the middle of a large tilted building, a young man was carrying a large stone on his back, doing several squats. On 100. He said with difficulty. /bam/. The rock was dropped on the ground. From its size, it was at least 90 kg. He sat on a nearby rock and drank some water from his pouch. /gulp/. I miss the training machines in my previous lives. Perhaps I should sell it here in this world. He took another gulp of his water satchel before looking around. Tall ruins from a distant era were everywhere in this place. I wonder who built these. Probably the numerous familias of the past. It's not like the Freya and Loki familia were always the strongest. Before they rose to the top, the Zeus and Hera familia were the top dogs. But who came before them? I refuse to admit they were the strongest for over 1,000 years of history since the gods started to descend. N0. But why leave this behind? A memento from the past. It's just a waste of space, even more, when you have almost an entire district reserved for the poor. They could easily live in this area as long as the familias cleaned this space and built some homes. But if you think more deeply into this situation, the familias were never united to begin with. There are definitely dozens of familias who keep helping the poor or those in need. And I am sure there is a familia dedicated to construction and repairs. There should be dozens in fact. But they are already overworked with all of the demand in the center parts of Orario. So there is no time to fix these old ruins. He took out his pocket watch and saw the time. It's 2 p.m., time to work. Silver got up and took his things, giving himself a clean in the process. He turned around and went on his way out of the ruins. He delved into the dungeon once more. This time, he was testing his offensive abilities. For the next few hours, all sorts of effects were tested since he needed to know just how resistant these monsters were compared to those on the surface. It was rather underwhelming. He noticed a similarity between his plasmids and the magic of this world. And that is the fact that his abilities can be blocked by magic resistance. And they work like instant cast magic, suffering from similar limitations as this form of casting. Although they have similarities, there are also many exceptions. One of them being the origin. He didn't think plasmids follow the same rules as magic, they just have the same energy source. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of time to train since he started this later than the recommended time, but in any case, he only stayed on the upper floors, so he didn't lose a lot of time traveling up and down. This time, the delve was much more interesting than last time, with Silver successfully helping 2 groups of adventurers escape some dangerous situation, and healing one guy from certain death. Adventurers die every day in the dungeon, yet, there are more newcomers than deaths at the end of the month. Around 7 p.m., he decided it was time to leave. But he didn't use Houdini's door this time since he planned to walk home and see how it went. Same thing as always, close to the surface he took out his armor and continued the rest of the journey with only a small sword strapped to his belt. He also decided to wear light leather armor, gloves, and boots. Half an hour of walking later, he was at the surface once more. Most adventurers were returning home, but very few of the desperate ones were entering the dungeon. These were the abused and tormented, but some consisted of those who didn't know how to spend their money, gambling, and spending everything away. Or those who need some quick cash. Or the ones trying to break their limits by training and fighting. He even saw a very familiar Palom, but he shook his head thinking it was just a similar person. How many Paloms are there in the city as a whole? I wanted to go to the shopping district to see some goods, but it's too late right now. Hungry? No. Tired? Just a little. There is only one solution then, bed, said Silver as he turned around and went to the inn. While he went back to the inn, he saw some adventurers with nefarious expressions, and considering their path, they were most likely going to find some fun in the entertainment district. They were of all ages, girls and boys. Young and old. Although the ratio of girls to boys was only 1 in 20 boys. I wonder what they use in order to prevent impregnation and diseases from happening. Is it truly divine protection? On the way, he saw the hostess of fertility. So he decided to take a look and see how things were inside. I didn't eat anything today, a quick bite isn't going to hurt anyone. Today, I woke up and refused breakfast because I wasn't feeling well. The only thing I ate were some snacks in the dungeon. I really need some proper food. Creak. The doors opened revealing the room inside. There were many adventurers talking and laughing with each other. Silver's entrance didn't cause any ripples until Mia locked eyes with me. She pointed towards a chair. He didn't see the Loki Familia adventures this time. Not like that would change anything. So he sat on the chair and waited. It's you again, young man. Ready for another meal. As long as you tell me the price tag before offering it. Ha. You enter the pub, you order something, then you eat it all. The food is good and the price matches that perfectly. So I will ask you again, what will it be? She said with a large smile. Sigh, can I have a drink then? Sure. Hey, did you hear it? Said an adventurer. What is it this time? I heard the Loki Familia started another exploration raid. Again. Didn't they do one a few months ago? The one where the Sword Princess became level 5. There are rumors saying they want to level up some of the newbies, so they will stay on the middle floors. And me here struggling even to reach level 3, while they are unsatisfied with their recent level 5. That's how big Familias operate. If you are unsatisfied, why don't you join them? Fuck you, men. If I could, I would already be there. Silver heard their conversations and wondered. Another excursion. Was there one like that in the show? Probably not. However, this is a real world, its dynamic is very different from the LN. In fact, weren't all of the characters from the show I met so far older than they should have been? Chronologically, A should be 14 years old by now, but she looked like a 17-year-old girl. The same thing goes for all other characters such as the girls and the hostess of fertility and the members of the Loki Familia. Is everyone older in this timeline older, or could it be that the events of the show will be brought up 2 years sooner? The best way to prove that would be Belle appearing one of these days, but Hestia's descent should also be a tipping point. Since she stayed in Orario for 6 months before meeting Belle. The more I progress, the less my knowledge holds. The time to just throw it away is coming. I will only focus on my development for now. And how do you plan on doing that? Said a girly voice from behind him. It's the second time that you come from behind me like that. He said towards the silver-haired girl. You are so dull. I only wanted to say hi. Hello then. Sip. The conversation just ended like that. How dull can this guy be? Are you an adventurer? Looking at the sword on your back, I imagine you are. He was currently wearing his dungeon delving clothes plus the MK3 magic sword. Yes, I am, just a beginner though. I got here a few days ago. And you have the money to get such equipment. Those aren't some normal clothes, they are made from the skin of wyverns. That sword also seems to be enchanted. Are you from a big familia? No. They were mostly farmers, I just had some adventurers in my family. That's all. Most of the money was made by hunting monsters on the surface. So you had training. That's rare, most come here with dreams but no substance to complete them. What was your deepest floor? I went to the 10th floor today. I will see how the 11th floor is next week. A small lie, but it shouldn't matter. That's quite deep for a beginner. You should be more careful, even if it was just for sightsee. What's your familia and? Seer. Stop slacking off. Said Mia loudly. Seer seemed quite surprised, however, she realized she was talking too much, so she bowed. We can continue this conversation later. Bye. And as such, she left. Sigh. I wonder why the sudden interest in me. considering this place and its residents. There was a distant memory right at the tip of his lips, but he couldn't remember. Forget it. Sorry for the trouble, Naya. /tump/. Silver's heart skipped a bit because of the sudden appearance of the beautiful black-haired cat girl. No reaction. Are you made out of wood, Naya? She said with a mischievous smile. I will have a real heart attack one of these days. I can't even fight back considering her level. Naya, haha. Don't worry, Naya. We will be there to fix you up, Naya. She said with a happy and sly smile. So what's your secret? She whispered in his ear. What secret? You look like a normal human, yet you don't smell like one. What? I don't smell like a human. Think. That must be a skill. So you found out? Said Silver in a serious tone as he took a sip of his drink. Her brows furrowed, but they soon returned to normal. Tell me. She said in a curious tone. Come closer. She approached Silver, her ear staying 1 foot away from his face. I actually have a secret shampoo. She looked at me with a blank face. Do you want it? No. That's a shame. She looked annoyed, but the clients were piling up, so she needed to go help her colleagues. So be it, if you want anything, be sure to call Naya. Oh yeah. My name is Chloe, don't forget it. She gave Silver a wink and left. When she turned around, she smiled a little, amused by the situation. Thank you. /sip/. These girls are surely different from normal. But why the sudden interest in me? After all, Chloe, the cat girl, is a Shotokan. And Seer just likes to tease the adventurers. Nothing interesting happened in the following half an hour, just baseless rumors. So I paid for my drinks and left the pub. I can't really get drunk due to my body's fast metabolism, but I can at least enjoy its taste. Unless I drink a lot of alcohol very fast. When you have multiple gods of drinks and food competing to see who is the best, the result can be outstanding for the mortals. Or deadly. If you have the money to pay for them, that is. You seem distracted, did something happen? Asked the blonde elf to Chloe. It's nothing. Said Chloe as she smiled. The blonde elf looked at her colleague and went away in silence. After drinking, Silver left and went back to his home. And from there, he just repeated his routine for the next several days, going to the dungeon in the morning and leaving it at night to eat in the hostess of fertility. Every day, he grew better and better at controlling his powers and fighting against the monsters. His relationship with the girls somehow improved over time, but he knew he wasn't really a friend, at least, on the same level as Belle. He was more of a recurring client. All of the girls there are really reserved, they form some sort of barrier preventing people from entering. Belle managed to enter their circle due to his MC power and the fact he was invited into it by one of the girls. Not like I care anyway. I didn't go to the dungeon on the weekends, and used that time to explore Orario, going to many shops and workshops. I sold many of the excess loot drops in my storage space, almost emptying it out. It's been a while since I saw so much space. Current net worth, around 3.2 million valley. I wanted to go to the Babel Tower to take a look, but I eventually didn't. So I only went to some random shops in order to better familiarize myself with the city's economy and to properly grade myself in regards to my skills. And from what I saw, my overall skills are all on the high end of level 2, but due to the fact I don't have any special skill or development ability, I guess this is as far as I can go without receiving a fauna. I can't even compete with other blacksmiths. The stats allow them to get strong enough to handle materials such as adamantite, and they have skills that boost their craft. Even if I use all of my abilities, I wouldn't be able to even shape adamantine after heating it up. The only thing I can do is be creative. And that's why I consider myself to be a level 2 craftsman in many areas if I have the proper materials. Like using special blacksmithing methods ahead of this era. There might be gods of blacksmithing, but they aren't omnipotent, perhaps they are if they use fauna. But here in the mortal world, most strive to improve. There isn't really a level classification here in Orario, but it's clear some can make high-level equipment while others can't. As far as I know, at least. As for the dungeon, after the first week, I started to descend into the middle floors. And I must say, the change is enormous. Monsters get stronger, spawn faster, and in higher numbers, they also start to cooperate. They also start to use magic, and mutants are slightly more common. You may suddenly find yourself in a group of 30 monsters within the blink of an eye. But thanks to the plasmids, I could easily go away anytime, although I rarely ran away. However, there were some times where I just left due to the non-stop waves of monsters. Sometimes I also need to run. Strategically retreat when a higher-level monster appears. It was clear I wasn't ready to face them yet. Some monsters are too fast for even his eyes to notice them. In those trips, I ended up saving several adventures, something that boosted my fame across Orario, even if just a bit. Or should I say, Red's fame. That's the name people have been calling me. My combat abilities improved slightly, but I could see that I was reaching the limit of a human. At least from what I can see. But I don't think there is any way to go beyond this. If this wasn't enough, in the most recent Donatus, the permission for normal people to go to the dungeon was revoked. And now only adventurers can trade with the guild. That's why I didn't collect any loot. I wanted to keep my identity a secret until I found a decent familia. N1. Well. Being realistic, the guards left their post and now everyone is free to enter regardless, but now, only licensed adventurers can trade with the guild. Everyone else can either leave Orario and sell outside, or go to the black market. Both choices are terrible. How are you going to smuggle magic crystals outside of the city in the first place? In order to be worth it, you would have to either carry hundreds of small stones, or a single more valuable one. But if you can hunt a strong monster, then you are without a doubt an adventurer, there is no point in doing it. And the black market will always try to swallow you whole. So going there is like shooting one's own foot. At the end of the day, just go to a god, even if they aren't the best for you, there are literally hundreds out there. If you are desperate, just go to a familia that is recruiting, you can always resign at a later date. Although there is the danger of the god knowing your info when you resign. Unless he is sent to heaven. This wasn't a problem to me for now, and I hope it never becomes one. But I still need to find a goddess that fits my criteria. The ideal situation would be a goddess like Hestia, a god without a familia and trustworthy. So that I can grow alone. I don't like having to suck up to others and being carried, /crack, / crunch, / It seems to be about time. Silver gazed at the massive wall in front of him. Notes. N. In fact, the Zeus and Hera familia have been strong since 1,000 years ago, but the protagonist doesn't know about that. He will learn that pretty soon by reading any history book. N. The loot you sell can be used to measure your true strength, and since the guild asks for your identity when you sell stuff, they would quickly realize something is strange with a level 0 selling middle floor monsters magic stones. They wouldn't even think he hunted those monsters. His abilities are too great. He can heal, fight, teleport the entire team in and out of the dungeon, and some more. Some may force him to join them or he may be used against his will. That could endanger his family. N. After some thinking and research, I decided to assume the Black Dragon is sealed somewhere far away from Orario since I never found anything on whether it was sealed in the dungeon or free in the world. From a timeline perspective, I placed Albert's death, Ace father, to be during the time when Auranas descended. It will be like this. The world was on the brink of collapse after hundreds of years of fights due to the monsters on the surface created by the dungeon. And the natural beasts on the surface. The races banded together and fought a desperate battle against them by using the spirit's blessings. Like Nidhogg. But it wasn't enough to save everyone. The world was at its last legs. That's why even though the spirit's blessings were weaker than the gods' fauna, there were so many strong monsters. Because they were always fighting against nightmarish enemies created by the dungeon. Just think about it, with so many monsters roaming about on the surface, the chances of irregularities or anomalies are insane. Until one genius of a god found a way to connect Tenkai with Gakkai. Heaven with the mortal world. Why he did so? Because of boredom. This god's descent created a phenomenon that would be felt by the dungeon. That, in response, would create the calamities in order to hunt him down. But only two. The races banded together to fight them but were only partly successful. They created Babel to seal the two monsters in the dungeon at the same time. Auranas noticed the shit show so he decided to descend hastily and control the situation. He was a badass god after all. But he ended up crashing into Babel and destroying it in the process. Of course, he may have done that on purpose. When Babel was destroyed by a god, the dungeon got super pissed and created the super monster that is the Black Dragon. It may have also been due to how strong Auranas' divinity was. Albert died trying to kill it together with Ace Mom, Arya. And some other dudes. Like the elf lady forgot her name. The Black Dragon fled to somewhere far away, hurt and with one less eye. Auranas developed the currently used system of blessing a mortal with fauna since spirit contracts were heavily individual. The gods followed his example and set foot in Gakkai to relieve their boredom in Tenkai. This would explain why we see shooting stars during Albert's fight against the Black Dragon. They are the gods descending. Like the dawn of a new age. With the gods' fauna, many heroes rose and fell while fighting against the surface monsters. Insert heroic tales. Auranas together with the other gods rebuilt Babel. And he disappeared from history, praying to the dungeon so that the monster wouldn't escape. He used his divinity to prevent the monsters from escaping. It also heavily castrated the dungeon. This set in motion a new era. And was what made possible for the new struggling generation of heroes to survive in this fucked world. And Orario slowly rose from the rubble of the past era. Now the people could breathe and set their attention towards development and exploration. Years passed, The Zeus and Hera familia defeated two of the calamities over the centuries but failed when they fought against the Black Dragon. Terribly, in fact, they were obliterated. Showing just how strong Albert was with only Spirit's blessing. If we assume they work in the same way. Perhaps Albert had a special ability. He did fuck a spirit, that's pretty impressive on its own. Now millennia into this new era, many of the monsters on the surface have been exterminated but not all. If you are unlucky, you may still meet with a monster that would only appear on the 80th floor or some shit. But the Black Dragon is the strongest monster without a doubt. Perhaps a deep floor juggernaut can fight it. Since they get stronger the deeper they are made. Most now live in their own enclosed habitats, far away from other people. Zeus was thrown out of Orario for many reasons and went to the north to raise Bel, implanting the will to become an adventurer into him. For no reason at all, he didn't plan for Bel to become the hero to save the world. Hermes had a different idea though. He saw in Bel something Zeus didn't and planned to turn him into the hero Zeus tried to once grow to defeat the Black Dragon. The person being either the level 8 or 9. I don't remember if it said whose family each belongs to. As for Hera, I have some plans for her. It's a bit of a spoiler, so read with caution. After his fight with the two big familias, the Black Dragon went to his nest to hibernate. Hera followed the Black Dragon to its nest and used her divinity to seal the beast in place, waiting for the promised day. She pretty much is keeping the beast in eternal slumber. Tell me your opinions. Chapter 10, David vs. Goliath, redone. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. Silver gazed at the trembling wall. It's starting. 2 weeks ago, the Loki familia passed through the dungeon, cleaning multiple monsters on their path. This included Goliath, the giant humanoid monster on the 17th floor. So I properly timed myself and delved into the dungeon, slowly making my way down the floors, avoiding the strong humanoid monsters. He only spawns every 2 weeks, and today happens to be that day. I used invisibility to and sound muffle to pass through dangerous groups of monsters and jumped into the massive holes commonly found in the middle floors. Notes N1. My objective this time wasn't to fight these creatures, it was to fight something specific. The Goliath. So I needed to preserve as much of my energy as I could. And even though I have potions, they don't exactly cure everything. Even if it is a level 3 giant monster Rex. I still want to challenge it at least once. A monster Rex is like a super boss monster, a raid boss even. But they can be challenged alone if you are strong or prepared enough. The Goliath spawned within a giant room. There are multiple entrances to this place, but only one of them leads to the next floor. The layout was like this. One of the walls of the room consisted of a large translucent crystal stone. You could see the Goliath inside of it, indicating its spawn time was near. The opposite wall to this one was the normal stone wall commonly found in the middle floors. Behind Silver were the entrances to the floors above, consisting of several holes and staircases. Opposite to his location was a large corridor leading to a room filled with holes that all lead to the next floor. Slash crack, slash. Slash roar, slash. From the immense crystal wall, a large piece of stone broke out of it, revealing the Goliath's face. It roared with might, using its immense strength to free itself from the restraints of the wall. Slash boom, slash. Slash crack, slash. Loud sounds of stone breaking and shattering echoed in the cavern. A lot of dust was raised due to this, but the Goliath was so tall that Silver could still see its chest and face. Goliath was an over 20 tall humanoid monster. He looked almost human. The best way to describe it would be to compare it with Aaron's Titan from AOD. Silver got up and got ready. Mystic Step. Also called Cloud Walk later on. Out of nowhere, mist started to gather on Silver's boots, and 2 small clouds formed on them. Slash crack slash. The Goliath was still slightly disoriented due to its birth. Silver dashed with all of his strength, cracking the ground, trying to use the moment of its birth as a way to land a hit in it. He stepped in the air doing a double jump, disappearing from his location at the same time. It was another one of his abilities, invisibility. It was because of this ability that Goliath still hasn't seen him. As Silver ran in the air, he started to analyze the Goliath and remember the information he researched about it. Its skin is thick and the muscles are hard, dealing heavy damage to it should be impossible with my current strength unless I stack multiple powerful effects into a single attack. So, poison, or something of the sort seems to be my best bet. Silver continued to kick the air, getting closer and closer to its head. Can I take it down with one single attack? His right hand inside the armor started to boil and release purple poison clouds. Potent poison dripped into the large sword through his control. Slash grr, slash. The Goliath felt something was wrong, and turned its head to the side, feeling a strange airwave coming from there. Its instincts told it to smash it. Slash roar, slash. The Goliath lifted its right arm and swiped at the air. But it didn't hit anything. Silver, on the other hand, was sweating bullets since he was almost hit by the giant arm. Its senses are sharper than I thought. I can't get any closer than this. His arm muscles expanded and glowed red as he prepared to strike. He lifted his sword and aimed at the Goliath's eyes. Slash fwush, slash. He threw the sword with all of his strength. The air was cut off as the sword flew to the Goliath's right eye. It didn't even have the chance to process the situation before the sword penetrated it. Slash squish, slash. Slash roar, slash. The Goliath lifted its two arms and started to crash around the place, making the entire cavern tremble. Using its left eye, it noticed a small body moving the smoke. It couldn't see what it was, but that was its target. Slash crack, slash. Slash prong, slash. Using its two arms, it broke a large portion of the crystal wall and threw it at Silver's location. The large boulder flew at high speeds. Shit. The rock was several dozen meters in diameter, coming at him faster than a sports car. But before the rock could hit him, Silver disappeared from his location, appearing several meters away from the rock. Teleportation. For the naked eye, it seemed as if he just disappeared, a feat of extreme speed no doubt, but for those that can see in slow motion, Silver's body slowly disintegrated, before it disappeared entirely. And the area he appeared, the reverse of the previous process occurred as if Silver slowly materialized into existence. All of this in the fraction of a second. Herf. Using this still takes quite the toll, he said as he felt the considerable drain of mind. Worse. My invisibility has been dispelled. Slash grr, slash. Goliath saw that and smashed its two fists on the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Silver was thrown high up in the air, while the Goliath dashed at him. Arg. Calm down. It might be a level 3 monster, but it's big and rather slow. Aiming his right hand towards the ground, Silver used telekinesis and pulled himself back into the ground. The Goliath is slow for a level 3 creature, but it is still faster than a level 2 adventurer due to its large stride. But suddenly, the Goliath stopped moving. What? What's happening? Goliath looked at Silver on the ground before turning around. Slash tremble, slash. The cave trembled, and from the crystal wall, two giant boots and gauntlets broke from within. The Goliath, as if in a trance, went to the items and equipped them. It happened too fast for Silver to even understand what was going on. What? Why did the Goliath? A power-up? The only possibility is. It wasn't really shown much in the series, but some of the monsters' Rex change when fighting a single enemy. Eudeus, the monster Rex of the 37th floor, will spawn a massive black greatsword in the fight if he is challenged alone. Shit. I didn't consider this possibility. Not that it changes anything, I would most likely die if I was hit by his fists even before he equipped those gauntlets and boots. I just need to finish this fight as soon as possible. If the situation gets worse, I will just leave. Telekinesis. I hope the distance isn't too much. I got it. Silver pulled the sword that was stuck in the monster's eye, making it move to the side, blinding the monster of its other eye. Telekinesis potential is immense. Being able to kill monsters at a distance was always OP. After this, he tried to push the sword into its brain to kill it, but the sword was stuck in something. His current telekinesis was too weak to finish the job. Its bones. Or could it be the eye's muscles? I can't even call it back. Fuck, how could I be so unlucky? Slash roar, slash. Fuck. Goliath became enraged, increasing its physical abilities but dulling its senses. Its skin turned slightly red and steam started to be released from it. Since it couldn't see, it just kept crashing against everything around it. Normally, the Goliath isn't strong enough to break the dungeon, only small things such as boulders or the already broken crystal wall. But thanks to its enraged state and the strange equipment, its strength was much more than enough to make the entire cave tremble. If he continues doing that, there is a significant chance the ceiling might collapse. At that point this is going to become everyone's problem because as far as I know, the only entrance to the next floor is in this very room. Notes End 2. That would block several adventurers from coming back from the deeper floors and impede others from going deeper for at least several days if not months depending on the damage, until the dungeon repairs itself. This might cause several deaths and immense loss of money. Worse. The Juggernaut might appear. After all, the 17th floor just consisted of this arena. A 17th floor Juggernaut. I can't even think about it. But I can't approach it while it's berserk. I can only pray the ceiling doesn't collapse. Silver once again tried pulling his sword from inside its head using telekinesis, but it was completely stuck. If you are wondering, I can't teleport the sword from inside its head, I can only do that for items that I am holding. To do that for distant items. The energy cost is so great for the current me that I might just die from trying. At this point, I can just wait for the poison to kick in. Bleeding isn't going to work due to this monster's regeneration rate. But looking at how things are progressing. The poison also seems to be ineffective. Slash boom. Boom, slash. But the Goliath wasn't stopping, as if it had infinite stamina. The crystal wall was almost fully destroyed. Silver was faced with a choice. He could leave. After all, this was something clearly above his skill grade. Or he could use his head and come up with a plan. Perhaps, if he uses everything at his disposal, he might have a chance at taking the beast down. Shit. I can't leave it to fate like that. He made his choice. He took out a large blue potion from his belt. Slash gulp, slash. Ah. I hate this consistency. 10k Valis down the drain. Might feel low, but this is a potion that adventurers would drink several times in one adventure. So the cost is cumulative. Phew. Much better now. What its effects are should be self-explanatory if you are a gamer. If you aren't, I am sorry. Silver took out his Mk3 magic sword and shield. He looked at his carefully crafted iron red shield. This might not help much, but it's better than getting hit straight up. Slash boom, slash. A large rock fell from the ceiling. It was clear. The cave wouldn't last much longer if the Goliath was let loose like that. Slash bang bang bang, slash. Silver blocked some of the flying pieces with the shield. He observed the Goliath, looking for an opportunity. I need to time this just right. To strike him in a place that is going to make him stop rampaging. His eyes fell right onto his Achilles' heels. However, they were being protected by the boots. There is a small gap. It's protected by that strange leather, but it's better than trying to cut the area protected by the metal. But how am I going to get there? He is constantly moving his feet all around the place. He looked to the ceiling and had an idea. He looked at the Goliath and smiled. If you want to break this place, then you need to suffer the consequences. Slash fwush, slash. He ran across the ground while evading any sort of debris falling from the sky or created by the strong impacts of the Goliath feet and fists. The closer he got, the harder it was. Slash roar, slash. Slash boom, slash. The Goliath jumped high and crashed down, creating a large crater around the place. Slash crack, slash. Silver could see large cracks all around the ground and even some in the walls and ceilings of the cavern. Shit. I don't have much time. He finally got closer to the monster and aimed his right hand at its face. I am over here. Slash bang, slash. A large fireball hit the Goliath's face. Slash roar slash. The smoke scattered due to the strong scream of the creature. Showing a flawless face. His magic resistance is that high. Or am I too weak without a Falna boost? Slash boom, boom, slash. The Goliath started to make his way towards Silver. So far, so good, slash boom boom, slash. Just a little more. The Goliath lifted his right hand high in the air, ready to strike the ground. Silver noticed the beaten-up ceilings and walls. I can't let it do another one of those strikes. It's a little soon. Shit. I was so close. But Silver was ready. On his right hand was a large firebomb, one he had condensed over several seconds. Slash crackle, slash. He released the burning fireball directly at the base of a stalactite. Slash crack, slash. But it didn't fall. Come on. Telekinesis. Silver grasped the large stalactite and pulled, but it remained unmoving. ARRG. Fall you little shit. He pulled with everything he had and, as he wanted, the conical-shaped stone descended from the ceiling, penetrating the Goliath right arm and pinning it to the ground. Slash boom, slash. Slash roar, slash. The Goliath wailed in pain and wrath. It was bleeding heavily, but it still had a lot of strength. Slash thud, slash. Silver collapsed on the ground for a good minute trying to recompose due to high energy consumption. Slash bang bang, slash. The Goliath continued to hit the ground, but due to its awkward position and injuries, the impact was pretty weak. Harf. Harf. Fuck. Thankfully the Goliath is trapped, otherwise, I would be dead. Perhaps coming here was a bad idea after all. Haha. After I used such a large amount of power at once, my body couldn't handle it and I almost lost consciousness. I managed to keep myself awake thanks to my training with Grandma, but my body just stayed still, slash gulp, slash. Silver drank another blue mind potion, partly recovering himself from his weakened state. I see why potions are so expensive now. He picked up the sword and shield on the ground and rushed after it again. This time, the number of rocks flying across the place was greatly reduced due to the Goliath being subdued. He quickly reached behind his legs and slashed at its ankles. Slash slash, slash. Slash clang, slash. The sound of metal striking metal resounded. You gotta be kidding me. The leather was actually harder than it seemed. Slash clong, slash. Slash clang, slash. Silver tried everything, but the boots were harder than any metal he had ever seen. Even though they looked to be made out of fur. Slash splash, slash. The sound of blood splashing resounded in the cavern as the Goliath managed to free itself from the stalactite. It had a massive hole in its arm that was bleeding. There is no more salvation for this creature, it's going to die of blood loss eventually. Silver also noticed purple lines on the Goliath's face. Is the poison even working? It sure took a while. Perhaps trying it in the Goliath wasn't really a good idea, I will test it better later. At the same time, the Goliath's skin stopped releasing steam, indicating its berserk state had ended. It stopped walking and its movements greatly reduced. It was hurt, tired, and poisoned. The battle was over. Silver just needed to wait and victory would be at his grasp. Slash swash, slash. But Silver wasn't taking any chances, as he took this opportunity to jump into the air after it. The Goliath was so weakened that it didn't even notice Silver as he was right in front of its neck. Well, it was, partly blinded. However, this also shows how big the berserk side effects are. Its eyes are considerably healed, while my sword got stuck somewhere inside the regenerated muscles in its head. It's definitely dying, however, I can't take any chances of it suddenly going mad and striking the ground in anger. Let me finish this. He took the magic sword Mk3 and activated the magic inside it. It glowed deep red before lighting started to form in the blade. Silver's arm muscles also grew a little and glowed red. Combined attack. Arm enhancement plus magic sword plus flame edge. Maintaining more than 2 plasmids activated is an incredible feat for the current Silver. He only managed to do so after the 2 years of training. It's over. Slash slash, slash. The flaming sword hit the neck of the monster with high momentum, piercing its flesh and cutting into its spine, but the slash was only enough to cut a third of the way. Slash ggurr, slash. In a last effort, the Goliath lifted its left arm and slapped Silver with its remaining strength. He tried to evade it but he hesitated for a second. Arg. The only thing he could do now was to block it with his shield. Slash fwush, slash. Silver flew across the cavern and hit the ground creating a large crater. Slash boom, slash. POAH. Silver spit blood due to the internal damage he took. Slash puff, slash. The monster on the other hand, slowly fell face down on the ground. A massive explosion of dark smoke filled the entire cavern, but it soon dissipated. Slash clang, slash. Slash cling, slash. Slash brown, slash. Silver heard the sounds of multiple items falling on the ground. But it was difficult to distinguish how many or what they were due to the sounds of broken rocks falling from the ceiling. Slash cling, slash. His giant sword spun in the air and fell several meters ahead of Silver. And his shield was nowhere to be seen, but it's probably scrapped after taking that hit. The magic sword flew to God knows where. And some of the potions on his belt broke when he fell on the ground. Harf. Harf. Now it's truly over. He said weakly. How many ribs did I break this time? This Goliath was beyond my expectations. Even after I researched it thoroughly. Although it wasn't really smart nor was it the epitome of defense, it was an all-rounder that many adventurers feared. And that was why, despite its overall stats being that of a high level 2 monster, it was still considered a menace with level 3 strength. It was more than strong enough to negate pretty much all of my normal attacks. Damn, I should have evaded that hit at all costs. The reason I haven't done so was because of the heavy energy cost of blinking away. Since I had already used a lot of energy at once to dish out that last attack, there was a risk of me falling unconscious or losing control of my body again. That little bit of hesitation almost killed me. HAAA. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Slash cough, slash. Silver coughed some blood as he laughed at what he had accomplished. A human had killed Goliath, alone, and without the help of Falna. In ancient times, heroes fought against monsters with the help of spirits. But perhaps this is the first time in history someone killed a monster like this with his own strength and nothing else. Although, Silver can't really prove that. Killing it doesn't prove that I can beat any level 2 either. If I was fighting a speed-type monster, especially one that was ambushing me, the chances of me dying or losing a limb is pretty high. The Goliath is fast, but not nearly as fast as a level 2 monster. Perhaps he can outpace it in a single line, but that is due to its size. Each step covers several dozen meters. He would be outpaced by most level 2 monsters in pretty much every situation. His defense is not that high as well. Probably around mid to high level 2, but as you could see, some parts of his body were considerably tougher than his skin, which caused me quite the trouble. Even if my sword is sharp enough to cut his muscles, my strength still lacks. That's why it got stuck. Its intelligence is pretty mediocre as well. Most monsters on the middle floors can cooperate and even set up traps, that's why the death rate of new adventures on these floors is so high. Notes N3. Ace could probably one-hit this monster by cutting its head off. Not only her, but every single member I saw that day in the Hostess of Fertility probably can. With the exception of Lafia. She is still growing. Although if she was given enough time to cast her magic, I guess she could turn him into ashes. Compared to that, my firebolts are nothing but firecrackers. Silver looked at his belt but couldn't find any potions. Only some glass shards. He soon felt pain on his hips. ARRG. Did some of the glass shards penetrate my skin? This glass was incredibly resistant, but I think this fight was too much for it. He tried to get up but... my. Blearg, /. He spat large amounts of blood on the ground. How? How much blood did I already spit out? This isn't good. He also had difficulty moving his armor. I see, the joints are broken. My movement was impaired because many of the back joints had broken when I crashed on the ground. Better the joints than me. That's what they were made for after all. I will take a look later. Just when Silver was about to pick a healing potion from my inventory to heal my injuries. Step. He heard multiple footsteps behind him. Notes. This chap has 3,300 words. N. There should be multiple secret entrances between floors as far as I am aware. Every floor has multiple secrets, but they are normally kept under heavy wraps by the familia who find them. New, in the sense of being the adventurer first time in the middle floors. For example, you could have an upper floors team go to the middle floors, and their chance of dying would be pretty high if they were not accompanied by a higher level or more experienced adventurer. Pretty much you die if you are not prepared enough. N2 and N. The 13th to 17th floors are known as the cave labyrinth. While the upper floors are just flat, circular maze, the middle floors have more complex layouts which include intertwining upper and lower tunnels. The light becomes darker and the air seems to be moist. Vertical holes leading to the deeper floors appear randomly. The layout is more complex and monsters spawn at faster rate in the middle floors than in the upper floors, so it is very difficult for level 2 adventurers to solo these floors. Wiki. Chapter 11, Adventurer's Perspective, redone. I will just continue to write what I feel the most comfortable with. The best novels here on Web Novel aren't by no means perfect, much on the contrary in fact. I don't have any expectation of growing big like them, but I at the very least want to create something I am happy with. That's why I started to make these. It's a hobby. I don't gain money with this. And after reading some suggestions, I became baffled. Those included: no friendships with Loki Familia or others. MC gets chased by Freya. MC fight, then Loki Familia know about him so they decide to chase him. Please don't make him famous. Don't give him a growth type skill. Put him on a OC Familia. Did you see the pattern? What you want isn't a Danmachi FIC, it is something else out of this world. How can I not make him famous? If what you want is him to grow in the shadows, then you have some pretty serious misconceptions about Danmachi. In the first place, all Familias are obliged to display their members' levels to the guild, unless he enters Hermes Familia. The MC will get famous one day. OC Familia and friends. No contact with the main cast. Sure. I will write the story of an MC that never met with any of the significant characters of this world. In fact, he will leave Orario and live as a farmer with his grandparents, because the story you want is impossible for me to write. What is the purpose of a fanfic? Isn't it for everyone to have fun with something that wasn't supposed to happen, or should be impossible? If you want me to change everything, then it wouldn't even be fun anymore. Yeah, let's remove Konoha from this Naruto FIC I am writing. Or how about removing the Marines and the Yonkou from this One Piece FIC I am writing? I will create these 5 emperors that no one will ever care about in their place. Who would read such a thing? Almost everyone meaningfully to the story just went poof. There is something about following the original storyline. It creates a base for me, the author, to follow. Freya and Loki, and all other familias are of immense importance to the continuity of the storyline. And if the MC doesn't level up at a decent pace, we will reach a point where he is level 3 and the original MC of this world is level 5. Remember. Bell is 2 years away from coming into Orario, and 3 years away from most likely killing the Black Dragon. Since the original author wants to finish the story in 1 year. This would mean he is going from a no-name to a level 10 or something in a year. Then the story ends with Bell murdering the Black Dragon while the MC is level 4 because it takes almost a year for him to level up once. And then what? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Sorry for the rant. I will take a shit in a shower. I will answer your comments later. Peace. Oh yeah, this chap is bigger than most because it has 4,000 words. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. 10 minutes ago. Did you pack everything, Raoul? Asked a black-haired cat girl. Yes, Anna. What about the others? Replied a man wearing grey chest armor and white leggings. They should be almost ready, they should be calculating the time to see how we should take down the Goliath. One thing is to attack the Goliath when it's already spawned, and another is to be surprised by its sudden activation. What are you two doing here? We are ready to depart, go to your posts. Said someone on the side. Yes, Captain, X. Finn watched as two of the strongest level 4 in the Loki Familia ran to their posts. He only smiled and entered a large tent. You are here, Finn. Said a big-headed dwarf. What is taking so long, Gareth? If we lose any more time, the Goliath is going to. If it activates earlier, then we might have some problems. Finn started to imagine Ace and the others discussing to see who should take out the beast. It's nothing important, it's just. Replied Gareth. Gareth was about to say something when Riveria entered the tent and said. Ace wanted to challenge it alone this time, but she was beaten by some adventurers from the Hercules Familia, so they should be waiting for the fight to end now. What? Ha! Those kids are always so excited, it's good they got some rest time. Replied Gareth as he sat down on his chair and relaxed. But Finn's brows furrowed. What is it, Finn? It's not like Ace went alone, she has the others with her just in case something happens, although that's unlikely. That's not it, Gareth. I just have this strange feeling. Finn felt his thumb ache. If you feel that something is going to happen, why don't we go there? I can stay behind if you wish. Replied Riveria. Thanks, Riveria. Let's go, Gareth. Said Finn as he left the tent. The dwarf nodded and got up. Picking his two massive double axes on the way. Several km away, Ace and her group were walking towards the entrance to the 17th floor. The place where the Goliath resided. The Goliath acts like a gatekeeper, that's why the crystal wall is also called the Wall of Grief, due to how many groups of adventurers he killed. Lafia looked behind her and saw the massive tree. She already saw it dozens of times, but she can't help but be impressed every single time. Notes. It's truly beautiful, isn't it? All of these crystals and forests that never seem to end. She said. Yeah, a little I guess, although I do wonder why the dungeon maintains such places. Said Tioni. Lafia saw something moving on the horizon. Is that Finn? Lafia, who was looking at the forest, saw two fast shadows dashing towards their position. Finn? Where? Asked Tioni. Tioni had a fervent expression on her face. Calm down, sis, else you are going to creep him out. Tioni's expression eased, but she stared deeply at her younger sister. For about a few seconds. Tioni had a deep crush on Finn, and she wasn't afraid of showing it. In fact, most already knew that, even Finn himself. But this love is destined to bear no fruits due to Finn's own dreams and ideals. N0. /bang/. Finn and Gareth kicked the ground with immense force, shattering the stone underneath their feet and propelling them to the high ground where Ace and her group were. Would you mind if we joined you all? Said Gareth. No, but why are you all here? Asked Ace. I just felt something wasn't right. Said Finn. So you came to babysit us, huh? Said Bet. Not really, I just want to know what is giving me this bad feeling. That's the same shit. /tremble/. The stones near the entrance started to tremble, indicating that the Goliath had awakened. Already. Wasn't it supposed to wake up half an hour later? Did those muscleheads rush there? Asked Tiona. Knowing them, that's not exactly impossible. The monster Rex can wake up earlier if someone is in the room after all. Commented Tiona. Let's just wait for them, you all know how those guys can be when they are interrupted. Everyone nodded to Gareth's words and sat down to wait. /boom/. /crash/. /roar/. They could hear the echoes of the fight upstairs. Seems like someone is fighting it, and by the sounds, they seem to be winning. Said Lafia. TSK. Can't they be more silent? Just finish it already. We've been waiting in this place for 2 days, yet those fuckers stole. Bet. Can you make less noise? I want to try and hear the fight. Bet shut up when he heard Finn. He is still his captain after all. /boom/. The sounds of the fight were getting louder and louder. What is happening up there? I never saw a Goliath fight that intense before. It looks as if the ceiling is going to collapse anytime soon. Said Tioni. /boom/. A massive explosion echoed from above, followed by the passage trembling. Oi. This isn't going to collapse on us, right? asked Bet. I hope not, said Finn. Slash at the same time, right above the Ace and Company, slash. 5 men wearing very little clothing were standing on top of a rock watching the fight from far away. The only true clothing they were wearing was a leather helmet, 2 leather straps that carried their respective weapons, and tight trunks. Image. Looks like we were beaten to it. Sigh. Don't worry, Diomedes. You will have the chance to test your new strength 2 weeks later. Diomedes seemed quite pissed. But he just sat on the ground in sadness. But this is quite strange. One of the semi-naked men pointed towards Goliath. The Goliath was currently equipping a pair of gauntlets. It even had a pair of fur boots. What is going on? Asked Diomedes. The Goliath opponent was a red knight with a long white scarf fluttering in the wind. An adaptation. The man who seemed to be their captain, the one with the large warhammer, pointed out an interesting possibility. Notes. What do you mean? Asked another one of the 5 Herculean men. You should pay more attention to the classes, Girius. I am sorry. Adaptation is the term used when a monster Rex changes itself when certain conditions are met. Like Eudius on the 37th floor, and the Amphisbaena on the 27th floor. A good example is Amphisbaena. Her transformation activates when someone challenges it alone in a raft. There are more, but their requirements are quite hard to meet. But there isn't any report on a Goliath adaptation. The familiars of the past tried all sorts of things but never did one work. So this begs the question, is this really an adaptation? Everyone looked pensive after their captain Gerinus stopped talking. So it's stronger now? Asked Diomedes, excited. Most likely. Let's see how it fights first, then draw our conclusions later. We need all of the info we can gather. You know how Hercules-sama is. But we already tried everything. How did the Goliath change? Asked the Herculean man with an immense backpack on his back. In fact, is that person the only one fighting it? I think so, Joffrey. Replied the captain. His armor is quite nice, but isn't it weighing him down? He is barely moving from his position. If this continues, he is going to get squished. As he said that, the Red Knight lifted his hand forward and the Goliath's left, remaining eye, suddenly burst, releasing large amounts of blood. Slash roar, slash. The Goliath screamed in pain and anger. Steam started to be released from its skin. What happened? I never saw it do that before. A skill. Does the Goliath have a skill? Girius and Joffrey were flabbergasted. I am not considering the Black Goliath in this fight. There were some rare cases recorded in the Guild-S files related to the Goliath. Very rarely, just like normal monsters, Monster Rexes can appear with unique abilities, but that's incredibly rare due to how long it takes for each of them to reform. But I don't think this particular Goliath is one of these cases. Explained Gerinus once more, slash roar, slash. Slash boom, slash. Slash bang, slash. The Goliath crashed around the place, making the entire cavern shake. Oi oi. If this continues, everyone is going to get buried alive. I am going to take that shit down. Said Diomedes as he cracked his knuckles. Calm down, Diomedes. Captain. We can't let this continue. Do you know what is going to happen if? I know, if things get too dangerous I will take it down myself. I am counting on you all to help in that case. Remember our code. Tisk. The Red Knight seemed to be frustrated by something as he once again pointed forward with his right hand, but nothing happened this time. So he picked a blue potion and chugged it. Slash crack, slash. He threw the empty bottle to the side and took out a plain long sword and a shield. Diomedes could hear him saying something but couldn't understand very well due to the distance and the sounds from the rocks and the Goliath. The Red Knight dashed forward with his shield in hand. His white scarf fluttered behind him. Slash boom, slash. The Goliath jumped high in the air and crashed down, causing an impact so strong that some of their clothes fluttered due to the wind pressure. That has to be the craziest Goliath I have ever seen. Captain, things are. Wait a bit more. Dash. In fact, Diomedes didn't want to intervene. He deeply respected those who put their lives on the line in order to improve, but he also completely disdained those who disregarded the lives of others for their own profit. He would have killed the men if he had fled the scene. Okay, that's too much, but he wouldn't have escaped unscathed. I am here. Diomedes heard the men screaming something, attracting the attention of the Goliath with a fireball. What is he doing? Does he want to die? He completely removed the advantage he had by revealing his position. You are right, brother. But don't you think something is strange? He is incredibly slow for someone who should be challenging such a monster. Said Girius to Joffrey. Slash crack, slash. Slash bang, slash. As they were distracted talking, the men continued to guide the Goliath towards a certain spot, finally releasing a firebolt towards the ceiling and having a massive stalactite pierce its arms. He also fell silently towards the floor. One of the warriors looked at their captain, but the latter shook his head. "Oh. I never thought about doing that before," said Jirius. "That's like an instant kill, right? If the dungeon fixes itself later, we can just bring down one of those and it's going Poochie." "That would be highly unlikely, Judge. Not only considering the number of calculations needed to pull such a thing. There is also the dungeon change. I find it unlikely that the dungeon is going to keep such a thing after today. Even then, how do you plan to bring down one of those? Are you going to throw your sword up there? I am assuming the dungeon is alive, since it bears striking anger towards the gods." Slash clang, slash. The knight slashed at the Goliath ankle, but the boot proved to be too hard. The situation seemed dire for the knight. "Why isn't he just cutting its leg off?" asked Diomedes. "That isn't as easy of a feat as you claim it to be," said Jirius. He seems weak," said another one of the warriors. "His speed and strength are subpar for even a level 2 adventurer. Is the armor that heavy?" Jerinus continued to watch silently. Slash Swiss slash. Goliath's skin stopped releasing steam. It was visibly tiring, barely moving. The knight didn't lose this opportunity and he immediately jumped into the air. Or rather, he ran in the air. "Is he flying? Look at his feet. What is that wind?" asked Jirius. "That doesn't look like magic, I didn't see him casting." "Diomedes, did you hear anything?" asked the captain. "Not even a small sound. Firebolt, wind, and that strange force that damaged both of the Goliath eyes and pulled the stalactite. He doesn't seem to be a mage yet, he has all 3 of his slots full, and they all seem to be instant magic." Or he chanted in a very low voice. Commented Jerinus. "Just fall." For the first time since the fight started, they heard the knight scream something. Slash slash, slash. His sword was bathed in fire and lightning formed in the sharp side of the sword. It cut halfway through, but the monster was still standing. Slash bang, slash. The Goliath lifted his hand and slapped the knight. Slash gasp, slash. "He is a goner now," said Jirius. Diomedes' eyes were narrowed, but his expression was grim. The other 2 warriors had sad expressions. But Jerinus looked relieved. He did it somehow. Slash clag, slash. Suddenly, a sword came piercing from the sky, getting embedded in the wall close to their location. It was slowly breaking down into pieces. Slash bang, slash. Slash crash, slash. The final bits and pieces of stone fell from the ceiling and silence slowly came back into the cavern. "Warriors, move out," said the captain as he went to the knight's rescue. All of the knights started running in a perfectly coordinated march towards the fallen knight. "Ha ha." Diomedes could hear faint laughing and coughing sounds coming from inside the helmet. "It's good that he is alive." His attention was drawn towards the super large sword fallen on the ground. But the knight also noticed his presence. He slowly turned his head in his direction. Slash crank, slash. With difficulty, he got up. His legs still trembling slightly. He lifted his left hand and the large sword came flying from the ground as if alive. Slash clang, slash. He grasped the sword hilt, but it was possible to see just how exhausted the man was, he could barely even lift his sword. It was a very floppy stance. But the man's determination could be felt from the way he grasped the sword. His reaction wasn't anything unexpected, adventurers need to be wary of strangers when dwelling. Because of his injuries, his stance is more of a question than a warning. Are you a friend or a foe? That kind of question. The man's weak stance suddenly became fully stable, with him holding his sword straight. Calm down. Dash, who are, cough. Calm down, proud warrior. We came here to help. Let me handle this, Diomedes. The captain made way from the middle of the warriors and took out a crimson-red potion inside a golden bottle. Here, take this. Your potion seemed to have been broken, right? We are currently setting up camp with the Loki Familia on the floor below. Would you like to go with us and rest there? The knight didn't seem to believe them that much, so he took something from his pocket. It was a golden coin. Do you recognize this symbol? We are from the Hercules Familia. You can trust us. The knight seemed to think for a few seconds. His expression was impossible to read due to the helmet. Thank. Cough. Don't talk for now. Slash clang, slash. Slash gulp, slash. He removed his visor revealing his mouth and chugged the potion. Cough cough. I feel much better now. That's good. Sorry for spying on your fight. We came here to fight the Goliath, but I ended up stealing it, right? No. We don't mind. Well, I don't have much to pay you all with. Nor do I have a way to bring this stone to the surface. Would you five accept it as a form of payment? It isn't exactly illegal. Unless they paid him in hard cash, this is more like a gift. Freya did give Belle one magic stone once. Very early in the story, I think. What? Of course not. Let me handle this, Diomedes. Are you sure about this? You could buy a few of the potions I gave you. My life is worth much more than a few bottles of potion. Thank you all for the help. Would you all mind staying a bit more while I recover? Haha. No problem. Joffrey. Get us some of that wine we bought on the 18th floor. Yes, Captain. What is this situation? Silver was sitting near a bonfire. Together with him were 5 semi-naked bodybuilders. They were the people that helped him earlier, obviously. Despite their appearance, they are quite nice and refined. Helping Silver gather his loot and equipment. But I can't get used to them. Don't judge people. Don't judge people. Do you like the wine? Asked Jirius. It's quite good, but I like the ones on the surface more. Did you say it came from the 18th floor? Said Diomedes. Yup. We got it in Rivera. Expensive as fuck. I heard the place was expensive, but how much is it? Don't even get me started. Everything there is at least 20 times pricier. And the number of scammers. The youngest of the 5 continued to tell Silver just how crazy expensive the city was. Thankfully, I won't ever need to buy stuff there. As long as I have the storage space. Here, it's ready. Diomedes passed Silver a skewer made from some unknown meat. Chomp. It had a fishy taste and texture. What is this made from? He asked. Raider fish from the 25th floor. Ever fought one? Asked the captain. Silver shook his head. I heard of these, but never fought one. They appear on the surface as well, right? From time to time, one of these will terrorize a fishing village. But they do make quite the nice skewer. How are your injuries? I should be able to fight in a few more minutes. The potion was quite strong after all. Of course, it is. It's a super strong potion sold in small batches every day. Thanks once again. Haha. Just enjoy the meat. Diomedes had a deep respect for those who challenged themselves. So when he watched the fight, he easily realized this knight was weaker than Goliath, yet he stood his ground and didn't leave, defeating it after a brutal ending. Gaining his respect. The Herculean warriors helped him gather the loot and even gave him a small sack so that he could carry his loot. They ate and laughed together until Silver thought it was time to go. Are you leaving already? I have a schedule to make, so I can't take any chances staying longer than I should. If I end up being stuck on some floor, the people there are going to kick my ass. I know how it is. Hercules-sama is just like that. Said Diomedes. If you have the time, make sure to visit us on the surface. We welcome you with open arms. Silver looked at the strange image of 5 bodybuilders in tight trunks opening their arms to him. He didn't find it weird, they were rather nice and dependable people. But no thanks. Silver bowed and gave them his farewells. And left hurriedly after that. Looks like he left. Said the captain as he made his way to the crystal. Are we just going to let him go like that? What about our report? There are so many strange things about this situation. Asked Jirius. Wait. Are we even going to report what we found to the Loki Familia? Of course, we are Jirius. Everyone has their secrets, however, it is of imperative importance that we represent our Familia in keeping a good relationship with the Loki Familia. As per the orders of Hercules-sama. Captain. Everyone knows the history behind Loki and Hercules. Hercules used, and still has a massive crush on Loki, but she never replied to his feelings because he was too macho for her. So he has always tried to maintain a good relationship with the Loki Familia. I just wonder how they are going to react after finding out that we weren't the ones to take down Goliath. The captain noticed his subordinates' expressions and said, Don't worry too much about this. It's nothing but a minor event for both our Familia. This story will soon become just that. History. But always remember. Bang. The captain unsheated his large warhammer from his back and struck the crystal, breaking it into pieces. But none of the Herculean knights were surprised. Sigh. I know the end result would be that. Said Juge. What a waste. Said Diomedes. We are proud warriors. We protect the citizens. That's why we seek strength. That's our mantra. We don't need rewards to help others in need. That's why we are noble. So raise your head. As proud warriors of the Hercules familia. X. The warriors screamed at the top of their lungs, their screams made the cavern tremble slightly. Notes. N. Finn wants to be the guiding light of the Palom. In order to become that, he worked for decades to create his current image. That's why he is also looking for a Palom wife. Anything else is not acceptable. This is an overly resumed backstory on him though. Finn is 42 years old currently. The 18th floor is a safety point where no monsters are born, though some monsters can come up from the floor below. It is also called the Under Resort. The floor is filled with crystals and nature. Large forests and lakes cover the floor. Within the forest are blue crystals of different sizes that reflect the light from above, causing the forest to be filled with a pale blue glow. The exceptionally high ceiling is filled with brilliant shining crystals of two colors, white crystals in the center that resemble the sun, and blue crystals surrounding it that resemble the sky. The amount of light from the crystals depends on the time and cycles through the day. Wiki. Some monster wrecks can change depending on the circumstances involved in their fight. For example, Eudeus will summon a massive black sword when he is fought alone, so I decided to create a similar mechanic for the Goliath. I also want to talk about Ace for a moment. Ace is one of the most busted chars in the series so far. Apart from Otter and the other level 7. First, she has the swordsmanship of the strongest hero in history, her father. Second, she has her magic aerial, which works both defensively and offensively. It's so strong she is afraid of using it against other people. Third, her skill, Avenger, heavily increases Ace attack power against monsters, massively increases her attack power against dragon-type monsters, and the effect rises based on her hate. But the thing is, she can use it against other monsters since it has an active trigger, meaning she can one-shot almost anything below her level. Fourth, she combines her skill and her magic by chanting Tempest Avenger, dramatically increasing her power. She is so strong when using it that as a level 5, she overwhelmed a monster around level 7 in power. 50, she can further boost this by chanting Nizzle. This is only her skill and magic, she has all of her development abilities and equipment. Of course, this Ace is weaker than the one from 2 years in the future. But her style isn't that different. And when the topic is leveling speed, Belle is even more of a bug than Ace. In comparison, Ace leveled up to level 4 at a rate of about 1.5 years between each level. She will become level 6 a few days after canon starts. While Belle went from a newbie to level 4 in what? A few months. I think it was something in between 5 and 6. Chapter 12, Injuries and Identity Revealed. Redone. Hey, from now on, since I have more time, I will try to post an extra chapter every week. Enjoy. This chapter has 3,200 words. My editor is on vacation, so there might be more mistakes than last time. I am sorry for that. Don't worry, as I will quit that bastard as soon enough. I know where he lives. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. After running away from the macho group, Silver made his way towards one of the entrances to the 16th floor. This place should be enough, he said as he gazed at the stairs leading up. No monsters spawn on this level, only the boss. And I can perfectly see the way to the 16th floor from here. So if a monster or person appears, I will be able to act in time. First, let's go back home. His hand transformed, and many strange patterns appeared on it. Slash crack, slash. The floor started to morph, slowly rising. It slowly took the shape of an object, a door. Slash crook, slash. He opened the stone door, preparing himself for the brunt caused by mind depletion. Arg. My head. After taking a step into the other side, he collapsed on his bed once again. Mission complete. Kukurikuku. Silver was woken up by the stupidity loud sound made by the rosters kept around Orario. The churches. The people. Now even the animals. My ears are being constantly harassed by objects, people, and animals. Sniff. URG. I smell of blood and sweat. Let me take a shower first and, slash crack, slash. Arg. My back. This time, I slept in an even worse position than last time. What a terrible way to wake up. Silver's hand turned green as he healed his own body. Phew. I felt like an old man doing this. Much better. Slash clink. Clang. Clong, slash. Silver took out his heavy armor and created a mirror using his abilities. It's nothing fancy, just a thin column of ice. I look like crap. Bloodied and dirty. I can't go down in this state. Not even because of the blood and all, but mostly because of how I am going to explain this situation. I can't say I just passed by the inn owner every time. Using his powers, he filled the bathtub in his room slowly. N0. Harf. Harf. It took an absurd amount of mine just to fill one bathtub worth of water. I still have a long way to go. In the glory days. Stop. I am not an old man anymore. First I will scrub my body and then enter the tub. Now to heat it up. Slash crackle, slash. His left hand turned red and the air seemed to distort around due to the heat. A small red rock formed on his hand, and he dropped it into the tub. Slash splash, slash. Slash sizzle, slash. After the water bubbled a little, it was time for Silver to enter. Oh. Finally. I can relax, slash gulp, slash. He drank a blue potion to recover some of his spent mind and relaxed in the bathtub. With new clothes and a good-looking face, it was time to sit down and take a look at his equipment. Silver removed them from his inventory and checked their state. This could be worse. My large sword was slightly chipped in some places, but it's quite simple to fix. But I don't have time, I can pay a smith to do it. The Mk3 magic sword looked as if it was about to break apart. In fact, a piece just fell off. Looks like the pressure was too much for it to bear. Seems it's time to move on to the next prototype. The Mk4 magic sword. Only when I acquire a forge, that is. Lastly, but not least, there was a pair of gloves and boots made out of fur with some metal on them. They were very comfortable to the touch. Dropped by none other than the Goliath. Drops. Interesting. Apart from those, there were also several pieces of what he determined to be his shield. Sigh. Rest in peace. For now, I need to buy a replacement since I don't have a forge to make a new one. He placed the shield on the side and rested his head on the wood. Sigh. But no normal drops. Fuck my terrible luck. All of that for this. A pair of boots and gloves. Not like I was fighting the Goliath for money. But still. Perhaps I can sell them. As a super rare item. First I need to classify its level. Is this a level 2 piece of armor? Or could it be level 3? But how much are they worth? Forget it. This is already better than I could hope for. As for my armor. Everything was damaged somewhat. The chest piece is pretty much irreparable, everything else is somewhat fixable. But that isn't worth it. Perhaps there is a blacksmith out there that can fix it. But the question is the price and the time. The cost for a new armor versus the cost to fix this armor. I will look for a blacksmith for now, but if I don't find one, I will buy a new set when I join a familia. If only I could control metal. Then fixing this quickly and cheaply might be possible. With my current abilities and knowledge at least. But metal control is too costly to perform with my current mind. Slash creak slash. Silver left his room and went downstairs. The smell of baked bread filled Cyber's nostrils. This is the closest place he had to a home in Orario. Welcome. Would you like a drink or? It's you. How is it that you always find a way to pass through my eyes? Said the innkeeper. Hey boss. Mind cooking me something? I am starving here. Sit down and wait. I will make you some breakfast. But I am curious. How is it that you always manage to pass me and enter the inn without me noticing? Didn't I tell you already? You just didn't see me. 15 minutes later, So tell me. How did it go? Asked the innkeeper. Chomp. Nothing out of the ordinary. Chomp. I just went to the middle floors and returned. Chomp. Can you pass me the napkin? Thanks. But we did meet with some trouble, but we met some adventurers and rode on their backs till the surface. Silver told him a fabricated story if you didn't realize. He asked me this because I warned him about my adventure a few days prior to going to the dungeon. After living in the inn for close to a month, he kind of became my friend. You guys were lucky, most of the time, in this sort of situation, you end up losing someone. Yeah. After eating, Silver went back to his room since he wasn't in the mood to walk around Orario. He laid down on B as he thought about his future. I think I have a pretty decent idea of how strong I am and where my abilities currently stand within Orario. It's time to look for a familia. 1 week, I will enter a familia this very week. What are my options? Loki is a no-go. I don't really want to enter a big familia and work in a group. Sigh. Who am I kidding? Loki is definitely a good choice. Refusing to work in a group will only lead to my downfall. Loki has everything that I need and more. But there is still some time until they open up their gates for new recruits. If I remember correctly, they do that in the middle of January. 1 month from now. Hephaestus seems to be a good option. I would gain a forge and potentially access to techniques and tutelage from high-level masters. Blacksmiths also have a lot of influence due to their contracts with high-level adventurers. But I would have to focus more on handcraft other than combat. And to be honest, although I love to craft items, I love the feeling of adventuring into the unknown very much. Even more so when I find some loot. That's my favorite part. Takamikazuchi. His main purpose in Orario is to gather money, not really development, since he is a god from the Far East and he would most likely leave after he gathers enough money and finds Haruheim, and that's another problem. I know where she is, and I am sure he may catch on to something suspicious if I spend too much time with him. I don't remember if he knows if she is even there in the first place. I think he would only find out about that later. Demeter is a god of harvest and as one, her familia is an agricultural one. So she isn't really that suitable. Hermes' motives are too crazy. In fact, he may even refuse to be my god in order to make some plan possible. He is more of a chaotic good character. Hercules. Jesus Christ. Somewhere far away, a happy long-haired man sneezed. There are many new gods in the mortal world, you could say one descends every week, but I don't know their personalities. Nor am I willing to bet, I only have one shot at this. Hestia just seems like the better option, to be honest. She is caring and has connections. She may be a bit annoying, but that is only because she cares. Hestia may be like that, but she isn't possessive. She allowed Belle to pursue Ace so he could grow after all. But she isn't really a choice. I am 2 years too early. Grandparents' familia. No. They told me to stay away from them. I don't even know who they are in the first place. Silver brainstormed for a while before deciding that either Hephaestus and Loki were the best options that he currently had. But since he placed a timer of 1 week, he planned to research multiple gods before making his final decision. Perhaps he will remember something important and change his decision. If not, he will apply for either the Loki or Hephaestus familia. Poof. Silver slammed his head on the pillow and went to sleep. The days passed and Silver acted according to the plan. He went around Orario researching and inquiring about many familias in order to find the perfect one for him. He asked the guild for help, normal adventurers for help, and Mamma Mia in the pub. Their answers varied: choose one with strong members, choose one with a lot of money. In the end, Silver just decided to stick with the one he just feel most comfortable with. I tried to ask for something more tangible, but Mamma Mia just laughed and slapped my back, telling me to figure the rest on my own, while the guild offered me the guide on the many gods in Orario. Both were helpful in their own ways. Silver looked around, noticing how some of the adventurers seemed tired, not all. At the start, he thought it was normal, but their numbers seemed to be increasing. During the week, I couldn't help but notice some strange atmosphere around Orario. Some adventurers looked vigilant as if they were looking for someone. Did a big crime happen? One I am not even aware of. That is unlikely since I went to the guild only a few days ago. Nor did I hear any rumor. Unless it happened yesterday. No matter. During his search, Silver couldn't help but exclaim at the massive number of gods and familias in Orario. Normally you can't really notice it, since the gods remain hidden. But when you know how to look, well, those adventurers in the dungeon are being blessed by some god. Among them, there were several good familias I could enter. Like Leto and Nephthys familias. I never showcased the Nephthys familia, you aren't crazy. Although I didn't manage to choose a familia, my choices did increase. It's not only the goddesses from the original story anymore. Sigh. Silver sat on a bench at a small park somewhere close to the guild. I can't take this anymore, I need to rest. Said someone on the side. Poffed. A man wearing some light armor sat on the vacant space next to Silver. Silver looked at the man and he looked back at Silver. His eyes had dark circles in a similar way as to Silver. Heh. Rough day? Asked Silver. Don't even begin. I have been doing this fucking mission for the past several days but to no avail. Silver looked around, but he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Apart from the tired adventurers. Sorry for the intrusion, but there doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary around here. Are you on patrol or something? Didn't you hear it? Hear what? It's quite recent. But a strange rumor has spread among the gods, something rather uncommon happened in the middle floors. What do you mean? It's like this, man. Some days ago, the Loki and Hercules familia reported a new form to the monster Rex on the 17th floor. So they reported it. I expected that somewhat. Supposedly, the Goliath equips a pair of boots and gloves to fight the person, dropping them if you are successful. This isn't necessarily rare, as such things happen every few years. But this one is different, since when the guild went to investigate, a few days later they found out that this sort of transformation only happens when a normal person challenges the Goliath. This info has created some waves in the guild. But how did the guild confirm this? I don't know. They just said that it was real. It's most likely true though, I don't see any reason for them to lie about that. Why didn't I hear of this? I can't be too focused to even notice this, right? Although most familiars were skeptical of such information, mine just happened to be among the ones who actually believed this. Hence, here I am. My condolences. Such a thing happens from time to time. Every single significant high-level adventurer had their own spotlight days after all. Even the Sword Princess had her embarrassing moment because of Loki-sama. Perhaps we are seeing yet another one rising. This might very well be another one of Loki-sama's jokes. If that's the case, then my resentment for this guy goes down a little, just a little. Perhaps. But how are you going to identify him? They told me he wears red armor and a white scarf, but come on. Everyone is wearing scarves in this cold. Sorry for screaming. I might be getting too tired. I have been awake for 2 days already. I am actually wearing that same white scarf. I am sorry, dude. Damn. I am tired. /bing bong / The church bells started to toll, indicating it was 12 a.m. Finally. Cough. My shift just ended. I will go home to sleep. Thanks for talking with me, I needed to vent a little. Until next time, my guy. He said as he left. They would never meet again. Silver stayed put on his seat, thinking about what he just heard. This was a terrible revelation. First things first, my identity seems to be safe. No one saw my face unless one of those guys had X-ray vision. But come on. Why am I attracting so much attention? I must be missing something. Things probably went like this. I defeated the strange Goliath under the eyes of the Hercules Familia. They reported the fight to the executives of the Loki Familia on site. They made their way to the surface. Loki received their report about this phenomenon, making her question the origin of the change. She must have asked for my appearance, but no one knew who I was. So she went to report to the guild. And together, they came to the conclusion that I was a new adventurer, or at least had suspicions. I think I once heard a rumor of a level 2 adventurer challenging Goliath alone. But I don't know the end result. So from their perspective, I was at least lower or equal to a level 2. But it isn't difficult to imagine that a level 1 wouldn't incur such a reaction from Goliath. And why are the gods looking for me? Was it because of the guild? Are they truly looking for me to recruit me? Or are they looking for something else? It seems to be too much work to look for a person. I don't even have a bounty on my head. My head hurts. Somewhere in Babel, There was a woman sitting in a chair with a wine cup in her hand, gazing into Aurario from the glass panel in front of her. How was it? Said a sensual female voice. From behind her, a man with a pair of boar ears appeared. He was very tall and muscular. We still didn't find him. After asking many adventures of the Loki and Hercules Familia, we came to the conclusion his armor broke. So he might be somewhere fixing it. Unfortunately, after 1 day of inquiry, the Loki Familia made efforts to stop us from getting info from their members. Loki. Do you think you can still get in my way? How cute. We learned a little bit more from the Hercules Familia. They believed he was quite young due to the way he talked and by the sound of his voice. And we have suspicions he is the one being talked about in the recent rumors. As for his overall appearance, he wore a... The men started to tell the woman everything he knew. Upon hearing this, her purple eyes seemed to shine with a mystical light. A white scarf. Could they be? She smiled sweetly. Her smile captivating. I will need to confirm this later. My. Things are getting better. And better. No matter where you are. I will find you. Kukuku. /bang. That bitch thinks she can do whatever she wants. Fine. Let me show her. Mumph. Loki was screaming in frustration when Riveria came from behind her and placed her hands on her mouth. Anger isn't going to lead us anywhere. She said. Ha, I am calm. Rivi. Please. Riveria looked at Loki and released her. That whore is always sticking her nose in everything. I need a drink. No, you don't. Anyway. Did you guys find the men with the white scarf? At least that. Unfortunately, no. TSK. First, we have this rookie causing trouble for us, and now the white scarf boy has disappeared to who knows where. I can't let either fall on the hands of that Onahole. If that is what I think it is. Riveria put her hands on Loki's mouth again. Language. Rivi. Riveria finally left the room, leaving Loki alone. Loki was now alone in her room. Her eyes opened slightly as she gazed at the window. She was looking straight towards Babel, as if she was looking at someone. I can't let that bitch get her hands on the item. It would be game over. And now someone interesting popped out of nowhere. It would be good if he entered my familia, but at the very least I can't let that bitch get her hands on him. And my plan isn't working. Arg. I need a drink to calm down first. I guess it was bound to fail. It was a shot in the dark anyway. She opened a cabinet but... Where is my limited edition Soma wine? Notes. N. There is a bathtub in his room. The innkeeper normally heats up the water in a machine before pumping it upwards towards his room. It takes an awful amount of time and it's expensive. Imagine that you had to pay for a full meal every time you had to take a hot bath. Spoiler ahead. For those who didn't understand the conversation between Loki and Riveria. It's like this. Loki doesn't know that the man with the white scarf is the same man with the red armor. So she had two groups divide and look for each. As for why she is so interested in him, it isn't because of the protag per se, it's because of the scarf. I know some people don't like this form of development, but I wanted to build some sort of plot involving his family. Freya on the other hand is slowly connecting the dots. That's because she has more info than Loki. The reason for that should be obvious for those that know. Chapter 13, My Hero. And Where Am I? Redone. This is a massive chapter containing over 5,400 words. This will be kind of a filler chap, but it should be necessary for future plots, so bear with me. Next one after this should be the one you are all waiting for. I was greatly conflicted as to post this chapter or not. Since I ended up changing some things, the easiest lore explanation for some events ended up being cut. So I will have to go with the other one I thought about. But I didn't like that other one. I guess we can only roll with it, nevertheless, it's an interesting chapter. You will also notice that the last few chapters were quite bigger than normal. That was because I ended up fusing many things together. Next chap will be like that as well with over 5,000 words, and finally, the last chapter of Volume 1 will also have 5,000 words. Yes. Volume 1 is soon to end. I think it was a reasonable size. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. I was too late, said Silver as he kicked a rock on the side of the street. Today was quite a busy day. In the morning I went around Orario looking to buy some supplies since most shops were trying to sell extra supplies before the new year. Similar to Black Friday. And in the afternoon I went to the Hephaestus Familia workshop area in order to apply to join them. But on the way, I met with the adventurer and learned something rather interesting. After my meeting with him, I went to apply to join the Hephaestus Familia. But I was too late and they had already closed. And they will remain so for the next week. Now it's only next year together with the Loki Familia. Hephaestus recruited members in a different way to Loki. She always welcomed new blood as long as they passed her criteria. Which was rather high but at the same time proper. Loki on the other hand had a specific date to recruit new blood. Life sometimes doesn't go your way. It's just 1 week. I have to wait for my armor anyway. Yup, in the end, I decided to let a blacksmith handle my things. I severely underestimated the abilities of the artisans of Orario. Their skills can allow them to fix something like this rather easily. So after reaching an agreement, I had my sword and armor be fixed in a week for around 300k Valis. Even though I got a shield as a bonus, I still think it was a fucking scam. But after researching some more, this price was actually quite low. 40k for the sword, 240k for the armor, and the rest for a few supplies I needed. It is lower than the price to acquire a new set of armor. The blacksmith actually praised the armor, saying it was a shame it was made from low-tier materials. So overall, my armor should be more than enough even when I become an adventurer. There isn't any need to buy a new one. My strength didn't allow me to process anything else. The shield isn't the best, but it's surely not terrible. As for my Mk3 sword and shield fragments, I kept them stored. The reason for this is that there were some unique techniques I don't want others to know. I used advanced knowledge that is not from this world. Even if they aren't anything special, they represent my own form of craft. And perhaps one day I can develop it into something truly unique. So my armor issue was solved and my familia issue is soon to be solved. I have fully tested my powers and combat abilities. Although there are some mysteries still left unanswered, I have progressed at a decent pace. Time to go back to the inn, it's getting late. While Silver walked through the streets, he noticed several decorations from all sorts of cultures, placed around the houses. So they do decorate their homes to commemorate New Year. It's just rather bizarre that everyone seems to have their own decorations. Because of the cultural diversity. This made me remember, isn't Christmas soon? I know the people in Orario seem to commemorate it. However, I am not sure if they are actually commemorating Jesus' birthday here. That would make it around a month since the MC arrived at Orario. He arrived in Orario around the start of the last week of November. Slash swash, slash. The cold wind slammed on Silver's face. It's getting quite cold. I want a hot bath. Most people are now cuddling inside their homes, I should go to bed as well. His gaze was attracted to a certain person standing in the cold outside. It was an elf with blue hair. Isn't she the girl I saved a few weeks ago? What a coincidence. She seems to be doing well. That's good. He turned around and continued on his way. Grab. The elf girl suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Question mark. She locked eyes with me. I am sorry. I confused you with someone else. She said. No, it's okay. Said Silver with a thin smile. Hearing his voice, her brows furrowed. She didn't release Silver's hand. Excuse me, can you release my hand? Oh. My apologies. Silver took the opportunity to look at the wooden board next to her. It said. Thank you kind hero for saving us that day, please if you ever read this, contact us so we can repay you, It continued with some minor things such as thanks from each member of the familia. So they are a small familia. I pretty much single-handedly saved an entire familia. A small action can mean the world for another person. She let go of his sleeve and said. It's funny, isn't it? Someone once saved me in the dungeon but I don't even know his name. So you are waiting for him to show up? In this cold? That's quite naive though, even if he was there looking for you, Horario is simply too big. For how long have you been doing this? Since 2.5 weeks ago. But I am planning to stop by the new year. My only hope is that he hears about this one day. Look, lady. I don't know who saved you, but I am pretty sure he wouldn't like to see you catch a cold by staying in the cold like this. You sound like my goddess. She said the same thing. She is a very smart goddess. Ha. Humble bragging. She now had a small smile on her face. Raising her head she looked directly at Silver. Thank you for listening to me stranger, it wasn't much but at the very least my day became better. See you around them, happy. Wait. My name is Ylfi. Oh. So it was that. Startled me for a second there. My name is Melios. Happy New Year. Should I have said Christmas? Happy New Year. He waved at her and went on his way towards the inn. Creak. The door to the house behind Ylfi opened. Ylfi, it is time for dinner. Said the cat girl, sniff. I am going just let me pick up this board. This smell. But by the time she looked to the side, Silver had already disappeared. Gvr. Are you okay? I am sure of it. I can't miss out on this smell. The cat girl seemed sure of herself. What do you mean Gvr? The Jagamarukan lady isn't here during these hours. Not that. This is the same as last time. What we have been waiting for. Then. Was that? She nodded. Our hero, X. The two went back inside with happy yet sad expressions. The one they had been looking for just appeared on their doorstep, yet they couldn't do anything. So close yet so far. Did you see his face? Was he handsome? The elf got embarrassed. A little bit. He was quite charming. Better than those clowns back in the forest. Ari. Wasn't you the person who said that appearance didn't matter? Why are you so happy? The elf girl turned around and ran to the second floor of the house. You can't run away. The others inside the house looked at the scene confused. From the shadows of an alley, Melios watched both of the girls. That was close. But the elf saw my face, and now she seems to think I am her hero. Which is true. My identity isn't really a problem at this point because I am soon to enter a familia. And even if she told other people my appearance, who would believe a little girl from a small familia? A low-level adventurer at that. Silver turned around and kept walking in the darkness. His destination. Growl. I am quite hungry. Creak. He opened the door towards the inn, it was quite full considering it was busy hours. The time when adventurers drink their worries and commemorate. Silver looked at the innkeeper and approached him. It's you boyo. So. What will it be? Just give me anything. I am quite tired today. Sure thing. Oi. Sweetie. Do we still have those lizards' tongues? After a few seconds, a childish voice came from inside. Yes, Daddy. The what now? Oi. What are you planning on feeding me? Didn't you say anything was fine? Be a man and eat. Creak. Entering his room, Silver immediately laid on his bed. What a day. He changed his clothes and put on some pajamas, and after muffling the sound coming from the outside and setting up some basic traps, Silver went to sleep. One can never be too careful. Sunlight shone on Silver's face. Someone, turn down the sun. Turn down the sun. What am I saying? He opened his eyes to see. This wasn't my room. Green everywhere, the calm sound of leaves rattling in the weak wind. A forest. Where the fuck am I? That's not the point. How did I even get here? Silver kept looking around, but he only saw green everywhere. Okay. This isn't a lucid dream. My thoughts are too rational, the control over my body is too great. I can feel every part of my body clearly. But my body is translucent. If this isn't a dream, then what is this? Silver got up from the ground and stretched, feeling the chilly wind against his skin. Thankfully I am wearing my pajamas. Before coming to Orario, I had a habit of sleeping in my underwear. But I changed that when I came into Orario. Sometimes I still sleep in underwear, but today was one of the days I slept in pajamas. Otherwise, I would have to go around this forest semi-naked. Let me take a look around first. Silver looked around his position and only saw trees and more trees. So he decided to go up a tree and see what he can find. Not before testing one thing. Slowly, his hand turned invisible. Completely fused with the surroundings. So I can still use my powers. Really, what is this place? In the blink of an eye, Silver disappeared due to the effects of chameleon. Rustle. He climbed the tree and from its canopy, gazed into the world around him. So I am in a small valley. Around him, green hills filled his vision. They should be over 20 m tall. There was only one mountain, and it to the extreme south, around 200 m from his current location. It was a very tall and bizarre mountain, it was perfectly rectangular, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. Into the sky. From the clouds, he could see a silent and gentle stream of water falling. The forest should have a diameter of 300 m, it's a rather small patch of forest, considering the hills around me are completely free of any trees. What is this place? Did I die from a heart attack and went to heaven? I didn't even drink that much. Only half a cup of light alcohol. That mountain. Is that statues? Although that's creepy in a sense, I still don't feel any aversion to it. In fact, I don't feel anything at all. No anger, no happiness, no fear. That's not possible. What happened to me? My emotions are most likely being heavily suppressed. If my emotions were fully suppressed, then I wouldn't have been surprised. Whatever this place is, I will probably find my answer by going to that mountain. I can't wait for something to happen. I may go home after some time passes, but I may also die. Between gambling my life away to something unknown, I prefer to act. Even if that puts me in even more danger, /ribbit/. On his way, Silver found himself in front of a rather large pool of water. Several white frogs were standing in what seemed to be red water lilies. Okay. One of the frogs somehow noticed Silver even though he was camouflaged. This frog had a strange crown-shaped leaf in its head. But instead of fleeing, it just looked at him for several seconds before it went back to what it was doing. Although he showed a look of surprise for a moment, it was quickly replaced by a kingly presence. This was clearly the alpha frog of this pond. After noticing Silver didn't go away, it lifted its left foot and... Is it showing me away? This frog. N1. I didn't really feel any anger, but I did feel baffled and offended towards that frog. But I had better things to do instead of picking up a fight with a mysterious entity. When Silver passed by the pond, he saw his reflection on it. His face was blurred as if someone had censored it. Although you could still see it if you looked at it for long enough. It was difficult to explain. What is this forest? That frog seemed very intelligent. I never heard of a monster like that. Is it even a monster? And my face? Truly. What happened to me? While he was focused on his thoughts, Silver tripped on a rock. Crack. He fell directly on top of a bush, flattening it. Arg. Sigh. Focus. I can't let my guard down at a time like this. He raised his head to meet a large and scary emerald spider. It was bigger than him, around 2 m tall, and 4 m wide. Fuck. He quickly jumped to the side, but the spider didn't even move. Its multiple pairs of eyes looked at him with mockery. Fuck you too. Wait. Why did I think that? No. Why did I even think the spider was mocking me? N2. The spider turned around and went to the trees, only now did Silver notice the massive wall of webs. The spider used its legs to open a perfect hole in the web, showing what was behind the web. It was the rest of the forest. Silver and the spider looked at each other for a long while. It didn't take long for the spider to lose patience and launch a supersonic net at Silver and pull him What? Before he even realized, he was on the other side of the web, with the hole closing behind him. This is getting more incomprehensible the more I explore this place. What am I going to meet next? A talking bunny. Silver dusted his clothes and continued on his way. Slash splash, slash. The sound of running and falling water filled his ears. He was close to the waterfall. This water. The water was greenish blue. It had an ethereal light shining out of it. It almost makes me want to drink it. My mind tells me no. But my body. He can just spit it out immediately, right? Caution is always welcomed. Silver placed his finger in the water and removed it quickly. 10 seconds turned into a minute. But nothing happened. No reactions. I even tried to increase the receptors in my finger, but I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He went to the water and took a small sip. This is the best fucking water I ever had. Not too cold, not too hot. In fact, its temperature seems to be changing to what I need the most. Suddenly, Silver's body instinctively went to the water to drink more of the water. But Silver found that suspicious. Wait. Why is my body like this? This water is strange. I want one more sip, but... Stop. He jumped backward, away from the water. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. That was dangerous. He said as he breathed in and out. This water is too strange, I better not get close to it for some time. But I am so thirsty. He carefully gazed at his surroundings and locked eyes with a deer that was drinking from the small stream. The deer was beautiful, being fully blue with golden linings as if it was wearing armor with shining purple antlers. Notes N3. They locked eyes for a moment. But the deer just seemed like any other deer. You aren't going to speak or anything like that, right? The deer raised its head and tilted it to the side. That's a more animalistic behavior. Although still quite strange. But the deer did something that would completely baffle him. It lifted its right front hoof and kept pointing towards the water. Do you want me to drink that? No thanks, it's quite addicting. Somehow, the deer seemed to understand me and nodded. It lowered its face into the water once more and kept taking large gulps. Is that a nefarious expression? The deer kept drinking the water with a strange expression. It's quite nefarious, but what constitutes a nefarious expression on a deer? Ever since I came to this place, my animal interpreting skills went through the roof. For no apparent reason. Is that connected to my ethereal look? The deer drank the water with such power that it was as if it hasn't drunk any water in several weeks. Slash hustle, slash. Slash whisper slash. Exclamation point. The deer's ears suddenly got up and it sped up into the forest, disappearing from my sight. A small light started to shine in front of Silver. If I am not mistaken, that's the place where the waterfall should be falling. Normally there's a lake there. Why is it suddenly shining? And I hear some voices. Invisibility. Sound muffle. Smell cancel. Silver cast many abilities at the same time. He can't keep this up for long, he needs to check what is going on before he got tired. Why am not getting tired? No. I am, but for some reason, I am not feeling any mental exhaustion. Only physical exhaustion. I should be able to keep this up for 1 or 2 minutes before it wears off. Using a small bush as cover, he gazed into the light at the other side. It's beautiful. Thousands of yellow flowers were shining in a big lake. This lake is rather shallow, he can see the ground from here. Showing how clear the water was. Slash whispers slash. Where are these sounds coming from? Removing his attention from the flowers, he noticed a large rock in the middle of the lake. Behind it was the falling point of the waterfall. Around a 30 m tall. The sound seemed to be coming from there, but I don't have a good angle. That rock doesn't seem like a bad option. Oh yeah. Before he made my way through the water, Silver decided to test something. His right hand turned into a shadow. It was his inventory space. But where are my items? Where did they all go? There were over 3 million valis there. More questions. Instead of thinking, he went and picked up several gallons worth of water and some of the yellow flowers. Why? Because they were beautiful. With one of these, I can't see any girl not falling in love with you. Just kidding. HM. My emotions seem to be coming back slowly. I can even joke now. Even though I am still pretty bad at it. After some time collecting the water and some flowers, he activated Cloud Walk and ran towards the rock. Why not just walk in the shallow water and preserve energy, you ask? I am afraid something is going to happen if I am in contact with this cursed water for too long. Even now my body seems to want a taste of it. Although the thirst seems to have decreased since my emotions are slowly going back into my control. Perhaps this is a sign that my time is coming to an end in this place. Be that for good or for worse. The rock in the middle of the lake was completely smooth, like a large gray egg. Is it an egg? Whispers. The whispers were much louder now, but the sound of water falling is still too loud. I can only detect some female voices. But not the contents of the conversation. He placed his hands into the rock, and he noticed that his hand had completely stuck to it. What? Did friction go on vacation? This rock is even shining. How is this? Sigh. Let me get over with this. I just want to go home. As fascinating as this was, I wasn't really comfortable being somewhere I don't even know how I got in the first place. While Silver climbed the rock, his emotions got stronger and stronger, and a nauseating feeling slowly filled my head. The effects of using so many plasmids at the same time. Now that my emotions are coming back, they are returning as well, I guess. I need to end this quickly before I black out. 1. 2. 1. 2. Does this rock never end? I have been climbing this shit for what seems to be half an hour and I am almost losing consciousness. This was definitely a bad choice. And I was thinking this was going to be easy. It's just 30 meters, I thought. Fucking hell. I had to deactivate all of my active plasmids, otherwise I would have collapsed several minutes ago. I should have just avoided this rock. His hands started to slip. Don't fail on me now, rock. If the rock just decides to stop being sticky, I will fall all the way. Calm down. I am pretty close to my objective. I can't lose focus now. The only way is forward. His grip over the stone tightened and surprisingly, within a minute, he arrived at the top. I was sure that. No matter. My head hurts already just from thinking. I can't bear to waste brain cells trying to figure this out. He looked behind him to see the vast forest. Ho-how. I am sure I climbed several kilometers, but I am only 30 meters high. Arg. I hate this place. Physics just went adios. Splash. That's right. Focus. I just hope I choose the right path. He turned around once more, this time gazing into the large waterfall. It looked more like a river that was tilted sideways from up close. The water looked perfectly still, even though Silver was sure it is falling. Jellyfishes, are those crabs? Even some. Splash. A big dolphin jumped from the waterfall and fell back into it. I don't have words for this anymore. Golden mist gathered at the foot of the waterfall. Something deep within Silver told him to go there. This feeling again. I feel as if something is guiding me. And I don't like this feeling. It's as if I am being manipulated. But he did nonetheless since he had no other option. Getting down is always harder than getting up. 1. TW2. 01. With difficulty, Silver descended down the mountain. Silver felt as if he had a mountain on his shoulders. It was only an illusion, but it was another reason why he hated this place. Harf. He had to stop from time to time to breathe because of how tired he was. The tip of his fingers were bleeding. Even his forehead was the same due to how many times he scratched it against the smooth rock. Step. Out of nowhere, Silver suddenly felt ground beneath his feet. Looking down, he noticed a small patch of rock. I had reached the bottom. I did it. Yeah. Slam. He fell backward, hitting the ground pretty heavily. But somehow, the fall didn't hurt in the slightest. It didn't hurt. Silver opened his eyes and turned around with difficulty. It's just normal stone. Knock. It's pretty solid. And then it hit him. What am I doing? Hitting a rock to see if it is hard. He laid on the rock, tired. Arg. My entire body is sore. He sat on the ground while looking towards the waterfall. Strangely enough, at the point where the waterfall met the ground, its waters parted ways, making a path towards a lit cave. I don't think I have any strength left for another adventure. I will rest for a minute then go. There was a massive statue carved from the mountain's rock right in front of the cave. It resembled a woman, but I can't figure out who it was. A goddess. Tremble. Boom. Another bizarre scene happened. The statue opened its eyes and looked straight at Silver, but it didn't move. The entrance of the cave was also sealed away by a large boulder. Excuse me. Do you know the way out of this place? It's a shot in the dark, but who knows? You shouldn't be here, said the statue. It actually talked. But I shouldn't be here, okay. That's ominous. I see you climbed it, perhaps you have some qualifications. It's been so long after all. I just want to leave this place. You set foot in this place and pass the trials, yet you seek to leave when the end is so close. The end of what? Its eyes fully opened, before showing an expression of enlightenment. I see. That makes sense now. The statue looked at Silver and made a small chuckle. You really shouldn't be here, although for another reason. Not yet at least. But it's quite amusing. I am getting more confused. You seek to leave. I know how. He decided to wait for her to continue speaking. Continue the trials, or wait. Both choices have their own hardships, but the end result is the same. Can I ask you one question? You have the qualifications for that. What is this place? That is an answer you should better find out on your own. How did I get here? That is also an answer you should find out on your own. This fucking. Damn. Thank you, I guess. Can I pass then? Are you going to seek the trials? I am already deep in this. Better to end what I started. The statue looked at him deeply. Slash crunch, slash. The boulder slowly crumbled into rock pieces. Let me give you some advice. Never stop moving forward. You can always drink the water that flows from deep in the mountains, but be careful not to fall into its temptation. You talk as if there is something terrible in there. And what is this water? But the statue never replied. It went back to being. Well, a statue. The way is free. Time to go. After he entered the cavern, the boulder reformed and blocked my way out. Fucking perfect. Worse come to worse, I will go out using that dot. And so, Silver made his way inside. What dangers lurked inside this mysterious cave? Slash after some time. Outside, slash. The statue opened its right eye sneakily. Is he gone? Puffed. Ha ha ha. I can't believe there is someone that still challenges these old trials. But he got quite far. Further than most. He was quite handsome though. If I wasn't tasked with this boring job. But to think a human would make their way here. How fun. I wonder what he will think of his reward at the end. If he gets there, that is. That door isn't easy to pass. The statue made a lovely smirk and chuckled before turning into stone once more. The cave had several silver torches with blue fires lighting the way inside. Silver could also see many human footprints on the ground. From all sizes, some from what he imagined to be very tall people and even those that would associate to children. Slash whispers, slash. The whispers got stronger and stronger as he progressed. He also noticed small streams of water on the side of the passageway. Probably draining water from somewhere deeper. Harf. Harf. My energy. Silver was getting more and more tired, but then, he remembered. Slash, you can always drink the water that flows from deep in the mountains, slash. Slash, but be careful not to fall into its temptation, slash. I have no other choice. Slash slurp slash. Silver bent down and took a sip from the water stream. His body recovered a lot of its energy, but he could feel himself losing control of it. Arg. Using telekinesis, he pulled himself away from the water. I need to resist this urge. For a full minute, his body and mind fought for control. Phew. Forward. After 2 minutes of walking, he was in front of a massive double door. The door looked to be made of marble and was filled with all sorts of hieroglyphs. Silver tried to pull it open, but it didn't budge. Slash hum slash. The door hummed a strange sound and several symbols lit up in it. 1. 6, 12. 12 symbols. A crab, a lion, a bull, twins. Aren't these the 12 zodiac? If it's just that, then it's easy. Although this world doesn't have the 12 zodiacs, they still have their own constellations. Perhaps that's the challenge. But this raises the question, why would the zodiacs be here? At this point in time, this could very well be a conscient dream. One of the craziest I ever had. He arranged all of the zodiac signs in order. Slash hum slash. The door glowed and opened a hole just big enough for Silver to pass. And he passed with no problems. Slash cronk cronk, slash. With the snapping sounds of iron, the giant door closed. He turned around to finally see with clarity what was this place. From the ceiling. He could barely comprehend what he saw, it felt as if he was looking at the cosmos. I am sure there is a solid rock wall up there. But somehow, it feels as if the paintings are moving. The walls looked alive, as paintings of beautiful women and animals filled the entire place. Some of those paintings even looked at him. Some curious, and others startled. Slash splash slash. He heard the sound of water splashing. So he looked forward to see. What? Multiple giant pools of water. Filled with many naked women. And they didn't seem happy to see him. They looked at Silver and he looked at them. He tried looking around the place to see if there was any other passade, but there was none. The end goal of these trials was these pools of water. He noticed that the pools were slowly being drained away through some water paths on the ground. They were the exact same ones outside of the door. This meant that the water outside in the lake was. Damn. For a moment, he remembered the deer drinking water in the statue. No wonder that deer had such a perverted expression. That fucking statue tricked me. The water I was drinking was bathwater. For a good minute, one of the women just stayed there looking at him before one of them literally blinked at his location and punched Silver in the face. Slash bang, slash. Slash swoosh, slash. Another one of them intervened by blocking her punch. The impact of the fists created a massive wind that swept me high in the air. The sound almost ruptured my eardrums. Amidst the chaos and pressure bearing down on his body, he lost consciousness. Notes. N1, the frog is based on King Harold from Shrek. N2, the spider is based on Arachne and her myth, ancient Greece. N3, the deer is based on the Actaeon myth. The statue and the door don't have any bases. But I did think of wuxia novels' trials as a base for them. This has a very important event. I was deeply conflicted if should have moved it into the second volume, but I think it's quite nice just keeping it in the place it was born. This was something very different from what I am used to writing. It has a little bit more of a comedic sense, and I am not someone with a normal sense of fun. Tell me if you liked it or not. Anyway, this format of chapter isn't going to be repeated anytime soon. Peace. I also edited this chap a bit so many precious comments were unfortunately deleted. Chapter 14, New Year's Eve, Restructured. I have been doing a rewrite, changing the way I did the narration for the past few chapters, however, I wanted to keep a few chapters the same way they used to be. Tell me if you all like them, it's just the next 4 chapters. Normally, I use a narrator character to narrate. However, in the first volume till chapter 18 if I recall correctly, it was a narration made by the main character. I didn't know why, but I changed it to the narrator later down the line. So, instead of redone, this chapter shall receive a restructured dot. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. This chapter ended up being smaller than what I said previously because I cut some things out. Nothing important, don't worry. There may be some inconsistencies due to that though. If you don't understand something or need some clarification, be sure to tell me. This chapter has 3,550 words. The next chapter is the last one for this volume, baby. Are you excited to see his stats? What sort of skills do you think he has? Make sure to tell me in the comments. Who knows? Your idea may end up being used. It may even be incorporated into the plot. Ah. I woke up screaming on my bed. Sweat slowly fell down my forehead. What time is it? I picked up the pocket watch from the desk and took a look at it. /16:47. Did I oversleep? Gurg. My entire body shook, making me drop my watch on the bed. What just? Ah. Pain. A pain greater than anything I ever felt before. As if my body was breaking into pieces. A small green light shone on my forehead. And within a minute, the pain went away. But the light on my forehead flickered and disappeared. Unfortunately, our hero didn't notice that. My body seems fine. I just came back and this happened. Give me a break. That wasn't a dream, no way it was. I have no physical injuries. Magic. Some sort of soul link. Did my thoughts materialize somewhere far away? Perhaps I should delve into magic research later and figure that out. Being realistic. That isn't an option. Such a thing may take decades to properly study. I am already full with what I have. Perhaps I should talk about this with my future god, she might be able to help me with this /scroll/. My belly made a thunderous sound. Why am I so hungry? I ate a feast yesterday. Well. I will soon leave this in. Better enjoy it while I can /sniff/. Wuck. It smells like a dumpster in here. Did I shit myself? Phew. I didn't. But I still smell terrible. I need a shower right now. I am not really in the mood for a quick bath, I just want to soak in some hot water. Just like last time, I filled the bathtub and tried to enjoy a hot bath. /growl/. But my stomach requested food immediately. With a bath taken and fresh clothes, I went down towards the first floor. Wait. Before I went down, I decided to see if I could still access my inventory from that strange place. And lo and behold. I couldn't. This is strange, my items are back. This can only mean one thing. That I have 2 separate inventory spaces now. But this doesn't make any sense. The space should be directly connected with me. Not like I have that deep of an understanding of space to make assumptions. At least I have my stuff back. Taking out a small pouch filled with some coins and placing it in my belt, I got out of my room. I only saw 2 people in the entire inn. The movement was quite small, perhaps because it will be soon the last week of the year. The innkeeper, whose name was Vicus, was cleaning some cups on top of the bar rail. He noticed me walking down the stairs, and he almost dropped the cup. I sat down on the chair and talked with him. "Hey boss, can I have some food?" "Any will do, just make it quick." His expression seemed conflicted, but he ended up saying, "You seem quite skinny. I am not going to ask what you did this past week, but I hope next time you warn me. I thought you had died in the dungeon." My daughter even cried a little. Didn't I tell you I was walking around Orario? That was last week. You disappeared 1 week ago. At least you are fine. Remember to pay up for the extra days though. What? What is the date, Vicus? I see you had quite the fun this past week. Today is December 31st, New Year's Eve. I don't know if they use another form of calendar in Danmachi. Wayot. Did I sleep for an entire week? So much for my promise of entering a familia in a week. It's not like I was going to follow that anyway, since I decided to enter either the Loki or Hephaestus familia. Ha. I know that look. That's the look from someone who can't remember shit. This brings back memories of my younger days. I used to be an adventurer when I was younger, you see. Every month we had a big party with lots of drinks. And every single time, I would end up forgetting everything I did in the past week, ha ha ha. But I didn't drink anything. That explains why I was so smelly and hungry. Did my body stay here for a week? But I only spent around an hour there. While I thought about the subject, Vicus came to me with a big plate full of stuff. Sorry for this, but this is all I have left. Business is slow during this time, so I don't bother to restock. On the contrary, I just want to sell everything I have left. I dug into the food. Sorry for not having anything of better quality. Here's your orange juice. Gulp. I drank it all in one shot. I will fetch some more. After a big round of eating, I felt satisfied. Burp. I needed this. I can see that. Next time, drink less, kid. Smack. Like you are one to talk. His wife came from behind and gave him a smack with a rolled-up journal. Ouch. Forgive me, wifey. The two kept talking over something while I just continued to eat another plate the boss gave me. After some time, the woman just left, probably to fetch her daughter that was in a friend's house. They weren't talking in a low voice, so I pretty much heard everything they said. I can't eat anymore. And I can't cook anymore. My hands hurt. I took out my pouch and asked, "How much do I owe you?" "Just give me 1,000. I will round up for you since you didn't eat anything in the past week. Make sure to recommend our inn to others if you can, haha." "Sure thing. The inn will close for the next few days. Do you have a place to stay?" "We still have your room. Just give me the coin and you can stay here until." "Thank you for worrying, old man. I will look for another place to stay, one that includes breakfast and dinner. But take this, it should be enough to cover for another week in case I don't find another place to stay. Even if I don't, consider it as a gift from making you worry. I am not worried about you, brat." As he said that, he took the money in the counter. Yeah. Keep lying to yourself. Get away from here. I waved at him and left the shop. TSK. Kids these days. I am not old. I am 37. His daughter is around 12. That's quite old, said one of the men in the shop. Who was the mother few? Silver left the inn and made his way across the streets. He didn't really have a destination in mind. Did you hear? The Loki familia did their recruitment earlier this time, said an adventurer on the side of the road. What? But it's New Year's Eve. Don't they give their adventurers time to rest? There is a rumor. What? The Loki familia is recruiting. Normally they would do that after 2 weeks into the new year. That might be a chance. Although the Loki familia isn't the best option for me, it's still a pretty solid one. I picked my pocket watch and read the time. 18:34. It's quite late. And tomorrow is the new year. Am I too late? Excuse me, you two. I am sorry that I overheard your conversation, but is the Loki familia recruitment still happening? The two men looked at me with the one on the left talking first. Yeah mate, they stopped quite early as well. But no worries. They will still resume it after the first week of the new year ends. You can also apply during this time. If you are lucky, they may accept you. But it isn't guaranteed, you may even piss someone off. I recommend waiting 1 extra week," said the other men on the right. "Thanks, friends, Happy New Year." "You too, friend. X. Looks like I was a little late. I still have a lot of time until they recruit again. Sigh. Might as well take a look around. Perhaps I can find a place to sleep that also serves breakfast and dinner." Walking down the street, I saw that every inn was either full or closed. Dejected, I continued my way down the street and somehow, I found myself in front of the hostess of fertility. As I said previously, the street where his inn is located is the same as where the HF operates. Did I develop muscle memory for this place? Might as well enter. Creak /. But instead of the usual movement, the pub seemed dead. "We are already closed." Seer, who was cleaning a table near me and stopped talking and looked at me. She looked incredibly surprised. It's you." She ran to me and stopped a few feet away from me. "That's a little too close for comfort, lady. How are you, miss? Are you okay, adventurous Anne? You disappeared on us for an entire week. I was rather worried since Mamma Mia took out my extra pay. I have a name." "What did she say at the end?" "Thankfully everything is good and in order with me." "That's good. You probably came here to eat, right?" "Unfortunately we are already closed for today. To be truthful, I didn't come here to eat." "Oh. Could it be? Did you come here to see someone?" "Yes, in fact. I came here to see you." Seer's face quickly got red. Seer is weak against teasing, even though she loves teasing others. "Just kidding. I didn't have anything else to do, so I just thought I would come here and take a look to see if you are open. But I guess it was a futile trip." Seer pouted a little but soon recovered. "It's quite cold, would you like to enter so that we can talk while I do my work? I can serve you a cup of warm water." "Sure, if it isn't a bother for the other workers." I sat at a bench while Seer cleaned the table. "Where is everyone? Shouldn't they be helping you?" "They should be back soon. Ryu and Lunwar just went to take out the trash while Chol and Anya are cleaning upstairs. Mia and Mei are cleaning the kitchen. Mei does not appear in the anime, she is a cat girl that cooks behind the scenes. I wonder how she can actually cook for dozens of people though." "I see. Sip. I am quite curious. Why did you suddenly stop coming?" Mamma Mia got quite sad. "Really? Was she sad that I stopped visiting, or was she sad because she lost a well-paying customer?" "Oi. Don't say that. Else you may lose your head." Chuckle /. I laughed a little and Seer did the same. I had a commission to do. So I got occupied for around a week. After that, I went in search of a familia. "Wait. You don't have one yet?" Seer's eyes seemed to be shining for some reason. "Unfortunately, I don't. That's why I took my time to search for one." "And did you find it? Are you in a familia?" "No. So you should find one as soon as possible." "Yes, I know, that's why I tried going to the Hephaestus familia last week and why I am going to apply to the Loki familia next week." Crash /. Out of nowhere, Seer dropped a glass cup. "Oh no. How clumsy of me." Her eyes were quite scary. "Tell me, why the Loki and Hephaestus familia? They just have anything I need. Resources and people that can help me progress further down my path. I know blacksmithing, so I was hoping to join Hephaestus and perhaps join a combat-oriented group." Seer just agreed with a monotone. "Is something wrong?" "Nothing. In fact, everything is great." "How couldn't? It's New Year's Eve and I am here cleaning instead of." "Calm down, girl." Before Seer could continue her rant, Ryu and Lunwar came back. "Who are you talking with, Seer?" asked Lunwar. But she soon noticed me and for a moment she stopped and thought. "It's the pretty boy." Me, Ryu, and Seer looked at Lunwar speechlessly. "Is this the extent of my impression in your eyes?" "Haha. Look at your face. I was just kidding." "Seer. You shouldn't take clients at this hour. Mamma Mia will punish you if she sees this," said Ryu. "Quite cold and rude to me, you know. But she isn't wrong, better leave before that gorilla comes, it would be a shame to pass the new year unconscious. So I guess this is my time to leave. Thank you for the water." Ryu noticed the implications of her words, but before she could speak I said. "I only came here to say hi, it was me who ended up making trouble, so don't blame her. Anyway, see you all next year. Happy New Year." And I left quickly. After Silver left, the girls looked at each other speechlessly. That wasn't cool, Rio. You shouldn't say such a thing to Seer's crush, said Chloe from upstairs. Chloe. Were you hearing our conversation in secret? Said Seer. As she said that, another head popped up from the corner. She is right, Naya. It was the cat girl, Anya. Even you, Anya. Seer ran away in embarrassment. And there she goes, said Chloe. What does that man even have? He is handsome and knows how to talk a little, but he is missing that humph, you know, said Lunwar. You're not wrong, I guess having a strong partner is good, asked Chloe. To each their own. Perhaps several days of talking and a small disappearance were enough to catch her heart, said Anya. Don't be stupid. Seer isn't as innocent as you think. There might be an insider story. We need to interrogate her later, said Chloe. Rio was completely silent the entire conversation. She was clearly feeling quite guilty. Chloe ran down the stairs and hugged her friend. Oh. Don't be down, my little forest elf. I am sure he will be here again. At that time you can apologize. Rio's lips curled up into a small smile. You are right. Slash bang, slash. Mamma Mia barged out of the kitchen and said, come on. Let's finish these all so we can enjoy New Year's Eve properly. Hi. X5-inch. Silver continued on his night walk, eventually making his way to nowhere. He just kept walking, following his heart to God knows where. After half an hour, he ended up back at the Hostess of Fertility. How did I come back here? Zorro vibes. Is this what you want, my heart? I should just go find a place to sleep. Is there an open at this time? Perhaps. Should I go back to the old man? Nah, I don't want to be made fun of. Only in my grave will I allow that guy to make fun of me. Slash clutch, slash. Suddenly I felt a strong grip on my shoulder. I quickly got in a combat position and maneuvered myself to counterattack. But the enemy was too strong. He didn't even move from his place even after I exerted force. Just when I considered whether or not I should just use a plasmid. I am sorry. I looked behind me to see a beautiful elf girl with green hair. Her beauty seemed to be enhanced by the moonlight. I understand now why Belle was mesmerized by her appearance. Her beauty is almost supernatural. Her hands. Did she just touch me? Isn't she one of those elves who don't like skin contact? Although she is wearing gloves. Rio. Did Seer tell you my name? I guess it's only proper to introduce myself now. My name is Rio, Rio Lion. Allow me to once again for being rude earlier. She bowed. It was nothing really. May I ask you why you are here again? Apologies. That was rude of me again. No, it's fine. It's quite embarrassing, but I was just walking aimlessly, but I ended up back at this place. I was about to look for an inn to stay at. It seems that after taking this road every day in the past month, my body just gravitates towards this place, haha. Said Silver awkwardly. If it isn't too much, would you like to stay in the pub? We have more than enough rooms available. Thank you, but I was just looking for a place to stay that could provide me with breakfast, haha. There is no need to bother yourself with me. You should reconsider. At this time, there aren't any open-inns accepting new people. Most are already filled to the brim. Much less those that offer breakfast. If it isn't too much, I can cook you a plate on the morning as an apology. Isn't that too much? I will make it work, but that's my problem. I promise something and I will deliver it. That's putting too much pressure on you for something so trivial. She smiled a little. Thank you for being considerate, but I am sure none of them are going to care. Seer might even be happy. She said that last part in a low voice. What did you say? Come inside. She said as she ignored Silver's question. And she led the way to the pub. Silver looked at her as she entered the barely lit pub. Staying in the HF. That's a privilege that I am sure very few have actually enjoyed. There wasn't anyone in the bar/restaurant part of the inn. But the moment we entered, someone opened the door of the kitchen. It was Mamma Mia. Rio. Why did you leave so? Ah, I see. She looked at me with a serious look. What is this about, Rio? First, it was Seer, now you. Rio bowed a little, and I followed her, knowing what she was going to ask. Please, let him stay here for the night. I followed after Rio and said. Please. Sigh. Damn kid. What sort of spell did you use on the girls? She went to me and slapped me on my back. Slash bang, slash. Arg. Slash crack, slash. As she slapped me, my pocket watch fell on the ground, making an unhealthy crack sound. But Mamma Mia didn't seem to have noticed it. Or she ignored it. Do as you wish. But I warn you, kid. If you do something. She picked a sausage that was on the ceiling and snapped it in half. Gulp, / 1 month in Horario and I already received a threat from a level 6 adventurer. I promise to not even leave the room you place me in. I hope so. For your own good. Ha ha ha. Smile a bit more, kid. It's almost New Year. Tomorrow I will cook a great dish for you. At a cost, of course. And she left. Chuckle / Ryu chuckled a little seeing my reaction. You seem to really fear her. What happened to the confident men that always eat for 4? That and now are different. In there, the only thing at stake is my money. Ryu had a small smile on her face. Follow me, I will show you the room. She guided me to the 2nd floor. There were a lot of rooms up here. You can stay in this room. We open at 8, but we normally wake up earlier. Thank you, really. I will repay you some. She picked a spoon and placed it in my mouth. No need. See you tomorrow then. Adventurer Silver. Good night. Waitress Rio. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Clank / The door was closed and locked from the outside. Okay, that was unnecessary. So first, how about a hot bath? There wasn't a bathtub here, so I will have to make my own. My hand turned brown with some twigs sprouting out of it. Manipulation of wood. It isn't as strong as you imagine. There are many better ways to use it for both combat or other areas. Slowly, the wood on the floor morphed into a rather crude bathtub. Good enough. I just repeated all of the steps I had done earlier in the inn from here. After I finished taking a bath, I went to take a look at my clock whose pointers were not moving. Taking out my toolbox from my inventory, I opened up the clock. One of the gears fell out of place and the pointers are dysregulated. Pretty easy to fix. At least there are no scratches. Done. But what time is it? I opened the window and took a look outside. There weren't any clock towers on site. I assume they exist since gods invented even plastic. Although guns don't seem to be a thing. Not that they would be useful. Looks like I will have to use the moon. Around 10, perhaps 10:30. I will just overestimate. For now, better wake up earlier than being labeled as a lazy ass. Now I'm going to sleep. I am pretty tired. I am not going to that place again, right? For the next hour or two, I just got pretty concerned about this fact, but I eventually went to sleep. Something that didn't help was the laughing sounds of the girls in the room next to mine. They were certainly having a small party. Concentrate, /ZZZZZZ/ Notes. Chapter 15, My Stats. End of Volume 1, Restructured. This chapter has 6,000 words. Yeah, it's big. Before you start, remember to read everything first, then comment after reading the notes. Thank you for your understanding. I did a lot of alterations on this chapter, but my problem isn't the familia he is going to enter, it is his abilities. 90% of the story will revolve around that after all. So if people don't like them or someone gives a nice idea, I can still pretty easily change it. Although I like the end result, I don't think it's too op compared to some people, but I also think that it can give the MC a certain edge. After all, it would be too much if I had to write a story where the MC takes 2 years to level up. My idea was something around 4 to 6 months per level up. But he would have to work really hard. Let's see what you all think. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. Aw. What a nice sleep. I had a pretty normal dream, nothing too great. A mixture of pretty incomprehensible things. My dreams are always crazy, tell me yours in the comments. Is it morning? I looked outside and saw that it was still night. Looks like I put in the wrong time. My clock says 6:20 a.m., but it's clearly still night. I picked my clock and decreased 30 minutes out of it. Should be enough for now. So I am 18 now. Happy birthday to me. Insert sad image. There were no mirrors so I couldn't really see my face, so I just washed my face in the water from yesterday's bath. I removed my pajamas and started to put on my clothes, starting from my legs. Clang, /. But in the middle of this, the door's lock was opened. Creak. The door opened soon after, revealing Lenoir in her pajamas. She looked at me, stunned, her eyes soon darted towards my abdomen. I was quite fit. No. Fit is quite an understatement. I was stacked, but just enough to not compromise aesthetics. Because of the way stats works, adventurers don't need to exercise as much as you think, most tend to be fit, but not on my level. Otherwise, all girls would have big muscles. And all boys would be bodybuilders. Bell wasn't that strong as an example, he was quite skinny for his level of physical prowess. I did see some muscular girls during my walks though. Lunwar's face got slightly red, but she maintained her poker face. Or at least tried. But she never stopped looking at me. Sorry for the intrusion. I came here to wake you up, but you beat me up to it. Just some old habits. I just came to say we won't be opening today, so we will only clean up the place and close the pub for the week. I heard Mamma Mia was going to cook for you, but she told me to say she was sorry. She had something to do and left a few minutes ago. She said she will cook a lot for you next time. Do I get a discount? Nope, she said with a smile. I figured. Mamma Mia doesn't give discounts. I will go help you all later, just let me finish putting on my clothes and clean the room. And one more thing. Happy New Year. She nodded and left. For a girl who always tends to be a smart-ass, she was quite stiff. Lunwar left the room and closed the door. Her face was still slightly red, she rested her back on the door. I forgot to tell him Happy New Year. But it wasn't my fault. He was quite the eye candy. She shook her head, her friend seemed to have her eyes on him already. And he isn't the kind of man she likes. At least, not yet. Lunwar just wants a man that can take care of her and let her laze around. After a few seconds she recovered and thought. Where did that water come from? And those clothes? Ryu told me he didn't bring anything. Did he unlock the door and went to fetch some water? That's impossible, we would have heard him. I did drink a little though. She quickly dismissed her thoughts. Her years as an assassin taught her to not ask too many questions. But she kept this strange thing at the back of her head for the same reason. Having extra info is of extreme importance to an assassin/bounty hunter. A job may end up being not worth it, so having info may prevent danger. That was a lesson she learned after many years of working in the shadows. After I put on my clothes, I opened the door and went to the first floor. There I saw Anya placing down the chairs and tables in place. She also noticed me. Happy New Year. Do you need any help? Thank you, Chloe should be helping me but she is such a heavy sleeper. Happy New Year, Naya. Why do cat people talk like this? I picked up a chair and moved it according to what Anya told me. 10 minutes later we were done. Yet the girls are nowhere to be seen. Where is Lunwar? And the others? Now I understand why you said they were heavy sleepers. Yesterday they drank too much and this is the result, Naya. Is there anything else I can help you all with? Not like I have anything else to do. This was the last thing. Now we are all free to enjoy this small vacation NYA. Then I will take my leave. Tell Rhea that I will eat her food at a later date. See you all in a week. Send those girls and Mamma Mia my greetings when they wake up. I waved back at her and opened the door outside. //. The cold wind blew up on my face. Winter did come suddenly this time, huh? The past few weeks it was still rather chilly, but now it's just plain cold. Closing the door, I made my way towards the northeast. Why? No reason, I just wanted to take a look around the place. Northeast of his current location would take him to the Hephaestus Familia main workplace. The angle is slightly off, but close enough. Are you satisfied watching from the sidelines, Naya? Said Anya with her casual smile. Naya, haha. I can't escape from your senses, Anya. Chloe and Lunwar appeared from the corner of the stairs with slightly awkward expressions. Rhea soon appeared from the top of the staircase, but she didn't seem well. Where are Seer and May, Naya? Asked Anya. Sleeping like logs. As always. Said Rio. Ryu was surprisingly wearing adventurer clothing. Are you going to? Chloe was going to say something but stopped midway. Ryu had a sad look but her expression soon changed to a smile. I will be back soon. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, X. I can't help but feel they forgot something. Though Lunwar to herself. Marry me. /gasp, / Yes. /applause / While I was walking down the street, I came across a rare scene of a man asking his girlfriend for marriage. It isn't rare to see couples in Horario, but seeing this is somewhat of a novelty for me. He looks like an adventurer, by the way, he walks and his arm muscles. I hope they can live happily. Since it's too easy for an adventurer to die in the dungeon and leave a child and a wife behind. Kakyoin would love this place. I wonder if one day I will marry. Nah. Holy sure. The price on this armor. 3 million valis for this. It looks just like any chest piece. Oh. It's made of dragon scales. Dragons from the deep floors, of course. For the blacksmith to have hidden the scales so well when forging. He is quite good. He must have coated the scales with something else. There are a lot of shops around here. Oh. I saw 2 hammers imprinted on all of the shop's doors. Looks like I am in the Hephaestus Familia workshop area. Let me take a look around the place. The items in here had diverging values, ranging from 50k all the way to several million valis. But rarely did I see anything higher. I bet they only sell such things in Babel. This makes me wonder just how expensive maintaining a big familia is. N0. Do they have any inns around here? I need to find a place to stay until this weekend so that I can apply to join the Loki familia. Going back to that bastard innkeeper would be too awkward, he wouldn't let go of my feet. Creak. The door of the shop suddenly opened, revealing a strong-armed dwarf. Are you interested in that piece of armor, young man? How about it? I can make it for 2.9 million valis. This dwarf. Does he think everyone has 3 million valis in their pockets? You must be pretty desperate to sell equipment during New Year's Eve. Puffed. If you aren't here to buy, then get out. The dwarf spit on the ground. How rude. No need to be like that, I was already leaving anyway. But before I go, I would like to ask, how did you fuse the mithril alloy with the dragon scales? The angry dwarf stopped walking and turned around. You noticed the dragon scales? You even noticed that there was a mithril alloy on top. Look at it. The shape, angle at the edges, and most importantly the edges at the bottom. I pointed out my thinking process to the dwarf. He listened with immense focus before saying, You don't seem like your usual adventurer, why don't you get inside so that we can continue our talk? Why not? I never had the chance to hold a conversation with a proficient blacksmith in Orario. For the next hour, me and the dwarf discussed blacksmithing and ideas. Kid. You truly are something to have gotten to this level by only learning in the countryside. And without even a proper teacher to boot. I will be blunt. Join our familia. We can turn you into a master blacksmith in 10. Number 5 years should be enough. Thank you, but. No but. Why are you an adventurer? Money. Fame. Glory. Women. You can get it all by being a blacksmith. This guy is energetic for an old man. But didn't the Hephaestus familia close down there? It doesn't matter. If I recommend you, they will open a slot for you without any trouble. Old dwarf. No need to say anything else. Let's go. Young men like you shouldn't waste their time. This dwarf wasn't a super hidden master, he was just an average advanced blacksmith of the Hephaestus familia. But even that is already something, you just saw by the price of the things he was selling. He also has a few contracts with some adventurers. They aren't exclusive contracts though. We eventually went to a large mansion. It was probably their main base. Wait here, for now, I will go call the examiners. Not like you need it anyway. He entered the mansion and disappeared. I sat on a bench nearby and waited. And waited. I feel like I got dumped. It's been 10 minutes. Did something happen, /slam, / Bua. Hephaestus, that idiot. Kicking me out just like that again. In the new year of all times. She called me into Kakai and threw me away like an old bag. She didn't even let me sleep there. A youthful yet depressed feminine voice came from behind me. /. Cold wind suddenly blew on the girl, almost blowing her jacket off. It's so cold. I turned around to see a short girl in a heavy coat with a hood, kicking the front door of the mansion. She started to run in an overly dramatic way. If she keeps running like that she will trip, even more, when she is wearing those leather boots, the ground is quite slippery after all. She seems quite familiar. OWA. As I thought, she slipped on the ground and fell on the ground, spinning due to her momentum making her fall quite comical. But because of this her hood came off, allowing me to see her face. She really seems familiar. Her hair was black and her eyes blue. Her face was flawless, really. There were no imperfections in there. This is quite normal in goddesses. I got up and went to help, not like I had anything better to do. Are you all right, miss? Running around in those boots isn't really a good idea. I gave her my hand. My bum. Oh. Thank you. I helped her get up again. She thanked me again and was about to fall off again when she slipped on the ground once more. This time I grabbed her by the arm, preventing her fall. That was close. That was a pretty fast reaction. Are you an adventurer? I just told you to be careful. And for your question, no, I am not. I am looking for a familia, in fact, that's why I am here. TSK. What does that boring girl have that is so good? You don't seem to like her very much. She shook her head. She suddenly opened her eyes wide as if she had a revelation. Ha. I know now. She grabbed my hand with a lot of strength. It didn't hurt, but it was pretty impressive for a girl her size. 140 cm, however, I have changed her height so that she isn't like a child next to the MC. She is around 160 now, just a little smaller than Loki. How about you enter my familia? We met like this in the cold winter right after I was thrown out by the evil old lady. It must be fate. What? Are you a goddess? Do you have a familia? Ah. No. Not yet. But I am sure it will be strong. This girl. She is pretty excited. It even makes me bad refusing her. I can't abandon the old dwarf for. But the girl cut his thoughts her next line. Completely. My name is Hestia. What is yours? Slash boom, slash. Something seemed to explode inside my head. How couldn't I have noticed? She is. Moshi Moshi. Are you there? Sorry, I lost my sense of time there for a moment. My name is Silver, Melio Silver. Would you enter my familia Silver? Asked Hestia. I am sorry old Espinter, but I found my goddess. If you are okay with a no-name adventurer. Then, of course. Yay! After 2 weeks of searching, I finally found someone. Take that Hephaestus. She is too energetic. But really now. What a coincidence. Perhaps not. I am in the Hephaestus workshops area. Perhaps Hephaestus' private forge and house is somewhere around here. I imagine that Hestia would be living there after all. She grabbed my hand and pulled me. Let me show you where I live. Where we live. Is it so easy to get a girl these days? Just kidding. Hestia is not dumb, she wouldn't accept anyone. Does this mean I passed her silent check? N0.1. At that moment, from behind the gate, a beautiful woman with red hair and an eye patch appeared from behind the wall. Evil old lady. Just you wait. At the same time, a dwarf and a tall woman that also had an eye patch appeared from deeper in the mansion. Hephaestus-sama. What brings you here? Asked the dwarf in a reverent tone. Didn't I tell you to not talk with me like that, Espinter? The dwarf was quite embarrassed. But what brings you two here? Especially you Tsubaki, I thought you didn't like staying in the cold. Haha. Espinter told me there was a rookie he liked, so I came here to check things out. Oh. Could it be the young man with silver eyes? Did you already see him, Hephaestus-sama? I tell you, that young man has talent. He only needs a good teacher and he will become a master smith. About that. He was already recruited. What? The dwarf almost fell to the ground. You can't be serious. He had the talent. Tsubaki just scratched her head and patted the dwarf head. Looks like we were too late. Back to the forge. Sigh. Didn't I tell you to not overdo it? It's a new year, Tsubaki, you should relax like the others. You say I should relax, but aren't you the one who is working the most? I have many commissions to finish. Stop. Let's drink something good. You can continue your commissions tomorrow. No one will blame you if you delay them until next week anyway. The two women made their way inside while the dwarf stayed there stunned. I will crush that boy's head next time I see him. He was fuming from his nostrils. His anger was evident. Without even realizing it. Silver made a very grumpy dwarf very, very angry. And the person who took him. Be it a god or not. Hestia led me through the street happily humming a song. She is taller than I imagined. Is this something from this world? I thought she was supposed to be rather small, but perhaps that was an error during the animation or translation in my past life. The scene was quite comical. I was 184 cm without my armor while Hestia was 160 cm. It was not on the level of a child leading an adult, but it wasn't that far off. Like a palom leading a 200 cm tall person. For some reason I imagined Otter having a relationship with a palom. He is 210 cm tall. Is it even possible? Wait a minute, I recognize this road. Isn't this the West Road? The place where the hostess of fertility is? N0.2. After several minutes, there I was, in front of the HF. It seems no one is here. Kami-sama, how long have you been in Orario? Call me Hestia. I descended 2 weeks ago under the cohesion of Hephaestus. She told me to come, saying it was fun and now was the prime time to gather members for a familia. She was wrong. No one wanted to even talk to me. Everyone is just enjoying their new year, leaving me alone. But you are here now, so everything is fine. You seem to have quite the relationship with Hephaestus. It's a long story. As she told me about her many adventures in heaven with Hephaestus, we passed by the HF without any trouble. She kept going on in a very excited tone. Most of the time she made fun of the other goddesses in heaven, showing me a different perspective on the gods. Gods are so similar yet so different from mortals. This makes me wonder, what is a god? And then, Loki, the board slid in the ice. Haha. I don't know why, but I feel relieved somehow. But I didn't notice that in an alley. Seer was looking at both me and Hestia with a light shining in her eyes. Her stories were so long and filled with details that midway through I just turned off my brain and turned on auto mode. Here we are. In front of us was a rather old and broken abandoned church. There were some holes in the walls, but it was fixable. Broken glass, stones, and rotten wood. This will take some time to fix. I am not too keen on buying a new house. I quite like being far away from the ruckus of Orario. Hestia looked at me, probably thinking I was going to abandon her like the others. Aren't you going to welcome me inside? Her face brightened up and she pulled me inside. The church consisted of 2 areas, the front area where you had the preaching area and a backdoor area where the priests probably lived. There is also a second floor. But I will leave that for later. Hestia brought me to the end of the preaching area and opened up a hidden door. The paint was so old that I could see the outline of the door. After we descended 1 level of the stairs, we found ourselves in the basement of the church. TCH Dan. Home. She said with an excited yet awkward voice. The place was pretty messy, with dust all around the place. It was clear Hestia never cleaned this place. Perhaps she never thought she would be actually capable of bringing someone in here. It's quite dusty. Let's clean this up first, said Silver. Hestia was once again surprised by my actions. She thought I was going to show contempt for this place, but the only thing she saw was relief. I was relieved because this is exactly how I imagined this place to be. I actually came to this abandoned church once. Come on, I was curious, I only watched it from far away. But I wanted to see if it actually existed. My hand got green as small wind currents flowed around my hand. Wind Bath, Environment Edition. A soothing wind current spread around the room, gathering all dust and dirt into one big ball. And for the final touch. Bubble bath. Bubbles filled the entire basement, making all of the furniture sparkle. Those that could at least. I will throw these out first. I will be back. Hestia just stayed there stunned. This scene was super bizarre for her. It shattered the little information she knew about the lower world. But she had a big smile on her face. During the past 2 weeks, she received daily classes from her friend about pretty much everything. And she knew just how incredible what she just witnessed was. She even wanted to cry. She knew she had recruited an incredible person. I am back. We can clean the rest later. Dash. What do I do now? Of course, I knew what was going to happen, but I had to act as if I didn't know. Please take off your shirt and lay down on the couch. And I did as such, showing my worked-up body to Hestia. Hestia's face became slightly red. She had never seen a man half-naked in such proximity after all. N0.3. But she quickly threw such thoughts out into the sky. Ouch. She picked a nail and pricked her finger, letting a single drop of blood drop into my skin. // A strange sound was made when the blood touched my back. Waves of magical light appeared in my back as if she had tossed a stone into a lake. A symbol slowly appeared on my back. It was a large fire burning in a chalice, representing her role in heaven to look after the sacred flame. Or something like that. After the symbol appeared, Hestia's body shook. Gasp. What happened? Hestia-sama. Hestia. After I called her name several times, she snapped out of her strange state and said. It's nothing. I was just slightly surprised because it was my first time doing something like this. She picked up a piece of paper and passed the information of my stats into it. After she got off me, I got up and looked at her. She is rather serious. I wonder what she saw there. She wouldn't show disappointment, right? Or could it be that I am so badass that she lost her breath? Here. We are done. She handed me the paper. This is it. My stats. Melios Silver. Level. Strength H. Vitality H. Dexterity H. Agility H. Magic H. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skill. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. I follow Latin, but sometimes I will mix some words. I will even use other language words. Oh. That's what I am talking about. 2 skills and magic. Looks like I am a genius. Sigh. Being so great is often hard. Enough jokes. Ambrosia. Why did it appear here of all places? But what are those other 2 skills? Perhaps the skill system saw something hidden deep in my soul. Or did the ambrosia had a special effect that ended up affecting my soul, and that materialized as this magic? Both are similar, I know. I looked at Hestia to see she was on the verge of tears, but she ended up wiping them and looking at me with a serious expression. Did something happen? It's nothing. Hestia did her best to keep a serious expression, but what she saw in the skill memories was quite shocking. There are some inconsistencies here, like, there couldn't be any skill memories because, in the first place, the MC never got Falna, so he couldn't have any skills unless they just manifested. But I will make a special circumstance that I will slowly develop in the future. Let's start with the explanation. I am sure you are curious about them. I nodded. First, your stats. As you can see, they are all H100, something rather incredible since everyone starts at I0. That's due to your skill, Vitalgen. It's a skill that greatly strengthens your body, raising all of your stats by one level permanently. This means that you will always start at H100 instead of I0. This skill also has the perk of reducing the difficulty to level the stats values. For example, for you, raising your skills from H to G is the same as another adventurer raising their stats from I to H. One level higher, but the same difficulty. That's incredible, I replied. It's a skill made to make me get stronger faster. It should be easier to get my stats to S rank now. But faster is rather vague. If it would take me a year to level 1 my stats to S rank, now it will take 11 months. The first stat grade is the easiest to level up after all. After many years, this skill would have saved me an entire year of hard work plus all of the free stats it provides me. It's 500 stats for every level up. Although, as I said, many years in the future. Hestia nodded and continued. But it brings a big problem. You can't use normal magic, and most buff magics are also weaker on you depending on their type. Please, never try to use normal magic, the side effects are too great. There is one interesting thing about this though. Because of this skill's effects, you gain a passive resistance towards magic in general. As for how strong and effective it is, that I can't answer. So this is where all of my problems come from. Passive magic resistance. That's a good way to put it. It isn't too significant, but that might be because I was level 0. I know. Since when I was a child, I was never capable of using magic anyway. Did you try to use it? Yeah, my grandmother was a mage so she tried teaching me many times. We can talk about my childhood later, let's continue. Hestia was a bit pissed off because I cut off the story in the middle, but she continued nonetheless. This brings us to your exclusive magic. I can't really explain what it is, since I have never seen something like that before. It seems to be a skill that allows you to modify a part of your body to cast some sort of magic. That's pretty much it. What you saw earlier was the skill in action. I have had this since a few years ago when it awakened. It's very rare to be born with an exclusive magic, as it is having 2 skills from the get-go. Hestia seemed really excited. My grandma said the same. Now we arrive at the end, but Hestia seemed rather grumpy about this skill. This skill is. You get more exilia when fighting big monsters. That's all. Can you please elaborate? I can't really work with just this. There isn't anything else to elaborate on. She seemed rather evasive. Notes N1. She is so bad at hiding things. Is it because she just descended and isn't used to communication? I have to push her. I need to know everything about myself if I want to grow properly. Even if she is hiding information to protect me. I placed my hands on her shoulder and said, "Please, tell me the truth. I don't know why you are hiding it. But I need to know everything about myself if I want to improve." This is rather embarrassing and awkward. Hestia was conflicted, she desired that her first adventurer became the strongest and shinned with glory. But she also wanted him to be safe and sound at all times. Even though she knows that's just wishful thinking. She didn't want to be left alone again. Sigh. You win. Thank you. But promise me. Promise me you aren't going to throw yourself in unpredictable situations just for this skill. I never had any intention of killing myself. I can't go to heaven when my goddess just descended, right? She blushed a little but didn't seem convinced, yet, she accepted it for now. Infer David Missimus massively increases exilia gain when fighting stronger monsters in challenging ways. The more despairing the situation seems, the stronger the effects get. Winning impossible battles increases the chances of rewards. N2. Damn. Time to go to the dungeon in my pajamas. Hey. Hestia jumped at me and pressed me into the sofa while pulling my cheeks. I noticed your look. You just thought about something dangerous. I didn't. I swear it my pure soul. Liar. Jesus Christ, her boobs are enormous. And the consistency. Focus. Don't worry, Hestia. I am only level 1 right now. Say the guy who challenged Goliath. Exclamation point. Oh yeah. Gods can read the exilia and see its memory. Exilia. I couldn't have gathered any previously. I will ask her about this later. I don't remember where I read this, but gods can seemingly read the exilia in order to see the adventures have passed through. Does she know about my past lives? She was still pulling my cheeks. I don't think so. I won't do it again. At least until I am level 2. She still seemed pissed. Do you think I will let you take control of me like Belle? You wish. Although I kinda like this feeling. I easily overpowered Hestia and picked her in a Princess Carry and said, let's leave this for later, we still need to clean the church and it's still New Year. So let's commemorate for now. Hestia's face was completely red. Oh okay. I put her on the ground and said, first, let me show you some of the things I can do. After seeing them, I think you are going to agree with me that I am not really in danger in the dungeon. That doesn't mean I am taking the dungeon lightly. I am not a fool. Time to shine. Notes. N. Once again, this is a misconception on my part, but I decided to keep it. Pretty much, there are floors in Babel where low-level artisans may sell their craft. But it was shown pretty early in the anime, so the MC forgot. Just a petty excuse, but it happens when I'm constantly going back to change and add information. N0. Hestia is not dumb, she is lazy yet hardworking when the situation needs her. I do know why people seem to dislike her though. Her competition, Ace, is simply way better because there isn't much to hate about her. Although I am not into silent/airhead girls. With some exceptions. My taste englobes all. N0. Hestia Church is on the west side of Orario close to the West Road, that's why Belle always passed in front of the HF and got Sears Bentos. There was also the fact he liked passing by that place. But that is another reason. N0. I imagine many men tried to make advances on her in heaven but she refused them all. She might be used to men up close on her, but not in this particular situation where she is promptly getting close to a guy. N1, because she only had 2 weeks of training, I will say that she still doesn't know how to hide information. Even after she had several months of training in the original show, she still didn't know she could actually hide the status info. N2. I had to give him at least one growth type skill, so I made it in a way that he needed to put himself in danger. Otherwise, it would take 1 to 2 years for every level up if we want an MC that maximizes his stats. And yes, he has to maximize his stats, otherwise, he would be pretty mediocre later on. At least 1 or 2. This is it. The end of the prologue. Volume. I know some of you may be disappointed while others are happy, this is normal when you are reading a book you like. At the time I am writing this, I truly hope none of you trash-talked me for this outcome, I truly do. Hestia just ended up being the best of all options available, so I created a situation that made her descend earlier. This is what fanfic is all about, changing the original. Some may say that staying with Hestia is the same as the original, but I quite like this outcome. For me, not staying with Hestia is the same as not going to UE in the Boku no Hero world. Every fanfic goes there, but the paths they choose is what makes the FIC enjoyable. The goddess is an incredibly important point for the story, and I think choosing anyone else might make things too difficult for me. So I am sorry, I like Hestia and I am lazy. Imagine having to write the reactions and interactions of everyone in the Loki Familia. Not only the effort but the number of chapters that would be wasted on them. Hephaestus would be better since there isn't a lot of focus on her, but I would still have to explore her Familia a little bit. Not like I am not going to do that, but this start allows me to proceed with things gradually. Sorry if this was not what some of you expected, but this is a story I am mostly writing for my own enjoyment. And after several weeks of thinking and brainstorming about which goddess he would choose, I ended up with Hestia because I enjoy writing about her. So please don't trash talk the story just because I chose Hestia, it's childish. If you don't like the story, then state a proper reason other than, I don't like this character so this story is trash. If you can't do that then just leave before making my day and everyone's worse by having to read through your complaints. Really. I hope you all enjoyed what I did so far, and that you can all help me improve the story even more. If everyone unanimously hates this outcome, then I may change the story. Thank you for your understanding. Now are the real notes. I will properly explain things like leveling and stats in the next chapter. I will also go through some other minor things. I tried to make Hestia less clingy here since the MC personality wouldn't allow for that and because he met with Hestia way before she got completely hopeless in recruiting an adventurer. Loki and Freya are in for some bad time. Send me your ideas for Familia members, or if he should remain alone. In fact, send me your ideas for anything really. Chapter 16, Repairing the Old Church, Restructured. Very simple and straightforward chapter. It's the start of a new volume, hence there is no need to take things too fast. So you will find some development between the MC and Hestia in here, together with a little bit of info regarding how the MC sees his abilities. I tried to be faithful to Hestia while making their interactions normal and playfully, but not forced and cringy. But if people don't like it, there is no need to worry as I already have plans for that. Just tell me what you thought. As I said, this is kind of a slow and experimental chapter. The next chapter there will be the first visit of the MC to the guild as an adventurer, meaning he will get a guild instructor. Tell me who should he stay with in the comments. Things will start to heat up after that. With the papers in order and side events finished, the MC will make his first delve into the dungeon as a level 1. So be a little patient with me. Sorry for the ones who wanted action. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. Inside the broken church, Melios and Hestia were sitting on the old couch. This place is rather old and although the structure is stable, I wouldn't be surprised if a piece of wood fell on my head. This will work as training as well. I never used my powers to fix a house before, just some minor repairs back in the village. Of course, it wasn't anything too grand since I was keeping this power a secret from everyone apart from my grandma. Would this increase my stats? Let's start by fixing some of the furniture in the room. Hestia looked at me rather confused. And how are you going to do that? I didn't answer her. Instead, I went to an old wardrobe and activated my plasmid. My hand skin turned into wood while several small branches started to grow out of it. What? Hestia looked at the scene with her eyes opened wide. Crack, slash. Upon placing my hand into the wardrobe, the old wood slowly recovered some of its shine. After a few seconds, the wood was completely revitalized, as if it had just been cut and processed. Now that I look at it, it's quite a good wardrobe. Wait. What did you just do? Is your hand all right? She went to my side and grabbed my hand. She started to check for the many details like the small leaves growing in the wood. It's all right, Hestia, don't worry, this doesn't hurt at all. I broke a few twigs and leaves that were growing a little bit too much and gave them to Hestia. They looked pretty cool since they actually glowed a little. As long as you are fine. She looked at the twig and then back at my arm with a frown. No matter how much she used her brain, she couldn't really understand what was going on. And then I went towards the only bed in the room. It was a king-size bed, but the wood on the bottom of the bed was completely broken. We are going to have to change the mattress. It would be too much of a hassle for me to fix this. It's not like I can't fix this, but the complexity of a mattress is much higher than just fixing plain wood. Let's not delve too deep into cell stuff. The same unexplainable scene passed by Hestia's eyes, as the old rotten wood recovered its lost sheen. What is going on? Hestia jumped at me and clung to my back, continuously shaking my shoulders. She is quite light. One thing is for your hand to make wood, and another is it to revive the dead wood. Be careful, goddess, else you might fall. Still holding onto my neck, she asked. Tell me. How are you doing all of this? I used my hand to grab Hestia's arms and easily overpowered her, removing her arms from my neck. There is no need to be euphoric. I will tell you everything. We have all day anyway. Well, half a day at this point. How to explain what I am doing? I don't really know how, but I can go over what I am feeling if this is going to make you feel better. I already gave up trying to figure the process out. I used to know, but now, with magic power involved in the equation. But to explain this I would have to give her some lessons in biology and advanced physics. And I am sure neither of us wants this. Even if I were to ignore the magic power. I don't even know if those explanations would make sense since this is a world governed by magic and supernatural laws. So in the end, I went around fixing and cleaning every nook and cranny of the room. The only things that I couldn't clean/fix were textile products like the mattress. And some metallic products like candle holders. I managed to remove rust, but some were so rusty that I would have to forge a new one to replace. And it's much easier to just buy a new one. Come on, just how much can a candle holder be worth? 100 out of 400 valis. I can even buy one of those fancy magic bulbs. At the same time, I calmly explained my power to Hestia in a way she could understand. Not going into too many details. Phew. I guess I am done with this room for now. What do you think, Hestia? /thumb/. Hestia jumped into the bed excitedly. She didn't hear a single creak and that made her incredibly happy. From one side to the other she rolled like an excited dog. No. I can't think of my goddess like this. I turned around, making my way to the main room upstairs. Should I even fix the main preaching room? Not like we are going to use it. I can't really imagine Hestia preaching anything at all. Although making the place livable should be enough, I will start with the foundation to make sure this place doesn't collapse while I repair some things, then the walls. Hey Melios Kuan. HM. Yes, Hestia. Don't force yourself too much. She noticed. Using my powers to fix one room was rather tiring. I just leveled up to 1 after all. There isn't that much of a difference between the me of a few minutes ago and the me now. It will definitely be a daunting task to fix the entirety of this church. As I said before, there is no need to worry about me. Consider this as a test for me. If I can't even fix a church, something that doesn't have any danger, how can I become a powerful adventurer? That's right, this is a simple task, fix the church. If I can't even do that, what gives me the confidence to improve in the dungeon? Hestia looked at me for a few seconds before jumping out of the bed. All right, let's do it. Do what? Fix the church. I looked at her up and down. You. How rude. I can work perfectly fine. Don't underestimate me. Sigh, well, I guess it isn't a problem to have her as an assistant. But I don't want you to hurt yourself, there might be things like sharp nails and wood in there so. My hand turned into a shadow as I removed a pair of gloves from inside my shadow. They were the pair I got from the Goliath. They aren't heavy and should be enough for her to move her things with some dexterity. It's just that. It might be a size or two too big. I know what you are thinking, criminal scum. You have committed a crime against Aurario and her people, what do you have to say in your defense? Hestia remained in place stunned. That's not the problem. What is it, Hestia? Is something wrong? She jumped at me again. What was that? Your hand turned dark and pulled something from the air as if it was normal. She jumped at me, pressing herself against my chest this time. This sensation. Kingdom. It's not time to rise yet. Cough, I am sorry, it was my oversight. I should have explained this earlier for you. I think I can leave her on top of me for a little while longer. This is just one of my abilities. I can create a space inside my shadow where I store stuff. Hestia looked at me with a blank face. Oi, how long are you going to stay like this? Not that I am complaining. I have quite a lot of things inside. How about we take some inventory before fixing the church? Hestia pouted her cheeks as if she was waiting for something. I don't know what you want, girl, nor what you are waiting for. Okay. This is enough for now. You know. Although it's pretty comfortable to have you cling to me like that, I wonder just how long are you going to stay like that? Hestia was currently with her legs around my waist as she clung to my body. Hestia noticed the situation and got down quickly, her face as red as a tomato. Silver. Pervert. Stop right there. You were the one who jumped into me and now I am the pervert. Our goddess is in heaven so unreasonable. URG. She jumped at me but I quickly evaded her pitiful attack. Is that all? We have things to do. I got you now. Hestia jumped in my direction thinking I was cornered, unfortunately for her. Heh? What's happening? Why am I floating? My hand glowed green as I used telekinesis to make Hestia float. Drop me. That's unfair. She said as her face grew red. I couldn't use this against monsters due to their innate magical resistance, my telekinesis was too weak for that, otherwise, I could just lift some of the light monsters and kill them. In the future, I should be capable of even crushing someone's head and brain with telekinesis. I didn't want to do this, you are the one who is attacking me. If you continue, I will have to take drastic measures. I had a small smug smile on my face. URG. This guy. I will show him later, he has to sleep at some point. But what is he going to do with me? I will stop Humph. I deactivated the telekinesis and made her fall. Right into my arms. Hestia's face was very red but she didn't say anything. As I was saying, let's first take inventory and fix the house. I have some money with me, we can use it to buy some furniture tomorrow. How about it? Is the term right? Take inventory. I know that the MC doesn't need to take a look at his items since he already knows what is inside, this is mostly for the goddess to be happy. She just gave me a small nod. Was this too much? Am I going to hell for playing with the heart of a goddess? I carefully placed her on the ground and sat on the couch. Slash swash slash. My hand turned dark as the ground in front of me was covered by a large dark shadow. When the shadow retreated into my hand, a lot of items were left on the ground. Hestia was surprised about just how many things I could store. If he can store so much, doesn't that mean he can carry the same as several supporters at once? What is this? She picked several pieces of what was once the MK3 magic sword. That used to be my sword, but it was broken due to overuse, I kept it inside since I didn't have any way of repairing it. In fact, I have a full plate and a sword being repaired, I should be able to get them after this weekend. I see. And what is this? That's a special type of potion that I made, it was a failure though. Why? I tried to make a potion that could give you night vision, and the potion does give it to you for some time. Then what's the problem? It gives you a terrible itching in the eyes after using it. I plan to throw it away later since I don't have time to think of a solution to this problem. I also don't really need such a potion anyway. I can see in the dark whenever I want. The potion was just a side project of mine when I was studying with my family. Only one of many smaller projects. Like my pocket watch. And what is in this bag? My money. There should be about 3 million valis in there. Enough to last a while. Puffed. Hestia almost dropped on the ground. You can have a part of it if you want, just tell me how much since I have some plans for the money later. I need to buy some supplies and I wanted to have a construction familia build a workshop for me here. No. I can't take so much money. And if you have so much money, why don't buy a new house? It's fine really, we need materials and we also need some furniture, we only have a single bed after all. And I like this place, it's a little old, but it's not like it's irreparable. After everything is done, this will become a very cozy place. Previously I couldn't buy a house but I did check on some, most of the ones available don't meet my requirements. I would have to make a commission for a new house to be built, but that takes an awful amount of time. I also see that you don't have too many clothes, we can go buy some later. Can't have other people laughing at my goddess for something as trivial as not having decent clothes. Sniff. Hestia. The small goddess started to sniff and was on the verge of crying. I just placed my hand on top of her head since that was the only thing I could think of. She soon stopped with her dramatic display. What is this? Hestia tried to change the topic by picking another bag. Oh, that's. She was so embarrassed that she didn't wait for me to speak. Several pieces of cloth fell on the ground. That's my underwear. Sigh, this girl. Can't she stay put for a second? After a few minutes of awkwardness, Hestia soon came back to her optimistic and excited self. Together we slowly repaired the houses, although I soon saw some problems that will need some material to be acquired separately. I can't really fix those stained glasses. They are a bit too complicated for me. I can't even create glass that well, I can make small shards, but not a 2x1 tall decorated glass window. Much less paint them. So are we done? Hestia was currently sitting in one of the church benches, looking at me as I gazed into the broken window. Yeah, we cleaned and fixed everything, just look at how clean everything is. Hestia looked around and noticed that everywhere she looked, she could barely see something out of place. The church was almost fully fixed. Tomorrow we can commission a construction familia to build some things for us and to make some new stained glasses to enter those holes. What do you think? Haha. I am already more than happy with just this. Alright then, I think this is enough for now. I grabbed Hestia's hand and pulled her to the basement. You wanted to learn more about my powers, right? Yes. I want to know more about you. When she puts it like that. Hestia noticed that blushed a little and said. Arari. Why are you blushing? You must be mistaken. I saw it. You can't lie. It's quite dark in here, it must have been the red light from the candle. This guy can't accept reality. In any case, let me tell you how all of my powers work. My hand turned blue as several barnacles grew in my hand. These barnacles started to spit out water. Surprisingly. The water started to fly in the air around my arm, gathering in my hand and forming a water ball. This is an ability called water ball. If I keep it in my hand, it doesn't consume a lot of mind, but if I throw it. It used to have a slightly more complex name back in Rapture, but that was only for publicity. There is no need to keep the name of Neptune's droplet in this world. Splash. The water hit the wall, but since Silver was holding back, the power was very minimal. When I release it like this, I consume a lot of energy. So I will try to conserve my energy, otherwise I will get tired before showing even a third of what I can do. Pretty much the MC can keep the plasmid in a half-activated state. It cost much less than just casting the plasmid. More water started to gather in my palm. And this is one of the most basic applications of my power. The shape of the ball changed to several things, a triangle, cube, pyramid, all the back to a ball. This form of manipulation doesn't really consume a lot of mind. The water started to boil as it slowly transformed into a fireball. I don't really know the limits of what I can do, but in order to make things simple, I divided my power into what I call tiers. This is tier 1. Powers that are rather easy to use and don't really consume a lot of mind. This includes Firebolt, Water Bolt, Lightning Bolt, Chameleon, Telekinesis, Shadow Inventory, and much more. Hestia looked in wonder as my hand changed colors and the energy around my hand changed shapes. Are you still with me? Yes. Alright, then let me explain to you what is tier 2. I suddenly disappeared from where I was sitting. Melios. Where are you? Silence. Don't scare me like that. I can still feel the blessing, he is here somewhere. I just need to concentrate. Boo. Kaya. Kachik, Melios appeared behind Hestia while cancelling his invisibility. He had a strange object in his hands, it was a grey metal box. The moment Hestia screamed, it released a blinding ray of white light disorienting Hestia. After she recovered from the shock, she immediately turned around and pounced at Melios. They continued to play around for a little while longer until Hestia got tired of running. URG. I will get you one day. What was that? And what is that metal box in your hand? One of my tier 2 abilities. Invisibility. As for this box, it is a camera I made. Want to see the photo? Invisibility. And a photo. Melios took a small paper from inside the box and waited for a little while. Phew, I got it. Hestia was curious to see what he was looking at, so she shoved her head right in front of his. This is. Oh. She saw her scared ugly face directly pointed at the camera. Give it to me. I need to destroy it. But before she could do anything, Melios threw the camera and the photo inside his shadow inventory. That's my memento from now. URG. That's unfair. She turned around and sat on the bed with her back turned to me. Is she upset? I have been a little bit mean to her. I can't help it, this is one of my favorite characters from the series. The few I can remember at least. I wrote a diary with all of my memories, but it wasn't much. Slowly over the years, I recovered a lot, but I am sure some things are forever lost. In fact, I never even finished the series in the first place. I don't know how strong the Black Dragon is. How is he supposed to be destroyed? He might have great intelligence, but those memories were before he gained those traits. This is my way to make it possible for the MC to have forgotten some important information. How about we take a photo together? Humph. What if I add something extra? Her ears perked up. How about we go out to eat something? There isn't anything in the church, we would have to leave anyway. I can forgive you a little. All right. Let's continue. It isn't over. Of course not. I only showed you some of my tier 2 abilities, I have yet to show you my strongest move. Snap crack. From behind me, a large door rose from the rocky ground. Wah. What is that? Hestia's surprise had pretty much numbed after the many ups and downs she had today. But this door suddenly appearing surprised her. This is currently the most costly ability I have in my arsenal. I call it Houdini's door. What does it do? This door can connect places, disregarding spatial distance. Meaning, I can use this door to go in and out of the dungeon whenever I want. There are some small conditions, like, I need to have visited that place first. And the distance can't be too big. It's much bigger than teleportation, however, the latter doesn't have that condition. Teleportation is more of a close to mid-range tool, while Houdini's door should be used for long distance only. Although it can still be used or short distance if necessary. Hestia's mouth opened wide. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. He could heal and had an inventory, 2 already very rare forms of magic. But being able to leave the dungeon whenever he wants. That's impressive. Just what kind of guy did I recruit? To think he was going to Hephaestus. I almost feel sorry for her. Hestia. Are you there? She has been very distracted. Is this how she truly is? I thought she was a little bit more energetic. It's just. I am confused about all of this. Oh. My grandmother was just like that. She reacted the same way when I showed her my abilities. Hashtag. Don't compare me with your grandma. Growl. Hestia's stomach started to protest. We did a lot today already, most places are closed today since it's the new year, but there should be some restaurants that are still open. How about we go there? Hestia put all of her doubtful thoughts to the back of her mind since it didn't matter. Because at the end of the day, this was the adventure she chose. She will support him to the top of Arario. Notes. Chapter 17, Taking Care of Side Activities, Restructured. This is it, I should have finished all of the minor stuff I wanted to write. From now on the fun truly starts. There will be a few thousand words to explain levels and stuff like that, sorry for the people that already know. And also, I will leave a question at the end, make sure to take a look and give me your opinion. I will try to be faithful to the original work, but I also have my own monsters and creatures ideas to add. The novel focus will most likely change from the world in general to the dungeon and the MC application of his powers. All of this may change as ideas pop up in my head. Enjoy. This chapter is smaller than normal, containing 2,400 words if we cut out my commentaries. If you see any grammar errors or typos, make sure to warn me. Thank you, I hope you enjoy this chapter. After having a hearty meal with Hestia in a rather expensive restaurant, Silver carried the drunk Hestia back home and went to sleep. Tomorrow will be a busy day. With these thoughts at the back of his head, Melio soon went to the dreamland. /buzz/. Arg. What is this wait? Opening his eyes to a new day, his first day as a level 1, Silver was faced with a rather odd sight. How did Hestia get here? That's right, Hestia had somehow moved from the bed on the other side of the room all the way to the comfortable couch he was currently resting on. URG. She is drooling on me. Sigh. Such a carefree goddess. /snap/. Melio's hands turned green as he used telekinesis to make Hestia levitate. The church has tap water but it doesn't have a shower. I will fill a bathtub and take a shower. According to the guild's rules, I first need to report my family before becoming an official adventurer. There is no need to report my stats and skills, only my level and family. After that, I think I will go to that blacksmith and see if he is open. Today is January 2nd, although I believe some stores are already reopening, I can't say for sure if he will open the shop. If he isn't, it's fine, not like I need those to challenge the upper floors anyway. A basic iron knife is more than enough to survive there. But before going into the dungeon, I should contact one of those construction familiars. We need some new furniture and a complete rework of the plumbing system. Silver Cohen. Hestia started to move on the couch, but she was certainly not waking up anytime soon. I will be back soon. Following that, I picked a piece of paper from the messy items on the ground and wrote a letter, nothing too great, just a note on where I was going. Knowing Hestia, she might get worried and cause trouble somewhere. Following that, I picked some important items such as my money and potions and stashed them back in my inventory. Yesterday I didn't have time to clean this mess, I will leave it to Hestia. After making sure he had everything, Silver climbed the stairs and made his way to the northeast, the location of the guild. It's very convenient for the church to be only half an hour away from the guild. The only problem was the ruins, having to go through a few broken roads is quite the pain. Silver opened the doors leading to the inside of the guild, the place was quite bare, having very few adventurers. Looks like everyone is still enjoying the new year. Good for me, I don't need to wait. I made my way to the counter where a tall elf was currently on standby. He seemed quite serious. I don't recognize him, he probably didn't appear in the series. Good morning, it's quite early. I am surprised there is someone up after the festivities yesterday. Oh yeah, Ganesha made a small party to commemorate the new year, but me and Hestia ended up not going. Haha. I am just more resistant to alcohol, that's all. I am rather envious, 1 cup and I am down for good. As you can see, most guild employees aren't here, they are probably home right now suffering from hangovers. Then why aren't you resting at home? I can ask you the same, huh? Well, someone has to work, otherwise we will soon have piles upon piles of paperwork. And I don't like that, so I chose to come and finish everything. He got close to me and said, I am even gaining a bonus. Haha. Stop. Before you attract attention. In any case, what can I help you with? It's like this, I recently became an adventurer, so I came here to report and all of that. That's a pretty simple thing to do. Where is that book? While I look for something, can you please fill this paper? He gave me a paper containing multiple blank areas for me to fill. Name, age, parents, head of the familia, name of the familia. It isn't asking for my level. What a dumb thing to think. Of course it's not asking for my level. I am here to register, so I am obviously a level 1. Although they must have different protocols if it's someone coming from outside of Orario. Like any familia that enters Orario with members already leveled up. At least that is what I imagine things would go. /5 minutes later, /bam, /. The elf dropped a large book on top of the counter, after that, he proceeded to pick up the paper. Let me see. Melio Silver, son of Marcus Esca and Rubia Esca. That right. Name of the familia. Hestia familia. I don't recognize the name. It's a new familia. I am in fact the first member of the familia. So that's the case. So we have a new adventurer file and a new familia file. Ha. I love doing these. He went to the back of the room and picked a large green book, he opened it and retrieved a beautiful crystal-like piece of paper. It looked like a thin piece of crystal. The process is simple, everything you need to do is to drip a small drop of blood of the paper. Just that. Yup, we have a small nail to help in case. /drip, /. Silver bit his thumb and let a small drop of blood fall into the paper. He actually bit his thumb. Doesn't it hurt? When the blood made contact with the paper, it created a wave of magical light. Slowly, multiple lines of hieroglyphs start to form in the paper, they twisted and fused together, and after a few moments it turned into the image of a large fire burning inside a chalice/brazier. Oh! It's quite the cool symbol. So you are Melios and you are the first member of the Hestia Familia. Now it's up to me and some bureaucratic papers. There are only a few things left. He said. Just tell me what to do. First, I would like you to call your goddess as soon as possible. There are some papers she needs to sign. Second, we need to assign a dungeon advisor to you. Although your papers say you have some experience fighting monsters, right? Yes, I trained and hunted many monsters with my family, my grandparents were adventurers, you see. This makes things easier. You can either choose to just sign a few papers and be done with it, or you can come back tomorrow when everyone comes back and we can find someone to be your advisor. Knowing my goddess, she will probably force me to get an advisor, so I will not even refuse. Replied Silver. Don't worry, it normally takes around a month or two for someone to graduate from their advisor, although there are some cases where one will remain for much longer. It's up to you and your advisor to settle these things though. I see. And finally the third thing. It will be 30k Valis, please. Come on, don't look at me like that. Do you know just how hard it is to make this paper? It takes a severe amount of time and resources. If you have any problem with paying, don't worry. We can offer you up to 3 months to pay, quite a reasonable amount of time, no. Fucking hell. Silver reluctantly picked 3 10k Valley coins, and handed them to the elf. The elf picked another paper and stamped something in it. Thank you. Here is your receipt. Within 1 month, we should have your Familia seal ready. I hope you have a nice day and Happy New Year. Before I go, I would like to ask a question. Just say it, I am here to help after all. Do you know of any construction Familia around here? I need to have some things fixed and changed. It's better if they are fast. Close to here should be the Vishvakarman Familia. The only problem is that they are quite expensive, but they will do the job quickly and efficiently as you asked. If he isn't who you are looking for, then you can go to that wooden board. A lot of gods will advertise themselves in the guild, so you may find who you are looking for if you take a look there. Is that all? If so, I once again wish you a Happy New Year. You too, sir. My name is Loiju. Happy New Year, Loiju, see you around. He was quite the nice fella, that elf. It's good to know that not all elves are assholes. I will go take a look at the smithy to see if my equipment is ready. // Sigh, it seems I was too hasty. Arg. I wasted half an hour of walking. Hey you. The boy with the white scarf. I turned around to see a middle-aged man with a bandana covering his head. You. The boy from a week ago. What a coincidence. I was just going to open the shop. Old man, you woke up early, huh? TSK. Don't even talk about that. My wife doesn't allow me to sleep for too long. Telling me to stop being a lazy ass and all of that. But let's leave these boring talks for another time. Come inside, I have your stuff ready. Then, excuse me. Oto. Here it is. The middle-aged man came walking with a large sword and box in his hands. He is stronger than he looks. Those must weigh more than 150 kg together. Plus the box where the armor is stashed. The sword was fairly simple to fix. I recast the metal and added a few more materials. The core was rather intact, so it was just that. The armor on the other hand. I am not going to lie, it was a pain in the ass. It wasn't hard to fix, it's just the amount of small parts that it has. Fixing each one and putting everything together took a very long and boring time. Thanks, old man. No worries, just make sure to visit me again, haha. His laugh was very loud, so loud that some of the birds resting on the roof of the house got scared and flew away. Do you need help putting them on? Yeah, if it isn't that much. The blacksmith proceeded to help Silver put on the armor. But it's not like he needed it, it's just that it would be strange if he left the shop carrying the armor on a bag. Now that I look at it from this perspective, that set of yours looks pretty cool. It's just a shame that armor is just too ineffective. The way it was made gave me a lot of inspiration, but its weight is simply too high. Although level 1 and 2 material were used in its confection, the weight of this armor is equivalent to some of the heavy armors I make for level 3 adventurers, while its defense is at most enough to hold on against some high-strength, level 2 monsters. Although that made me a little curious about what damaged this armor. By the shape of and type of damage, I would say he received a heavy impact on his back. A very strong one. So overall, I recommend you to find a new piece of armor. I can make you one, but it might take a few weeks. I am quite full of commissions now. That's why I came to open the shop so early. Thank you for this. I am sorry for leaving early, but I have quite a lot of things to do. Go on, kid, if you need anything, my shop has all kinds of tools and items for you. Silver left the shop with a little bit of awkwardness because the size of his armor was a little bit too big for the door. I might have to change that door soon. This is the 7th time ever since I set up this shop a year ago that I had a client get stuck in the door frame. And that boy. Red armor. White scarf. Didn't I hear something like this a few days ago? Nah. People talk about all sorts of things in those bars, it was probably nothing. He picked a paper and frowned. TSK. That woman. She even wants me to cook now. After picking his gear, Melios made his way to the Vishvakarman Familia store and requested for the construction of a workshop and an update in the old plumbing of the church. He also bought a few pieces of furniture, but he left some out since he knew Hestia would want to buy some herself. The total cost ended up being lower than he expected, 100k valis for the workshop and plumbing. The real cost came from the extra tools that would come with the workshop and the furniture. Around 230k valis for everything. After that, he wrote another letter as a way to prove these guys were the ones he contracted, else, Hestia might barge them from entering their house. I don't think this value is that high since just like weapons and armors can be made from monsters' parts, why not furniture? I can only imagine how expensive the carpet in Freya's house is. And that fucking bed too. It must be a fucking tank to resist through all the fuckery she does every day with all sorts of strong adventurers. URG. Why is furniture so damn expensive? I hope it fucking lasts. I need to find better places to buy these things. My money decreases every day instead of increasing. But not for long. Now I can sell my magical stones with no problem. With everything out of the way and a clear goal, Silver made his way to the dungeon. It was time to grind some stat points. Notes. Give me your ideas for who he should have as an advisor. We can also completely jump this development. It's your call. I am in the middle, kinda like 50 to 50. Chapter 18, Resolve. I have been trying to change my writing style to make it more understandable for around a few weeks now. So in this chapter, I will be using a suggestion to see if it is more understandable. This might be a little different from the previous chapters, I hope you all don't mind. This is the altered chapter, tell me what you think. The plaza before the entrance to the dungeon was rather empty compared to other days. Movement was also rather low, I could only see a few groups going into the dungeon. Are you going to the dungeon? What a silly question to ask, of course, you are with all that armor and sword. I looked to the side to see another adventurer, although he seemed to be waiting for his companion since he was resting on a bench. Are you sure you are fine being alone? Going to the dungeon is dangerous right now. Why do you say so? Is this your first year in Orario? In a sense, yes. Then that's explained. You see, every new year, the dungeon will get quite dangerous around this time. And the reason for that? Sorry for being rude. Relax, men, it's fine. It's simple in fact. Since last week, the number of adventurers going into the dungeon has steadily declined since most of them have gone into a vacation. And this peaked yesterday, pretty much no one went to the dungeon that day. Me included. Now, the upper and middle floors are filled with monsters. Increasing the chances of a monster wave. A monster wave? Really? Are you talking about that rare event? Yup. When there are too many monsters on one floor, a monster wave will happen. All of the monsters will condense in a single area and they will start to kill each other. And this is one of the many ways the dungeon uses to control monster density. Although it's one of the more extreme ones. As you know, every floor has a limit to the number of monsters. If the number reaches that limit, the dungeon stops creating more unless it's a special situation. But this doesn't happen in the upper and middle floors, the dungeon will create monsters 24 hours in order to cope with the constant killing of monsters by adventurers. During normal days, we never reach that limit since dozens of teams of adventurers will be there hunting. But since no one hunted, the floors are filled with creatures. Replied Melios. Yup. Normally, high-class adventurers will slowly clean those floors until it's safe again for the newer adventurers. Looking at your armor, you don't seem like a low-class adventurer. But I still recommend you to stay on the upper floors, even if you have a team. After all, I heard that very early today the guild received a report that a dungeon wave happened on the 15th floor, scary stuff. Imagine seeing dozens of minotaurs running at you. Leave the cleaning of the hellhole that is the middle floors to the bigger familius. He didn't even talk about the deeper floors. That makes sense, it's something too far away for normal adventurers. I see, thank you, friend, I will make sure to be careful. Replied Silver. It's nothing. Good luck, friend. You too. After Silver left, the two started to chuckle, almost on the verge of laughing. Boss, you are so cool. You just sent that guy to die as if it was nothing. Puffed. Did you hear his voice? He sounded so thankful to me. Ha ha ha. But being serious. How did he fall for such a lie? Doesn't everyone? That's wrong. To know about this event one must live in Orario for at least a year. Did you even hear about this event in the past year? No. That's right. People only talk about this when it's right around the corner for some reason. It's a tradition at this point. Who knows, if we are lucky we may be able to get that guy's armor when he dies down there. Ha 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 X2. We have seen a lot of good characters recently, it was time for some good OL baddies to come back, right? Somewhere not really far from Babel, a blonde-haired man was drinking some tea with a blue-haired woman. The blonde man suddenly stopped drinking his tea and looked at the window. The window led directly towards the plaza around Babel. What is it, Hermi-sama? I have this strange feeling, I don't know how to express it. Are you going to cause trouble again? Every time you say this you cause trouble. What? Is that how you see me, Asfai-chan? Sigh. It's just that every time you cause trouble the one who has to clean everything is me. Oh come on, don't be like that. He went to her side and placed his arm around her shoulder. The girl didn't seem embarrassed in the least, in fact, she looked rather annoyed. When he is like this it means he wants me to do something. Thought Asfai. Asfai-chan. Do me a favor and go to the dungeon today. Huh. First, he brought me to this coffee shop out of nowhere saying we came to relax and now he wants me to go do some extra work. I am already filled with. Like a boss, the blonde-haired man just placed his finger on her lips. I am being serious this time. Fine. But I don't want any work for the rest of the week. Granted. And so, the blonde man left, he had a sly smile on his face as he covered his eyes with his hat. More work. She suddenly noticed the bill on the table. Hashtag. URG. He didn't even pay. After paying for the tea, the blue-haired girl made her way to the dungeon. She didn't know what she was looking for, but she hoped that whatever it is, she will find it soon since she has a lot of things to do. While Silver went down the stair to the first floor he thought about the adventurer words. Ha. Those fuckers. Do they think I am dumb or something? Of course, I knew what kind of day today was. That was exactly why I came running to this place as soon as I finished my other things. Collecting information is the most basic trait an adventurer should have. I might not know everything, but with the combination of my grandparents' teachings and the few books I read so far, I know quite a decent amount of things. Even though some of the information my grandparents shared with me is outdated. If I see them down here, I will make sure to give them a nice welcome. But this only makes things better for me anyway. The dungeon is filled to the brim with monsters right now while low in adventurers. Perfect. Although I didn't know that the dungeon had this limiting factor, well, I only heard about it but never in such detail. It makes sense, otherwise, the deep floors, where adventurers rarely go, would already be filled with monsters. Or perhaps, it already is. There must be a reason why going to those floors is so hard. Apart from everything else such as environment and monster complexity. If only my grandparents had shared more info with me. Even though there are a lot of monsters, I wasn't planning on going to the middle floors anyway. Today I only wanted to try something different. Since I always fought using my plasmids, I wanted to see how I would fare against a normal monster using only my techniques. My skill gives me more excelia the harder the situation is for me. So what is the hardest situation possible? I can remove my armor, my weapons, and my magic, leaving only my bare body. This is the weakest I can be unless I purposely hurt myself or decrease my fighting capabilities. But that's too much. Furthermore, I can't fight with my bare hands. Not yet. I am not strong enough to kill a monster with my hands. Should I just use a knife? I can do that, right? But a knife is still an outside tool. What if I make my own? Will this work? It's settled, heh. With a sly smile on his face, Silver continued his way to the first floor of the dungeon and started to look for a secluded place to change his gear. This place should be enough, let me remove this heavy armor first. Slash swash, slash. While Melios was removing his armor, a large tongue suddenly came from behind him. What a bother. Melios easily evaded to the side and finished the transfer of his armor and sword back into his inventory. You are a good lab rat. Let me see if this works. Slash swash, slash. The frog shooter wasn't going to stop attacking, of course. Although, because of its limited intellect, it decided to just stay in place, launching its tongue at Silver. Only for him to easily evade each time. Although it was little, its tongue does seem a little slower than before. Leveling up does increase your strength a little. Enough testing, let me try creating that. Silver's hand started to glow blue as cold air started to condense around his hands. Soon enough, several ice spikes started to grow from beneath his skin. The cold air slowly fused and condensed, becoming a large ice cone. This isn't it. I missed the shape. Slash swash, slash. Sheesh, this frog. Isn't it tiring to move his tongue like that? The ice cone fragmented as cold gas started to condense yet again in Melio's hands. Finally, it formed into a proper long spear. It's a little crooked, but this should be enough. I guess this is the best I can do with all of my abilities. I can't create metal right now, and manipulating the stone in the dungeon is too hard. It takes too much mind, and it's a rather lengthy process. Melios raised his right hand and aimed forward. He gripped the ice spear with strength and threw it forward right when the frog opened its mouth. Slash pierce, slash. The spear lodged itself right in the frog's large mouth, killing it instantly. I think it works. This was my solution to create the hardest situation possible. Within my control. I don't have any plans to hurt myself or go barehanded. So the best situation is to use my plasmids as little as I can. So I made a spear. This spear isn't that durable, nor is it incredibly sharp, it's rather weak for my level. But it's better than my bare hands. I only need to make it again if it breaks, and this serves as magic training and combat training since it isn't that easy to maintain this. I say magic because mechanic-wise, his plasmids are being powered by mind, and this is the stats for magic. At least until I think of a better way of hunting monsters. Sorry Hestia, I am putting myself in unnecessary danger. But what can I do? This is me. I want to move forward. Slash step 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 slash. Slash growl, slash. From deeper in the caverns, a pack of 5 kobolds appeared. Wow. 5 at once. Right after this one. The information wasn't wrong, there are indeed more monsters than normal. Show me what you got. Following his fight with the frog shooter, Melios fought against multiple groups of enemies, but none of them were enough to invoke within him a sense of danger. They were too stupid and predictable, so much so Silver believed he could kill most of them with only a stone. Although that is arrogant, Melios isn't technically wrong, as his techniques have long surpassed what these monsters are capable of fighting against. The only reason why he isn't using a stone is that he has to block attacks from time to time when multiple enemies appear at once, and if he were to use a stone he was bound to lose one of his hands. Silver is strong, but he knows very well that a single hit from those monsters might cut one of his hands off if it hits him at a bad angle. During his many fights, his spear broke more than once, so he had to recreate it several times, becoming more and more proficient with each time he repeated this process. Stronger, sharper, simpler. He was finally putting his combat talent to good use. Slash pierce, slash. Slash poof, slash. Silver ended his fight BT piercing the head of a kobold with his spear. Phew. 14 at once was kind of hard. I shouldn't have grouped them together like this. But I am still fine. They didn't hit me even once. Should I venture deeper? Fight some orcs and imps. But I would miss the monster wave. It's a perfect chance to guarantee that development ability. Slash kikiki. Kiki, slash. Just like many times, monsters slowly approached Silver from the darker end of the corridor. TSK. My senses are barely enough to make me discover their presence before they see me. Compared to Grandma that could hear me running in the grass outside of her house, I am still trash. But Silver noticed something strange. These goblins. Are they wielding swords? Did they pick it up from adventurers? That's quite unlikely. For an entire group to die and allow these 5 goblins to gather these. It's quite rare to happen on the upper floors. Don't misunderstand me, someone dying on the upper floors is very common, but for an entire group to do so. That's rather hard. Unless they fuck up really hard. This includes meeting a strong enemy like the MC. I am not even that deep yet. Even if a group did die, their weapons would have soon been absorbed by the dungeon. And the monsters on the upper floors are too dumb to realize that a sword is better than using their claws. In most situations, of course. Although it's not impossible, I did hear an adventurer talking about this a few days ago when I went to eat at the bar. Monsters can pick up some gear, but it's uncommon and almost rare. And even if they do, what of it? If picking an item is already unlikely, then using it effectively is another. If they fully master a weapon, that wouldn't be a normal monster anymore. It would be the birth of an irregular or an enhanced species. And lo and behold. 2 of the goblins are holding the swords wrong. They are with the blunt side of the blade in the front. They can't even properly hold the sword, it's clearly too big for them to use like that. I will deal with those and make my way down. No need to. Slash fwash, slash. Slash crack, slash. From behind Melios a white rabbit suddenly jumped and tried to pierce him with its horn. But he easily evaded it and the poor rabbit got stuck in the dungeon wall. URG. That almost got me. The rabbit, now stuck on the wall, looked at Silver with a confused expression. Slash step 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 slash. But this cute rabbit was only the start of a larger problem. A very big problem. War shadows, frog shooters, kobolds, purple moths, dungeon lizards, and a few others. Apart from the killer ants, all monsters of the upper floors are here. Killer ants are very aggressive, and if they were here I would be suspecting this is a dungeon outbreak. But since they aren't. So it can only mean one thing, that it finally started. N1 notes. The monster wave. And considering the small size of the third floor I am in right now, this wave will certainly affect the entirety of this floor. The question is if it only started or if we already have casualties. The goblins started to move closer. I think those guys make sense now. They must have gotten those swords from adventurers that either fled or died to this wave. Sigh, they either thought they were capable enough of handling a few more monsters or they didn't know about today. But shouldn't the monsters be fighting each other in a wave? Now that I look at it, some of the monsters are hurt in several areas, perhaps they were fighting, but when they saw me they decided to stop, /swash, /. One of the goblins jumped while slashing his sword at Silver. How sluggish. With one move, Melios parried the sword and penetrated the goblin's chest with his ice spear. Poof, /. One down. Sometimes I forget just how easily these monsters die. He looked at his own equipment and came to a conclusion. This should be enough, I guess. How many potions do I have in my inventory? 2, 5. Growl. Kiki. Ribbit. SLSSS, / The monsters growled at Silver, wanting to tear him apart. Let me see how many I can kill before I run out of juice. /KIII, / So it all started with the scream of one of the goblins. /fum, / A loud horn noise reverberated across the entire Babel Plaza. The scouts are back. Looks like it's time, boss. Yeah. The monster wave has started. Let's go, boys. Time is money today. Let's go. /KIII, / splurge / bam, / Melios precisely moved between the monsters, killing as many as he could while defending himself. But he was slowly losing ground. TSK, a spear isn't ideal in this situation. But I can't switch to a sword, getting too close to those monsters would be a little bit too dangerous. Should I improvise? Perhaps a scythe? Chains? Halberd? Even if I can use it, the first problem is making it. Is this the limit? I can't say it's bad. I fought against many monsters under the heavy disadvantage of wearing no armor, my stats should have risen a little. Melios' hand turned dark as he opened his shadow inventory to pick his stronger gear. But he suddenly stopped when he noticed a particular corridor. Ha! I have an idea. Just like in the history books. Melios made a beeline towards the corridor, avoiding as many monsters as he could. But when he reached the corridor, it was a dead end. Perfect. Roar, /. One of the kobolds jumped at Silver, but with a kick, he broke the monster's neck without using too much force. As long as I use my strength effectively, killing these level 1 monsters is easy. He turned around, gazing into the narrow passage. The size is just right, this way, only 1 or 2 monsters can pass at once, decreasing the number of creatures I have to fight at once. The monsters on the upper floors aren't strong enough to cause damage to the dungeon structure. Meaning they are trapped in this narrow passage. He grasped his spear and entered a fighting stance. Now I only need a shield and a cool helmet and I can be considered a Spartan, right? Should I remove my shirt and boots and go all in? If anything bad happens. A large door appeared behind him. I can retreat whenever I want. /fwush, / Arg. Out of nowhere, from above him, a very tiny and cute spider launched a small nail-sized fang at Silver, piercing into his neck. Fuck. A dream spider. It's just normal that in this world, monsters that never appeared in the original work would appear. This is one of those creatures, a dream spider. They are pretty much harmless, being cute even. But they are very, very nasty creatures. Their only attack involves shooting a nail-sized fang that will inject a numbing poison into your body. You will feel sleepy. And that's all. The poison is pretty weak in fact. The effect can be easily resisted, but in a fight, losing concentration for even a bit can result in death. And if you fall asleep. Melios quickly picked a potion from his inventory while evading the attack of the War Shadow. But after killing the War Shadow, he stopped. Isn't this what I wanted? A challenge. Something that will propel my body to evolve. In this world, the only way up is through sacrifice. If you are afraid of shedding blood and getting into danger, then you are never going to become stronger. Even if you have skills that can break the world itself. Like Zald and Bel's aunt. How many stopped at level 6? Much less level 7, even the fabled level 8. There is a reason that even after 1,000 years of development, only the Zeus and Hera familias had such high-level adventurers. And whatever lies beyond. I am talking about level 8 and above. Although I am not exactly excluding other familias, this is the MC perspective after all. This is nothing. Fighting multiple enemies while under 1 debuff. If I can't even do this. No more words were necessary. Even if this was against what his goddess wanted, and even a little above against his own safety bar. Silver wanted to reach greater heights. Splurge. Poof, slash. Melios killed another monster, and just like last time, a stone was dropped on the ground. He killed one and retreated, allowing more monsters to enter the narrow passage. If they were too big, like the frog shooter, he would throw his spear and make another. As time passed, the number of stones and empty potion flasks on the ground started to pile up. Twinkle, slash. It was very small, but if one looked closely, they would be able to see a few brown-colored speckles of light glowing behind him. But our hero didn't seem to have realized that yet. Small notes. I know some of you may think this sort of plot is forced, and that a smart person wouldn't take such dangers. Well, I agree. The problem is that, in this world, you can't get stronger by being just smart. The very point of leveling up involves, sometimes, taking risks you didn't predict in the first place. Fighting a monster above your level, or simply breaking your thumb by kicking the wall. To level up, you need to accomplish a feat deemed worthy by the gods for your current level and maybe, even personality. That's why some need to kill a certain amount of creatures while others need to descend to hell to level up. You can't be like the cautious hero and train forever in the comfort of your home. Unless you have some sort of skill set that allows for that. But the time it would take. Centuries might not be enough. That's why you need to take risks and descend to the dungeon. To put yourself in a situation of, to kill or be killed. That was one of the things I tried to pass to you all when I made the MC fight the Goliath, but I will agree, I didn't do that very well. The MC was getting used to what is being an adventurer. Not those pussies that remain at level 1 to 2 for 5 to 10 years. He is aiming to become a level 8 to 9. This means he has to suffer continuously. Just go watch the anime or the light novel. Although Danmachi is a comedic series, for the most part, it has its fair share of disasters and even gore. People who leveled up after having their party killed or when they killed a monster but lost their arm. Bell is constantly suffering in order to progress. This is one of the reasons why he is leveling up so fast. A combination of his skill plus higher leveled monsters plus dangers plus injuries and more equals to Bell leveling speed. So, what I want to say is that our MC will be someone who will most likely seek a challenge and not go away if the situation is clearly to his disadvantage. Something that many including me don't really like seeing in an MC. After all, if the situation is shitty, you should leave, right? But hell, we are in Danmachi. A place where you can only improve if you take an arrow to the knee several dozen times. Tell me your opinions. Notes. N1. Dungeon outbreaks can happen when extreme situations happen, like when the world was on the verge of destruction due to Artemis arrow. I imagine this might happen if the dungeon gets super pissed as well. Like, very pissed. Even when it detected Hestia, it only sent one black monster. It did not initiate an outbreak. Is the word outbreak right? Or is there a proper term? Chapter 19, Slightly Violent. Alright. The second chapter this week, do not expect the third one. Following these events, we will see as new events slowly develop and new characters make their entrances. I will update the timeline with new events that I researched, but if you have any ideas, just throw them in the comments right here. Really, anything is fine as long as it makes some sense. Last time, one of the bigger plot machines of Danmachi, Hermes, made his appearance. Who will be the next person and what will they plot? And we finally have some images for his family. Way. Slash at the same time on the surface slash. MMMMNGH. After a good night of sleep, Hestia woke up disoriented. She didn't recognize the place she had woken in, but it didn't take too long for her to realize she was still in the church. Everything is repaired. I didn't even recognize this place. After living in this place for 2 weeks, it's quite refreshing seeing it like this. Although. Where is Silver? She looked around and didn't see him at all. In fact, why was she on the couch? Is that a note? Hestia's attention was drawn to a piece of paper below a small pouch. She opened the pouch to see a lot of shining gold coins, but she quickly put it on the side. I can't let this corrupt me. So she put her attention in the note. It read. Hey, good morning Hestia. I didn't wake you up because you seemed rather tired and. So, I will be leaving earlier to the guild to register. I will also see if I can order a construction familia to start working in the church. If everything goes well, I plan to go to the dungeon. Don't worry, I will not put myself in danger. I left some money in the pouch in case you need it. I would be thankful if you bought some groceries. Eating at restaurants every day is rather expensive. As you can see, the items from yesterday are still on the ground, can you organize them for me? Thanks. See ya in a few hours, don't wait for me since I will probably not be back for lunch. This guy. I just told him to not get in danger and the first thing he does is go to the dungeon. Sigh, what do I do with him? I will go buy some groceries after cleaning this up, it's the minimum I can do. And also, I need a job, can't let Silver take care of everything alone. Hephaestus should be able to help me with that. Hestia is a very simple person, once she resolved herself to something she will do it. She started by picking some bags with different kinds of material and herbs, slowly separating the things. What's this? Her attention was drawn towards a book with no title. Opening it revealed multiple photos of Silver and his family. Although there were no photos of Silver as a child. So that's what they look like. They seem really happy. For a moment, Hestia felt really lonely. Mortals can get happiness so easily, but even they, the gods, can't even have the luxury of having a family like that. Slash swish slash. While she was distracted, a few photos seemingly fell from inside the book. After organizing them, she picked two that attracted her attention, one of which she knew. It was the photo she took together with Melios yesterday in the restaurant. The other was a family photo of him and his entire family. Insert images. Do not forget. He does look a little like them. What a strange family. She started to go over the book, there were a lot of photos in there, but most of them were with Silver already quite old. I can't lose focus. This one is quite good. Slash at the same time in the dungeon slash. Slash crunch, slash. A man with a large warhammer destroyed the head of a pitiful goblin. This is all boss. Said a man on the side, looking at the large backpack on his back, he was probably a supporter. How many did we get so far? Let me pick my notes. 23 goblins. 50 killer ants. 19 forge shooters. And 100 unknown stones, most likely dropped by monsters fighting against each other. This is not counting the dropped loot. The number is quite low. The wave should be concentrated in another area of the floor. How can a monster wave only have this many monsters? This is only enough for a warm-up. Let's go to the north, if there aren't any monsters there we will descend to the 4th floor. But boss, didn't the scouts say that the wave was happening on the 3rd floor? They did, but the number of monsters is quite low right now. Perhaps it's because it only started, it has been less than an hour since it started. Said his partner. That's not how monster waves work. In any case, we will be going deeper if we don't find the monsters. Yes, boss. The two adventurers continued on their way, they felt as if they were on the right track since the number of fallen magic stones on the ground suddenly skyrocketed. This is it. Pick up all of the stones, I will keep watch. The supporter started running around with immense speed and dexterity as he picked dozens of stones every few seconds. Good, at the rate he is picking those stones, we should be able to collect almost 1,000 stones. Even if we consider they are all goblin stones, this will amount to around 300k valis. This alone is close to a week of work for our entire team. Plus all of those drops. Hee hee. Yet, I am here alone with NYU. Heh. Dividing half for each would be close to a month of my pay. Notes. And we aren't even doing that much. And this is only the start. After a few minutes of hard work, the two collected all of the stones and went towards another area. This time, they were not alone. Boss, looks like there is another team in front of us, 3 to 4 people. I don't see anyone else. They all look to be level 1 inch. Let's watch for a little while longer, if they are all level 1. You know what to do. The minutes passed, and 1 minute turned into 10. They kept watching as the adventurers collected the stones on the ground. Where are the monsters? We only managed to see a few, but they weren't enough for us to gauge the true strength of those guys. TSK. They are getting so many stones. Alright, I think we saw enough. I will get into position. This is one of the dark faces of the dungeon. Most adventurers aren't really clean, they most likely killed a person or two before in their lives, be it for profit or for something else like pure self-defense. As long as no one sees them, they won't get any bounties. Slash swash, slash. A knife came flying from the dark corridor and penetrated the chest of the supporter. What? Marissa. No. It's an enemy, slash splat, slash. A large hammer suddenly came from behind him and crushed his head. Within a second, 2 of the 4 adventurers died at the hands of the 2. No. No. Why are you doing this to us? Screamed one of the adventurers while he cried over the death of his friends. Nothing personal, you should have stopped collecting those stones when you had the chance. Slash cling, slash. Arg. The adventurer tried his best, but he barely blocked the large hammer, being thrown several meters backward into the dungeon wall. He now laid there unconscious. No. No, no and no. You are level 2. Why are you two picking on us? The last adventurer, a rather young girl, screamed in anger, grief, frustration, and many more emotions. Money is money. Sorry, little girl. Finish her off, before someone comes. No. Slash clang, slash. She threw her sword forward and ran in the opposite direction, but her assailant didn't pursue. NYU. What are you doing? Just wait, boss. Slash split, slash. From behind the corner, a killer ant appeared with the little girl's broken neck between its pincers. Leaving the monster to finish your job? How slothful. It's effective, isn't it? Whatever, pick their backpack and valuables, and let's go. Roger. The two continued to make their way around the floor's corridors, picking as many loot and drops as they could. Their luck was out of this world, as they always managed to find a place with lots of magic stones and drops to gather. They also avoided any strong group of adventurers while preying on the weaker ones. But something was strange. They only found the stones but not many creatures. They fought way too little for what should have been a wave. Where did they go? Boss, the bag is already full. No, it's overflowing. I am having difficulties carrying it right now. We should leave. Are you dumb? It's full, yes, but we can always pick more valuable drops and replace the less valuable items in the backpack. If we gather enough, we should be able to fully gear ourselves. Our power will increase tremendously. How can we stop right now? Although you are right, even if we switch the things inside, the increase in profit would be rather small. Don't be a pussy. If something happens, I can even help you in carrying another bag. Sigh. You are the boss. We walked for almost half of this floor. If we don't find the wave, we will leave, okay? Satisfied. As NYU said, we are carrying a lot to continue. Going deeper would only spell our doom. Yes, I am boss. Slash clang, slash. Slash roar, slash. It was faint, but they heard echoes of monsters and what seemed to be the clash of metal from far away. They looked at each other and nodded. They knew what to do. They finally arrived at the source, but midway through the sounds had suddenly stopped. Has the fight ended? Said the boss. I think so. My skill is only detecting one living being nearby, replied the supporter. They sneakily peeked their head through the corner and saw a literal sea of magic stones. They were scattered all over the place. Some were broken and some were bloodied. Strangely, there were multiple white, blue and a few red spears all around this section of the cavern. And in the middle of all of this, a young man drinking 2 potions at the same time rested. He was sitting right in front of a large corridor, and that place seemed to be filled with even more stones. He had a red spear in his hand, but it was hard to say if that was its natural color or if it was due to the blood. After all, he was also covered in blood. Strangely, his white scarf was completely clean. A magical item. By the gods. Did that guy kill all of these? He is definitely a second-class adventurer. Second-class adventurers are level 3 to 4 adventurers, first class are 5+ and third class are level 2. Boss. Let's leave, we shouldn't mess with such a guy. He looks tired and hurt. Look at all those drops. If I could get my hands on them. He looks quite tired. NYU. Boss. Even if we kill him, then what? We can barely carry what we already have. That guy doesn't look weak. Shut up. I am thinking. The more we wait, the more he recovers. Look at him, he can barely even hold his spear. He even drank 2 potions at once, something that is not recommended because of the side effects. I can see some wounds on his body. Is he not wearing any armor? Perhaps it got destroyed. Even better. That spear is getting on my nerves though. There are several similar looking spears. It's not a magic spear. His skill. Or his magic. Nevertheless, by the amount scattered on the ground, he should be really tired. This is a golden opportunity. But NYU is right, we need to be careful when dealing with this guy. To maximize our chances of winning, we should go with Plan C. We are doing it, Plan C. Shit. Fine. But you will pay for dinner today. Ha. When we are done, I can pay for dinner for an entire week. The two sneakily made their way around the men and got into their positions. The man with the warhammer lifted his hand and closed, giving the signal to strike. One from the left and one from behind, the two made use of their strongest and fastest attacks. They didn't want to give the men any leeway to act. Slash swash, slash. However, their attacks passed right through the men. Slash pierce, slash. The boss suddenly heard a piercing sound. He thought it was due to one of them hitting the men, but when he looked to the side he saw his companion with a spear passing through his head. Thank you. You saved me the trouble of going after you too. What? Have we met this man before? What happened? While the boss was confused, the man suddenly rushed at him. Shit. I can think about this later, clang, /. He blocked the spear with his large hammer. And he almost died. The technique behind this move was almost perfect, and if it was just a bit faster and stronger. Isn't he quite slow and weak? I barely felt the impact. I see. He must be really tired. No one can last after fighting so many monsters. Apart from a few, like Otter. No wonder he was drinking the potions like that. He is desperate. Hee hee. You might be strong, but you are tired now. Let's see how long you can last. The boy didn't say anything, they only kept switching attacks continually. But the boss was slowly pushing the man back. Clong. The hammer was parried to the side, but the man's spear lost a big chunk of ice. URG. His technique. How could someone so young be so proficient? He can still fight against me even when he is tired. If he had his stamina full. I only need to resist for a bit longer. I am slowly gaining ground while his spear is almost breaking apart. What is that in the first place? His skill. In any case, I can't let him flee either, otherwise, I will surely get a bounty on my head. Just accept defeat. Screamed the boss. This guy likes to talk, /clong, /. Swipe. Catch in, / clang. Crack, /. After many blows, the boy's ice spear finally cracked and shattered. This is it. Ligar FYR. The man stepped on the ground, creating a large shockwave that made the boy fall into the ground. His feet dug deep into the rocky ground as he sped up, raising his hammer high. Everything is mine. Wham, / crack, /. What? The moment his hammer was about to hit the boy, he suddenly disappeared. Where is he? URG, /pierce /. From behind him, an ice spear penetrated his chest. He couldn't believe it. Just when? His thoughts were brought to a halt by darkness. Phew. That was hard. The skin on my hand ripped apart due to his strength. Melios looked at his hands and noticed the many cuts between his fingers. Even after using his techniques to mitigate the impact, it still wasn't enough. Fighting without equipment sure is hard. He was certainly a strength-focused adventurer. If I hadn't learned combat techniques from my family, I wouldn't be able to resist even a few hits. How many potions do I have left? Just a few more. What an adventure. I even had to use a few plasmids at the end. Looks like I am still a bit short of defeating level 2 adventurers on my own. It's expected, their bodies are way stronger than mine. I don't even know why I actually tried in the first place. That guy was trash, he barely had a technique behind his swings. They were the legendary thugs, courting death, right? In any case. Soon enough, once my stats develop a bit more, I will be able to take on these weaker or less proficient level 2s with my techniques alone. He looked to the side and saw a large bag, most likely filled to the brim with loot. They even brought some loot for me, how kind. The bloodied silver picked 2 more potions and pushed their contents down his throat. /BRRR, /. My stomach has finally started to protest. It's certainly not healthy to drink so many potions at once in a short period of time. I should call it a day before more monsters or people arrive. Melios looked around and used a few powers, but he didn't notice anyone around, so his hand turned into a shadow as he sucked all of the magic stones and drops inside. This includes those 2 guys' loot. All of this took only a minute, and after he was done, the only thing left in this cave was the drying blood of his foes. All of the beauty of the shining stones had disappeared, showing the brutality that had happened in that place. However, he took out a smaller bag and filled it with magic stones and dropped loot. This is going to be the items he is going to sell. I can't get outside like this. I will clean myself a little and re-equip my armor. Although, is that really necessary? I won't sell all of the magic stones at once, and even if I use my armor, the guild would already know my identity since I need to hand them my adventurer card. On the contrary, wearing my armor would only cause more trouble. Melios' hand turned green as a small wind swept through his clothes, removing most of the dirt and blood. Good enough. I will use this for now. I picked the sword of the supporter from the ground and strapped it to my belt. Ready to go. I wonder if my stats rose. He felt the weight of the magic stones and loot in his bag. How much will all of this amount to? Silver left the cavern. He was mentally and physically tired, but the potions would have to suffice until he reached the surface. A few minutes after Silver left the cave, From a corner behind a rock, the air started to bend as a woman with blue hair removed a helmet from her head. Was this what Hermi-sama wanted me to see? That man was quite violent, he didn't even bat an eye when he killed those two adventurers. Asfi wasn't a hero, she knew very well the dark side of Horario and the adventurers. After all, she was in constant contact with the black market thanks to her god's schemes. That's why when the boy killed those two, she didn't feel any pity for them, but she still found it too much that the boy did not show any emotions when he dealt the finishing blow. At least I didn't have much to do. I will stay a little while longer, otherwise he will bother me if something truly happens. Phew. The surface. After walking through the dungeon and fighting a few more monsters, Silver safely arrived at the surface. Thanks to the adventurers venturing into the dungeon, the wave was completely suppressed, although the number of casualties was not low. Nevertheless, this is something for tomorrow after the guild finishes their report. Silver didn't stop at the shop near the entrance, after all, he wasn't carrying any bags. So he first went to a nearby wagon. "Excuse me, friend, are you available? Just tell me where you want to go." "To the guild, please." "How much for that?" "I don't usually carry single customers, but 600 Valis and I will have you there in less than 20 minutes, even less if the road is clear." Silver picked a few coins and handed them to the men. Where did the money come from? Of course, he always had one bag with a few coins strapped on his belt. After getting inside the wagon, Silver made himself comfortable as he rested his tired body. "Looks like you got quite the haul. Rest easy that I will bring you flying to the guild." Happy customers tend to give hefty tips. Even more, those who just left the dungeon. "You bet." Yawn. "I am quite tired. Today was quite exciting." Notes. We know that a team of 5 decent level 1s can make 25k a day, and that's 175k Valis in a week. If we say they are getting 500k just from this loot, magic stone plus drop loot, and that 300k is 1 week of loot from a level 2 adventurer team, I think it's kind of suitable for the price to be this. They will divide 500k between 2, that's 250k for each. If we assume that in a normal scenario of a team of 5 level 2s working for an entire week, that's 300k/5 is 60k Valis for the weekly pay of each member. Then, in a month, 4 weeks, this guy would be making 240k Valis in total. Hence, the prices kind of fall together in place. Of course, values can change as they are not universal. A team of level 2s can be very different from another team of level 2s. I am only trying to make a very average assumption. Chapter 20, What is? I had some time, so here I am. Surprised that this isn't a troll. Yeah. Me too. There are some things I would like help with, within this chapter, and the end was quite awkward because of reasons. Enjoy. At the same time, a few dozen meters away from Silver's position, a group of 4 girls approached the dungeon from the north. One of the girls seemed distressed as she ran across the street. "Oh no!" screamed the black-haired girl. "We should have just come alone. We shouldn't have gone out of our way to invite the others." "Don't be like that, Tiona, we lost this time, there's nothing we can do," said Tioni. See? Even Ace is upset. That wasn't it. Ace was currently looking at a place far from them. She was looking at the tired boy with the white scarf on top of the cart that just left her sight. "What are you looking at, Ace?" asked Lafia. "Nothing," she replied. "Arg. What do we do now? Those guys must have killed all the monsters already." "It was a chance to make a quick buck," said Tiona dejectedly. N1 notes. "There should be some monsters left in any case, right? At least we can for dinner today and get some warm-up," said Tioni. "She is right, Tiona, at the very least we can warm up," replied Lafia with a smile. "I guess you are right. All right. Enough talking. Let's go." If you are wondering how they would bring back the loot, I had an idea for that. The 4 girls entered the dungeon and made their way to the 3rd floor. Every monster they found met an unfortunate end. We arrived. Look at all the blood. There must have been an intense battle recently since the dungeon didn't have time to absorb it, commented Lafia. But there are no stones on the ground, so whoever killed them already cleaned everything up, said Tiona. Let's just take a look around and see. Fwush, slash. Ace suddenly picked her sword and stabbed the wind. Show yourself, she said. The air started to bend as a girl with blue hair appeared from thin air. Oh. It's Asfi. Whatcha doing in the dungeon? Said Tiona. Ace sheated her sword with a confused expression. Just work, you know how it is, sometimes, even I, need to collect materials on my own. And what better time to do so than today? Since you just came from this floor, do you mind telling us what happened to the monster wave? Said Lafia. Oh yeah. Nice one. Please tell us that they weren't wiped out yet. Said Tiona. Unfortunately, they were mostly killed already. Only small groups of monsters are left. Slash ploft slash. Tiona fell to her knees. Don't be so dramatic, we can go hunt monsters later, said Tioni. Ace remained in silence as she gazed at the cavern hallways. The wind passed through her ears and hair as if trying to say something to her. Let's go home, she said. Sigh, if Ace is saying, it's better to just go back. Ah. I want a drink. Don't act like a kid, Tiona. We can come back here tomorrow and hunt in the middle floors. By that time they should have some commissions for us to do, said her sister, Tioni. Asfi looked at all of this with a smile on her face, although she kept her thoughts deep down her mind. So the Sword Princess noticed me almost instantly, and I was confident in the Hades head concealment ability. Looks like she improved again. If you don't mind, how about we go back together, said Asfi. They all nodded and turned around as they made their way out of the dungeon. 20 minutes later on the surface Nate, Wow there, calm down girl. We arrived, said the man. What do I call a wagon? Men. I know there is a name. Ah. Already. You took a nice nap there, sir, it has been around half an hour. All right, here, take this. Silver picked a coin from his pouch and threw it at the man. Thank you very much, sir. Will you be needing another ride? A generous customer. I need to make sure I am the one to give him a ride. I might need one. Here, take this other coin. If I am not back in 10 minutes you can leave and take that as your pay. You are very generous, mister. Very. Silver made his way inside the guild. The place was filled with some people this time. Most seemed to be guild workers running around the place with papers on their hands. Looks like the pilled work is finally being taken care of. Oh. Just how many papers do I need to sign before you are satisfied? I have been here for almost half an hour already. Melios suddenly heard a voice coming from the side. In one of the waiting lines, there was a small girl with a thick coat screaming at a guild employee holding several papers. Melios didn't say much and just approached and said, Hestia. Instead of her turning around earnestly like he expected, Hestia turned around with disgust and anger. Is there anything more? Silver. Her expression changed to one of surprise and then hope and she started to cry a little. Save me from these monsters. They have been keeping me here for the past half an hour. I just want to go home. The guild employee looked at me with embarrassment as he picked a small stack of papers. It's the final one. I swear, Hestia-sama. Please, just sign these and we will be done. Look at my hand. It's already red from writing so many freaking papers. A sensitive goddess such as me needs to take care of her skin and... She started to blabber stupid things, so Silver just patted her on the head and said, I will go hand in my magic stones. By the time I finish you should be done on your part, so let's meet up in a few minutes by the entrance. There is a wagon waiting for me so we can use it to go back home. She looked at me with tears in her eyes, but she brushed them off and picked the pen. All right. Just give me all of those. Scribble scribble, / Hestia furiously signed the papers with immense speed. She will be all right. Silver made his way to the counter. Excuse me, are you open? Of course, customer, just place your loot in the hole as always. Before that, did you participate in this dungeon wave? Yes, I did. I am loaded with things, in fact. Then please, proceed to the last counter on the far left. That's where we count bigger quantities of items. Silver looked to the side to see a big counter with a goer next to it. That was probably where the loot enters and the money leaves. A few weeks ago we had a misunderstanding with a customer that brought a lot of items and ended up tiring one of our workers. So please, help us in reducing such occurrences in the future by telling new adventurers the same. Is she talking about me? I see. Thank you, miss. The pleasure is mine, Fufu. That was close. If I cause another ruckus will I get banned from the guild? Banned is a little exaggeration, but I might get blacklisted. Haha. What a young and charming lad. If you are here it means you have some big things, no. Just put it by the door and we will count it for you, said a deep feminine voice from the other side of the counter. How can she see my face over this wood? Is there magic for that? Ploft. Silver dropped his bag on the ground, causing a rather loud ploft sound. That was a good sound. Looks like you are loaded. You and your party did a good job this time. Yeah. Haha, they are expecting quite a sum, so be generous with me. Just roll with it, me. Let's see their quality first. The bag was taken inside by two rather muscular guild employees. What a large bag. Oh. You separated the drop loot from the magic stones, good. I would give you a bonus if I could, but I can't unfortunately. She took a few more minutes, probably making the count and analyzing each magic stone. Ha! I am done. Phew, that was tough. Let's go over everything. 114 kobolds, 6 claws and 4 teeth, 80 war shadows, 5 finger bones and an eye. She listed a rather long list of monsters and their drop loot. And all of it will amount to 690k valis after removing the handling fee. Thank you for the bonus. That's quite a decent amount if you consider I still have around 2 to 3 more bags worth of loot. My bank just went back to 3 million, baby. It should be around 3.4 million valis. I try to keep count, but sometimes I forget to update it. And as I said, money isn't that meaningful in this novel, anyway. But I will keep a rough value just in case. That's quite an amount to make in a single day, said Silver. Thanks to the monster wave. If you are curious, the handling fee is 1% of the original value, and that was about 7k valis, all going directly to me, hee. Thank you once again. I guess the position of counter is not only a hard position, you are actually being paid well for making all of these boring calculations. How would you like to receive these? Make 6 big coins and divide the rest into minor coins. I suddenly felt a tug on my shirt. Are you done, Silver? Hestia's voice was a little broken. She is so dramatic. Is there any need to act like this? I shouldn't call her a child, else she is going to bother me even more. Are you done as well? Yes. I don't want to come to this place ever again. Come on, don't be like that. When I came here earlier I also had to sign several things. Only a paper, but it's better to keep silent about that. Really? At least I didn't suffer alone. /tud/. A large backpack was suddenly dropped outside of the door together with a small bag strapped to it. That's it. All counted, 690k valis. Thanks, I. 60 minus 60 minus 690k. Silver. How much did you do? Didn't you hear? I made 690k. Please don't talk so loud. How did you do that? Did you do something dangerous again? Of course not. Today, there was a special event in the dungeon. I was planning to tell you that anyway. TSK, she noticed sooner than I wanted. We are going straight home. I want to check your stats. She picked my hand and pulled. Although she talked with a grumpy tone, she couldn't hide her excitement. Oh Hestia, just be honest, you are just as curious as me to know just how much did I improve, right? Thankfully, the man in the wagon was patient, as he waited a few more minutes for Silver. They got on the wagon as they made their way back home. Ouch. My bun. Hestia caressed her butt cheek since the ride was a bumpy one. Thanks for the ride, here's your tip. /cling/. Hi. Thanks, customer. Heya. /Nate/. The wagon left as Silver gazed at the now repaired church. Foo. Isn't it a beautiful place? Said Hestia. The glass now depicted scenes of beautiful scenery, and the road close to the church was mostly fixed. Silver also noticed a large building on the back behind the church. That was his new workshop. They were truly efficient, those guys from the Vishka. Vishvakra. Vishvakarman. Those guys. They finished all repairs in less than 2 hours. Those guys were neat. After they repaired, I went to buy some groceries and... I forgot the groceries in the guild. What do I do? It's just some groceries, I can go get them later, don't worry. But there isn't any food in the church, and I am not so keen in going back to the city after that ride. I can cook some food, I have many ingredients left in my inventory. I always keep some food and supplies in case of emergencies. Silver. You are my hero. Hestia hugged Silver and then pulled him into the church. One of the things Hestia hates the most is not eating and getting hungry after all. Silver, you are going to spoil me with such good food. Hestia and Silver were now sitting on the couch. Hestia was with her head on Silver's thighs and she requested a lap pillow. I am only decent at cooking, those chefs with their skills can completely outshine me in every way. Don't depreciate yourself like that. I know good food when I taste one. Hestia continues to talk with Silver about her day and a few other things. At this point, Silver just wanted to go to sleep and rest, but his curiosity kept him going. How about we check my status now? I am quite excited after all. Hestia got up while Melios removed his shirt. 0_0. She pricked her finger and placed it onto his back, drawing a circle with it. /fling/. Magical light filled Hestia's face as a series of numbers suddenly sprang to life and filled the air behind Silver's back like holograms. These effects are actually anime only, but I will keep them since I like them. H100. H110. H180. The numbers quickly got up while Hestia almost fell onto the ground due to surprise. When they settled, she couldn't believe her eyes as she forced all of those numbers to return inside Silver's back. Picking up a paper and printing the values onto it. Is it done? I must have at least made a few points in each category right. If I didn't, I would have underestimated the difficulty of improving in this world. But that would only mean that I need to work harder. But Hestia didn't answer. She looked at the paper with a black face. If she is like that. Looks like I improved a lot. Show me, show me. You can't keep it for yourself. Requested Melios. See for yourself, it's better than trying to explain. I don't remember how insane Bell was, I wanted a comparison since that was the only thing I couldn't surpass XD. Melios Silver. Level. Strength H100-G. Vitality H100-F. Dexterity H100-G. Agility H100-G. Magic H100-F. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skill. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. I might have exaggerated things or the contrary, I might have undervalued his efforts, so I would like some help. For my calculations, go to Notes N2, I can always change it if need be. Cool. But I don't feel any stronger. I know that in order for your stats to work, they need to be updated by a god. But I don't really feel that great right now. Do I need to sleep for them to take effect? Or is it simply because the effect is so subtle that I will only feel something when I try fighting another monster? That's not the point. Hestia started banging her fists on Silver's chest. What did you do to raise those stats so much? I just fought against some monsters. How about we talk about that tomorrow over breakfast? It's kind of a long story and I am tired. And also, why is that I don't feel any different? That's normal. Even though the increase was big, there aren't any side effects from this. You can only confirm the changes through practice. Practice? That easy. Melios' hand turned blue and white as the cold wind gathered in one point. Soon enough, a beautiful blue spear appeared in the air. It does feel easier to make one of these. The consumption decreased, or should I say, my total mind increased. Or a mix of the two perhaps. The spear slowly disappeared and a flame appeared in its place. I think this confirms it. I truly did get stronger. Although Hestia wanted to butt in, she looked at her adventurer with a smile. But how does this work? I mean, where does this energy come from? Why do monsters have it? If I fight someone weaker than me, will that person also gain exilia from my actions? Well. Yes, he is, but if Falna is what gives us power, can't a god just create a level 9 on a whim? Yes. It depends on the god. And also, we would need to use our arcanum to do that. And with what we currently have access to, such a task is impossible unless they break the rules. As for what is Falna and exilia, can we leave that for later? Alright. Allow me to ask a final question. 2 in fact. I know the strongest monster on the surface is the one-eyed black dragon. But what is the strongest normal animal? Just why? Why would you want to know that? Research purposes. I can't keep a monster in the city, but I can keep an animal, right? I don't know the answer for that, but I do know of some natural dragons in the far north that should be comparable to level 3s. Satisfied. Can you give Falna to an animal? I mean, humans are animals, right? So why not? Where are these questions coming from? I think I can. Hephaestus never told me anything of the like. What if I tame one of the natural dragons? No. Doesn't it sound cool? Having your own high-level dragon mount. It is cool, but that's not the point. Silver. What if we gave Falna to an ant and leveled it up? It might be weaker, but it would quickly catch up. Soon, we will have a super-fast assassin ant that no one can hit because of its size. Hestia was speechless. She stopped responding and decided to do something else, ignoring Silver. Silver knew he had talked a little bit too much, so he went to bed to rest a little. I would say it's around 3 to 5 p.m. The MC went to the dungeon early and spent a few hours there. And adding all of the travel time and the time it took to cook food, I would say this time is already pushing a bit too much. Somewhere in Horario /. And that was all, said a person with a cloak. What a surprise. The men smiled widely. We have Otter and the Sword Princess. Is this the coming of yet another monster? What do you think, Asfi? Do you think he can become a hero? No. A hero is. You are too stiff, Asfi-chan. A great man once said, if anyone has the right to be called a hero, it's not the one who took up the blade. It's not the one who raised his shield, nor the one who healed the wounded. Only one who truly risks his life may be called a hero. And what does that mean? That means. Hermes got up and gazed into Horario. The cold air blew on his face, making his hat fly right into Asfi, his golden hair moving behind his back while his eyes shined with some strange kind of obsession. I am going to see if he can become one. Hermes never answered Asfi, leaving her dumbfounded in the back of the room. But she already expected that Hermes only answers less than half of her questions with proper replies. So she just grimaced while thinking of the future work. Notes. N. Although I think it isn't difficult to make money for them, it's not like they can just go deep diving into the dungeon. And good paying commissions are rather rare. Even if they ran full speed, it would take them an entire day to go in and out of the dungeon if they went hunting in the lower floors. N. Initially, I had actually doubled all of the values. But that was too much since after researching and finding very little information on Bell's level stats, I came to the conclusion he would grow on an average of 100 for each of his stats every big encounter, until his main encounter where he would start leveling up quickly. So I couldn't surpass that. So, first, let's go over natural things. He was at an immense disadvantage, fighting stronger monsters, at higher numbers, while unequipped, and poisoned by the dream spider and later, by the moths. This was a great challenge, meaning that it already gives a fair deal of exilia. There were a lot of monsters he killed, so a lot of exilia was gained just from that. And remember, although it shows as H, the difficulty of him increasing his stats is the same as I. His stats also start at H, 100. So instead of him having 213 in dexterity, we can also consider it as him having only 113, since the first 100 are disconsidered in the difficulty calculation or whatever. Now for his skill. The same thing as the first situation, he was in a situation where death was almost guaranteed, at least by other people's eyes. He was a level 1 adventurer with H stats. Nothing more. So his skill conditions activated. He fought stronger monsters in challenging ways. What do you think? Was I too much or too little? As for his stat values, I focused on magic since that was what he used the most, summoning and maintaining that was hard. Followed by in vitality because that was an endurance fight and he was under the effects of poisons, he took many potions and was hurt several times as a result. And then dexterity. Because of his spear handling and his movement during the fight, after all there wasn't that much space to fight, since he stayed put in the corridor. So he had to be really dexterous to avoid the blows. Strength was the second lowest, mostly because he was parrying and clashing against strong monsters, so the tension on his muscles was high. And lastly, agility, since he stayed put in the corridor, not a lot of development on that part. But he did have to evade. It was hard to separate agility from dexterity, so I went with the notion that agility is running speed and bigger movement, while dexterity was handling and minor movement. I already fixed the values ******. If there are any curious readers, this was his stats prior to me changing. A little low, no. Strength H100-H. Vitality H100-H. Dexterity H100-H. Agility H100-H. Magic H100-H. Chapter 21, Encroaching Darkness. Don't ask, I don't even know where this came from, but since it's unusual, I will leave it here. Before we dive deep into this chapter, I would like to announce the changes I made. I picked the doubled value and simply added it to the previous value. I then added 20 to each, creating this. Doubled value plus previous value plus. Strength H100-H193 plus 45-G238 plus 20 equals G. Vitality H100-G246 plus 76-F322 plus 20 equals F. Dexterity H100-G213 plus 58-G271 plus 20 equals G. Agility H100-H157 plus 29-H186 plus 20 equals G. Magic H100-G269 plus 89-F358 plus 20 equals F. By everyone's opinions, this should be the most ideal setup. Since it was a one-off event and another such event would most likely only happen several months in the future. Of course, monster waves, dungeon breaks, even monster parties can happen naturally, although unlikely. Such events, that can give a high amount of natural exilia by killing monsters, are very rare, that's what I am trying to say. Although they are common enough to make adventurers dread them. Especially monster parties. In any case, most events will most likely involve secluded scenarios where the MC might gain large amounts of exilia by fighting a single enemy. Or any adverse situation, who knows. Silver slept soundly, his dream was strange as he passed its entire time trying to hammer metal into something. He didn't know what he was hammering, he only knew it was going to be incredible. Around an hour later, Silver woke up from his quick nap. He was still a little tired, but he had a few things to do. While he switched his clothes, he couldn't help but think of his stats. This was unexpected. I didn't think the increase would be this large. Although I can attribute the increase more towards a large number of monsters, this doesn't remove other factors from the equation. The danger, my skill, and other mysterious factors. If only I could see Exilia in numbers. At least that way I could determine just how much my skill actually affects it. Although this is a futile thought to have, since at the end of the day, Exilia is relative to your strength and your current situation. Perhaps even to your overall emotion at the time. What are you thinking about? Asked Hestia, who was seated in one of the new padded chairs. She had a box in her hands. It was one of the wooden puzzles I always kept in my inventory. She seemed to be having a lot of trouble opening it though. Ever since the reform, this basement room was now filled with proper furniture and it looked very cozy. It had 2 beds, 1 large couch, a few padded chairs, wardrobes, and even a fireplace. It was much more than a simple renovation. Silver actually doubted himself how they actually managed to finish all of this in a few hours of work. Isn't it obvious? I am thinking about this enormous growth. Your skill played a big role in it after all. But I guess throwing yourself in a monster wave helped. When did she? Hestia looked and managed to see the minuscule change in Silver's expression. The twitch of his mouth. Heh. As you slept I remembered something Hephaestus told me last week. It was a brief mention but I found out. Do you think you can just fight a monster wave on your own? I need to teach him to behave, else who knows where he is going to throw himself. Let's start. Hestia had a sly smirk on her face as she thought. I wonder who was the person who told me he wasn't going to put himself into danger. She looked around the room before her eyes rested on Silver. Was it perhaps you? Silver's expression didn't change this time. You must have been mistaken. Perhaps signing all of those papers made you confused. Hestia looked a little angry, like damn. If you are going to lie, at least try a little. She could see that he was smirking as well. He wasn't even trying to hide his bad deeds. You think I am a pushover? So Hestia immediately attacked. She had a plan this time. Of course, Silver, now with his upgraded stats, could only laugh at Hestia's pitiful try at pouncing on him. He jumped out of his bed into the air, looking at Hestia bellow as he levitated on the ground. Hestia couldn't believe what she was seeing. Good try. Unfortunately, I am 4 parallel universes ahead of you. Next time, try harder. Her plan was simple. She attacked me from an angle that forced me to move in only a single direction since my bed was located near the wall. If I had done that, I would trip on a small pile of clothes and she would win. Unfortunately for her. Armomumo. Get out of there. Hestia kept jumping like a kid. Well. From Silver's perspective, she looked like one. All right, I need to do some things, so let's stop playing for now. Silver cancelled his telekinesis and fell from the air, into the ground with elegance. I will pick up the groceries and... Ploft, /. Hestia took this opportunity to pounce at Silver. But he remained in place unmoving. Instead, he once again captured her in a princess carry. Come on, goddess. You are super light, you will never be able to push me down like that. 0_0. She looked at the smug face of her first child and couldn't help but grimace at her future. Am I going to be bullied forever now? Hestia didn't know whether she should laugh with him or cry. But eventually, she remembered what she wanted to say. Please. Just don't put yourself in too much danger, okay? I barely even had the time to know you, and if you... Silver felt rather bad at the sight of the almost crying goddess. As someone who reigns over the family, it's obvious how sentimental she is towards her few friends. Since gods don't have a family. Hence many tend to care a lot for their children. Although that isn't always the case. So he placed her on the ground and patted her head. I am sorry for this. At the very least, I should have been honest. I want to explore this world, every nook and cranny of it. And for that, I will have to reach the very pinnacle only told in history, and so, it's obvious I will have to get hurt a little. Although I can't promise to you that I will always be safe, at the very least I will always put my safety first over any circumstances. I will promise you that I will always find a way. You promise? Yes. If the situation comes where I can't win no matter the outcome, I will just bail out. Silver answered that with no hesitation. His life had always been his priority. If a monster he can't defeat even after trying anything appears, there is only one solution. Run. And that, he knows how to do really well. Hestia lifted her pinky finger. Promise. If you break it you can't call yourself a man. A pinky promise? Are you really a kid? Did your mind stop aging together with your body? I never had any intention of breaking it anyway. And so, the 2 locked fingers. The promise was made. Hee hee. All right. I will support you with everything I can from now on. Are you telling me you weren't already doing that? Ah. It's a figure of speech. Silver chuckled a little. All right, I am going. What do you plan to do? There isn't much to do here, so let me go with you. I need to talk with Hephaestus anyway. Sure. With all complications out of the way, the two made their way back to Orario. The future looked bright as the setting sun shone on their backs. Although, with it, the darkness of the night engulfs Orario once more. Insert map. In a lake close to a village somewhere in the north, hidden amidst the Beol Mountains, a green-haired man was sitting on a rock with a fishing pole in his hands. The scene looked magical in a sense. The beautiful elf looked almost like a painting. Slash swash, slash. Are you here? From behind him, a dark shadow suddenly sprang from the ground and materialized as a cloaked man. Agent 3-1 is here to report, sir. 3-1. Not a 0. What happened to the others? If you are a 3, shouldn't you be stationed in Orario? My team is currently doing that. As for the others, they are all currently training. This has to do with what I am going to report, sir. Tell me then. The captain has successfully leveled up and the others are now on a training streak to catch up with him. The green-haired man suddenly stopped and placed his bamboo fishing rod on the side. 15 years. I waited for 15 years. Now the time has come. I can't afford to wait any longer than this. I need to get that item and prepare for what's to come. There isn't much time left. All preparations have been finished, although we have a single problem, said the agent. A problem? And why didn't you fix it then? The pressure behind his voice overwhelmed the agent, making him lose a little bit of his breath. It was something to do with the source. We need your permission to do anything related to it. The pressure disappeared as the green-haired man got up and started to walk back into the village. It can't be helped, I will fix it on my own. What about the final piece? As per your orders, we slowly decreased the influence of the others while we removed all possible variables to the plan. Our agents are waiting to act, just give the orders. All right. As soon as I fix this problem, I will see the situation myself. The men stopped and picked a pendant. It showed an image of multiple well-armored people with happy expressions. I gave you all more than enough time to think, yet you still refuse to cooperate. My patience has run thin. Don't expect me to be merciful. Let's go, I don't want to wait anymore. The green-haired man disappeared, the agent could barely see him moving. Boss has gotten stronger again. With that, the agent also disappeared. Somewhere in a cave, a young man in his mid to late 20s ran with all of his might. He ran and ran until he collapsed inside a small hole somewhere inside a cave. Harf. Harf. Shit. The young man hit his fists against the walls. His hands were red, covered in blood, but it was certainly not from monster blood. That bastard. He wasn't satisfied with just ruining my life, so he had to go and take it. The young man started to remember how his life used to be, but he soon shook his head. It has been almost a month since my life pretty much ended. First, it was my marriage. What I thought to be a happy family was nothing but a facade. I thought that I had chosen a good person to spend my life with. I should have listened to my mother. That girl wasn't worth it. My house was stolen and my property as well. I wanted revenge, but firstly, I needed to survive. Then, it was my best friend. That fucking elf. Cough. The man spit some blood on the ground. He took out a small vial from his belt, but it was already empty. So he threw it to the side in anger. Slash clang, slash. But he was so weak that it barely made any sound. The men went over everything he did in the past few weeks. After losing my home and becoming homeless, I tried to find a job, but no matter how much I tried, no one accepted me. That was likely due to that fucker. Just what did he do in order to fuck me over so much? Just how deep runs his influence? It was around that time that my god started to act in a strange way. The person that used to be so caring and loving suddenly became scornful and insane, until... Why? Dionysus-sama. But I was lucky, I met with a gentleman that gave me some potions. This gave me enough strength to proceed. With my old gear, I raided the dungeon and soon leveled up. But even after one entire week of extremely hard work, my stats had barely risen at all. Is this the limit of my talent? I thought to myself. As I despaired, trouble came after me once again. The man who destroyed my life was now back again to take it. Although I never saw him, my pursuers were unprofessional enough to say his name as if to make fun of me. I couldn't fight then with the power of level 2, so I fled. Since I didn't have a chance. My god couldn't help me, no, he didn't want to. At this point, I started to think he was in cahoots with that man. Since from then on, every time I went to update my status, those guys appeared. And they seemed to know everything about me as well. The only thing I could do was run. For a week, 2 weeks, and now, 3 weeks. During my second week, I almost died when they managed to trap me. The price for me to escape was. He suddenly remembered a face. I am sorry, BB. I was a fool. Not only did I lose the only person that actually cared about me, but I also lost my arm. And at the end of my second week as a fugitive, I was forced to enter the dungeon in order to survive. And I think I have been here for an entire week. No one helped me even when I asked, no one listened to my cries. So much for the adventurers that protect the people. But now. I am nothing but a cornered rat. Damn those guys and their families. If I could, I would kill every single one of them. I wonder which floor I am on right now. I stopped counting when I fell on that slope on the 22nd floor. Damn it. Any monster in here can kill me easily. If it wasn't for that skill I awakened, I would have been some monster lunch by now. Tartarus Super STEs. Not even my god could tell me what it did. If I survive this, I swear by my soul that I will kill you all. The girl who betrayed me. The men who destroyed my life. The god that abandoned me. The men that tortured me, killed my friend and took my left arm. And all of those bastards that are hunting me. Suddenly, the men started to convulse. Arg. The pain is coming up again. After a minute, he finally had the time to rest as the pain went away. In fact, he wasn't feeling anything at all. The side effects of using all of those potions and my skill are finally biting at me. It isn't cold. Nor is it hot. So this is the end, huh? What a terrible life. Step. The moment his vision started to darken, the men heard faint footsteps coming from outside of the cave. Did they arrive? Already. Hee. I am already dying anyway, might as well bring some with me. I will make sure all of your families grieve for you. He got up with difficulty and turned around, getting out of the cavern. But what he saw blew him up. Even more where that thing started to talk. How fun. Will you play with me? The man didn't let himself be fooled by the otherworldly appearance of the woman. Since with a quick glance, most would notice the strange, plant-like protrusions growing up from her lower half. In this. An abomination from these floors. I never heard of this before. How deep am I? Such a monster. It seems. This is the end. The man picked his broken spear, that was now only an iron rod, and pointed it towards the woman. Yay. Let's play, said the monster with its childish voice. And she suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the young man felt some pressure on his chest. It was a large root-like spear piercing his chest. Heh. I am so pathetic. And he fell to the ground as darkness covered his vision. No. You can't fall yet. We just started to play. She picked a small magic stone. And placed it right on the spot she had just pierced. Splurge. Crack, slash. Immediately after, the man's body started to tremble and crack. His muscles tore apart as roots started to form under his skin and replace his broken muscles and bones. While the monster waited for the transformation to end, she easily killed every single monster that appeared in a second. Monsters that would have given trouble to level 3 adventurers. After 10 minutes, the transformation stopped. Did it succeed? Rise, my toy. The young man's hands moved. At the same time, a few floors higher, A group of 10 adventurers was now looking at a hole on the ground. Did he fall in this hole? I didn't even know there was one such hole in this place, said one of their adventurers. Judging by the sounds of the stones being thrown inside, this hole goes several floors deep. Judging by our position, it goes all the way to the deep floors, said a man with thick goggles. Gasp, X all. The deep floors. You must be mistaken. There are at least 8 to 9 floors to go. I am being serious. Are we going after him? It's the deep floors, said a girl with a long spear. No. That would be suicide. And in any case, it's impossible for the target to come back from down there. We are going to remain at the closest safe point and wait a few days to see if he comes back. If he doesn't, it's pretty safe to assume he died. In any case, we have his items as proof of his death, so it should be fine, said a large man on the side. He seemed to be their leader. So let's go before any monsters appear. Fighting this deep is tiring and dangerous, said the girl. Clean up everything. We are retreating, said the boss. After this, I will ask for a raise in pay. They said this was going to be a level 2 hunt, but look at that guy. Making us go all the way to the lower floors. N1, upper floors 1 to 12, middle floors 13 to 24, lower floors 25 to 36, deep floors 37 plus notes for more. Stop winning, the pay is already very generous. It was our fault for letting him escape so far down, said the boss. They turned around and left, happy that this was all over. Although they didn't know that their target was very much alive. Somewhere in Orario. A beautiful blonde-haired man looked at a chess table. I wonder. How will this game I set up go? HAAA. I can't wait. He had a macabre smile on his face. The night passed, giving space for the sun to shine. At the north of Orario, a beautiful blonde-haired girl woke up from her nightmare. She dreamed about her parents dying and leaving her behind once again. Although her face didn't show any emotion. And for some reason, she seemed to remember the boy with the white scarf she saw yesterday. Although she quickly forgot about that Sue after. She washed her face and picked her clothes, making way to the showers. In there, she met Tioni and Tiona. And was easily convinced by them of going into the dungeon. Let's go, let's go. This time I will kill some monsters. I have been waiting to gather some money to commission a new weapon. Screamed Tiona. It's just a shame that Captain is occupied, else we could have called him. Said Tioni in a sad tone. Well, he has a lot to do. And I heard we are going on another expedition. Our aim is the 47th floor this time. Sighed Tiona. 4-4-47th. That's incredible. Said Lafia. Yeah. I heard some of our members leveled up, so we will most likely be able to reach it this time. That includes you, of course. Said Tioni. But even so, I am. Don't worry. I am here. Said Ace. Ace. Lafia's eyes glowed as flowers started to surround Ace. Although that was all her imagination. The four girls continued on their way. Unaware of the future dangers they would face. I think I made a small mistake that could make some things inconsistent. I don't know exactly the relationship between Ace and the other with Lafia prior to Sword Oratoria. I think that prior to that, Lafia was nothing but a promising youth being taught by Riveria. It was only because Riveria recommended her to the excursion that they got close. Although I could be mistaken. Nevertheless, I will proceed with this setup. They were already friends, but Lafia wasn't so. Lesbian and annoying. This will only happen over the years as she gets more and more infatuated with Ace power and elegance, all the way until Sword Oratoria starts. If it starts. Notes. I am not that good at foreshadowing if this can be called one. In any case, this chapter focused more on side characters and world building. We will probably have some of these from time to time. This chapter took quite a while to make, mostly because I had to rewatch the entire Sword Oratoria anime. Thinking about future events is also quite tiring. I had to think for quite a while in here to make things fall in place. I will rewatch the third season sometime, but not now. I would be happy if someone gave me a minor timeline of all major events of the franchise. Not the wiki. The wiki tells a lot but also misses on a lot of info. I would like something like this. Belle arrived in Orario. Belle met Hestia. Belle fled from a minotaur and yada yada. But I would like these for events after the third season. Thank you. N. Normally, the way things go in the dungeon is that each floor has its own recommended power level for the adventurers. Upper is level. Middle is level. Lower is level. Deep is level. But there is something extra to consider. Close to the end of each of those delimitations, the recommended level rises. For the upper floors, it is recommended to be level 2 or to have A be in one of your stats if you want to venture past floor 10. Since monsters such as an infant dragon, a level 2 monster, will appear there. But remember, this level recommendation is aimed towards normal adventurers and not the elites. Although rare, there are people who are level 2 and have the strength of a level 3. People who are stronger than their level. So for the lower floors, the recommended level is 3, but there are many parties of level 2 adventurers that go there. Because of this, I am inclined to use this 12-floor method as my way to divide the dungeon. Upper floors 1 to 12, middle floors 13 to 24, lower floors 25 to 36, deep floors 37 to 48, super deep. Floors 49 to 60, Freya deep floors 61 to 72, and so on. And for each, there is a recommended level, meaning that at the super deep floors, the overall power level would have to be that of level 5. And since it's close to the end, the level of power would have to be 6. An average level 6, someone who would have raised their stats to D and at least 1 C or close to it. So, a level 5 who leveled up with A in their stats every single time would easily massacre the normal monsters on these floors. Although remember, the deeper you are, the harder it gets to fight solo. Monsters get incredibly numerous as the size of the areas increase. They get smarter and work together in a better way. They also get access to powerful attacks such as some of the dragons on the Valgang dragon that could attack from the 58 floors all the way to the 52. If we take Dungeon Oratoria as an example. The Loki party went all the way towards the 59th floor, which, according to the 12-floor method of division, should be the very end of the super deep floors. They easily cleared all normal monsters, but they were almost wiped out due to the corrupted spirits. But they aren't really a normal creation of the dungeon, since they need a normal spirit to die first in order for them to be born. And they were also fed and raised by the remnants of Evolus as a way to destroy Arario. Most of the attack members were level 5, but their strength easily passed that. They had 4 level SIXS, and according to the author, this fight would have been enough to level up Gareth to level 7. So they were more than strong for that floor. Chapter 22, Dungeon Instructor. Under the moon's light, the dirty and bloody Silver made his way back home just like had always done in these past 2 weeks. Not much changed in these 2 weeks. Just after his first day in the dungeon, Silver noticed that he was already too strong for the upper floors. Even if a monster party attacked him. N1. So he immediately went to the 10th floor. In there, the base monsters were orcs, imps, large bats with sonic attacks, and even infant dragons, although they are rare to appear, with only a few if not none spawning in an entire day. This way, Silver managed to pressure himself as he was fighting enemies much stronger than himself. Sometimes, he even went to the middle floors and fought some monster near the entrance. However, without using plasmids, his end was pretty much set in stone against the unending stream of monsters. So he ran with his tail between his legs when things got too dangerous. There is a reason why the middle floors have a death rate almost as high as the upper floors. Monsters start to cooperate and some even use magic. Nevertheless, Silver continued to fight as much as he could. The misty environment of the 10 to 12 floors helped him in keeping secrecy, but he knew that wouldn't last long and that people would eventually start to notice him. After all, in order to get a good alias, Hestia would have to discuss his achievements with the other gods. And if he doesn't do anything, isn't he going to receive a boring and funny alias? Not that he was afraid, but Silver preferred to grow in peace far from plots and schemes against him. Narrator San was speechless. In his free time, Silver went to the forge where he tested and played around with the drop items he got. He wanted to figure out their properties and characteristics since he was planning on making his own gear in the future. Although fighting barehanded is good for his growth, he can't grow forever and every time. That would be too greedy. There will be times where Silver will have to fight for his life, and having a decent set of gear might help him in winning. After all, between fleeing from a fight and not gaining exilia, fighting with gear and actually winning seems much better, right? Apart from this, there wasn't a lot to say about Silver. He went to the hostess of fertility to eat some good food and hear some gossip. His relationship with the girls also slowly increased, mostly due to Seer's actions. Last week, she started to cook food for him after a certain conversation they had. Since then, the girls seemed to be much more open to Silver. Apart from the hostess, Silver didn't directly meet with anyone important. But he did start researching some people. Welf, Haruheim, Lily, and etc. People that were essential to the original story. Although he doesn't have any plans of recruiting them yet, knowing if they actually exist is something else. He confirmed Welf and Haruheim after looking around and asking some questions, but he didn't find Lily and some others. Welf wasn't in Arario, but his name was known since he was a Kratzo, and Haruheim was somewhere in the pleasure district. Nevertheless, he was happy with what he accomplished during these past 2 weeks. Fling. Hestia just finished updating Silver stats, and like any other time, she couldn't help but be flabbergasted by his growth. Even though she knew the reason for such fast growth was because he was facing constant danger in the 11 to 13 floors, she still couldn't believe it. You are oddly silent. What? Did I gain another super incredible skill? As if. If you gained another skill, I would accuse you of cheating. She replied. Cheating against who? The world. Silver became pensive. There he goes. What is he going to ask this time? Hestia had learned a lot about this adventure of hers over the past 2 weeks, including his very curious personality. That raises an interesting question. Who made this system? I doubt it existed since the beginning of time. That's quite an old question. It was the same person who found a way for the gods to descend. Oh. Let's hear it. He used to be fascinated by the mortals and grieved for their struggles, so he found a way to ease their suffering. And that was when he found a way to save them. By using the gods' most beloved children, the spirits. Using a rough method, he made it possible so that spirits could channel a god's strength and apply it to a mortal. A spirit associated with a certain god could now channel that god's strength and apply Falna to a mortal. Although it was weaker than what we have today, that was enough to start the era of heroes. Eventually, when the first gods descended, this system was adopted and perfected by Aurena since its creator had disappeared. Disappeared? Who was he and how did he disappear? Who he was doesn't matter anymore, he used to be an introvert, so who knows? As for how? No one knows, he was the first to descend anyway. She said while averting her eyes. So she doesn't know or remember. Figured. I should ask someone else later. But who? Although the path he made lasts to this day. However, since he disappeared, no one among the gods knows how to fix it. Silver was pensive. What do you mean by fixing it? As you know, once a god returns to heaven, it can't come back. The reason for this has never been properly addressed. Hestia looked to the sides and whispered. Although there are some rumors that Uranus is actually doing that on purpose. That would be a twist, but that makes sense. Gods that can't adapt to the mortal's way of life should just stay in heaven. But what about the good ones that are sent back in unjust ways? Isn't it obvious? Hestia tried to think, but she couldn't really figure out why. Can you? It's because if he allows some to come back, there might be some displeasure among the others. As far as history tells us, Uranus has always remained laid back and neutral for pretty much everything. N2. That makes sense. Some of those guys would complain quite a lot. And also, didn't you tell me about not having enough gods in heaven? If those guys were allowed to come back, the circle of life or whatever would be broken since there wouldn't be enough people to manage it. You told me this last week, remember? N3. That's true, thankfully, that wasn't my job. What did you do in heaven then? Since we are on the subject. Hestia sat on the bed and started to kick the air, tilting her head to the ceiling as if she was gazing at something. I looked after the sacred flame. Well, I was one of the gods responsible for doing so. Now that I think about it, it was a pretty dull life. The only thing I did was clean the altars and temples while making sure the flame burned. What is the sacred flame? It was the first flame. Silver wasn't convinced. And is that important in any way? Of course it is. She said angrily as she kicked Melio's leg. Ouch. My ears. And my leg. Said Hestia as she held her legs in pain. She felt as if she had kicked a wall. The sacred flame represents the sun and the heat of every fire. Without it, the world would be cold and sad. So if the flames were extinguished, an ice age would happen. Hestia nodded. How scary. Are there any other such objects in heaven? There are some. She started to open and close her fingers as she counted. Let's see. Excluding weapons and armor since those are boring. We have the Mimisbrunner, there's that wicked box made by that girl. What was her name? Pandofa. Penrhoda. The Cup of Jamshid, the 7 trumpets. Or was it 9? Arg. There are too many to even count. I didn't have any specific item, since they were a bother to make, but I did have my temple. Hestia just fell backward and placed her head in one of the pillows. Compared to that bore of a life, this place is much more interesting. All of the people and their dreams, the food and comfort. Did I say the food? I really love the food of Gakai. Silver looked at his excited goddess and smiled. He was already used to her sudden explosions of words. So he rested his head in the chair and got ready for yet another long session. It's better to just hear her than to ignore her. Else she might annoy me later. Slash clang. Clang slash. Later that day, Silver could be seen hammering away in the forge. After talking for an entire hour, Hestia got tired and fell asleep while she talked. So Silver took that chance to leave, not before taking a look at his stats, of course. Melio's Silver. Level. Strength D539-D547, 289. Vitality C682-B700, 358. Dexterity D534-D543, 252. Agility C610-C625, 419. Magic B718-B737, 359. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skill. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. Asterisk, this means the amount raised since the last status. It's really a coincidence that both vitality and magic rose by almost the same amount. I normally take the values out of my ass and then I round them up so that they make sense. They just somehow became like this. His stats had risen by a lot, with an average of around 20 to 30 points per day for each stat. His magic was surprisingly not the stat that rose the most. It was his agility. Although his magic increased by a lot since he was always using it, its increase started to slow down recently. Even though he uses it every single time until he is almost depleted, the only thing he normally does is to create elemental objects to fight in the dungeon or practice control in the church. The progress is very fast, but it will slow down. In the next 2 weeks, he is sure he won't even be able to reach 900, and in 2 more months, he might not even be able to reach 999. Much less think about going over it. But it was already very, very fast. So he was happy with such speeds. He had an inkling he was going to be faster than even Ace, but he didn't know by how much. His vitality also rose by a lot since he got into the habit of drinking poison when he entered the dungeon. Nothing too serious. Normally, it's things like stamina debuffs or injecting himself with venom such as the dream spider venom. So even though he wasn't hurt a lot during these few days, the heavy exercise while under the effects of the poisons and venoms made it rise by a lot. Compared to his first day, dexterity didn't rise by a lot. That's because there isn't much form to improve. Most of the monster attack patterns in the upper floors are very simple to counter, so even though he fought a lot, it didn't increase by a lot. Strength increased by about the same as his first day. It was the most consistent out of all 5 stats. Although he mostly avoided blows against some monsters, the ones he blocked counted towards this development. However, his strength is catching up with the strength of the monsters, making the increase slow down. To better explain, the reason why it increased so much was that Silver focused on either parrying or blocking most monsters' attacks. This made it so he could increase both agility, vitality, and strength at the same time. As for those moves that were too strong for him, he evaded them, since they were quite numerous. If an orc swipes and hits his leg, it's over, the leg will break. It's even worse if the orc has a club the size of a tree. Remember, these orcs are from the dungeon, they are way stronger than the ones from the surface. As for his agility, it was mostly because of his many training runs. What's the best way to increase one's agility? Isn't it from escaping from stronger monsters or evading their attacks? Like how Bell did. And so that's what Silver did. Every day he would go to the middle floors and find a minotaur, and proceed to inject some poisons and run from it with all of his might. Simple no. His agility rose by a lot as a result. Slash clang, slash. Slash crack, slash. The ingot on the anvil suddenly broke into 2, ruining his entire effort. Sigh. Another failure. Silver picked the hot ingot with some pincers and threw it in a water bucket. This won't do, these materials are so strange. Some can receive tempering while others can't, some can bend but are still somehow brittle. And all of that magical processing. Although I practiced with some materials from the surface, their properties were relatively different from these. I had to buy some forging books to help me. Although I learned a lot with my grandpa, he wasn't a high-level blacksmith by any means. It's more like a hobby he took during his retired times. And those forging books from the market aren't cheap. And I don't have the courage to face that dwarf and ask for advice. Sorry, Espinter. A pettish dwarf isn't someone you should annoy. Much less a blacksmith with a lot of connections. Perhaps I should try to get in contact with a blacksmith in order to learn their techniques. Would they even accept my offer? If only I had some of those heavy machines from my past life to process some ores and make some alloys. The conditions are really precarious. Nevertheless, some of those blacksmiths can create weapons of destruction with just a hammer and some tools. I am missing something here. He tapped his finger on the anvil and said, "No need to be hasty. I am already ahead of many, patience is necessary to get results. Although I am incapable of improving on the magic sword design, I can still make a stronger one if I collect some better materials. I will do that." Silver placed his hammer on the table and removed his protective clothing. After that, he made his way to the shower. Oh. I needed this. It might be costly to have a heater for the water, but I don't care. I can't live without a hot bath. Silver dried his body, put on a pair of underwear, some shorts, and left the bathroom. But he forgot he was living with a girl. Or to be more exact, he didn't think that deeply and just left the bathroom. That was how relaxed he was. What is the meaning of this? Hestia's mind was in turmoil as she looked at the strong and carved body of Silver. But Silver didn't notice that as he made his way to the couch near the fireplace to read another book. Slash poof, slash. He used telekinesis with his left hand to make the book float while he used his right hand to create a flame. And then an ice cone. Followed by a small wind tornado. The elements kept intertwining as he practiced. He also used telekinesis to control a glass of water and some grapes. This required fine control and was quite taxing for Silver, but it was necessary if he wanted to improve. But his efforts were not really appreciated by his audience. That guy. Look at how comfortable he is. Hestia observed just how uncaring her adventurer was, without realizing he was actually training. And this made her think the problem was with herself. She looked at herself and went to the bathroom. Is there something wrong with me? She looked at her face, beautiful aqua eyes and a cute face, her dark shiny hair falling on her shoulders. She let it freely fall as she didn't like to sleep in ponytails. She was using a loose pair of white pajamas with some cute white slippers. A goddess beauty wasn't something to make fun of. No wonder many men would beg to stay with one such girl. Some manage, others fail. Most. My face is fine, my hair is shiny and my clothes are cute. How is he so uncaring? Hestia didn't know when, but she started to see her adventurer in a romantic way after staying with him for 2 weeks. Although she herself was still a little confused as to what these feelings truly were. She knew it might be love, but she never felt this before. She needs help. Perhaps it was the food. Or the way he talked and always listened to her. Maybe the way he always showed her something impossible. It was the food without a doubt. Am I an easy woman? Hestia's mood plummeted, but... Slap. She slapped her own cheeks in order to solidify her will. Humph. There isn't anything wrong with me. He is an idiot. I will make him notice me. Hestia decided to talk about this with Hephaestus tomorrow. She had been going to her quite frequently to ask questions and learn. She was also working in one of their workshops in order to help with some of the expenses. All the while, Silver was just calmly reading his book without knowing trouble was soon to come. Silver woke up and prepared to set out into the dungeon. As always, Hestia was still sleeping soundly. But why is she on my bed? Did she sleepwalk again? I guess a god is a god at the end of the day. How can she look beautiful while sleeping? When I wake up I look like a beggar. Not that exaggerated, but... Sigh, no matter. Silver picked one of the sheets and placed it over Hestia. After having everything ready, he made his way to the guild as he always did. He went there so he could meet with his guild instructor and get a few commissions as well. If he is going to the dungeon as an official adventurer, might as well make some money. Getting out of the cart, Melios entered the busy guild. Oh. It's you, Melios. Haha. You are always here early. You must be here for your advisor, right? Said a voice from the side. It was a dwarf. He didn't have a beard and he was rather fit for a dwarf. He was carrying a large box filled with books. Dwarfs tend to be quite big-boned. They aren't fat, but they are by no means skinny like some demi-human races and elves. Good morning, Banksy. I see you are working hard as always. Bwahaha. An old man like me needs to provide for his family after all. Did you see? But the dwarf cut him before he could continue. Yup. In the same place as always. He said as he pointed behind him. Oi. Banksy. We need you over here. Said a guild member from the side as he interrupted their conversation. The dwarf smiled. Well, duty calls me. See you later. If you have the time, let's go drink at the hostess later. Said the dwarf as he carried the large box on the ground. We'll see. Although Silver didn't really try, he still made some friends in the past 2 weeks. The girls in hostess, some acquaintances in the dungeon and around Orario like the pub owner. And a few people in the guild. He comes here quite often after all. Silver finally stopped in front of an empty countertop. Ding. He knocked on a small bell placed on top of it, making a clear ding sound. I am coming. Said a voice from deep within the guild. Soon enough, Silver saw someone running towards him. It was his dungeon advisor. Ha. You got pranked, bro. You thought there was some hidden content. Unfortunately, I already removed it when I noticed we had in fact hit the word count limit. Suffer. Although we most likely won't have the 3rd chapter this week, I wanted to fill the gap with minor side stories. I could use it as a way to introduce some side characters that I wouldn't be able to show in the main story otherwise. I even have a name and theme for it. It shall be called The Monsters Compendium Chronicles. What do you think? My idea was to make 1,000-word-long chapters from time to time. They would replace the 3rd and perhaps even the 2nd chapter of the week depending on how tight my schedule becomes. And since writing 1,000 words at once is much easier than 3,000, I can easily release such a chapter in my free time. So there might be 3 to 4 of these chapters in a week, who knows. There is also the chance for me to just post a full 3,000 words chap as always. Notes. So, we had a time skip, huh? It was necessary for my opinion, otherwise, we would have spent a few chapters going through nothing really. So I just set the world and let it roll for 2 weeks. Now, some events are ready to boil. What will happen, I wonder? N. A monster party is when several monsters of the same type spawn at the same time, normally happening with higher frequency the deeper you are. This takes into account how deep they are, meaning that a monster party in the middle floors will have a certain limit while in the deep floors, the size would be different since the monster spawn rate there is different. For example, let's say that the normal spawn limit for minotaurs is 6 to 9, a monster party of minotaurs would be around 30 to even 50 minotaurs at once. That's what happened at the very start of the anime. N. I am assuming that it's common knowledge that arenas exists. Although, I think that would be reserved for those of higher status. Most commoners will think the guild is governed by that fat elf and not arenas. Although this could be wrong as well. As for the fact that arenas is hidden within the guild. Even among the gods, few actually know. Or not, I need information on this. N. There was a comment somewhere in the wiki that says that the gods in heaven were having trouble guiding the souls of the dead since there weren't enough personnel in there. It's official and not a comment on the page if you are wondering. The wiki could be wrong or incomplete though. Chapter 23, Unknown Beast. Harf harf. The tired elf recovered a little of his breath. And then spoke. Good morning, Melios. You are very punctual. As always. Did you ever miss the time in the last 2 weeks? I don't think so. Aren't you the same? You are always here before me. Do you love working in here that much? /ha ha ha, /x. The two laughed for a little before the elf intervened. In any case, let's go over this quickly since we both have a lot of work to do. Loiju led Melios to a small table on the corner of the guild. A place where they could talk without the risk of being stopped by others. So, did you do what I asked of you last time? Why am I even asking? Of course you did. Silver took a small fong from his backpack. It's indeed a hellhound fong. Sigh. You never cease to impress. With this. I think you should be able to stay on the middle floors. But only on the 13th floor, okay. No matter how good you are, going to the middle floors alone as a level 1 is a little bit of a stretch. I am allowing you to go there because you showed me you had more than enough experience to handle the weaker monsters at the start of the middle floor. But that isn't enough. Just being proficient isn't good enough. Monsters will get much more aggressive and their cooperation can kill even level 2 parties if they aren't careful enough. You alone aren't nearly enough to fight dozens of monsters yet. Yeah, I know, man. A monster wave on the upper floors would probably be demolished by a group of minotaurs. That's the difference in strength between the monsters. The elf looked at his lackluster adventurer. Although he is good, he needs to put some sense in his head before he tries something stupid. Look, for your information, recently, there has been an increase in the number of deaths in the middle floors. So make sure to stop before diving deeper than the 13th floor. Deaths. What's the cause of it? Said Silver as he drank a little bit of the tea on the table. It seems a strange monster has appeared on the middle floors. Some say it's an enhanced species while some say it's an irregular, although there isn't any proper description of the monster. They just say that only blood remains from his foes. In any case, the Loki Familia has taken the commission to deal with it while they are on their expedition. A few others are currently investigating as well, so there shouldn't be any more victims but. Silver eyes seem to be sparkling. A rare monster you say? Might as well take a good look. This wasn't unnoticed by the elf. I fucked up. I spoke too much. Look at his eyes. Look, I don't want to sound like a nanny, but let me be straight. We don't know what might appear. As far as we know, it might be a normal enhanced species, or it can be a powerful irregular. So please just stay away from it. Silver eyes didn't change in the least. But the glimmer soon dissipated. I will. He won't, said the almighty narrator. Sigh. There isn't much I can do apart from this. Oh yeah, you said the Loki Familia is going on another expedition. What was that all about? Just more of the same. The Loki Familia has a habit of going on a raid every month or so. They even do minor expeditions from time to time. In fact, I think they are going today. Or is it tomorrow? Their previous 2 expeditions were a major success. The Sword Princess became level 5 and so did a few others, and in the last expedition, they trained some new blood and a few leveled up, so they think they are ready to explore deeper than the previous time. Which is? The 47th floor. I mean, they are going to the 47th floor. Their last big expedition led them to the 46th floor. They stopped on the 59th floor in the anime, so I thought it made sense for them to be on this floor by this time in the timeline. In truth, their last expedition went perfectly, so I always thought they were more than ready to go deeper, but they decided to wait as always. This time, they might even go further than expected, but we can only wait and see. That's quite deep. I wonder what kind of monsters are there. Unfortunately, that's classified information. Information related to deep monsters is normally kept a secret from other familias. The only ones who reached that depth were the Hera and Zeus familia after all. I was also curious, but the executives of the guild didn't allow me to peek. I knew the guild kept such information a secret, but I wonder how they so perfectly erased all evidence off deeper areas. There was level 7s, 8s and 9s in those familias. It's obvious that something as shallow as the 59th floor isn't enough to give birth to such powerhouses. Are they trying to make people forget about those power levels? But why? To make people feel more safe knowing there aren't atrocities hidden deep below them. One day, I will fight those monsters myself and find out what it is that they are trying to hide. The elf led Silver to a large wooden board and selected a few commissions, nothing too great, just things like gathering enough drop items from a specific monster and so on. Other examples include research of monster habits, investigating something, collecting samples from the dungeon, mine ores, rescuing adventurers, and so on. although they were all commissions for the upper floors. There was also a board dedicated to the middle floors and one for the lower floors, there was even one for the deep floors. But there weren't any adventurers there. Although you can handle yourself against some monsters on the middle floors, I won't give you a commission until you either level up or find a party. Sorry for that, men, guild rules. It's fine. Not like I am desperate for money. Shouldn't you be saying that you are going to look for a team? It's already time. Isn't it time for you to find a supporter? They don't need to be strong, they only need to be good enough to help you and increase your efficiency. I like fighting solo. I can collect anything with a combination of telekinesis and the inventory anyway. What do I need a supporter for? A pet. Silver suddenly remembered Lily and her catgirl form. She isn't that far away from being a pet, to be honest. Not that again. Sigh. If you ever change your opinion, I can introduce you to some trustworthy supporters. There are many recruits looking for parties these days. Sure, I will. Don't worry, Loiju, I will look for possible candidates to form a party, but it might take a while. The elf eyes opened wide and lifted his arms to the air. By the sacred tree. Is there a need to act like that? While the elf was singing prayers, Silver sneakily left the guild. When he left, the elf stopped and looked in the direction Silver had left. He looked rather downcast. What's the face, Loiju? Ah, I see. Did you send another adventurer to the middle floors? Be positive. They will return safely, said a feminine voice on the side. It was a girl with pink hair and short stature. Sending your adventurer to dangerous places is always hard, even more so when they're your friend. If they don't come back, said Loiju. It's the same as sending a friend to die, slap. The girl slapped Loiju's back. Don't worry. Don't you like to brag about how reliable your adventurer is? Trust him. Sigh. You are right. I will trust my adventurer. Good. Now. I also trust you. So please help me with these papers. Wait. Loiju ran away before she finished her phrase. He liked to work, but only when he was being paid. He is a proud elf. He doesn't do community work. Harf. Phew. That was some good training. You can die now. Moo. Splurt. The fallen minotaur's head was suddenly penetrated by an ice shard. Poof. After killing the minotaur, Silver sat at a rock and rested. He picked a green potion in a very small flask and drank it. It was a strong antidote. This tastes horrible. But it works, I guess. He had just finished one of his training sessions. This one was dedicated towards agility. It consisted of him going into a secluded area in the middle floors, finding a minotaur, and running in circles with it while under the effects of debilitating poisons. Is it crazy? A little. Effective? Very much so. Although it is a controlled situation, Silver is under immense danger as a minotaur isn't a slow nor weak monster. It's one of the strongest monsters in the middle floors. And Silver is under the effect of poisons to boot. This couldn't be more dangerous. It would be a catastrophe for anyone if the dungeon suddenly decided to spawn more monsters. But for Silver, it's not that dangerous since he can always leave. Minotaurs are very fast. But they are rather dumb. If you are too far away and if they are provoked enough, they will initiate a charge. They become much faster during a charge but they lose a lot of control. So the only thing you need to do is dodge at the last moment. Even a level 1 can do it. By the time the minotaur recovers and starts running after me again, I am already gone. So they charge again. Rinse and repeat. Most of the time, it's the minotaur that gets tired first, since I have access to potions and items. Enough training, time to do some commissions and investigate what is going on in here. I definitely noticed a decrease in adventurer activities recently. They must be scared of whatever is happening on these floors. Normally I would find one from time to time, but ever since I came here today I didn't find even one party. Silver made his way to the upper floors, but he stopped when he smelled something unusual. This smell. Blood. The smell of blood isn't rare in the dungeon, but it is normally cleaned fairly quickly due to the dungeon absorbing the blood and refreshing the air. At least this is how it works on the middle floors and above. The condition can get quite extreme in deeper floors such as the lava plains, cold plains, sand land. Silver soon found the source. There were a few corpses on the ground. A fierce fight seemed to have happened here. Silver immediately became invisible and used muffle on himself. He also used detection methods to see if there was any hidden enemy. But he didn't notice anything. So he went to check on these people. They were killed by multiple slashes. This is not caused by claws as the damage is too clean. There are no signs of bites and tearing normally caused by monsters such as a hellhound. It was a fight between adventurers. Or a monster wielding a sharp blade. A crystal mantis. No. That doesn't create these patterns. Their loot. Where is their bag? Was it taken? Was it a robbery? He looked around and didn't notice anything. So this narrows it down to a person, huh? Unless it was a Xenos. But that's unlikely, they live deeper than just this if I am not mistaken. And they normally avoid adventurers at all costs. This is probably something apart from the events happening recently, but I can't exclude that possibility yet. The place is really bloody, meaning these guys lost a lot of blood during the fight. Or they hurt the monster a few times. He analyzed the area for a little bit more and arrived at a conclusion. When the dungeon devours their bodies. Yup, this will become just like what Loija described. They were killed recently. I was too late to see the monster/perpetrator. And to save a few lives. Silver turned around and continued on his way. Rest in. But he stopped midway. I could try reading their hieroglyphs. I asked Hestia to teach me how to read. Although I can't read most since it's been only 2 weeks, I can at least make sense of their level. Silver went to one of the adventurers, one that was upside down. Sorry for this friend, /RIP/. He ripped his clothes, revealing the man's back. There was a symbol he didn't recognize, it was a strange horse galloping on a plate. Level 3. Shit. What the fuck killed you all my dudes? He doesn't seem that hurt, he most likely managed to fend off against the monster but was eventually overwhelmed and hit with a single critical strike right in the neck. So the monster is around this level of power. High level 3. If only I could read these guys' stats. But I can use some trickery hee. Since every stat has a letter to classify it, as long as I find it, I can easily determine the range of his stats. Let's see. Strength is at G, Vitality H, Dexterity G, Agility H, Magic I. He should have been a recent level 3. Not a newbie, but certainly not a veteran. It depends on his skills and other factors. He could have been a level 3 for years and only had those stats. Not really an average level 3, something below that. But this is good, it means the monster isn't that much stronger. Wasn't there a reward for this kind of info? Let's read their names and bring them back to the guild. And of course. /Kachin, / Silver took a nice photo of the man's back with his portable camera, showing all of his stats. He proceeded to do the same for each member. Finally, he buried their corpses with stone manipulation. Ever since his stats increased and with all of his training, his abilities are slowly getting stronger and more viable for combat. Phew. That was hard. May you all rest in peace. /step. It seemed Silver took a little too long in this place and now others had arrived. I smell blood. Said one of the 5 adventurers, it was a tall war tiger. Tigerman. Cute tiger ears and tail, normally more muscular than a cat person. Looking at the surroundings, there must have been a fight in here recently. Look at those marks on the ground. Said a Chianthrope girl. Dog people, includes all breeds. Look. There are some mounds there. They are graves. Said the 3rd member, a tiny Palom girl with a cute magical witch hat. Reveal yourself. Said the 4th member, a girl with blue hair. The entire team of 5 went into formation, the tall and strong war tiger on the front, the Chianthrope girl on the left and Asfi on the right, while the wizard Loli stayed on the middle. And lastly, the tall elf with the nice hat stayed at the back with his bow. Silver stepped out from behind a rock. What? He wasn't going to deactivate stealth in front of those guys. It's a misunderstanding. He said. Asfi's expression changed considerably while the other 4 gripped their weapons tightly. Why is he here? Isn't he a level 1 adventurer? Asfi went through many theories in her head, but she eventually decided to just ask. But she was beaten by someone else. Who are you and why are you here? Asked the tall war tiger. I am an adventurer from a small familia, I came here to make some money, just like you 5, I smelt blood and found the bodies of the adventurers, so I buried them. The were tiger didn't believe that. Your hands are too clean. Phuck. I used rock manipulation and telekinesis. I never touched them. I washed my hands. X. Hashtag. You must think I am some kind of idiot. The war tiger was getting angry. URG. Fighting a beastman wouldn't be a good idea right now, and this guy looks strong. This is real life, so the MC may take a while to recognize some characters, even more, when they were actually minor characters. Calm down Fulgur, he is telling the truth. Said Asfi. But Captain. It's okay, let me talk from here on out. She is defending me. Who is this beauty? She seems familiar. Blue hair, glasses, those boots. It's on the tip of my tongue. Would you mind answering some questions? It will be fast. Sure. Firstly, my name is Asfi Al Andromeda. Hermes girl. Shit. Does that mean that guy is paying attention to this event? Doesn't that mean that these guys? Things got complicated. Looks like things are more dangerous than I thought. Every time the Hermes Familia is involved, it means something big is going on. My name is Melios. Melios Silver. Silver was calm and maintained his poker face. He didn't have much of a reaction. He probably doesn't know me. He truly is a new adventurer. All right, let's start the questions. Do you know those adventures? Silver shook his head. No. Did you hear or see them fighting? He shook his head once more. I was making my way back to the upper floors when I smelt the blood. I did not hear any sounds. The fight most likely ended as soon as I came here. That was around 9 minutes ago. How did you make a hole for several people in 9 minutes? I expected this to happen one day. Looks like I will have to reveal a little about me, else these guys are going to suspect me. And fleeing isn't an option. They are much faster than me. I would have to teleport right in front of them. And I would most likely receive a bounty. I am choosing the lesser of two evils. He could just say, 20 to 30 minutes ago. But that would be even more suspicious as the fight probably ended earlier than that. It's easier if I show you. Although they couldn't see, Silver Hand started to grow small rocks in its skin. Open. Sesame. Slowly, a hole opened on the ground near them. Exclamation point, X. Is that? Asked Asfi. My magic. Was that? A short chant. It's quite different from what he used that day. Those ice spears and that dark shadow that devoured the magic stones. Although I didn't understand exactly how he defeated those two adventurers. If I exclude that, that's already 3 magics. It's not really that impressive, but I guess it's good to make some traps. Said Silver. Yeah. Asfi was left with her mouth open. Although he is trying to undervalue his magic, it's already incredible for it to even affect the dungeon when he is in fact level 1. Cough. In any case, this event is over. Well, not really. Silver took out a few photos from his pocket. I took a look at their status before they died so I at least know who they are. I don't know how to read the hieroglyphs very well, so I only know their levels and overall stats. Oh. Asfi was surprised. This man also knew how to read the hieroglyphs. What a surprise. This guy is looking more and more mysterious as time passes. She picked the papers thinking it was just some notes, but she almost dropped them on the ground when she took a good look. It was perfect. Images of the adventurers' backs. All of their statuses was bare to see. How and how? Just. Thank you. This will be very useful for our investigations. She said. Although I want to ask where this came from. It's not the time yet. As for Silver, he didn't think the photos were anything special. The gods made many interesting products, including things like plastic, so he just assumed they had made a camera at some point. He was wrong. If this is all, I still need to make a trip to the 12th floor to finish some commissions. It's over, thank you for the cooperation. Don't worry about the investigation reward. Once we go back, I will personally report about your help and you should be able to collect the reward money by tonight. Thanks. Good luck everyone. Said Silver as he bowed. He waved at them and left. Was this fine? I still think he is suspicious, said the Chianthrope girl. It's fine, I know him. Replied Asfi. You do? Said the Chianthrope in surprise. I met him a while ago. Let's leave that for later. We still need to check some places and finish our patrol. Okay, X. Silver made his way to the 12th floor without much trouble, but not everyone was having as good of a time as him. Deeper than the place he met with the Hermes Familia members, a group of adventurers was going through an immense hurdle. On the next episode of Dragon Ball. Notes. There has been a lot of side development recently, and I am sorry for that. I will try my best to not make things too stretched but also not try to make them seem rushed. My head hurts trying to think about the developments. This is by far my most complex novel yet, for now. I would say my other novel is right next to it. It's hard to say because in here, I already have a cast and world ready, while there, I made everything on my own. Now, for a completely different question. Do you think that genderbender is strange? My friend recommended me to a genderbender novel but I don't like the genre at all. Tell me your opinions. Chapter 24, Monster vs. Just like last time, this chapter was released earlier on Patter 30N. Although I fucked up and sleep post my schedule so it wasn't that earlier. While Silver played with the monsters on the 12th floor, Asfi and the other decided to rest. She took a stack of papers from her bag. It was the photos taken by Silver. No matter how much she looked, she couldn't really find any sort of clue in them. She read and reread the glyphs, but they didn't tell her much. There seemed to be no connection between the deaths. Although, she learned that the deaths were most likely caused by a normal person's hand if based on the types of injuries. And that was huge since they were under the expectation that it was a monster. So the cause of the dozens of deaths was a person all along. Who would commit such atrocities? It's just like... She shook her head. It can't be. They were wiped out already. Is everyone ready? If so, let's depart. One more floor and we are done. The team got up and left. Their destination was the 16th floor. Slash clang. Clang, slash. Ah. Slash cling, slash. Two people were fighting fearsomely in a cave. One of them seemed to be a girl with knightly armor while the other seemed to be a guy wearing light armor. But this guy had a very strange sword in his hand. It seemed to be made out of wood and it had root-like appendages that drilled into his arm. They clashed multiple times, but the girl was eventually overwhelmed and her sword was knocked back across the cave. Bastard. She looked at her bloodied hands filled with cuts due to the pressure from the clash of the swords. I didn't manage to protect them, nor did I manage to get revenge. She started to cry. I am sorry for this, said the man as he raised his sword. Slash swash, slash. Slash clang, slash. But hooray. A hero had come. It was a tall war tiger with a large sword. Looks like we found our monster, he said with a smile. Ha. He swung his sword sideways, launching the killer into the air. URG. This guy's strength. He is level 4. I can't take him right now. Raiwo flare. From behind the war tiger, the lowly wizard chanted a spell and casted a large fire that covered the flying men. He couldn't evade it, so he placed his sword in front of him and tried his best to protect his chest. Slash boom, slash. When the flames collided with the men, a small explosion was created as he flew across the cavern. Leave it to me, said the last member of the 5, the elf. As the men fell, the elf prepared an arrow and shot, hitting precisely in the man's stomach. It's clear that these 5 coordination skills are top-notch. Even if the men survive this, Asfi and the other girl are ready to jump in the fray. Slash crack, slash. Slash bam, slash. Out of nowhere, several serpent creatures burst out from the ground, blocking the party vision from their target. They looked like plants, seeing that they were green and their head looked like a closed flower bud. TSK. The target is escaping. Just what are those things? Said the Chianthrope girl. Looks like we truly hit the spot. It seems something is happening behind the scenes, commented the war tiger. Let's deal with these creatures first, said Asfi. Slash somewhere on the same floor, slash. Cough. Slash splat, slash. The young man that had just been blasted by the combined attack of the Hermes Familia was now spitting blood onto the ground due to the damage. URG. My skin is burned, my stomach has a hole in it and I didn't get the magic stones. Killing normal creatures won't do. And this floor is now too dangerous to stay in. I can't return right now. The adventurers seem to have noticed my actions and blocked most of the passageways. So there is only one solution. The men looked up. It's sooner than I wanted, but I will meet these bastards right now. I will collect as many stones and heal myself. Once I deal with those 2, I will lay low and wait for the time to pass. I should have followed her advice and slowly gathered the magic stones. I was too hasty and blinded by my revenge. But I am already here, no point in being regretful. In slightly more than 2 weeks I pretty much increased my strength by 1 entire level. Although I can barely be considered level 3 on my own, this sword sure helps. As he made his way across the corridors, the man couldn't help but remember the faces of all of those he had killed. I am sorry. A sad orc fell backwards as his magic stone was pierced by an ice spear. Slash poof, slash. Did it drop? Yeah. Fucking finally. How many orcs did I kill? Silver picked the orc's hide and proceeded to store it inside his backpack. Although he could use the inventory, he has to keep a part of his loot stashed on his backpack, otherwise people would find it strange if he entered the dungeon with no backpack and returned with a large backpack filled with loot. 3 orc hides. Checked. Silverback fur. Perfect. The only thing left is this. Infant dragon tooth. Damn. Looks like Loiju wants to keep me occupied and prevent me from going into the middle floors. This creature is like a field boss, it may or may not spawn. It is rare. I will just take a look around and see how things go. I have a week to complete this particular commission anyway. But my record. So far, I completed all of my commissions within a day. I don't want to break the streak. Forget, it's fine to have fun until it turns detrimental. Perhaps I can ask some adventurers, see if they saw an infant dragon. Normally, if an adventurer of this floor sees an infant dragon, its first thought will be to run away. Even level 2 adventurers will do the same. Unless they are a stronger and more experienced level 2 adventurer or party. Of course, there are always exceptions. Silver then proceeded to take a stroll around the 12th floor looking for the infant dragon. He met a few groups of adventurers, but unfortunately, no one saw an infant dragon. Some even made fun of him thinking he was crazy. After an hour, Silver was starting to lose his patience. This place is just too fucking big, and all of this mist doesn't help at all. Ah! Silver heard a faint echo coming from somewhere deeper in the mist. He also felt faint vibrations. All of this pointed out to one thing. Infant dragon. Better check than to be sorry. The infant dragon is a small dragon with a height of around 150 centimeters and more than 4 meters long. It is a rare monster and similar to a monster rex on the upper floors where a monster rex doesn't appear. Silver finally reached the source of the screams. It was a group of adventurers running away from a large reptile. It was orange and didn't have any wings. It was like a large Komodo dragon. The infant dragon. Although it isn't guaranteed, it will almost always drop its fangs and claws. If it doesn't. He shook his head. Let's not think about sad things. Silver waited for the adventurers to disperse. The infant dragon kept running after them, but it lost its target and started patrolling a certain area, looking for another prey. It's my time to shine. Slash bam, slash. Out of nowhere, the dragon head did a 180, as something heavy suddenly hit it. With its neck broken, the dragon's body fell onto the ground and soon turned into smoke. Its magic stone dropped onto the ground. No. Someone got it first. They even dropped the fangs and claws. On my life. The person got out of the smoke. It was a young man in tattered and bloodied clothes. He picked the magic stone and slash crunch, slash. Ate it. What, slash crunch. Munch, slash. He completely devoured the fist-sized magic stone in a few bites, turned around and left. Let's just ignore that. Yeah. If that is what I think it is. It's best to ignore it. Silver stayed put for a few more moments before he slowly walked out of his hiding spot and picked the dropped loot. With this, my mission is over. Phew. I didn't expect I would find a monster that was only supposed to appear 2 years later. Silver thought for a moment. It's best if I keep myself away from such problems as of now. But I wonder what was the factor that led to such a thing. Although I know their plans have been going for years. It should only be revealed 2 years later. During all of that crap. In any case, slash fwush, slash. Silver suddenly heard the air being cut behind him. Shit. Slash bam, slash. A sword suddenly cut from the mist and hit the ground. I missed. I was sure there was someone in there. Not only did the mist reveal an outline, but I also saw the loot being picked up. He looked around and saw no one. Come on, stop wasting my time and show yourself. It was the monster hybrid. He was back for action. He waited for a reply. Yet, no one replied to him. If you aren't going to appear, then I will need to make you show yourself. What is he going to do? He can't see me nor hear me, and I made sure to adjust the air around me and remove the mist factor. It has been opened, Gate of Purgatory. Its guardian has been set free, its lord has been killed. The man opened his mouth to chant as blue magic circles started to form around him. From the ground, a large sword made out of blue light started to form. The fire that punishes the dead, now set free to burn creation. His name is Hades, Lord of Hell. For some reason, Silver started to have a really bad feeling about all of this. Hey, since he is casting, how about a muffle? Silver pointed his right hand towards his enemy and a small cloud of purple mist rushed towards his enemy. The enemy didn't seem to be able to see it, nor did he try to move. As per his orders, my name is Frederick. The magic circles dissipated as the chant stopped and the man was left confused. He felt immense danger coming from behind him, so he quickly picked his sword and blocked whatever was coming from behind. Slash clang, slash. He barely managed to block an immense sword coming from behind him. TSK. You have quick reflexes. From the mist, his opponent revealed himself. It was a tall red knight with an even larger sword. He had a normal iron shield on his back and a standard small sword strapped on his waist. His most noticeable feature was the pure white scarf on his neck, moving in the wind. It created a deep contrast when his entire armor was red. How did such a large knight manage to sneak attack me? Aren't you a little enthusiastic? Attacking without warning and immediately casting a spell. Said the knight. You are one to talk. Oh yeah, you can't talk. Let me fix that for you. Slash snap, slash. I don't know this guy's level. It's better to act safe. I might have to flee, my condition isn't perfect yet. Ah. I have to keep my guard up, you know. I felt someone looking at me earlier and that's why I left the drop loot behind. Are you saying you wanted to draw me out? Stop with your pathetic lies. If that was the case you would have just casted from the start. I couldn't just cast. I can't attack without discrimination. Are you dumb for thinking I would believe that for even a second? So. What of now? Asked Frederick. It's pretty simple. I will subjugate the monster. What monster? Frederick was getting nervous. Could it be that this guy knows what I am? No, it's impossible. There's only 3 of us so far. The red-haired girl and the crazy dude. I already spent the monsters given to me by the boss. So this might be a bit difficult. The problem is that I don't know how strong this guy is. He sneaked on me even though he was using heavy armor, and his attack had immense precision even though it wasn't that strong and fast. I couldn't even defend properly. He's clearly a veteran. And I am not fully healed yet. I should have less than 80% of my strength right now. While Frederick observed the Red Knight, the contrary could also be said. There is no need to talk any further. The Red Knight disappeared. Where is he? His instincts told him to block from below. He jumped backwards while slashing downwards, but he was a little too late. Perhaps it was the injuries. Slash pierce, slash. A rock pillar suddenly grew out of the ground and pierced his foot. It wasn't big, just enough to open a hole on his foot. Arg. Frederick leaped in the air and fell with difficulty on the ground, but in a second his feet started to regenerate. Slash fwush, slash. He didn't have time to think as yet another sword descended from his sides. Shit. Slash clang, slash. He parried the sword and counterattacked. Slash swush, slash. But his sword passed through the knight's body as if it was air. What's happening? From behind him, the Red Knight materialized once more and swung his humongous sword. Slash clang, slash. Their swords clashed once again. Slash cling, slash. Slash swipe, slash. Slash clang, slash. They exchanged a few more moves with Silver taking the rhythm of the fight. He started with a downward slash followed by a swipe, aiming at all of the weak spots of his enemy. He was trying to break his posture. Slash fwush, slash. Silver materialized multiple ice shards and launched them towards his enemy. Slash clang. Pierce, slash. Frederick did his best to evade, but the spikes that missed just exploded near his body. Arg. He jumped away as he thought about the knight's display of power so far. TSK, what are those strange magics? If it weren't for them. It's not that his strength is high. No, he is attacking with little strength. But his movements are perfect. At least, good enough to put me in a bind. It's sad to admit, but I was never a prodigy in swordsmanship, so I would lose easily in this regard to many. But. Are you looking down on me? If you think you can win over me by being this slow, I will admit you are very skilled. But. If I can't defeat him in skill, then I just need to beat him with raw power. Slash tum, slash. Frederick's body started to spasm as his muscle increased in volume. Silver gazed at the adventurer from within the mist. He had a blue potion on his hands and one on his mouth. Do you think I will just watch? Fire started to condense on top of his right hand. It became a red fiery ball. But instead of releasing, Silver continued to channel more and more power into it until the ball became orange. Harf. That's about half of everything I have, any more and I would fall unconscious with a single use. Silver aimed his hand towards the front and the orange ball shot forward. The grass on the ground burned and the stones turned black as the ball made its way to Frederick. Oh. Slash boom, slash. Frederick's muscle suddenly burst with so much strength that the mist was pushed back a few meters. He quickly looked to the side and noticed the red ball that was about to hit him. Hee hee. Slash kaboom, slash. A large explosion was created blasting the mist away from this area, revealing a rocky arena. Just like Frederick, Silver was also testing him. From everything I tested, his speed, strength, reaction time, and skills. And from what I know, he was most likely a low-level adventurer that was turned into a creature hybrid. He should have grown very fast by consuming magic stones but didn't have enough time to learn how to properly control his strength. And that would explain all of the recent deaths. It was most likely this guy raiding adventurers in order to get their loot and grow even faster. If he has 100 points of strength, he can at most make use of 70. That's different from me, that through martial arts, I can display 110% of my strength. A voice came from the center of the explosion. Is that all, Red Knight? Frederick's voice resounded from inside the dust of the explosion. If so, I will be ending this right now. His body was overly muscular. He wasn't a bodybuilder, but the sight reminded him of the Hercules Familia. Did he get stronger? He was already a level 3 in terms of strength. Even if I used techniques to mitigate damage, the difference would be too high for that. It's the start of round 2. Slash swash, slash. He disappeared from Silver's sight. I need to teleport. Slash bam, slash. Frederick's hand slammed right into the shield on his back, throwing him a dozen meters flying and crashing into a boulder. Slash crash, slash. The sound of Silver colliding against the boulder echoed in the silent cavern. Hum. It was at that moment that Frederick noticed the state of his right hand. Did he? How? His hand was filled with holes, cuts, and lacerations. There were even some small nail-like objects inside of his hand. His muscles contorted as they started to expel all of the alien substances out of his body. But even that proved ineffective. Is this ice? How did an ice shard penetrate my hand? URG. He suddenly fell to one knee. What's happening to my body? He. Did you notice? Said Silver while he got up from the boulder. The moment you attacked me, I used your own strength to inject a series of potent and numbing poisons into your body. Damn you. Now things are a little more balanced. Said Silver. But this isn't all I have. Silver's muscles spasmed and grew as his veins started glowing red. It was just enough for the armor to not feel stuffy. Muscle enhancement. Full body. I can't maintain it for long, but I don't need that long. This is the true start of the second round. Slash a few moments before the fight started, even before the men started to chant, slash. Silver watched his enemy from the mist. Shit. If this guy is really a hybrid creature, then I am fucked. I can't beat it. Should I bail out? Let me consider the options first. It's not really that hard for me to defeat a level 2 monster one-on-one, but the thing is that they are much closer to me in terms of stats as this guy. Some of my abilities work on level 2 monsters, but I can't even guarantee they will have an effect on this guy. The problem is the matchup. The Goliath was a good example of this. It was slow for its size, its defenses were tough, but not impenetrable. And most importantly, it was dumb as fuck. It was classified as a level 4 more because of what it represented. It was an obliterator of new parties. Imagine you going from fighting minotaurs to suddenly fighting a several dozen meter tall giant. A strong and proficient level 2 party can beat the Goliath if they are well equipped. But a humanoid level 3? I would be surprised if I could even see his movements. But I noticed something interesting. He was grunting in pain from time to time while holding his stomach. He must have been hurt prior to coming here. This means his strength might be lower than normal. I might have a chance. But time might be tight if I try that. For this fight, I will have to go with my equipment. And use all of my powers. Meaning that I will be using a lot of potions. And I need to lower his strength. I doubt using things like Enrage and Mind Shock are going to have any effect. So I would need to poison him and disturb his senses. Thankfully I have some poisons I made, the problem is how to apply them. If anything happens, I will flee with teleportation. Silver felt chills on his back. He noticed that his enemy seemed to be casting something. Hey, since he is casting, how about a muffle? Slash back to the fight slash. In the next chapter. Chapter 25, Close Call. Sorry. I know you want to head straight into the fight, so I will be brief. I messed up the letter identification from last time, so this is the updated form. Strength D539-D547, 289. Vitality C682-B700, 358. Dexterity D534-D543, 252. Agility C610-C625, 419. Magic B718-B737, 359. B equals 700-799, A equals 800-899, S equals 900-999, SS equals 1000-1199, SSS equals. Pretty much, I had decreased one letter in all values. Slash bam, slash. Slash tum, slash. Slash clang, slash. Now that their strength was closer, the fight between the two became much more intense. With a constant clash of swords and techniques, the two were having an intense fight. Slash swash, slash. After 6 clashes between their swords, Silver raised his sword and did a diagonal slash. Slash cling, slash. But Frederick was ready and counterattacked with his superior speed. Slash clang, slash. But Silver also blocked the attack without wasting a single movement. His years of training were finally showing results. Huff. Silver slashed downwards while using Franklin's demise. Unfortunately, his enemy's strength was higher than expected as he managed to keep his sword in his hands. Slash cling clong, slash. They continued to exchange blows for several minutes until slash crack, slash. Silver's large sword made a worryingly loud crack. Tisk. Hey, although our strengths are closer now, our equipment is still miles apart. I got this sword from boss. It's a level 3 sword. Frederick slashed with his sword to end it all. Slash crack, slash. But an ice shield suddenly appeared out of thin air and barely blocked the strike. Frederick noticed it was too late to evade normally, so he jumped into the sky. But Silver smirked, he picked his large sword and threw it to the sky, surprising Frederick. Arg. Frederick didn't have a lot of mobility in the air, so he awkwardly blocked the sword, but he was grazed on his right shoulder. But that wasn't all. Shit. Silver disappeared from his location, appearing above Frederick. Slash bam, slash. He kicked Frederick towards the ground and used telekinesis to accelerate his fall. Arg. Right when he was going to land, multiple ice spikes appeared from the ground, waiting for his fall. Fuck this shit. Slash bang, slash. He turned in the air and slashed downwards. The impact of his sword against the ground created a large dust cloud. Silver gazed at Frederick as he flew in the air. He took this chance to land and drink a blue potion while he unsheathed his other sword. I used too much mind on this combo, yet he still found a way out. The damage was negligible. That was close. I don't know how you are doing magic without chanting, but I already noticed it's quite weak. I heard that no cast magic was weaker than normal magic. I guess they were right. There are many items in Orario, some can indeed allow for the casting of magic without chanting. Who is this guy? As Frederick left the dust cloud, he removed a small piece of ice that had pierced his leg. Only a small amount of blood seeped out from the wound as it was quickly closed due to his fast regeneration. You don't have your large sword anymore. It's over. That little spare sword won't resist even a single strike. I need to end this right now. This guy is too strange. Silver didn't say anything as he created a small fiery orb on his hands. Slash plop, slash. But instead of throwing it towards his enemy, he placed it on the ground. In fact, there were multiples of these on the ground, making a small pile of red orbs. What is he trying to do now? He had an idea. He picked a small rock and threw it with immense power towards one of the orbs. Slash cling, slash. But Silver deflected it. He is protecting those. Why? I see it now. Are you trying to set a trap? Right in front of my eyes. How low of you. If I was playing low, I would have aimed most of the spikes I threw at you towards your balls. Frederick couldn't help but clench his legs. Slash swash, slash. It was at that moment that Silver smiled. He was waiting for that guy to lower his guard. He picked one of the balls and threw it. You think such a slow thing is going to hit me? Frederick easily dodged to the side. But. What? The ball suddenly made a turn and landed right on his face. Not this again. Now blinded, Frederick used all of his strength to detach the ball from his face, but it was really sticky. Silver didn't lose this opportunity and used telekinesis to move all of the balls towards Frederick. Slash rip slash. This isn't good. Frederick had finally managed to rip out the ball from his face, but he immediately saw multiples of the same balls going after his face, and as he was distracted, the ball he just ripped off made a turn in the air and landed on his arm. Shit. It's now or never. Frederick used all of his swordsmanship to cut as many balls as he could, but every time he did so, a sticky substance would fall onto his body. The more he moved, the more trapped he was. It's over now, said Silver. Although he looked fine on the outside, he was extremely pale on the inside of the armor. The amount of mind he used was terrific, so picked another blue potion and chugged it, but it wasn't enough to restore his mental exhaustion. Just a bit more and I would've. Frederick had stopped struggling. He was trapped by something he had made fun of just a few moments ago. The humiliation was too much. But he felt that his body was slowly getting loose. It seemed the sticky substance had a time limit. He just needed to buy time. A few minutes. I would ask if you had any last requests, but I don't care. Bye. Slash splash, slash. Silver picked his sword and penetrated his heart, splashing blood onto his armor. It wasn't deep enough. Is this because he is a monster? I will make sure to. But Frederick smiled. Now. Purchase phlegm. Frederick suddenly gained immense strength as he ripped the sticky substance out of his body and punched Silver in the guts, making him fall to his knees. Slash crackle, slash. His eyes turned full blue as flames suddenly spew out of it like a pressurized stream. Everything in front of his eyes was suddenly covered in blue flames, including Silver. Harf. Harf. As the blue flames burned the sticky substance, Frederick started to go over what had happened. I got him. My final trump card. This was the second time this skill saved my life. Haha. Tartarus Super STEs. It's a very simple yet incredible skill. At the start, I didn't know much about it since Dionysus couldn't read it. The only thing I knew was that the skill gave me access to the healing power development ability. It increases one's natural healing ability. Otter has it and some characters have it as well. But as I fought and ran in the dungeon, I learned that this skill did much more than just that. The weaker I was, the higher my resistances were. The weaker I am and the more hurt I become, all of my resistance will increase. But that's not all. Together with those two booms, I also awakened a magic. I didn't know if it was due to the skill or something else. But that doesn't matter. It required a very long verse. Upon completion, my eyes would release a blue flame that would burn all organic matter in its path. That's right, only organic matter. As for how I managed to cast it in an instant, that is the final boom of my skill. Whenever I receive a critical strike that would end my life, I would be sent towards my peak condition. It doesn't matter how tired and hurt I was, I would receive 1 second of max power. And the cast of my skill would be reduced to almost an instant cast. Of course, this is on the assumption the critical strike didn't end my life. I could still act if I was pierced in the heart, but not if my head was cut off. And there is the next stage. I need to live after using the ability. Thankfully, his slash wasn't deep enough to cut my heart in half. Harf. Harf. But I don't have any energy left. Slash fwush, slash. Slash pierce, slash. Ah. Arg. WH what? How is this? His chest was penetrated by a large sword. It was the Red Knight's super large sword. It came flying from his bling spot. WHE, where are you, you fucking bastard? Frederick screamed in anger and despair. From the mist, the Red Knight appeared. But his condition was rather strange. Blue flames were spewing out from the gaps of his left arm armor. You almost got me. Frederick couldn't believe it. How is the knight alive? First, I need to get rid of this. The knight extended his right hand and his fallen sword flew to him as if it was alive. Exclamation point. What is that magic? Was that what he was using all this time? That isn't the point. Just how many magics did he use? The knight didn't say anything. He lifted the sword with his right hand and slash ploft, slash. Crazy bastard, said Frederick. Cut off his left arm. URG. This hurts a lot. Slash TZZZS slash. He created a small flame on his right hand and cauterized the wound. Arg. Harf harf. I don't want to do this ever again. No wonder I fucking lost this. I was fighting a fucking crazy man. Silver was silent. He knew just how close he was to dying. Well, not dying. But he would have suffered tremendous amounts of damage that would have certainly left him disfigured and crippled for a while. The moment I saw his eyes glow blue, I knew shit was about to happen. I created a telekinetic shield while I teleported away. However, using two abilities at the same time is hard for the current me, so teleporting took a while longer. The shield lasted just enough to prevent the flames from consuming my whole body, but they still hit my arm. I immediately noticed its effects, so I came to the conclusion I had to cut off my left arm to stop it from spreading to my shoulder and neck. I tried using water and ice to douse the fire, but that ended up being ineffective. You won, knight. You got me. Just finish me off like you last time. Since it came to this, let me ask you a question first. Frederick knew. There was no escape from this situation. Feel free, although you are giving me time to recover. Ask as many as you wish. He said with a sad smile. Although he knew that was a lie. Who are you? And why did you do all of this? Just because you became a creature, it doesn't justify your actions. So you know what I am. What a surprise. A fucking level 1 knows about us. He. Fuck. I don't care anymore. This world stopped making sense for me for a while now. I am Frederick, although I doubt you care about that. I just wanted revenge. Against the fuckers that destroyed my life. So you mass murder dozens. People that were not related to anything. Frederick was silent. He beat his lips as he stared at the ground. What he was thinking was a mystery. Is that all you wanted to say? Asked Silver. I wanted revenge, more than anything. Even my life and that of others. When I asked for help, no one came, and now. A petty excuse. He just wants to grow stronger while disregarding others. And somehow, I can hear the guilt in his tone. Perhaps he knew and could stop his actions, but his anger was so much that he wouldn't let his enemies live one day longer. Just what did those people do to him to drive him to this state? I know my body is going to disappear, but could you bury this necklace near my friend's grave? Her name is Gil. We were from the Dionysus familia. Dionysus. That maniac. Sheet. I should have expected it when these hybrids were involved. This explains his anger. What did that monster do to him? Either way, I shouldn't mess with him for now. I will think about it. I am not really inclined to follow the wishes of a mass murderer. That's all I wanted. And be careful of Dionysus, he is a fucking two-faced bastard. He abandoned me the moment I became useless. Is there anything else? Not like you would be losing anything. Stop, I won't tell you anything more. Did I fail the charisma check? So be it. However, I will make sure to investigate Dionysus' involvement in this case. At my own pace, of course, nothing good will happen if I try to confront them with my current strength. You will. Perhaps. Read my diary. I hid it in my old home in Deadless Street, the number is. If that is all, goodbye. Yeah. Wait for me, Gil, once my sentence in hell ends, I will see you in heaven and... // Silver cut off the man's head and removed the magic stone from his chest. Poof. Frederick slowly turned into dust that scattered in the air. The stone was yellow while the ones from the dungeon are normally blue. Dionysus. Did he plan all of this? Why? It's a shame his body disappeared, otherwise I could have tried to pry for some information from his brain. Although it's risky to try it in my current state, it's better than being clueless. I will search for his diary at a later date, not today at least. It might contain some info as to why all of this happened. In any case, my arm comes first. On the ground, the armored arm was still burning with blue flames. The flames aren't that strong right now since their source of power has disappeared, but they remained nevertheless. They are quite vicious. I imagined they would stop burning and I would just reattach my arm later. But I will have to go with plan B. Silver removed his arm from inside the armor by using telekinesis. It was rigged to touch the flames, even if they were protected. Let me try removing the skin first. And the affected tissues. Precisely, Silver removed all of the affected skin and tissues from the arm and he successfully separated the flames from his arm. URG. I have a sudden urge to vomit when I think this is my arm. Thankfully, this brutal method worked. I should thank all of my surgeon practice in my last life. How many things did I dissect anyway? Silver looked at his bleeding and burned arm with sadness. // He used multiple potions on his arm, healing most of its wounds. It's quite a strange feeling, seeing your arm like this. He used his power to reopen the wound on his shoulder and reattached his arm to it by using potions and his plasmids. Arg. The pain was immense, but he tried his best to not scream. Most monsters had fled during their fight, but if one was to be attracted to him right now, it would be very troublesome. After one agonizing minute, Silver successfully reattached his arm to his shoulder. He opened and closed his hand to make sure everything was fine. Harf. I don't want to do this ever again. It's still quite stiff. I should be fine after a few minutes of rest on the road. Can't show myself to Hestia and Lloyd, you all fucked up. Silver picked a few potions and immediately drank them. He even splashed a healing potion on his face through the gaps of the armor to make sure everything was alright. What a way to splurge money. It's finally over. Time to go. I need some rest. Silver picked up his old gear and put them on again. My armor is broken again. I fixed it and used it after 2 weeks, but it broke again when that guy punched me in the back and guts. He also picked up the sword and the necklace, the rest was just torn clothes. What a strange sword. EW, it is wriggling. Are you alive? Is it a cursed sword? I don't think so, I don't have any curse on me, or at least, by the looks of it. Well. Back to the inventory. I will deal with it later. It was a strange day. He came here wanting to find the monster and he did, but who would have expected it to be a creature hybrid? With everything in place and a filled backpack on his back, he left the area. A few moments after Silver left, a small purple head popped out from behind a boulder. Following that head, another one popped out and another and another. It was none other than the Hermes Familia team from earlier. But they seemed rather pale. URG. To think that guy would cut out his arm and do th. Blurg. The elf turned around and started to vomit on the ground. By the looks of it, it wasn't his first time. /ploft/. The situation was too much for the lowly and she fell unconscious. That guy was tough. He removed his arm to stop the flames from spreading. He maintained his calm and managed to recover his burning arm at the end. A very tough guy, said the war tiger. Most would panic and end up committing some sort of mistake. But he reduced all of the dangers by acting immediately. He complimented. He looked rather fine compared to the elf and the lowly, but his face showed surprise. But did you see that? The target just turned into smoke. Just like a monster, said the dog girl. Isn't that strange? Just what is going on? Did anyone hear what they talked about? She asked. Everyone shook their heads, even Asfi. They were a bit too far away and they were talking in a low tone. We were lucky to even be able to see the fight in all of this mist, said the Tiger. Most of the fight was covered by the mist. It's a shame, but we have to live with it. If Fulgur didn't hear it, then we can't do anything about it, replied the elf. But is it okay to let him leave? Shouldn't we question him as well? He seemed to know something. I will deal with that later. For now, we need to report what we found, including those strange monsters from earlier, replied Asfi. That boy is giving me more and more surprises. But that is for later. They all nodded and left towards the upper floors. Did I lose them? Said Silver. I felt that someone was watching me when I defeated that guy. His name was Frederick, right? I used muffle around me and Frederick to not make our conversation leak outside just in case. And that was also the reason why I didn't remove my armor. And I don't think they saw me using the inventory. I hope so at least. I tried my best to hide it. I think I am far enough. Silver suddenly became invisible. He removed his armor and stored his gear inside the storage, leaving only a small sword and the backpack behind. Perfect. I am quite dirty. Let me clean. /tum. Tum / roar / From behind Silver, a large orange lizard appeared. It slowly approached Silver as it gazed at its prey. You gotta be fucking with me. I looked for you all this time and now you just appear in front of me. Is this the legendary law of games? You may look for an item forever, but the moment you don't need it anymore, it will appear in front of you as if it was provoking you. I am quite tired, but taking out an infant dragon like this should be pretty doable. Silver dropped his backpack on the ground and unsheathed his sword. But he looked at its broken state and sighed. This won't do. He sheathed his sword again and did something rather unbelievable. One hand behind the other, one foot after the other. Silver had entered a martial arts stance. Ice started to condense on his hands as two ice knuckles materialized. This should be enough. /roar / The scene of the bloody boy challenging the giant dragon in the mist looked pretty cool. Come at me. /roar / Silver rushed after the dragon while it roared. /roar / Did you hear that? Said a girl with tanned skin. Yeah. It seems to be an infant dragon if we consider where we are right now. Said a man with wolf's ears. /sniff / Something is strange. I don't smell any monsters nearby apart from the one that made this noise. /bam / A loud impact noise echoed in the cavern. N1 notes. Looks like someone is having a tough fight. Oi. Wait, Ace. Screamed Tiona. Ace ran, and within a dozen seconds she reached the origin of the sounds. And then she saw it. Nothing. Whoever was here had already left. She was a bit too late. She looked visibly upset. Oh, Ace. Don't run like that. HM. What ya looking at? Said Tioni. The others finally arrived. Well, not finally, they arrived a few seconds later than her. No one is here. Said Ace. /sniff / There was someone here not too long ago. The smell of blood, he must have been hurt. And an infant dragon. Said Bet. So we were already too late. No matter, let's go back. Said Tiona. How unlucky, an infant dragon is the only interesting thing in the upper floors, commented Tioni. / a few minutes ago / This is boring. Said Bet as he killed yet another imp. Well. What did you expect from the upper floors? We got stronger and now it's boring. Didn't you struggle with it once as well? Asked Tiona. Huh. I didn't. So you were born strong? She asked. Of course I. Bet suddenly got silent. What is it? Cat got your tongue. Shut the fuck up. Ehehe, Bet is angry. Tisk. Can the two of you stop already? We have a job to do. Said Tioni. Just let them. Once we get to the lower floors we won't have the chance to speak like this again. Said a small boy with golden hair. It was Finn. Captain is right. Shut up, Bet. Said Tioni in a scary tone. Tioni has a romantic obsession with Finn, so she acts, absolutely, biased towards him in any situation. You just contradicted yourself. Replied her sister, /glare / Tioni looked at her sister with a gaze implying she was ready to murder her. Calm down, sis. In any case, are we going to do that? Asked Gareth. We accepted the commission so we are doing it, I just hope we don't lose too much time going after it though. Replied Finn. Don't worry Captain, as I will murder that creature for you fufufu. Said Tioni. Are you talking about the murder cases? I want to find the fucker that's been preying on the newbies down there. Said Bet. What do we know about it? Asked Riveria. Pretty much everything I said last time, replied Finn. It started 2 weeks ago with some adventurers team disappearing, but it started to grow more and more, and yesterday the guild put on a bounty and a commission for investigation after they determined all of these cases were connected. After investigations, no sort of connection has been made between the victims, so the most likely scenario is that an irregular or enhanced species has been born in the middle floors. I just hope nothing bad happens. Said Lafia. Oh. Don't jinx it, Lafia. Said Tiona as she jumped and hugged the little elf. We will soon know anyway when we arrive in the middle floors. I find it hard whatever is down there will be able to escape our tracking. Said Bet. His ears suddenly twitched. Did you hear that? No. Did you hear something, Bet? Asked Tiona. I heard a roar and sounds of fighting. It must be an adventurer fighting against a monster, it's been a while since we met any. Said Gareth. Roar, /. Did you hear that? Said a Tiona. Back to the present /. Silver was walking across the misty plains. He turned around as if he could see someone in the mist. What a surprise. We almost met, but I guess they were a few seconds too late. I could turn around and meet them, but that might be pushing a little. Perhaps I should have stayed. Wouldn't it have been a nice way to make them acquaintances? Nah. We will eventually meet. Orario might be a big place, but it can be seemingly a very small place. Those with strength eventually converge. I already met with the Hermes Familia, why not the Loki? Although I already met them in the bar. But that doesn't count. As long as my dream remains, we will meet one day. Notes. N. 10th to 12th floor. The 10th floor keeps the same structure as the 8th and 9th floors above, however, the light from above becomes reminiscent of morning mist. Mist appears across the floor, making vision terrible. Large category monsters such as orcs and infant dragons begin to appear here. The 11th floor has mist like the 10th floor. The mist on the 12th floor becomes much thicker than the 10th and 11th floors above. The 11th and 12th floors are extremely dangerous for level 1 adventurers because stronger monsters like silverbacks and hard armoreds appear here. Infant dragons that are categorized as level 2 and considered as floor boss of the area also appear, though rarely. It's recommended for level 1 adventurers to have a status of at least B in their basic abilities to explore these floors. Parties that explore these floors are normally the ones preparing to venture into the middle floors for the first time. Wiki. Chapter 26, Babel. The next few chapters will be filled with info. I have been returning and rereading several chapters since I keep forgetting to advance some plots. Of course, I am not going to rewrite them, but if any of you spot something out of the ordinary, like the MC saying he is going to do something, but ends up not doing it in 1 week or 2, be sure to tell in the comments because I most likely forgot, lol. I keep many notes, but there are times where I am too focused on writing and by the time I finish, I forgot to add something. These next few chapters were also very hard to write since they involved several characters, and I need to keep reading their wiki time and time again. I think I already read this chapter a few times already. Oh yeah, I already have over 5 chapters ready and I am thinking about posting them on Patreon to those who would like to read ahead, although I still need to finish some things. Bye. Now for the chapter. The Loki Familia frontline team continued on their way across the plains. This is how an excursion plays out. The way it works is that there will be a front team composed of high-level adventurers. They will clear the way for the others. The others will clear the remaining weaker mobs and collect the loot while doing whatever job they were assigned to do. Bet and everyone started to do some small talk when Bet's ears suddenly twitched. Someone is coming. From the mist, a group of 5 appeared. An elf, war-tiger, witch loli, a blue-haired human and a dog girl. It was the Hermes Familia. What a coincidence to meet so soon. Asphi al Andromeda, said Finn. According to the time, we were supposed to meet with them on the middle floors and receive their report from their investigation, so what were they doing up here? No need to be formal, Captain Finn, just call me Asphi. And this isn't really a coincidence, I was expecting to meet with you guys right now anyway. Replied Asphi. Oh. Did something happen? Asked Riveria. Kind of. The monster has been found. Exclamation point, ex-Loki members. Ha. Doesn't that make our job easier? Where is the monster? Said Tiona. It wasn't a monster, it was a person, an adventurer. Exclamation point, ex-Loki members. What? You're not mistaken, right? Asked Lafia, shocked. Unfortunately, it is true, said the elf from the Hermes Familia. Ace gripped her sword as she put all of her previous thoughts to the back of her head. Where is he? She asked, clearly angry as she frowned. He is dead, replied Asfi. Ex Loki Familia. What happened? She asked. It's quite hard to explain. But an adventurer already took it out. Didn't you all see it already? A tall red knight with a large sword. He was walking on this path, said Fulgur. Pretty hard to miss. With him being almost 2 m tall and all, replied the dog girl. It's normal that during an excursion, the adventurers would be in a battle against exhaustion, so choosing the most cost-effective path was a necessity. This is especially so when the target is the deep floors like this one. They won't have many opportunities to restock their supplies, and the few they will have will be rather expensive. It just so happened that for the upper floors, the path also ended up being the fastest. And the one Silver took was exactly that path. His fight happened right on top of the road. Some may say he was lucky, others may say he was unlucky. The Loki Familia members looked at each other in surprise. So someone took care of things before us? Asked Riveria. I would say it's a shame, but this is also good since fewer people will end up hurt, said Tiona. I agree with you on that, sister, said Tioni. Ace released the grip on her sword. She seemed more relaxed, but she was still upset. It's good everything came to an end. Could you tell us what happened? Asked Finn. Of course, let me see, we were investigating the middle floors. Asfi proceeded to explain everything they did, but she sneakily omitted Silver's appearance during her report. Her team members didn't say much, as they trusted their captain and her choices. Eventually we tracked the perpetrator to the upper floors, but by the time we arrived the fight was already happening. Finn's thumb started to hurt a little. That's not even the start. We didn't see much, but I will tell you what I saw, said the dog girl. She proceeded to tell all of the events and her own opinions of the fight. She made it sound heroic in a sense. She also started to draw on the ground. Being a very proficient mapper comes with high drawing skills. She is an excellent mapper. This only made the story more interesting for the listeners, especially for Tiona, who loved hero stories. So you are telling me the Red Knight, who was clearly weaker than the murderer, defeated him? Asked Finn. Sigh. Although her story was a little bit exaggerated, that was what happened, said Asfi. Although she omitted the very end when the murderer turned into smoke. Wait, didn't I hear about a Red Knight some time ago? Asked Tiona. You must be talking about the Goliath event, right? I also thought about that, said Finn. Loki was looking for him, right? Asked Gareth. Do you think they are the same person, Tiona? Asked Lafia. Well, it's not every time you hear about a full-plate Red Knight in Orario, replied Tiona. TSK. I wanted to deal with the bastard on my own, said Bet. It's good this all ended in any case. We took this commission since it was on our way, but there was a chance we wouldn't be able to complete without jeopardizing the operation, said Gareth. Hey, Asfi. Did you see his face? Is he handsome? Asked Tiona. Now that you say. We didn't. I mean, we did see him remove his armor and. Just a minute, I need. The elf tried to speak, but he got some nausea and sat on a rock nearby. It's just as Thane said. We didn't see his appearance. If you are so curious, just pass by the guild. He will have to collect his reward eventually, replied Asfi. But I will only be back in the next week or two. If you see his face, make sure to tell me later, okay? Said Tiona. Of course, replied Asfi with a smile. They talked a bit more with each other and parted ways since the Loki Familia was a little behind schedule already. On the surface. Silver left the dungeon and made his way to the guild as he always did. There were many things to do. He had to exchange his loot for money and complete his commissions. There was also Frederick's last request. Although I don't have any intention of actually doing it, I might learn something about what happened. The plot has started to change and I need to know why. The diary might have the answers I need. Was it my actions or is this world naturally different? Silver was ready to face an unknown future, but if that's the case, seeking knowledge will eventually become one of his top priorities. Just like everyone else. Know thy enemy, they say. A war is won through strategy and not just plain numbers. In any case, that's for tomorrow. Today, I just want to rest and update my status after I return from the guild. Silver paid a wagon driver and rested as the wagon made its way across the busy roads of Orario. Several hours later. The moon was bright and the wind was chilly. Sitting on a balcony of a 2-story high house, a man took a sip of what seemed to be a very expensive wine. His eyes were green and his hair was blonde. He looked like the perfect Prince Charming. Someone suddenly appeared from the ceiling like an assassin and sat on the same table as him. Slash bam, slash. I want some answers, this wasn't in the plan. The atmosphere was tense as the other person in the balcony hit the table, almost sending the wine flying. This man was wearing a cloak, covering his whole body. I know your habits and we were fine with them, as long as it does not affect the plan. Said the cloaked man. As far as I know, the ones at fault were you guys know. Replied the blonde man. Stop creating excuses. You could have very well stopped but you only added wood to the fire. It's easy to place the blame on me when it was one of your agents that caused all of this. It even cost a precious member of my familia. How are you guys going to repay me? Replied the blonde man. What? After all of this, you still want remuneration? Asked the cloaked man in a deeper tone. TSK. So he was aware the elf was a double agent. Looks like we need to tie some loose ends. The blonde man looked at the cloaked person as if he could read his mind. And he said. This situation wasn't that bad. We managed to test the waters and see how things would go in a real situation. Replied the blonde man. People might get suspicious. Said the cloaked man. Yet. The plan isn't near completion so I don't see any problems. We have enough time to wait and let things lay down. By the time everything is ready. Replied the blonde man. There was a change of plans. The time was brought forward. Said the cloaked man as he interrupted the blonde man. The smile of the blonde man deepened. It was as if he expected all of this to happen. But who knew what was passing through his head? I see, it's just a shame. I wanted to play with those pieces for a little bit longer. We will contact you later. Get ready by then. Said the cloaked man as he jumped to the ceiling. A small paper fell from the air, there was a full moon inscribed in it. The time and the target have been set. The blonde man got up and made his way inside the house. The moment he entered the house, he saw an elf girl waiting for him inside. Lead me to Cory, Philvis. He said to the girl. She bowed and led him down the hallways of the mansion. Eventually, they arrived in a room where an elf was waiting on a couch. Dionysus-sama. What is it that you need? Asked the elf. Although he looked calm on the outside, the elf was sweating a little bit. There's no need to be direct and stiff, sit down and relax please. The blonde man sat on the couch slowly and picked a glass of wine to drink. This seemed extremely slow for the nervous elf. Cory. I heard some very bad things about you lately. The elf was stunned. This. It must be a misunderstanding. Of course it is. How could my child do such things? That's why I came to talk with you today. There is something I need you to do. To prove you aren't such a bad person. Dionysus proceeded with explaining his plan and after he was done, the elf left the room with a smile. Should I take care of him Dionysus-sama? Asked Philvis. No need, they will take care of this on their own. And he still has his uses. He went to a window and gazed at the moon. What a bunch of fools. They are severely underestimating Orario. But isn't that fun? I wonder how long they will last. Although the girl couldn't see, Dionysus had an extremely macabre smile on his face. It looked euphoric. Such an interesting board. I wonder what expressions they will show me. Ha. Just thinking about it fills me with glee. I wonder how good will be this time's orgia. This order. It's so unpleasant. He turned around and looked at the girl. Come here. She walked to Dionysus and gazed at him. Her eyes were beautiful, they shinned under the moonlight. However, they seemed sad and empty. The time has come, you know what to do, right? Philvis nodded and left. This orgia can only be enjoyed by me, it's already time to clean the competitors away. No. I have an even better idea. He smiled widely. The scene of the blonde-haired man with his green shining eyes under the moonlight seemed macabre yet magical. Earlier that same day, by the time when Silver arrived in the guild / You look like crap. I mean, crappier than usual. Said Loiju. Silver did look terrible, his clothes were torn in some places and he was considerably dirty. No, good job, or, welcome back. Asked Silver. What am I? Your girlfriend. Said Loiju. Who am I kidding? Which girl would fall for you? So let me rephrase that. What am I? Your mom. /. He is asking for it. As he cracked his knuckles, Silver was truly considering if he should use his plasmids to teach a lesson to this elf. Your face is scary, man. Sigh. You were this close to suffering my revenge, but I will spare you for today. Said Silver. But well, I meant it. Your clothes are scraped, what happened this time? Did you try to invoke a monster party or something? Said the elf as he gazed at his adventurer with a doubtful expression. This guy is always making dangerous experiments. One time he tried to forcefully feed a goblin magic stones to see if it would evolve. I wouldn't be surprised if he angers the dungeon one day. Nothing of the sort, I just finished the commissions. You actually finished those? So fast. I am surprised, I thought it would take a few days at least. TSK. You weren't supposed to do that so fast. How am I going to prevent you from going into the middle floors now? It was the freaking infant dragons. They did this to me. Said Silver. A small half-truth. He doesn't need to know I solved the murder case as of yet. But how am I going to collect the prize money? You actually killed one. Silver, your progress amazes me. In a sense, you are being faster than even the Sword Princess. Chiyu. Speak in a lower tone please. I know you don't want to attract attention, but everything is going to be disclosed once you level up and receive an alias anyway. At least most of it. People are going to find out you leveled up fast and problems are going to come either way. So why hide it? It's better to show yourself now and gain some good achievements so you can gain a cool alias. He stopped to think for a while. It's your choice at the end of the day. I am bound by the contract so I can't disclose any information on him until he reveals himself. Damn it. I really want to show off by saying the adventurer I'm training is so talented. Looking at his face, Silver definitely had an idea of what this pesky elf was thinking. I don't mind showing myself off, the problem is that it's a bit too early. I am not going to level up anytime soon, so I would like to make some more time. Yeah. I am being too hasty, it will probably take at least half a year for you to level up. You have more than enough time to build some reputation. Replied Loiju. Half a year. Perhaps if I try to max my stats. In any case, this is something for the future. For now, let's focus on the present. He got up and led me to one of the balconies. Let's start. Commission number. Orc hides. The buyer is willing to fork additional money for each additional hide. Sure, I have a couple more. Silver and Loiju went over all of the commissions and around half an hour later, Silver gave him a farewell and made his way not towards his home, but to Babel. There was one goddess he had to fetch there before going home. Not before stopping at an alley to switch his clothes and give himself a wind bath first. He can't go to such a luxurious place in scraps. Although adventurers going there is very common, the very minimum of decency should be required. Otherwise he is going to become a laughing stock. On the sides of Babel, there were multiple entrances, some of which led to the first floor of Babel, the guild branch. One of those led to the staircases that connected the floors, and finally, the last one was the elevator. Today was quite empty, so Silva had the chance to use the elevator. Let me see. The 8th floor. Silver clicked the button and the elevator started going up. Looking at the luxury, the only thing left is some nice elevator song. This is so strange. I feel as if I am back in rapture. Silver let out a sigh. Forget it. That already passed, this is my life now. Slash ding slash. With a chime sound, the elevator stopped and the doors opened to a nicely decorated corridor. The ground and the ceiling were made from a nice brownstone, the bricks on the wall were golden and they looked metallic due to their sheen. There were many lamps and chandeliers scattered around the corridor, lighting the way for the visitors. They were definitely magical since Silver couldn't spot a power cord. Multiple shops were aligned perfectly, all of them filled with expensive gear each costing at least 5 million valis. But the average price was at least 10 million valis, Silver even saw a sword costing 80 million. Even the consumables here were outrageously expensive. Anything pricier than that is usually commissioned in private by an adventurer. Unless it's a magic sword like the ones from the Kratzo Familia. Or if the equipment is made from an incredibly rare ore. Like a spare sword, it cost 70 million valis. If that wasn't enough, expensive magic stones were placed as decorations besides the items in order to make them more appealing, implying that if you had that gear, those stones could be yours. At least, that was Silver's interpretation. This place is quite grand. To think all of this is from Hephaestus Familia alone. There should be several dozen shops just on this floor, right? This is to show just how many advanced blacksmiths they have, it's much more than what they show in the anime. Silver took out a paper from his pocket. Let me see. Shop number 31. He looked around and noticed that he was close to the 67 and 66 shops. There are 2 lines of shops, one with an odd number and another with an even number. Image. I should get to it. Silver went slowly, taking a look at every shop. He sometimes talked with the clerks, but most were just normal people working as shop clerks. The ones that were actually blacksmiths were dismissive of his questions. It's normal, they are competing against many others. If it was so easy to get information from them, then they would have been thrown out of the competition long ago. In that regard, Espinter was much more open than these guys. Although I wonder, with his abilities he could have easily secured a spot in this place. After all, he was selling 3 million Valis products in a normal shop on the streets, and he even had some influence within the familia. And they were certainly not overpriced. Just who was that old fart? Perhaps, he was just a retired old man that decided to live humbly. URG. I still need to apologize to him. It's been 2 weeks, he must have forgotten about me at this point. Silver finally arrived at the shop. It looked like any of the shops, the only difference was that this shop seemed to be focused around armor. Every blacksmith has her own specialty after all. It's impossible to master everything. Doing so is just a waste of time. The only people who can probably take on such a mantle are the blacksmith gods. Ding-cling, /. The door to the shop opened as a petite girl wearing a cute red-white clerk outfit left the shop with a smile. Good day customer, what may I? Hestia stopped mid-sentence. But Silver didn't look at her. Ah yes. I am looking for something very particular. You see, I am looking for a goddess, around this tall, she has beautiful blue eyes and is very noticeable with her twin-tail dark hair. Would your shop happen to have what I am looking for? Hestia smiled. I think I know what you are looking for. Please come inside. The excited Hestia entered the shop and Silver couldn't help but smile a little. It seemed that Silver wasn't the only one working hard in this familia. Chapter 27, Goddess of the Forge. First chapter of the week. The next one will be in 2 days, however. I don't know if there will be a third. But I know there will be at least one side chapter, but that will be according to my time. Last week, we broke the objective of 300 power stones, meaning I will release a bonus chapter. It can either be the 4th chapter this week, or it will replace what would usually be the 3rd. The next barrier is 400 power stones. Every time we break one, I will release a new chapter. Also, my Patreon is pretty much done. However, if you are interested in reading ahead, go take a look. https://www.patar4on.com/abotomwriter. Now with the boring shit out of the way. Enjoy. Just wait a bit for me to change and close the shop, said Hestia as she went to a changing room in the back. Okay. While he waited, Silver took a look at the gear in the shop. 30 million Valis for a sword. Sigh, blacksmiths have it easy. Although I guess it's a worthy price to pay for something that will save your life. A spear made from a battle boar tusk and revest with a coat of mithril for better magic conductivity. Good stuff, but it's advertised as level 4 gear. Why? I mean, a battle boar is a deep floors monster, but that's all. There was something I noticed in all of the equipment. They are normally made with lower level materials, yet they are meant for higher level adventurers. A good example was Otter's sword. It cost 400 million Valis to make and it was made from Eudeus drop. Eudeus is the monster Rex from the 37th floor. However, Otter is a pinnacle level 7 and someone whose strength would easily overshadow the average level 8 if he went all out. How could his main weapon be made from a material found on the 37th floor? He could go double that depth to look for materials. Even if we consider that the core of the sword was made from this drop while everything else was made from rare materials such as adamantite. It must be the blacksmith's development ability. The only explanation for this is that the blacksmiths know of ways to push the materials past their limits or to make the most out of them by adding special effects that wouldn't be possible only through hard work. Otherwise, they would break. Silver picked a spear from the stands. This spear, in particular, doesn't come with Durandal, so it can break quite easily. However, it comes with the extra sharp and durable effects. Whatever that means, is this enough for it to cost 25M? Grandpa's main job was that of a swordmaster. Only when he retired to the countryside did he build a forge. So he doesn't have the blacksmith development ability, nor did he know how it worked. Silver took a look at each and every piece of gear in the shop as he waited for Hestia. But she was taking a little bit too long. Just what is she doing? Silver carefully used his abilities to try and pry into the room, but he noticed Hestia wasn't alone as she seemed to be talking with someone else. A girl. Is that why she is taking so goddamn long? Silver made his way to the door and opened it without a care in the world. It's been almost 20 minutes. Can you be a little faster? X. In front of Silver were 2 girls, one with beautiful red hair and an eye patch, and the other was the petite Hestia. Ah. What are you doing here? What if I was changing? Screamed Hestia. Silver scoffed at her. If you were still changing, I would have left on my own. And there are many ways to spy on you if I wished. But that is better left unsaid. You are so rude, said Hestia. Silver looked at the girl on the side and immediately recognized her. There weren't that many red-haired girls in Orario, much less those with an eye patch. What is she doing here? Is she here to take a look at the shop? Although it makes sense, she is Hestia's best friend. Sorry for barging, I just had to check up on her. Nice to meet you, I am Melios Silver, captain of the Hestia Familia. Said Silver as he did a small bow. Hestia's anger was quenched when she heard that. It's nothing, the fault should be on me since I was the one who kept talking with her. And nice to meet you too, I am Hephaestus, goddess of the Hephaestus Familia. I heard a lot about you from Hestia. The two shook hands. Although Hestia couldn't help but feel left out. Oh. What did she say about me? Oi. Don't say anything, Hephaestus, said Hestia in embarrassment. But she only smiled. Let's see, she said. Muff. But Hestia jumped and closed her mouth. Silver only watched the two goddesses fooling around with each other in a smile. Hephaestus noticed his look was genuine and that he didn't have any bad intentions. Just like Hestia, she is very sensitive to other people's emotions. This is from experience and not from her divinity like Hestia's. Looks like you chose a good member for your familia, she said. Foo-foo. Silver is the best, he can cook, clean, wash, and he alone can provide for me. Oi oi. Is that what I am for you? A housework robot. That's rare in boys. Before she could continue her sentence, Hestia continued to brag. He can also fight, forge, and he. But Silver did a light tap on her head. Please stop, said Silver. Hestia was embarrassed from being treated this way in front of her friend. Hephaestus was surprised as well, she didn't expect Hestia to act like this. It was at this time that she remembered the first time she saw this boy and how a spinter praised the boy. Looks like you found what you were looking for, Hestia. I can't help but be envious of this sort of relationship. She shook her head and said. In any case, I won't take any more time from the two of you. Wait. Silver stopped her before she could leave. Can I ask you a question? Hephaestus stopped, this time, her carefree eyes changed to serious ones. Of course, but I can't answer just anything. I don't normally do this, but consider it a gift since you are the first member of Hestia Familia. Just don't go telling others that I gave you a gift. Silver wouldn't do that, said Hestia. She is very serious as I expected. I just wanted to ask a question. I can't blame her, she has a lot on her back as the goddess of the forge. I grew up learning blacksmithing under my grandfather, but no matter how much I try, I can't understand just how some blacksmiths can do some of these works. Even after reading some books, I still can't seem to understand just how someone can add effects onto objects. So it was that. She seemed to think for a while before walking to the side. Come with me. She went to a door and opened it, revealing a rather small workshop. Your question is similarly hard and easy to answer. Do you know about development abilities? Asked Hephaestus as she grabbed a small hammer. Yes, I do. I imagine there's something to do with the blacksmith development ability. She seemed surprised. So you know, this is easier then. Let's go over the development ability first. There are many development abilities that can affect the processing of materials, quality, and the success rate of forging in general. Mixing, metalworking, metal shaping, and specific material abilities such as ironworking. The list is endless. But these tend to be additional ones to pick from in the career of a blacksmith. But for a blacksmith, the development ability of the same name is without a doubt the most important. It allows them to add these very effects to a piece of gear. As for the process, that can be complicated. Things such as materials, the techniques, and the very will of the blacksmith can change and affect their overall potency. For example, durandal can only be applied to an object if it's made from a rather pure adamantite and a little bit of orichalcum. The level of the development ability can also affect the strength and types of effects they can add. It also increases the success rate and quality of the end products. Silver seemed pensive. So it's impossible to add these effects without the development ability. In a sense, yes. However, in ancient times, there were many methods to make weapons. If I am not mistaken, the method to process orichalcum was made in the ancient times, right? Asked Silver. She nodded her head in surprise. Few know about this, looks like he did his homework. That's right, however, as I said before, the development ability is necessary to add the attribute of durandal onto the object. But there are other ways. Some are still used to this day, so I would say there are two main methods to add effects apart from relying on development abilities. By controlling the magical power in a similar way to a mage and by inscribing runes onto said objects. Or, you can learn how to read the hieroglyphs and inscribe them. The first method is incredibly hard and it requires a lot of knowledge, it even requires multiple rituals to be performed just like the elf's traditional magic, so I doubt you would be able to get such information out there. And even so, the results aren't nearly as potent as what we can already do, so the method isn't practiced anymore. Although some parts of it are still used in the confection of magic swords. But that is classified information. As for the second one, even if you can read and inscribe the hieroglyphs, you can't finish the item on your own as you would need fauna from a god. It's a redundant way of making weapons in my opinion since it works in a very similar way to the development ability. Although, if you know how to perfectly use it, you can make a gear capable of surpassing everything. But that's not possible for a normal man. I took inspiration from Belle's knife. But I guess it's better than not having one on your gear, she said. I would say there are other methods, but they go over other areas such as potion making and item making. And I can't say anything about magic swords, sorry for that, said Hephaestus as she took a stop to rest a little. Silver was downcast. The first method was impossible since he couldn't use magic, and the second method would take a long while. It will take at least a year for me to get a basic understanding of the gods' language and even longer for me to properly inscribe them onto objects. There is also a lot of research since I doubt I can just inscribe any hieroglyphs and hope that the effect I want is going to appear. You can still make incredible gear without those effects, but normally in Orario, people tend to prefer items with at least one effect. This situation is pretty similar to how magic operates in the world. The traditional magic of the elves requires a lot of effort and training to work, but it loses in every single way when compared to magic acquired through a fauna. Hephaestus didn't want to discourage this young man, but if he wishes to go on the blacksmith path, he will need the development ability. I see, thank you for the information, replied Silver with a bow. Note N1. Sorry if this wasn't what you wanted to hear. It's okay, I am a little disappointed, but I am still level 1, if the opportunity shows itself, I may have the chance to select the blacksmith development ability. If nothing better appears, that is. I want to become a fighter, but I can't guarantee that something good will appear in every level up, so if the situation calls for it, I will choose the blacksmith DA. The thing is, how will my achievements be counted? Will it only count the ones from after I became an adventurer, or will it consider everything I did in this life? And what about my past life? That's the spirit, said Hestia as she smiled. Are you one to talk? Sleeping like a log every day. How rude. I come to work on time every day. Without waiting, Hestia jumped towards Silver, but he easily avoided it with a step to the side. But slash bam, slash. She ended up crashing against Hephaestus. Ouch. My head, said Hephaestus. Are you okay? I am sorry for this. It was then she noticed. Silver. Don't look. But it was too late, after all. Silver was holding Hephaestus' eye patch in his hands. It took a while for Hephaestus to understand the situation, but she soon placed her hands on her right eye and noticed her eye patch wasn't there. Hephaestus has a severe trauma due to her eye. According to her, it is disgusting and ugly, so much so that everyone that looked at it said it was so. Apart from her best friend, Hestia. No one that saw it reacted in a natural way. Hence, she is afraid of showing it to anyone else in fear of their reactions. N2. She desperately tried to cover her eyes, while Hestia tried to help as well. But Silver just watched. What are you doing? Without saying anything, Silver went to Hephaestus and gave her the eye patch, saying, to be released next week. Notes. Sorry. Mwahaha. The author laughed as he finished the chapter. Satisfied with his villainous deed. Slash bam, slash. Give me the chapter, said the readers with a gun in hand as he breached through the door to his apartment. Ah. No please, mercy. What are you doing? Without saying anything, Silver went to Hephaestus and gave her the eye patch, saying, is that why you hide it? Well, I can understand now since if you didn't, other girls wouldn't even have a chance. You look even more beautiful without your eye patch. X. Silver's expression was calm and he seemed to have an embarrassed smile on his face as he said that awkward line. Nevertheless, it wasn't forced, he was truly just being himself. But Hephaestus knew he was being honest, she couldn't see any sort of disgust. Just the normal embarrassment many boys show her when they try to approach her. Hestia on the other hand ignored Silver's words, she would properly teach him a lesson later. Under the strange situation, Silver gently helped the stunned Hephaestus put on her eye patch again. By the time he was done, Hephaestus's face was as red as her hair. I am sorry for my goddess lack of manners. Hey. Who was the person that jumped and ripped her eye patch? Hestia was stunned, a lot passed through her head until she finally decided to say. URG. It was your fault. Humph. Next time I will make sure to stay on your way so you don't cause trouble, said Silver. You will see. Hestia turned around and left. But she didn't do that purely out of anger. She was also very embarrassed for what she had done and she knew what this event signified for her friend, so she just wanted to give her some time. Alone with Silver, so that they could talk. Even though she hated this development. Sigh. Looks like I will have trouble today. Thank you once again for the help and for giving Hestia a place to work, said Silver as he gave his hand to help Hephaestus get up. It's nothing. Hephaestus was having difficulty speaking, although this passed as strange to Silver, he attributed that to her trauma. Silver wasn't dense, but the prospect of having a girl falling in love with you the first time they met, just because you saw her trauma seems too far-fetched for him. She must be having trouble knowing I saw her eye. TSK. It was truly an interesting and beautiful sight. Her eye was crystal clear. Really, it looked like a translucent glass ball leading all the way to darkness. But if you were to watch really close, you would notice a small red flame burning deep within. I wonder what that was. Why would the gods in heaven think this is ugly? I think it's rather exotic and interesting but in no way a turn-off. Do they see something I don't? I could ask Hestia later. In any case, it's getting late. Until next time. Silver turned around after waving at her and went after Hestia. Hephaestus looked at the man leaving the room and she instinctively reached for his shirt with her arm. Exclamation point. But she stopped midway and watched the man close the door. She was alone once again. Even after Silver left with Hestia, she remained on the ground. After a few minutes, she started to cry, but quickly stopped. What am I doing? She got up and gazed at a nearby mirror. She removed her eye patch and gazed at her true self for what seemed to be ages. Is that why you hide it? Well. I can understand now since if you didn't, other girls wouldn't even have a chance. You look even more beautiful without your eye patch. Do I? The only person that had actually ever said that to her was Hestia, the other gods in heaven only wanted to. Am I truly beautiful? Her cheeks got red as she thought about what had just happened. Perhaps I can. After I finish these commissions, I am super busy right now. But once I am free. What should I wear? She said with a smile on her face. She seemed overly excited. Silver made his way back with Hestia. She wanted to go back walking today since last time. Her ass hurt from the bumping. 0_0. Is this right? Was there a mistake or? Just follow the script. It's getting late, how about we eat outside today? Asked Silver. Hestia didn't respond but she nodded. What is she upset about? Is there something bothering you? /. Hestia froze in place for a second before she continued to walk. I was just thinking about some things back in heaven. She seemed to stop and think for a bit while longer. What you did there? Thank you, Hephaestus needed to hear that from someone else. For a long while already. But that doesn't mean I approve. You will soon see what happens to men that play with the heart of goddesses. I can't let the first member of my familia be a womanizer like those gods. Sheesh, decide if you are going to praise or punish me. Silver and Hestia passed by in front of the HF. Hestia smelled the good food in the air and decided to stop here to eat. What a good smell. Let's eat here, Silver. She said. The hostess. It's a good option. She was surprised. Do you know this place? Yes I do, I pass by here every so often. They make some. But Silver couldn't finish his sentence because Hestia suddenly pinched his sides and pulled him inside the pub. Humph, hiding such a good place from me. Let's see what's Southwest good about this place. Silver removed Hestia's hand from his side and opened the door for her. The place was filled with people like always. Table for two. It's Silver Naya. Said a cat girl with black hair. It was Chloe, the playful cat girl. She looked at Silver and then at Hestia and said. Your girlfriend. Hi, are you cheat? It's my goddess, Hestia, this is one of the waiters from the hostess of fertility. Chloe, the playful cat. Stop talking before you cause trouble. Chloe smiled and bowed. Nice to meet you. Said Hestia in a stiff tone. This girl is dangerous. Chloe noticed this behavior however, she did nothing apart from smiling. In any case, can we get a table for two? Asked Silver. I just wanted to eat in peace. That will be a problem Naya, we are quite full. But we have some seats at the counter. That's fine, I quite like those seats anyway. Chloe led the two to the counter where Mamma Mia was currently mixing some drinks. It's you kid. And you're not alone this time. Good. You are finally bringing in more customers. She said. How's it going? Asked Silver. Just like always. Money is flowing in like water. Haha. Replied Mia. Not going to present me to your friend? She asked as she looked at Hestia. Oh. Of course, this is Hestia, my goddess, and Hestia, this is Mia, owner of the hostess of fertility. Can I eat now? I am starving. Pinch. Hestia pinched Silver's side, although it didn't hurt at all. Don't be rude, she said. Mamma Mia looked at the scene and smiled. Haha. That's what I like to hear. Don't be so strict with him. Silver took this chance to order. I will have today's plate and some spaghetti. Just give me some juice as a drink. TSK. Aren't you of age? Order some wine, will you? She said with a smile. Just because it's more expensive, right? And I am not a fan of drinking alcohol while I eat. Unless it's with some snacks. She looked to the side and gazed at Hestia. What about you, little goddess? I will have the same as Silver. And a bit of wine. She said with a smug smile. Silver was surprised. Are you sure? It's a lot. I will be fine. Although Silver did not believe Hestia, she did end up eating everything and even some more, but after this feast, Hestia couldn't even properly walk, so Silver had to carry her all of the way back. /zzzzzzz. Snore, / Hestia slept soundly as Silver continued on his march towards home. What a busy day. Tomorrow I will go to the guild and collect a part of my reward. Since I have one as Silver and one as the Red Knight. How much was it? 50k for the info and 1m for taking down the monster, right? Although the price of the things should have changed. Silver was deep in thought as he walked under the moon. Later on he would suffer the wrath of his goddess as she would force him on a shopping spree across Orario. Unfortunately for her, Silver's stamina was too high and she collapsed first. Her anger wasn't quenched. Notes. N. While most items don't require any special abilities to create, like food, items that require specialized work do require them. Although I think it's possible for a DA like cooking to affect the taste and quality of food. As an example, normal smiths can create equipment without any problems, but those who have the blacksmith development ability can smith more complex and powerful equipment. Craftsmen such as pharmacists and smiths are likely to gain development abilities to help their trade, which in turn can bring them better success. N. I think there was even a comment saying she once had sex and removed her eye patch, but her partner just covered her face with a bag. This was in heaven. I can't be sure if this was from another fanfic though. Chapter 28, Status Update. / You can read this or not, but I would like it if you read it and gave me your opinions. With this out of the way, enjoy the chapter /. Things are developing nicely. Although I got stuck in developing the end of this volume in my draft chapters, I still managed to pull it off somehow, and I think it's a fitting end to what I created while also leaving some things for the future. If I were to estimate, we have about 10 to 15 more chapters to go before this volume ends and he goes to level 2, quite a lot to be honest. If you are interested, I have the link for my Patter 4 on where you can access up to 3 advanced chapters, and I plan to make some changes since I wrote more on the weekend, although I don't want to put more pressure on myself. You can find the link on the novel synopsis or here. https://www.patar3on.com/abatomwriter. Was there anything else? Romance is going well, I guess. I imagine we will see results in the second volume unless I decide to postpone it again. Speaking of romance, I don't care much about the number right now, but tell me, who would you like to see with the MC? It can be any character from the Danmachi series, I just want to know. Power development. That's something important. Until now, the only thing the MC gained was the opportunity to use his abilities more since he gained more mind, and they got stronger since his stats increased. However, it's time to start showing deeper development and dive into the intricacies of Plasmids. Remember Tears? When he explained to Hestia how it worked. Yeah, I am planning on showing more Tier 2 and possibly a glimpse of what a Tier 3 ability would look like. That's for the future though. And speaking of powers, do you have any interesting concepts or predictions? Ideas are always welcomed. Well, that's it. Make sure to give me those sweet power stones so that I can release more extra chapters. We already passed the first objective of 300, so I will launch an extra chapter later. Not today, not tomorrow. And go to my Patter 3 on. Peace. /buzz/. Silver's pocket watch trembled as morning arrived. Ah. It's already morning. I feel like a log. My body is heavy. Something's wrong. Silver used telekinesis to remove the blanket and he saw it. Snore. Hestia, just like last time, had invaded his bed. The feeling is not bad, but manners are manners. Should I punish her? Silver. Hestia mumbled in her dream. Forget it. Don't call me a simp. If it was a stranger, then no matter how beautiful she was, my first course of action would be to blow everything up. But she is someone I know. Heck, she lives in the same room as me. There is no reason to be an asshole and knock her to the ground. Even more when this isn't actually that bad. Not like I am losing anything here. In fact, I woke up in a pleasant mood, something that's quite hard to get. Although I need to get my status updated, so I have nothing to do until she wakes up. So I guess I will enjoy this feeling for now. Silver placed his 2 hands behind his head as he relaxed. If someone was to watch the scene, they would certainly misunderstand. Yesterday was tough. I killed many monsters, but that was standard protocol. The important thing was the 2 infant dragons and the hybrid. One of the infant dragons was killed before I could do anything, while the second one, I had a pretty decent fight against it. I should have gained some stats. And that guy, I should take a look for the diary and see the sword later. For the next 10 minutes or so, Silver just stayed there on the bed, thinking about all of the recent events so far. But even after all of this, Hestia was still sleeping like a log, and Silver needed to take a shit. What? Humans have their necessities. So he made Hestia fly with telekinesis and gently placed her back on the bed after got up. 10 minutes later. With a bath taken and his necessity taken care of, Silver felt much better. Is she still sleeping? What a heavy sleeper. Silver decided to cook breakfast while she was sleeping if she didn't wake up by then. He would wake her up himself. 10 to 20 minutes later, Silver placed the last plate on the table. Yet she is still sleeping. Doesn't she have work to do? Silver went to her side and called her. Hestia. It's time to wake up. Nothing. Hestia continued to sleep soundly. /ZZZZ. There is work to do. Wake up, Hestia. He placed his hands on her shoulder and started to lightly shake her. 5 more minutes, Hephaestus. Hephaestus. Let's play along then. Silver's hand started to turn gray as a small megaphone appeared on it. He placed the megaphone in front of his mouth and said, "If you don't wake up, I will decrease your pay." Surprisingly, his voice sounded just like Hephaestus. // Hestia sprung up like popcorn. No. Hestia opened her tired eyes and gazed at Silver, her head still confused since she still thought she was in her dream. I prepared some food, let's sit down and eat. Hestia looked at Silver with her tired eyes. Silver. Shouldn't you be in the dungeon? Said Hestia as she looked around confused. Silver also gazed at Hestia, making her blush a little. How can she wake up so perfectly? There are some things to do, so I won't go there right now. Perhaps only tomorrow. Hestia was surprised. This was the very first time she actually woke up with Silver still at home. He has the habit of waking up very early, so by the time she opened her eyes, the only thing left would be a plate of food with a note. This feeling of there having someone waiting for her was refreshing. How long are you going to stay there? I know my bed is comfortable, but if you wanted to sleep so much with me, we should have bought a king bed. Teased Silver. Hestia was embarrassed. She got up and went to the bathroom. The sound of running water soon followed. 20 minutes later, Hestia got out of the bathroom refreshed. She looked beautiful with her slightly wet hair down. It's a very different feeling as to when she is on her twin tails. She looks more mature. What took you so long? The food is all cold now, sheesh. Beauty bath. She said with a smug smile. Silver rolled his eyes as he thought she was indeed beautiful with her hair down. His hands soon turned red. Soon enough, the food started to release steam. It was hot once again. Isn't that convenient? Asked Hestia. Silver didn't seem to agree. An immense waste of mind, that's what this is. Hestia and Silver enjoyed their food for a few minutes while talking about the many things that happened in the city in the past few days. Hestia told him about her new job and Silver told her about some of the new monsters and interesting sights in the dungeon. It's just a shame that I can't go see them, said Hestia. She was obviously very curious about the dungeon, although she knew she had to stay away from it. That won't take long. Give me a few years and the dungeon will be incapable of stopping me. At that time you can go watch some of its scenarios. Hestia was touched. Even though he said it in a subtle way, it was a promise. A promise he was going to become the strongest. So she smiled as she took a bite of her toast. Once we are done here, I need you to update my status. I think I improved quite a bit yesterday. Munch. Alrig GHT. Hestia devoured the toast with a single bite, uncaring of her manners. Silver was now sitting on the bed without his shirt, waiting for Hestia to update his status. The process wasn't any different from last time, however. CC Silver. Hestia seemed surprised, just as much as when she first updated my status. What is it? Did I truly gain a new skill? Not that. You are level 2 now. But Silver didn't seem surprised. I refuse, turn it back. Hestia was confused. I know a god can choose when to level it up, so I would be more than happy if you didn't level me. At least until I maxed my stats. Are you serious? Of course I am. If I don't do this, I will never be the strongest. It's not really that hard for me to do so thanks to my set of skills. It would be a waste to level up just like that. And I know you can leave the level up for later, right? You are right, but most people would be dying to level up. Hestia knew he could still train more, and after thinking for a bit, leveling him up to level 2 at this moment might be a little bit too much when the Sword Princess took an entire year to level up. Fine, I agreed to support you on your decisions anyway. I can't be surprised by this anymore. What about my development abilities? URG. Stop getting ahead of yourself. Those will only appear when you have actually leveled up. Development abilities don't have stats, they just go from I to S, and they don't reset when you level up. They are incredibly hard to raise. Even Ace only had her first DA, Hunter, at G when she was level 6. I imagine that someone with a DA at A or above would be considered the best of the best. No, even more than that. I can only gasp at what would be someone with a SSS rank blacksmith DA. Would they be able to make a divine artifact like the Arrow of Orion? Here, take a look. After giving the paper to Silver, Hestia just laid down on the bed as she waited. Let me see. Melio's Silver. Level. Strength D547-B. Vitality B700-A. Dexterity D543-C. Agility C625-A. Magic B737-S. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skill. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. That's a lot for a single day of work. It must be understood that my stats are much higher now, so increasing them has gotten harder. Nevertheless, the increase was about 150 to 200 for each stat, some were even beyond that. And that's a lot. I did kill many creatures yesterday, more than normal since Loija wanted to keep me on the upper floors. But what must have given the most stats were the fights between Frederick and the infant dragon. So I finally got an S. Finally. It hasn't been 2 weeks even. Said Hestia as she kicked my back. Some people can't even reach that high after a year of effort. It didn't hurt at all, on the contrary. Can you kick a little bit higher? Perfect. Hestia stopped talking as she pouted and continued her massage. I thought it would take at least another 3 to 5 months for me to reach max stats, but I think I might be able to reduce the time if I do things right. Opportunities to gain stats quickly are uncommon after all. Unless I seek danger. Hestia rolled her eyes. But maxing my stats isn't enough. I want to go beyond. SS rank, SSS rank, and whatever lies beyond it. But I wonder if I would be even capable of doing so. Apart from Belle, I can't remember if there was anyone who did this before. If I were to speculate, then I would say the first hero Argonaut managed to do such a thing. Albert, Ace father, the last and strongest hero most likely managed to do such a thing as well. Unless his level was too high, it wouldn't have been possible for him to damage the black dragon the way he did. He could have had a skill to do the damage but those two used the spirit's blessings, so their way to raise power was different from today. Their environment was also apocalyptic. That certainly helped them get that level of strength. And finally, the last person who could have broken past this limit is Otter. As you level up, it becomes exponentially difficult to increase your stats, to the point that even gaining in South is close to impossible. Only by taking on higher challenges can someone continue to improve. So, by the time they reach 999 in a single stat, it's possible to imagine the immense difficulty of going beyond it. My theory is that this is a natural wall. Something deep within all beings, preventing them from going further than they should. If this wall didn't exist, it was bound that someone would have gone beyond S in one of their skills long ago. Otter maxed all of his stats in pretty much every level up. It's obvious one of those was going to be maxed first, and the others would take months if not years of training. In all of that time, how is it not possible for his first stat to not go up by 1 point? To go from 999 to 1000. If Otter of all people can't get to 1000 stats, then that only means something is truly blocking his progress. It's possible to breach the wall, but for the normal person, they would need to take on a challenge so great that even the challenge for leveling up would be a joke compared to it. Eventually, the only possible way for a normal person to go beyond their limits would be when they were on the low levels where it's much easier to increase one's stats. I don't know what sort of effects this might create. After all, it's just a single point, and I would be impressed that the person would be able to continue to increase their stats after breaching said wall. Yet, I am keen to believe something would happen. Silver. I have to go to work now, said Hestia as she interrupted Silver. Silver was taken by surprise as his concentration was broken. Sorry, I was too engrossed in thinking. Hestia looked at him as she imagined the troubles that were going through his head. Are you going to the dungeon today? Nah, I have some things to do. Perhaps later if I have time. Then, I expect some good dinner when I return. She said with a smile. Silver just smiled. After Hestia left, Silver laid on his bed as he continued from where he stopped previously. Bell's skill most likely helped him in breaching the wall. It either just removed the wall or his Exilia boost was so great that a simple adventure was all that was needed to breach it. Or perhaps, it was a combination of multiple factors. If I consider this to be true, would my skills help? One of my skills is made to speed my development by decreasing the difficulty and increasing my stats. And the other one increases the Exilia I can gain by taking on a challenge. It's the perfect combination. I should have no trouble breaching it then. So the question is not that. The question is, just how much should I raise my stats? Just how much time should I invest in this task? My time isn't infinite. One day, the next era of heroes will start and Bell will start his adventure as terrific events will start to happen one after the other. This is if Bell actually exists. Even if he doesn't come, the Black Dragon is still out there. For now, I will take a look at my gear. Silver switched his clothes and went to the forge. In there, he took a look at all of his gear, and the end result was, everything is fucking broken. Even my stock of potions is already close to ending. Looks like it's time for yet another shopping spree. I normally buy my supplies once per week since buying in bulk gives a discount. My consumption of potions has been decreasing since I have been getting stronger and stronger, but this isn't good. With this recent status update, I will train solely on the middle floors. I need a challenge if I want to keep my growth speed. My armor is broken on the back and in the front. I am still baffled that fire didn't leave any marks. On the contrary, it actually burned off all of the hardened blood in it. How convenient. I still have my gloves and boots from the Goliath, they are quite good. It was already time to make use of them. My spare sword is a little dull, but I can sharpen it, my large sword, however. The large sword was chipped in many places, there were even some cracks that went deeper into the blade. Even some chunks were missing. There is no recovery for this, at least, a worthy one. I would have to expend quite an amount to fix it. So I need a replacement for this. And lastly, my spare shield. After a few weeks of use and repair, it has gotten pretty beaten, but I can still use it after a clean. I didn't use it during the last fight because it would have been easily destroyed. So much for a shield, right? I definitely didn't forget about it. I will repair my armor and give the sword a clean, but I will buy a new set later. Although I won't use it, this is still my very first set. It's going to become a historical piece eventually. Silver chuckled a little and placed all of the equipment to the side. He took out the last item of importance from his bag. Oh! What a surprise, I forgot you were still burning. Oops. In front of Silver was a small block of burning wood. On top of it was a blue flame. This was indeed Frederick's sword that he planned to research, but he forgot that the sword was alive and so, the fire would slowly burn it. The sword obviously got hit by the fire after Frederick's desperate attack, so did pretty much all of the plants around the place. I imagine the dungeon fixed it. What a shame, the sword was completely burned. But I at least have these flames. It only burns in live, organic matter. So some types of fuel would be useless. Although it isn't that hard to get a log of living wood. But this is only my assumption, I will have to research more later. I will place it in one of those fireplaces for now. Considering the rate of consumption, it should last a very long while with a single log. The flame was considerably weakened after the death of its master, or source. Or whatever. So it lost its spreading capability and its strength and heat have greatly decreased. Although I am worried about Hestia and others finding it. Hestia is the one I am the most worried about, as for others. We could have visitors or even intruders. Hestia would definitely be attracted to it. I have an idea. Silver looked around the room and found a box. It was completely made of iron and it didn't have even a single hole in it apart from the top. I will fill it with wood and let it burn inside. I can easily carry it inside my inventory like this. It's a strange kind of magical flame that doesn't spread heat into non-living objects, so the box would never get hot. It can even work like a fireplace in the dungeon, a very cool one. The newbies can heat themselves in their red fire, mine is blue. I could try transforming it into a weapon. Like a Molotov. Research is necessary. What is the origin of such a fire? How does it maintain itself? If such a thing was released in the middle of Orario or in a forest. Sheesh. Although it can't spread on its own like previously, it can still be carried by wind and physical contact. With this out of the way. What should I do now? Should I go investigate? Yeah. And I should do it today, else the true perpetrators might clean the evidence. Should I also gather the materials for the experiment? My control over my plasmids has greatly increased ever since I came into Orario, so I want to test something. I don't have any research tools, so it's best if I start really slow and aim for something small. However, I still don't know if the body of a human in this world is 100% similar to a human from another world. And also, isn't my grandma Catgirl? My DNA is probably already. So it's best to leave it for later down the line. I have too little info. Performing the experiment under these conditions, even if it's the weakest, would have a high chance of failing. Silver left the workshop and locked it tight before changing his clothes once again into more stealthy ones and leaving towards Deadless Street. Notes. None. A bit of a spoiler if you are interested. From here on there will be more chapters devoted to lore and world building, and it will take around a week for us to go back into some action. Sorry for that. Or am I? Chapter 29, The Diary. I have decided, the next chapter shall be a bonus side chapter. The question is, which type of side story do you all want? I can give you 3 options. We can have some peeks into the MC life before he came into Danmachi. We can have some peeks into the side stories I wanted to make, Encyclopedia of Rare Monsters. Pretty much, side stories focused around the MC diving into the dungeon and searching for rare creatures. I would use this chance to introduce some characters I missed so far and to improve world building. We can have a chapter focused on already made characters and how they live, allowing me to boost world building once again. However, the MC isn't the focus. I also accept ideas since I didn't write anything yet. The size has yet to be discussed. In any case, go to my Patreon for on https://www.patar3on.com/abotomwriter. As I said before, these next few chapters will focus on development. For what? I don't know. We will see. Peace. Deadless Street is a wide residential area for the poor located between Arario's east and southeast main streets. It was designed by an eccentric man known as Deadless 1,000 years ago, and it's complex due to the disorganized architecture of the place. It is rumored that one will never find their way out once they enter, and is often called the other dungeon. And that isn't really an exaggeration, as there is indeed another dungeon here. Although, the term isn't referring to that. The man-made dungeon Gnosis, more commonly known as Gnosis, is an artificial underground labyrinth that connects the dungeon and Deadless Street, effectively serving as a second entrance to the dungeon. Not really second, since there used to be another entrance in Melon that was sealed by the Zeus Familia. There might be other entrances, although it's unlikely. The dungeon is a special construct, so the best way to see its overall shape would be to think of a pyramid. The lower you go, the wider and bigger each floor gets. According to Hestia, no matter how much you dig, you wouldn't be able to reach the dungeon. Otherwise, other kingdoms could easily dig their own entrances and there would be no need to rely on Arario for magic stones. This would also cause trouble in the creation of sewers and underground mines and other things. In a sense, the dungeon exists in a separate space. The only way of accessing it is through one of its entrances. That's why most kingdoms envy and desire Arario for themselves, since there is only one entrance left. They could try digging and use some strange magic to breach into the dungeon like my own Plasmids. Although, if those faraway kingdoms tried and managed to breach into the dungeon, they would most likely reach a super deep floor. I can't imagine how deep a floor would have to be so that it was big enough to extend from Arario all the way to one of those kingdoms. If I am not mistaken, the lake on the 27th floor connects with the one in Melon. That already very big. Imagine something like the 70-80th floors. Since floors tend to have Babel as the center, they usually have a circular shape, but that can change since it's up to the dungeon. However, the layout will usually take Babel as the center. And this brings us to Deadless. He somehow found a way to breach the strange magic of the dungeon and create his own functional one. It can spawn monsters and it functions like the normal dungeon. I would be more than happy if I could have a deep talk with the engineers of Gnosis and learn their craft. Although they seem to be evil and even slightly mad in a sense. Sigh. I guess being forced to work on a 1,000-year-old project is indeed taxing to the mind. That's right, all of the descendants of Deadless are forced to work on Gnosis under a blood curse. This forces them to work on the project left behind by Deadless. Curse and hexes shall be left for later. Even after 1,000 years, Gnosis only extends as deep as the middle floors. It's clear this project will never end. At least until someone finds out how the dungeon works and speeds up the process. Because the project had to be kept a secret, over time, this area ended up becoming a labyrinth of houses and architecture. It's harder to traverse here than in some floors of the dungeon. And if you are unlucky, you may end up inside Gnosis. And that place is said to be even more complex than up here. There are few open entrances, but in most require the use of special keys, magic items made from the eyes of Deadless descendants. Creepy, I know, but people will do anything for a powerful magic item. Magic item is different from a magic sword. The second one is used to refer to those special swords made by the Kratzos and some smithing familias. Magical gear like Bet's boots and Asfi boots are within the realm of magic items. At least this is what I understood from reading the wiki. Although a proficient adventurer could easily leave by walking on the roofs of the houses. Let me just pick the diary before I am targeted by thieves and bandits. Silver looked behind him to see a suspicious group of people watching him. Most of the people here are just poor workers, but if you are unlucky like me, you can meet with bandits. Not everyone can be like Bell and easily pass through this place without a single bit of trouble. Silver made his way across the area as if he knew the place, and soon enough, his followers lost him. In truth, Silver didn't know where he was going, and if he met with any obstacle, he would use his powers to pass it. With his memory, it wasn't hard to go back from where he came. Following this event, Silver continued to look for Frederick's house, but that proved to be a hard and lengthy task. Because all of the houses were built in a disorganized way, finding a proper number may be incredibly difficult. Z207, Z209. C21. Phew. Not this again. I have been running around the place for 2 fucking hours already. I asked people, but most of them simply ignored me. At this point, I am tempted to use mind control. Or simple bribery. I tried jumping onto the roofs and looking for the place, but it was a terrible idea. The houses are almost fused with each other in this place, so in some sections, I can't even see the bottom of the street. It was at that point that Silver felt a slight tug on his shirt. He turned around and noticed a small child with brown hair. "You lost, mister?" asked the child. Image. "Ha. I am not lost, but I can't seem to find the place I am looking for." The child looked at Silver with a speechless face. "So you are lost, how about a deal, eh?" This kid. He seems familiar somehow. Perhaps he was a character in the show. It has been so long that I forgot some things. Tell me where you want to go and I will tell you as long as you pay. Alright, if that's going to save my time then so be it. I am looking for a house, number. Upon hearing what Silver said, the child became pensive. You must be looking for one of those old houses near the ruins. The letter system doesn't work the same way here as in the rest of Orario, that's why you are lost. Here, the letters are meant to distinguish the time when a house was built. So if you want to look for that place, you should go towards the older areas. I see, I will take a look. He put his hands forward and said. 10 valis. Seeing a child so eagerly asking for nothing more than 10 valis is sad, pitiful. But I don't feel anything. I was more than used to this situation. In society, it's normal that some are going to be below others. Even more so in a society where people can grow stronger by fighting to the point where they can become gods. Gods. Some tried to reduce the distance between the top and the bottom while others aimed to remove it completely. I was someone who chose the first option since I believed it was impossible to remove poverty. I tried many things. Give them a good place to call home and good jobs, followed by an opportunity to study and at least apply for a decent job. They won't become rich this way, but they can become working cogs of society, and if they get creative, the laws allow them to develop their ideas. This is the path I choose. Silver took out a few coins from his pouch, they were worth exactly 100. Silver isn't a naive fool, he won't give more than what the boy can handle and cause him trouble. The boy happily accepted the coins and left in a hurry, it's normal since there are eyes everywhere. The child will seek to spend the money as soon as possible. It must be hard. For the boy to get out of poverty he needs a job, but most jobs are already secured in Orario, so the best way to get one is to become an adventurer. And that's exactly what most poor kids end up doing. Becoming a supporter for some adventurer group. Some grow stronger and join a familia, eventually retiring and having a good life. Others die or suffer, ending up in a ditch with a bleak future. Leaving behind even more orphan kids. A never-ending cycle. Enough of this depressing topic. I have things to do. Silver disappeared into an alley. In the middle of some ruins, Silver was standing in front of an old wooden house. This portion of the Deadless Street was less claustrophobic than before, probably because most of the houses here were super old. Few were the houses that were still standing, but at least these people live in better conditions than the others. Although the infrastructure was old, every house had a space, enough to even have a garden. The problem is that you are more in the open. But who would steal from the poor? It's here, let me get inside and get the damn diary. Silver easily bypassed the lock by crushing it with his hands. What? Did you expect him to pick the lock like a thief? Slash creak, slash. The wood cracked as he walked inside. The place seemed as if it was about to break into pieces. He looked around, but only noticed old furniture and day-to-day items, so he went to take a look in the rooms on the second floor. I found it. The house was relatively small, having only 2 rooms upstairs. The first room was empty while the second one only had a bed, a desk, and an old wardrobe. The book was thin and made of leather, the pages in it seemed quite old, but there were signs of it being recently updated if you look at the dried ink on the table. Slash crack, slash. Silver sat on the bed but it protested as something seemed to have been broken. Ignoring whatever happened, he started to read the book. Day 1 in Orario, November 3rd. I moved to the old house of my parents. It's rather old and far from the main streets, but it's more than enough for me. I will look for a familia as soon as I settle everything in here. Day 7 in Orario, November 10th. I did it. I got into a familia. I was quite lucky as I heard that getting into one was hard, but I tried my best and it paid off. The god was also very kind. Dionysus was his name. I could say I was lucky, but I don't have the courage to admit it. I wouldn't have been able to enter this familia if it wasn't for that event. Forget it, the past should remain in the past. What a scam. Considering the time, it should have been close to the disaster in the dungeon and Rhea's slaughter, so the Dionysus familia was probably recruiting people in the droves. Day 110 in Orario. How could she say such a thing? So this was when everything started. Love can blind people. How pathetic. I am not judging him for falling in love, I am judging him for leaving an old friend for someone you have known for just a few weeks. Day 120. I stopped talking with Gil after she continued to spout nonsense about my girlfriend. In any case, the future seems bright. I am progressing at a fast speed and I have a beautiful and nice partner. What could go wrong? Figured. From here, only day-to-day trash. I will memorize it and go over it later. Silver turned page after page, only taking a few glances in each one, eventually stopping to read one page with more attention. Day 780. Today I didn't progress. Again, sigh. Perhaps it's time to retire. I gathered more than enough money to buy a nice house and set up a very decent shop. Lee told me to buy some gear and try to level up, but that's too dangerous. She seems rather distant. I should try her suggestion and see if she gets happier. I will buy a new set of gear, it isn't that expensive anyway. So, I think it was here when his wife realized her husband wasn't that great. He probably once had great ambitions, but his drive was cooled down by the danger of the dungeon. He took the easier approach, and that is to retire and live a calm and good life. The problem was that his wife wasn't satisfied with that. Day 1223. I heard some nasty rumors recently about my wife. I heard some drunk members of the familia saying my wife tasted good and that they would have a try. I almost exploded on the spot, but they were level 2, too much for me to handle. Bunch of envious fuckers. At least my good friend is defending me, it's good to see I at least have someone helping me. He was completely entranced by his wife, what a fool. She was probably gathering favors in droves since she wanted equipment. It's quite normal to lack money around level 2 to 3 since there is a sudden spike in equipment prices. And her husband couldn't pay for those. TSK. Day 1320. Today was a rather strange day. I came back home to see my wife tired and sweating on her bed. I panicked thinking she was sick, but she kept refusing me, saying she was fine. There was also this strange fishy smell. She shouldn't work so hard all of the time. I tried to convince her to retire, but she once again refused me with a cold face. Is being an adventurer so essential? Risking your life like that? And for what? Alright, this guy is a certified cuckold. How can't he notice it by this point? Is he denying it? It has been several months since his wife started to cheat on him, and it doesn't seem that hard to notice. Day 1656. I should stop denying it. My wife is cheating on me with someone. Or multiple people. Just thinking about it makes me // shit, I spilled ink on the paper. In any case, I plan to break up later. I am done with Orario and all of these pretentious people. Perhaps I can return to my parents in the countryside. They were excited to have a grandson, but I will have to deliver some bad news for them. As soon as I sell my house and some things, then I will be ready. If I am lucky, I might even find a good person in there. Sigh, who am I kidding? I came here with dreams of becoming rich, and I am leaving with less. I think I do have my level, that's a start. So the time came, 1 year too late I presume. This guy is clearly not fit to be an adventurer, too dumb to do anything, too trustworthy and hopeful. Worse, he has no drive to continue and improve by facing danger. If he was a little more talented, he could have continued like that until he hit level 3, but he wasn't. Day 1678. Strange. Today I saw a hooded man leaving Dionysus-sama's house. Later, I saw the same hooded man going into my house, but I am sure that bitch wasn't there today. Could it be her lover? The one I have been looking for all of this time. It seems rather strange for him to be doing such a thing though. Hooded man. Interesting. I don't think this is related to his wife's scandal unless it's her favorite lover doing a sneak-in. But that wouldn't explain why he was also hooded when he left Dionysus' mansion. Day 1684. I was wrong. I should have left Orario when I could. Now. Everything is fucked. My house was taken, my money as well. Now I can't even return to my parents. Why? What the fuck did I do to deserve this? The more I look, the least I understand. Just why did Lee cheat on me? That fucking elf. I trusted him. But he only used me to further his goals. Nevertheless, there was still one thing that I didn't understand. While I was investigating, I found that Hoodedman once again, and I pretty much confirmed he wasn't that other bastard. So who is he? What is he plotting? There was a small note below that saying, I should have just left and not placed my nose where I didn't belong. Nevertheless, my days were numbered ever since I made that bastard my friend. Even until now, I never found out why and how he had so much influence within the Familia and in some parts of Orario. Silver continued to jump the pages until he found something interesting. Day 1698. Now, even my god has abandoned me. At least I have this new skill. Whatever it does. Even if I make money and leave, I am sure I will be hunted down to the ends of the earth. So my only choice is to get stronger, but now my god refuses to help. Why? After all I have done. Just what is happening that even you can't help me? Does this have something to do with my investigations? Am I being silenced for snooping around too much? If only. If only I could change Familius. But who would accept me? And even then, I need Dionysus to approve. This is strange. Today 1713. My friend. The .. who destroyed my life is now aiming to take away my .. my future as well. It wasn't enough trying to take away everything, yet .. you now aim to take my life. What a fucking friend, .. Who were those assassins? .. They seemed way too organized to be mercenaries, but Orario is .. under constant protection of the Artemis Familia, so criminal organizations wouldn't act so brazenly. At least not to the point where they would hunt me even in the daytime. So who are they? .. I need to run, they will soon find this place, my last resort is the dungeon. The journal ended there. The last entry had a few droplets of blood in it, but it didn't seem to be obscuring too much information, however, it was still annoying to read. N1. He was probably hurt when he wrote this passage, and desperate as well. I am left with more questions than answers. I thought Dionysus had led him into becoming a creature hybrid, but this assumption was wrong. So how did he become one? The only solution is that Dionysus repurposed him into one. But then, would all of this event have been orchestrated by him? To give despair to this boy and then use him as a chess piece? This seems to be in line with his personality. But I feel as if something is missing. Let's say that all was a coincidence. Frederick went into the dungeon after fleeing from his hunters and met a demi-spirit that turned him into a hybrid. How do I explain this secret organization and the influence of the elf? It can't be Evelus, right? Dionysus may be a sick bastard, but he is an incredible patient tactician. He would wait years for the right moment to cause the most chaos. Even if Frederick was the perfect test subject, he wouldn't risk revealing himself this early. So I will assume it is another association, one that is working with the Dionysus Familia. If that's so, what would be their relationship? Is it so important that Dionysus would risk his public opinion by abandoning Frederick? Is that elf part of the organization? If so, was he the one that ordered the assassins to go after Frederick? And why? Why would the elf use his organization's influence in order to deal with a low-level adventurer? It doesn't seem profitable in any way. It even seems risky. Was it because of his wife? Or was he hunted because he saw something he shouldn't? Like the cloakmen? This is enough for now. I should go back home and think more, under the safety of home. As for this diary, I thought about handing it over to authorities. People like the Hermes Familia would be able to find out what is happening in an instant. But then again, I would certainly be pulled into a heap of trouble. /bloop/. As if a stone fell into the water, his inventory space opened and he stored the book inside. Even if I won't hand it now, it doesn't mean I won't do it later. Better keep it just in case. After he was done, he quickly left while concealing his traces. His next stop was the guild. He had to collect the previous reward, right? At least one of them. Notes. N. If anyone remembers, I actually wrote at the very start, I think it was chapter 5, that this guy spent close to 5 years in Orario. I had actually forgotten about that, but I somehow still got the time right when I wrote this scene. There is also something I have been in doubt for some time. Did anyone ever see my novel on the main page of Webnovel? I think it was about time for it to appear, but I never saw it. At least, could someone tell me the requirements that it needs to have in order to appear there? Chapter 30, End of the event. A little bit of cringe, but not because of what you think. Also, the history may become a little bit confusing. I had a lot of difficulties writing it, lol. Mainly because I had to research a lot, so there would be times where I had to stop mid-writing to seek info, breaking my thought process. I changed so many things that inconsistencies may be inevitable. If you spot any, no worries, as I shall fix it. Apart from this, I have a question. Did any of you ever see my FIC on the main page of web novel? I never saw it there even though I think it meets the requirements, so I would like to know if that is just because this is my own novel. Silver made his way out of the district and entered an alley where he once again changed clothes into more casual clothes. After a while, he finally arrived at the guild. The guild was packed full of adventurers as always. But the atmosphere seemed stuffy today. Why is everyone like that? They feel oddly excited yet vigilant. Hey, did you hear about what happened on the middle floors? Said one of the adventurers. How couldn't I? Everyone is talking about it. Supposedly an irregular appeared and caused chaos, right? The Loki Familia killed it, replied the other adventurer. But did you hear that it wasn't the Loki Familia? What? Are you bullshitting me? Just read the board and you will learn everything. This is how it happened. The monster was ambushed by a passing familia on the middle floors, but it fled, it ran, and avoided all of the blockages until the middle floors, where another adventurer took it out. They said the fight was really interesting. The Loki familia reported that the arena was completely scorched and all plant life in a 20 m radius was burned. I heard it was quite a pain to clean up. The listener was quite surprised. And how was this adventurer? For such a thing to happen, the monster should have been quite strong. He must be famous, and how strong was that passing familia anyway? He is quite new, not really talked a lot. There is a painting of him made by one of the investigating teams. It looks quite cool. As for what you asked, I don't know how strong was the familia that made it flee, but I know the guild released a notice saying the monster was a level 3 irregular. The listener was even more surprised. Level 3. Irregular. On the middle floors. That has to be one of the strongest irregulars in the past few years, right? The last one was the hellhound that ate a bag filled with magic stones leading to all of that shit a few years back. Replied the listener. N1. I don't know about that, but I guess you are right. We should be thankful a strong adventurer was passing by the upper floors at the time, otherwise, it would have set mayhem in the upper floors. Just imagine the losses. Even if he wasn't there, the Loki Familia was there too, right? Asked the listener. Yes, they were, but a few would have inevitably died before the Loki Familia acted. Silver heard the entire conversation and was surprised. It seemed that the Hermes Familia wasn't credited while everything was placed under an anonymous name. Which means the entire credit was placed on top of the Red Knight. Fuck. Look at these people, are they waiting to see the Red Knight? Was that so important? I know strong adventurers end up becoming kind of celebrities like the Sword Princess, but I am nothing like that yet. They are just a little curious, and this is bound to disappear in a few days. Silver made his way to the board to look at the painting and read the notice. What? There was an extremely detailed image of a red knight with an extremely long sword. It was a side image of him engaging what seemed to be a humanoid creature in the mist. The painter went out of his way to make the scene heroic and incredible. From the misty environment to the mystery of the monster. Wow. That's a neat painting. I mean, drawing. However, where is my white scarf? Did the author forget? That can't be possible. Oh, there's the author's name. Lulyun Louis. Never heard the name. There is a symbol. Isn't that the Hermes Familia symbol? I made sure to remember some symbols. Hermes was one of the obvious ones. Seeing how detailed and accurate it is. It's as if the author saw me, meaning that the ones who were looking at me yesterday were the Hermes Familia. This makes me a little bit relieved but also a little bit distressed. Hermes is a nice guy, but his goals. He wants to raise a hero that will complete Zeus' task. Why does he want to raise a hero? Is it to save the world? N2. He was always shown as a nice guy who acted in the shadows. His hands might get dirty but he is always working towards the greater good. But if I am not? Asfi and all of the other Familia members were shown to be good people as well. Knowing them, it wouldn't take long for them to find out my identity. If they didn't already. Excluding Asfi, it must have been one of the other four. I don't really know all of their names but I would guess it was the dog girl since she is their mapper. There is also something written below it. Let me see, the monster was identified as an irregular version of a Lamia mormos, creating a pair of legs with increased intellect and strength. This allowed it to be on par with a regular Lamia while also having the mobility of a bipedal monster, It is unknown how strong it truly was, but the overall assessment puts the monster at the high end of level 3, however, its abilities might pose a danger to adventurers that recently advanced to level 4, The adventurer responsible for the subjugation suffered heavy injuries and returned home to heal. He is alright and his health is stable. What? And when did that dude become a being capable of taking on a level 4? He was strong, but he was also kinda hurt. At most he could take a high-end level 3 one-on-one. They either lied, or they received false reports. Getting the reward as the Red Knight will be a pain in the ass. Perhaps I should just throw it away. I am not in need of money right now. And I don't think the reward will just disappear. When the time comes, I can always pick it up. Silver turned around and went to the counter. Loiju was nowhere to be seen. And the person on the counter seemed to be missing as well. Oh. It's you again. Loiju was pretty anxious yesterday. It's good seeing you safe and sound, said a girl approaching from the back area. She had brown hair and thin glasses in front of her beautiful emerald eyes. She had pointed ears similar to elves, although it wasn't as long, it was still pretty big. Sorry. But I don't know your name, said Silver, although he had a pretty big idea of who she was. Oh yes. I think we have never met before. My name is Ina Tool. I heard a lot about you from Loiju's braggings. So we finally met. After 2 weeks of adventuring, I met with many people and came to realize just how big Orario is. And since the only time I actually come to the guild is during the early morning and in the afternoon, I never actually met with her since she normally works while I am in the dungeon. Nice to meet you too. My name is knowing that guy, I am sure he already told you, but my name is Melio Silver. Level 1 adventurer. The two shook hands. She is indeed beautiful, no wonder she receives many confessions. He is really tall and strong, but not like those perverts from the Hercules Familia. Ina noticed she was staring at the adventurer and got embarrassed before saying, Haha. In any case, how can I help you? Ah yes. You must have heard of the incident yesterday, right? I came here for that. She was surprised. Oh. And how can I help you with that? It's like this, while I was adventuring on the middle floors. Bam. Why did you go to the middle floors? Several people looked at the both of us. Ina got embarrassed and fixed her glasses. Cough. As I was saying. Didn't Loiju tell you it was dangerous? Yes he did, but I didn't go too deep. It was like this. Silver told a story about how he found one of the monster's victims and reported to one of the teams that were trailing after the monster, and he was told he would receive a reward. So here I am. Ina had her 2 hands on her face as she sat on a chair behind the counter. Do you know just how close you were? Yes I do. And how can you act like that? Look, next time, just follow your instructor's advice. Ina's voice got really serious as the look on her face changed from a welcoming one to a disapproving one. She must think I am like those other adventurers. That I am throwing myself to death and being overconfident. It's a shame that our relationship ended up like this, but I can't really change the misunderstanding, nor will I. Why should I? What she thinks of me is irrelevant. I barely know her so. If it was Loiju, then I might have cared a little. A friend being upset is one thing. Ina turned around and picked a few papers. Sign in the empty spots. The reward is around 200k for the information. She didn't even bother to explain why it increased. She must have been really pissed. Silver signed the paper and picked his reward. Ina didn't say anything and left after she was done with him. What a misunderstanding. Although she has every right to be angry. At this point, I am friends with Loiju, yet, I disregarded his help and dived into a very dangerous area, and not only that, I was very close to actually meeting with the monster. From her perspective, I am a new level 1 adventurer. While the monster was a level 3 irregular. It's pretty much safe to assume I would have died. And the type of people Ina hates the most is such people. People who throw themselves into danger while disregarding their friends. She would come to understand, or perhaps she already knows, that adventurers need to face danger to grow, but everything has its limits. Perhaps I am 2 years too soon. Since for the current her, this is nothing straight out of suicide. That's why she is so strict with every single one of her students. Not that I care, however, I always prefer to make friends over enemies. Or not make anything at all. In any case, 200k. It's more than I expected. With this I have 4.7 million, right? My money is increasing at a decent rate. A very fast rate for a level 1. After I redeemed my loot 2 weeks ago, I had a little over 3 million. During these 2 weeks, I made a total of 700,000, around 50,000 valis per day, counting the expenses of course. And after I redeemed my loot and my commissions yesterday, my total amount rose to 4. Soon enough I might have enough money to order one decent high-end gear. That's for another day. Silver left the guild and stopped by a stall on the road. Get your sweet potatoes here. We have those of all flavors, said the owner. Can I get one with some cheese filling? On the way. Insert Jagamarukan image. Created by adding spices to crushed potatoes and fried after adding an outer skin, sometimes it has a flavor filling. Silver came to love the traditional food of Orario. In every corner you would find a different stall selling something completely different. Hungry adventurers would be constantly looking for those, hence, they are normally filled with people. Here you go, friend, said the stall owner. Thanks, said Silver as he gave 55 valas to the merchant. Earlier that day, somewhere in Orario Dionysus had just finished reading the report made from one of his familia members that just came back from the guild. How disappointing. He took another sip of his wine after he placed the paper down. I expected more from this, however, since it was a test I didn't lose much. Orario was pretty fast in dealing with it, as I expected. However, why was the end result this? Did they suppress the news? The problem is how much they know. There is no evidence that points to me at all. However, my reputation might gain a stain depending on the situation. Depending on how much Frederick talked. Or what they know of him. Dionysus was a tactician, one that considered every possibility. That was how he led Evolus to the point it is today. How he managed to make it survive all of this time. I need to find out who filed the report of the guild and the person who subjugated Frederick. He got up and placed his wine on the table. It's better if I do this on my own. I need to have this resolved before those guys act, north of Orario, on the outskirts of a village. There was a green-haired elf with his arms crossed as he looked at a kneeling assassin. Where is it? Asked the green-haired elf. The assassin seemed nervous as if he committed a grave mistake. The target has disappeared. The elf's eyes didn't change, nor did his stance. But the pressure increased twofold. Go on. Word by word, what happened? Yesterday, we completely circled the village, but upon arrival, we noticed that the targets were long gone. This was strange since until an hour prior to the operation they were still there. But when we arrived, we didn't find any of them. The houses even seemed to have been abandoned for weeks. We tried to contact the villagers but they all vanished like mist, right? Complimented the elf. Yes, sir. The assassin seemed ashamed. I considered many things, but one of them was this. Yet, I didn't expect that old woman to be capable of such a thing in her old age. I had researched their family but I didn't expect it to be so impressive. She wasn't capable of such a thing when she left to raise her kid, and now, over 40 years later, I didn't expect her to have trained over this time. The wizard. Misty. An oversight caused by the lack of information. I am deeply sorry, sir. It was my oversight. Screamed the assassin. So make sure to repair it. Yes, sir. As we are talking, the others are tracking them and looking for clues. Continue with the efforts, no matter how long it takes, they are bound to have made one or two mistakes. I will give it to you too, Sappho's, Ulia, you two made some very reliable allies. The parents of the MC father, Grandpa Fading Sword and the Demon Cat Grandma. But how much time can you buy? Flee as much as you want. I still need to collect one item before anyway. I will allow you two to hold onto my item for a little bit longer. Sir. As the elf thought, another assassin appeared from the side. Report. He said. We found a strange gadget in one of the houses. It was inside a complex magic circle. We believe it's a magic item. Leave it, it must be the source of this illusion. I was asking myself how did the illusion last so long when it was so big. This must be it. Once you are all done with the investigation, have one of the mages analyze it and see if they can learn anything. Said the elf. Yes, sir. The agent turned around and left. You are dismissed as well. He said towards the agent on the ground. I will be on my way, sir. And like that, he flashed. Although the elf could clearly see him running across the trees. Is it worth it? Causing so much trouble, wasting away your life running away just because of an ideal. A pitiful one even. I asked myself this question multiple times over the past few years. You could have lived a happy life, nevertheless, you choose to do this. I was patient enough to lay out my plans for more than 4 decades, don't think I am going to give up that easily. Once I get my hands on the 2 items, I will finally be able to get rid of these shackles. 2 weeks. Wait for me, Orario. Notes. N. Most irregulars are killed by the Xenos in the lower and deep floors. N. Remember, the MC does not know that Hermes already knows about him. That's the reason why he is distressed. In any case, I wanted to say thank you since we once again beat the goal of Power Stones. Next goals are 500, 600, and 700. So on. Every time we beat one I will release a new side chapter. Once again, the choices for side chapters are a sneak peek into the MC's previous life. Continuing on the previous side chapter. Side characters POV. Or one of your ideas. In any case, we should be nearing the end of the volume, I would say 10 or so chapters. In my Patter 3 on, you can get 3 advanced chapters, but I wrote a few chapters this weekend so I plan to turn up from 3 to 5. And in the far future, perhaps. You can find a link to my Patter 3 on the novel's description. Until next time. Chapter 31, Romantic Dinner. New chapter, let's go. One thing to note, I finished volume 2. Now I will focus on adding details and changing some things in each chapter to make them better. As I said before, writing these last chapters were quite hard since my main objective is like this. I need to make a main plot and possibly end it within that volume. At the same time, I need to make 1 or 2 subplots that may or may not connect with that. And I need to quick start the events that will lead to new plots and arcs for the next volume. Fill the rest with stuff. That's what I usually plan for a volume, minor details aren't included. I am definitely not good at foreshadowing like the original writer, but I hope that at the end, for more predictable things may be, that they were entertaining to read. I also have a pretty decent idea as to what I plan to do with side chapters. After here, I will post the next advanced chapter on my Patter 3 on as always, and also, I will release 2 more advanced chapters for a total of 5. The link can as always, be found on the novel description. If you are interested, make sure to take a look. After my vacation starts, I will try to make a tier with 10 advanced chapters, then I will stop there for a good while. Probably until February since that's when my uni ends. Yes, it's just 3 to 4 months, they want to cram a full period in just this time. Sigh. In any case, I am happy to say we are starting to catch up with the interesting stuff. Bye. /clang/ /clang/ /TSSS/ In the workshop, Silver could be seen in his smithing attire working on a red-hot sword. Good. Silver had just finished forging yet another sword. The balance is decent, it's sharp, but what about its durability? /cling. Clang, /. He started to test the sword, by swinging it from one side to the other, he even slashed a few metal plates on the side. These plates had dozens if not hundreds of slashes already, some deep passing through the plate while others were shallow. I am getting better at this. He went to the side and wrote something on a notebook. Test 28 successful. This time, I tried making a Damascus sword using the rare Damascus metal imported from steel mining country Sharm. Map. It is much stronger than normal iron, but I think it still lacks pretty much everything the dungeon has to offer. Nevertheless, it is still a very easy metal to work with, providing enough hardness and flexibility when under the hands of a proficient smith. Good enough to be considered as a weapon material for level 2 adventurers and light armor for early level 3 adventurers. What's next on the list? He looked in his notebook and said. Should I try mining for adamantite? The dungeon produces its own array of metals and even plants that are used in an array of things. Blacksmithing, potion making, and etc. The reason for that is unknown, but it may be due to the magic power concentration in the dungeon. Another possibility is that these metals and plants are created by the dungeon as a way to add diversity into its ecosystem. Silver stopped to think. They may also be a result of the dungeon inner workings, waste products is a way to describe them. However, I can't prove any of these possibilities, nor do they matter right now anyway. Adamantite, blood onyx, mithril, nasteel, orichalcon, undercoral, holydite, valmart. And many others. These are all metals that can be found in the dungeon. Up to the deep floors. From there, the amount of research and information gets scarce to the point I couldn't even find what sort of metals and plants are produced there. They normally get stronger as you go deeper, more flexible, more durable, more incredible. Just like monsters and plants get stronger and stranger the deeper you go. So does the environment. To the point, they stop making sense. Not that this world ever made any. But certain metals like adamantite can be found on any floor, although its purity increases as you go deeper. It's simply a waste of time to look around on the first floor for it, even if you found it, it would be a few impure rocks. The final amount after being purified would be in grams and still not perfectly pure. What can you do with a few grams of metal? This isn't a cultivation novel. Unless you have a development ability or skill. But that's rather specific. I wonder what sort of metals will appear in the unexplored floors. Super metals and mystical plants. I get excited just thinking about it. Just what I can do with them. Nevertheless, it's not like I would be able to make use of them. On the surface, blacksmiths may struggle to get their development ability to even G, much less A and S. To those who forgot, DAS goes from I to S like normal stats. IHGFEDCBAS. I find it impressive that the best gear is made from these rank IG blacksmiths. Ignoring the gods, of course. Makes me scared of what an S-rank blacksmith can actually do. However, such a rank isn't something that can be achieved just from working on the forge. Otherwise, those old elves and dwarves would already be high ranks, yet, just look at them. Really, just who made things so hard? Even Ace, the swordsman genius named the Sword Princess, only got her swordsman DA later on, and even when she reached level 6, it was only at H, it was her third DA according to the wiki. At that speed, it would take decades for her to reach even E. If she ever had the chance to do it, that is. Otter is the very example of this. He was the person who had max stats every level up, a genius who seeks only strength. Yet, his highest DA was only at E, and he was at the pinnacle of level 7. However, I don't know how he is in the real world, nor how he is right now, although it's 2 years earlier, he shouldn't be that weaker. Nevertheless, he is only 30 right now, so I guess he has some time to grow. The only one who I can remember that got into an unbelievable realm with age was the Sage Fells, who after getting immortality, he studied magic for 800 plus years, getting into a realm where he could even revive someone from the dead with mere traditional magic. Silver got up and started to clean the forge. I might not be able to add special attributes to my gear, but I can still make good gear. Good enough for me. And in a sense, this is in line with my work style. It makes me less dependent on equipment, and it saves me the money from having to buy proper gear and get ripped off by those blacksmiths. I can also sell most of these since low-level gear does not have all of those fancy attributes. The problem is actually selling them. I will just keep the gear I make in my inventory. If I ever find a possible buyer, I will sell one to them. Not like I am in need of money. Well, I did consume quite a bit of my wealth buying materials and potions. However, being properly equipped is a must. If I end up in a situation where I can't defeat an enemy by myself, then the gear is what is going to make up for my deficiencies. Silver looked to the side and noticed a large array of swords, spears, axes, shields, and much more. That was his past 2 weeks of hard work. They look quite cool over there. But I feel something is wrong. Anime title: I used to be a super CEO boss in an underwater city until I died from old age, so I reincarnated in a world with magic, so I just want to live a carefree life with my goddess in my blacksmith shop. It's nothing. In any case, Silver stored all of the gear inside his inventory and proceeded to clean the workshop. Around an hour later, he was done and went to take a shower. With a bath taken and feeling refreshed, Silver put on some stylish casual clothes and went towards Babel. This time, he wasn't wearing his scarf. Although it was super convenient, being extremely resistant, comfortable, and somehow, still very resistant to dirt. He couldn't wear a scarf in this sort of scenario. It would be a bit too, not ugly, but weird. Although it wouldn't be too out of the ordinary since it's still rather cold, winter only ends in March. Today, it would be around a month since he became a member of Hestia Familia, so Hestia wanted to commemorate by eating in a restaurant. A proper restaurant. That's why I didn't go to the dungeon today. I spent most of my time in the forge. Silver wasn't wearing anything fancy, just some casual gear, although it was something to commemorate, it was also not that big of a deal. However, he had the drip. It's around 6. Hestia should be ending her work soon. //. As Silver walked in the busy roads of Orario, he couldn't help but see a figure running on the rooftops of the houses. However, the figure soon vanished as it ran into a corner. Not my problem. It is illegal to run on top of other people's houses. For obvious reasons. Although there is a silent rule that such a thing is allowed during emergency situations. If it's someone famous walking on your roof, most people would feel honored. But if it's a masked dude with a black cloak, the first thing the civilians will do is scream. I didn't get a good glimpse, but he was wearing some sneaky clothes. It's either a thief or an undercover agent from some familia. Not my problem. Silver completely ignored the side quest and went directly towards his main quest. So, where are we going to eat today? Asked Hestia. Hestia was wearing some fancy things today. She wasn't wearing makeup, at least, it wasn't noticeable. Not that she needed it anyway. Her hair was down, making her seem more mature, and she was wearing some fancy casual clothes like Silver. However, it was clear she put a lot of thought into her attire. It was the ones he bought for her last week when they went shopping. Something she couldn't do in the original work due to how tight money was for the Hestia Familia. There was this famous restaurant on the North Road that I wanted to try, they only accept reservations, so I made one last week. Hestia seemed surprised. Last week? Did you prepare everything since then? And I thought I was being hasty. Silver looked at her with a smug smile. It was obvious that you would want to commemorate today. Even more so when you dragged me to buy clothes last week. So I just booked a table. And even if you didn't, I could just ask you out and use the reservation. Oh. The restaurant is called Hero's Rest. The reason for that is supposedly because that place has a very long tradition, going as far as 300 years ago. Although the place only became a restaurant around 60 years ago. Hestia didn't seem happy. Isn't such a place very expensive? Initially, I was planning on going to another restaurant, but I received a certain opportunity a week ago, /flashback time/. Counting these. Alright. Perfect job as always, Silver. Said Loiju as he organized a small pile of papers. Phew. You really gave me some tricky commissions this time, huh? Plus that minor thing I had to do on the way. Today was quite tiring. And yet. You finished them all. Do you know what the others have been calling you, Silver? Asked the elf. What? Tell me it's a good name. Do all, they say there isn't a single job you can't do. Silver face sank. Wow. Such an honor. Said Silver in an apathetic tone. Hold your horse. That's quite an achievement, considering you are only level 1. To get this, you showed perfect skills as a warrior when you completed all of those killing commissions. You showed scout skills, mining skills, mapper skills, and more. This title is not for nothing. Silver seemed a little better. As long as it doesn't last, the last thing I want is for that title to become my alias. Haha. That's hard, but not entirely impossible. And compared to what some people can gain, getting recognized as someone who can do everything as your first alias is quite good. At least you won't need to worry about finding a job. Silver looked at the elf with a "Are you serious?" expression. You think I will ever need to look for a job? Let's be realistic, Loiju. That won't happen in at least 3 to 4 decades. Sigh, I guess you are right. Loiju started to pile up some papers. Is that all for today then? Otherwise, I will be on my way. Wait a bit. He turned around and went to a table on the back. He searched a little until he found something and came back. Here. This is something I've been wanting to give to you for a little while. In his hand was a silver paper. It looked fancy. What's this? Asked Silver. It's a promotional coupon for the Hero's Rest restaurant. I got it by chance a few days ago. It gives you over 90% discount on all of its normal plates while giving a considerable discount to special plates, drinks, and wines. It even gives you a table on the 4th open floor. I was told it has quite the view of Orario. Image. Are you talking about that fancy building on the North Road? How did you get something like this? I heard the place is very strict with such things. That isn't a fancy restaurant, although they are expensive nonetheless. Let's leave it between you and me, but I got this when I went gambling some time ago. Silver lifted one of his eyebrows. Really? Gambling? I didn't expect the strict elf to do such a thing. Arg. Don't make me remember. It's a bad habit from my youth, one that I already threw away. It's just that the opportunity showed itself and I got lucky after playing a bit. He said as he placed one of his hands behind his head. There was a reason why I left my home forest. Let me guess, you spent quite the amount and now you want to get rid of it. No. No. After screaming once, Lloyd just started to speak in a smaller tone. I did spend quite the amount, but I got most of it back, and if you count the coupon, then I did not lose anything at all. So why give it to me? Cough. I am not into that sort of place, so there isn't anything I can do. So giving it to you seems like the best option. Just make sure to pay for a few drinks later. Silver didn't seem to believe his explanation, so he took a look at the paper and he found what he was looking for when he read what was written on the back. Puffed. I see it now. How sad, Loiju. Don't worry, me, your boy, will help you in. Loiju soon placed his hands on Silver's mouth. One more word and I promise to not give you a single good commission for the next month. Okay. What a shame. I know quite a few beautiful elf girls. Guess you are not interested. Loiju suddenly changed his warning expression into a warm and welcoming one. Come on, Silver, don't be such a villain. Tell your bro what you know. Silver started to tease and play with his friend. The coupon was soon left aside on the counter. It read, "This coupon is only valid for couples." Later on, Silver passed by the restaurant, confirming the veracity of the coupon and reserving a table on the 4th floor. It was a table with a perfect view of Orario's North with the Loki Familia castle in the background. Quite magical. Back to the present. Don't worry too much about the cost since I got everything covered. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen such a place. Said Silver. Still. Silver placed his right hand on Hestia's head and patted it. Now. How about we start to enjoy this? This is by no means something hard for me to pull off since I can make over 100k valis a day. And in the future, once I become a high-level adventurer, eating in such fancy places can become the norm if you wish. This is how much money a high-level adventurer can make. Hestia seemed to be conflicted, but she took a deep breath and focused. Hestia finally showed a smile as she grabbed Silver's hand and pulled it as she rushed towards the restaurant. Let's go, Silver. I am excited to know how good their food truly is. As she led Silver across the street, she couldn't help but think she really did choose a good familia member. Silver and Hestia finally arrived at the restaurant and went under the guide of a butler to the 4th floor where a table had already been reserved. Compared to most restaurants in the city, this one was definitely fancy, however, it was still behind some of the truly high-class ones. Nevertheless, its fame comes from its long history and good food. It had a modern look compared to the rustic RPG-ish look of the other establishments across Orario. If you need me, just ring the bell on the table. Now, if you excuse me, said the butler as he bowed, turned around, and left to attend to someone else. Wow. This place is so fancy, said Hestia as she controlled her urge to ring the bell. So far so good, but let's see how good the food actually is, replied Silver. He picked the menu and started to go through the selection of plates. Hestia did the same. How about this? Bife a la pasta. Sounds interesting, said Silver. Hestia looked at the menu and soon exclaimed. 12 minus 12 minus 12k valis. She was stunned by the price of the meat, her face sweating. Silver, however, didn't care in the slightest for the price, looking at the selection of drinks. He wasn't a fan of drinking alcohol as he ate, however, today is a special day. Sigh, I told you already, don't mind the price, replied Silver as he put the menu down. I have a 90% discount. This plate won't even cost 2k. Although that's still a bit expensive, the HF special pasta only costs 300 and that plate is enough to feed 3 to 4. Gulp. Hestia gulped as she read the name of the plates and their prices, but after a few minutes agonizing, she finally chose what she wanted. Ding. After calling the butler and telling him their orders, the only thing left to do is to wait. However, there was an awkward silence between the two of them. Shit. I am so used to living with Hestia that all of the break ices I had were already spent during the course of this month. Normally I wouldn't bother about something like this, but the situation requires some intervention. There is literally nothing to talk about. Wait. I could do that. How about a photo? You always seemed interested in those photos I had in my collection, so how about we take one today? Hestia's eyes sparkled. Yes. She is really excited for some reason. Silver sneakily removed his camera from his inventory by using the table as a cover. They got up and made their way to a balcony. As for their table, no one would sit there. The restaurant is already used with their clients getting up and going to the many balconies to watch the night view of Orario. He led Hestia to a balcony and asked her to pose. It was the perfect place with the Loki Familia castle right behind her. In the star-filled sky with the moon fully round, the photo was destined to be beautiful. N1. Yet. She looked at him with an aggrieved face. It's just one photo, after this one I will take one with you, so be patient. How could Silver not know what she was thinking? Catching. With a flash, the photo was taken. That was one done. Silver then proceeded to look around. Noticing there was no one in the balcony, he used telekinesis to lift his camera and went to Hestia's side. I don't think I had the chance to say it, but thank you for allowing me into your family, said Silver in a light smile. He knew there was no need to talk about this, however, break ice is break ice. What? No. It was me who asked you to join. I should be the one thanking you. She seemed as if she was going to say something, but she stopped before saying, I even feel as if having you is too much of a privilege. You do everything in a perfect way, you are kind and sometimes even humble. Even though I am working, I feel. Silver placed his index finger on her lips. Enough of that. Privilege? Don't make me laugh. Everything I did so far was in a way, thanks to you. There are many gods in Orario, but for me, there is no one more perfect to be my goddess other than you. You are G. How embarrassing. Sigh, I will only say this once. So stop depreciating yourself like that. There is no point in trying to compare yourself to the others, as nothing good will come out of it. Even more when you only stayed in Orario for a few months, while the others have been here for years if not decades. I promise to guarantee my safety in the dungeon, so how about you promise to be yourself? Hestia was on the verge of crying when she slapped her own cheeks and smiled wildly. All of her thoughts culminated into a single thing. Enough drama. Let's eat, said Hestia as she ran back into the restaurant. Thank you. Silver. Where are you going? We didn't take our photo yet. Exclamation point. Hestia turned around in embarrassment. She went to his side, but remained a little bit far due to her being embarrassed, but Silver was taking none of that. Ah. He pulled her to his side by the waist and said. If you stay so far away, the camera isn't going to take the photo properly. Catching. With another flash of light, the photo was taken. Alright, let's. Kaboom, . Suddenly, the sound of an explosion took to his ears as Silver went back into the restaurant. He turned around and saw. What the fuck is happening now? The Loki Familia castle was on fire. Image. If I have one. Notes. Sorry for the slightly slow chapter. The entirety of the chapter passed during a single day. Sheesh. I think there was only one moon, but I might be wrong, and also, what is its color again?